Wow. So what does it mean to degrade the word of Hashem? If you could learn Torah and you don't do it, that ultimately again is degrading the word of Hashem. That's incredible. You have the opportunity to do so. Failure to seize the opportunity to learn Torah is in and of itself a degradation of the Rosh Hashanah. This refers ultimately to worship idolatry. My Mashal, the time of Yishmael, Ki Divar Hashem Bizal, Zeh HaMevazeh Dibur. This refers to one ultimately again who degrades the very word of the Ribono Shel Olam. Shnei Amar Lo, Shnei Amar Lo, Lo L'Moshe Misnei Anochi Hashem L'Kecha, Lo Yeh Lecha L'Kim Achri, Elohim Achri. Yeshua Gava says, Chala, this is Gava, get ready for this. Get ready for it. Last two lines. Yeshua Gava says, Chala Lo Me Torah Ve'ina Chol Zra'lah. If someone learns and doesn't review, the Gemara says, "Doma la'adam shezirei avonu chatzah." This is beautiful. This refers to someone who ultimately, again, listen, learning Seder, it's been a little schwach lately. I'm just going to say, I'm not having it anymore, but right, it's been a little bit, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, non-existent. Right, that was what I was looking for. Right, it was going good for a little bit of time, and then the last couple of days, it's really been. It needs a significant officially in the Rosh Hashanah. Right, so I'm sorry. 5:43 it started, but who's counting? If a 10-minute Seder is 7 minutes, there's something wrong. I'm just saying. For the middle, I was like, well, why is it important? Well, even if maybe it's not 5:40 in the morning. I want to put out something. I think this is something that we have to take into account a bit. We live in such incredible times where there's such a proliferation of Torah, such a shit, right? And like there literally is like more yonis than a person can keep up with, which is beautiful and incredible. I will say, but there is this interesting balance between sometimes more is less. And a person sometimes has to just try to figure out, should I be doing more things? Or perhaps focusing, doing a little bit less, but focusing more on the things that I'm doing. And again, all of us are different. People learn differently, people absorb things differently. And I think a lot of times what's happening is I'm learning 15 things, and so there's a lot going on, but I'm not really acquiring anything. So on a given day, I'm getting through like a whole bunch of different stuff, but like what's mine? What's mine? And this is something that is left to contemplate for ourselves. So Rishon Garcha says, and this is so proud, look what he says, if you learn and you don't chaz, you know what it's like? It's like planting but not harvesting. Planting but not harvesting. So you planted something beautiful, it's incredible. And mamish, like the produce, it's right there. It's sitting for you. But if I don't chazer, I don't harvest it, I don't reap it, I don't reap what I sowed. So it's interesting. Just some, again, different things work for us in learning, and different things work for us in looking. So everybody's got to find the right balance. For some of us, it's good. The energy of constantly moving forward on multiple fronts. Even if I'm not retaining everything, maybe it's what I need for myself in life. But I think at least to retain something, to chazer something, to hold on to something. Because otherwise, I'm planting all of these beautiful things. And I will say, the imagery is so profound. My beautiful, personalistic, spiritual field is sprouting with so many beautiful spiritual saplings. But everything is sitting in the field. I'm not harvesting anything because I'm not chazering. Because I'm not ultimately taking something for myself to retain. Incredible. This is very intense, right? Someone who learns Torah and then forgets what he learns is similar to a woman who gives birth and then buries her child. And what is that? So I'll say, the metaphor is meant to be shocking. And then ultimately, what is it saying? Is that when I learn Torah, we'll say the beautiful part about learning Torah is you birth something. But if I don't remember it, or I don't take the time to try to remember it, I birth something, and then what I birth simply disappears. If I'm going to take the time to birth beautiful Torah, it is you got to take the time to try to learn that beautiful young child, to appreciate them, to nurture them, to understand them, and to raise them as my own. Very profound. Rabbi Kiva says, on the days, this is beautiful. Rabbi Kiva Omer, Zemer b'chol yom, Zemer b'chol yom. Sing every day, sing every day. Now listen, what does this mean? Rashi says over here, I am a Sagal Nigger, Apapish the city of Viva, Zemer, who Yigrom the Pasha Taylor, all of my Baba Sink of the Shur. So we'll say, so again, it appears at first glance Rabbi Akiva is continuing on the same theme. That literally, again, make your learning like a song. What does that mean? Just like Muslim, everybody has their favorite song. And what's the thing about your favorite song? You know the notes, you know the music, you know the words. So the Akiva says, make your Torah like a song. Make your Torah like a song. So in other words, once again, same idea. Ingrain yourself in your Torah, chazer your Torah, make your Torah yours. Make your Torah yours. Most of this also, we'll see. Well, let's finish up. I'm going to use Azudini. Michael, what's the last? Nefesh Amalam Lolo. Ki Akapala Piu, Omo Mokum Zat, Nikolasa Melasan Mokum. So it's quite beautiful. Nefesh Allah Amrolo, literally again, the soul toilets, it will toil for you. Ki Akaf Allah Piu. So you have tethered your mouth to it. What does this mean? So the Gemara says, so Akaf Allah Piu, Amal Mokum Zat, Melasan Mokum. If you work on your Torah in this world, your Torah will work for you in the world to come. What a beautiful and incredible idea. If you put in the effort for your Torah here, so your Torah will work on your behalf in the world to come as well. Rashi says over here, if you work for your Torah works for you. Next Rashi, okay, so quite beautiful. The idea over here is if you put in the effort in your spirituality, in your Torah works on your behalf. When I learn, I create something new. And that creation, just like the mother that births the child, that creation takes care of it. Just like when a parent has a child, the parent takes care of the child. But one day, hopefully, what will happen? The child will take care of the parent. I create Torah. I birth Torah in my life. And understand now my job is to nurture it. How do I nurture it? I learn it. I love it. I review it. And then what ends up happening is that Torah ends up taking care of me. It takes such a beautiful idea. It takes care of me in this world. And ultimately, again, it takes care of me in the world to come as well. Rashi says over here, Torah Malaslo, Shemechazar Salav, Umevakeshes Meis Kone, Limsolo Kamli Torah Isidra, the Kolkach Lam Nishukov Hiu of the Rizabosai. Incredible. So, in other words, when you learn, make sure to chazer. Because if I don't chazer in some way, to chazer something, I'm planting and I'm not harvesting. Make Torah like a song. In other words, again, which means your Torah should be pleasant, should be beautiful. Understand, when you birth Torah, so you're going to take care of that Torah. If you take care of your Torah, ultimately, your Torah takes care of you, both in this world as well as next world. So there's also a really beautiful idea in this idea of Rabbi Akiva, which is really quite amazing. So Rabbi Akiva says, Zemer b'chol yom, Zemer b'chol yom. I will say, this is Rabbi Akiva. Because how should you live life? Sing every day. I'm not saying any given day, you have a choice. Any given day, you have a choice. Every day is the same choice. You wake up in the morning, what do you want to be? You want to be happy, you want to be sad. I will say, happiness, people make the mistake of thinking that happiness is the result of a variety of life factors. As you often find people saying, I'll be happy when, or I'll be happy if. Right? If your sentences begin with I'll be happy when, I'll be happy if, you will never be happy. Because there's always something else I want, always something else I need. One of the most important yisodos in Yiddishkeit is happiness is a choice. I choose to be unhappy, I choose to be happy. I can't choose a lot of my circumstances, but I choose my emotional disposition. And what's I think about the Akiva saying is choose happiness. Zamer b'chol yom, zamer b'chol yom. Sing, just sing. Because again, what's the alternative? You can choose to be happy, or you can choose to be unhappy. Choosing to be unhappy is a miserable, horrific existence. Choosing happiness does not fix all of my problems, but at least it gives me a disposition. And I'm saying when you appreciate everything that Rabbi Akiva went through life, everything he went through, from the time he was young, literally again until the moment he died, difficulty, adversity, poverty, derision, all these different kinds of things. And Rabbi Akiva is saying, choose a life of song. choose a life of simcha. How profound and overwhelming that really is. Right, let's have to stop over for today. We're doing great. Incredible. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. We'll continue Rest Hashem with Chazara. We'll continue Rest Hashem with singing all more tomorrow. All right, Chavra, have a great day, everyone. Right, sure. All right, so we'll say good morning, and let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our commentary sponsors, I'm a commentary sponsor, we talk shit and play heads. It tells us about dedicating all the shit and drug shows this year. As his first from source of his Ramadan, his commentary sponsors for the month of Adra Vali in October. That means the Zoom that we know that his father, Dr. Harry Khan, Sweet Bush, then Yosef Hakoni, Zip Levin, and Daniel Fans in the area of Mr. William Zip, Zip, Shmuel, and his wife, from the Rafa. I know you can win sponsors, Nathan, about Adler, Lenny, Judy Goldman, Yehudius, Esther, Bas, and Lazarus of the Rafa. The American Lifetime Zola. All of the shows out there, the families will come, all those leaders will show you the code for the Israel. We start to do all of our hostages home, and we are holy soldiers be successful before and not say you did. But for that, let us begin. So we have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Tzadik Tes 98. We are picking up on Tzadik Zayin on the days 97b, and we are picking up in the about 5 lines before the putting the widest lines. 5 lines before the widest lines. I'm Rabbi. Okay, Rabbi. No focus on the plus in the she says that we can have the application of the They are never less than 36 tzaddikim. We are able to receive the face of the Shira and every generation. So this is the Gemara. We all know this. Lamed about tzaddikim in every generation. We're able to get the possession of the Mekabel application. We're able to receive the Shira. Shira, actually cultivate the low. Are those who wait for him low. And low in the Gemashia, Lamed Bob, low in the Gemashia, plus in the Shisa, he's 36. Even if that's only 36 from Rabba, Dora coming to Chorifu, Timney, sorry, Alpi, Timney, sorry, Alpi. Again, Rabba said that the low that sits before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which means the tzaddikim, but closest to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, number 18,000. 18,000. So what's going on over here? So the 36 is 18,000. So we must say Shne'emar Sobi. Shmona Sa'ara. Simas Lokasha. How do we start with this back? How do we start with this back? This back right Shne'emar. So it's very different from this back means clarification. So it's Takrarian which means total clarity of vision, and it's Takrarian a little bit of a clarity of vision, different types of vision. So there are 36 tzaddikim. You see after this part will be this Takrarian clear vision. Then there are many others who receive HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but the vision is not as clear. So the Gemara says, "When we are there really so many people, 18,000 people who perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu was even the level of this Bakrayu She'ina Nehira is still a very high level. Are there that many people who have that clarity of vision? V'amar is coming in and Mishra listen to this. Mishra Bayachai. Most of these incredible Gemara. So he's saying Rabbi Yom, you're saying Mishra Bayachai. But you see Bnei Aliyah, Yohein Noachim. I have seen Bnei Aliyah, and there are few amongst them. Few Bnei Aliyah. Now, what's it? Now, what is this saying? So the Shemite has made a tremendous statement that there are in life one of the hardest qualities to find is the reality. What does it mean to be a family idea? To be a family idea, just like what it says, to be a person who desires growth. What's interesting, there's a lot of things in common. Because what do you have to do if you don't have a car? What do you have to do? What do you have to do? Study Torah. Studying Torah is profoundly and inherently enjoyable. Plenty of things in common. There are actually plenty of people who are also going to the same. People fasting. This lesson is also inherently enjoyable. Who wouldn't want to do it? Rashbi says the hardest thing to find in this world is the real idea. People who really want to grow. People who really want to grow. And want to grow at all times. Now again, it doesn't mean it's a weekend. It doesn't mean you're old. It just means that you're never happy with where they are. You're always are looking for more. So in Shemaiah says it's very difficult to find them. In LF, if there are thousands, excuse me, if there are thousands in the world, I need to buy my hand. Me and my son, remember again, some of you are lost. Like my son and I, we are counted amongst them. In Leah, and if there's 100, I need to be in him. In my son and I also amongst them. In Shnaim, if there are only two Benayah in this entire world, I need to be it's me and my son. And once there's one place I may read like this, like, oh, okay, but it's not Gaiva. It's not Gaiva, it's knowing who you are. And the show by us time understood that if there was one thing that he possessed in this world, is that he was a Benayah. He wanted more. He always wanted more. And the son of Elazar, even more than his father. Which is not listen, I don't know how many Benayah there are in this world. So I can tell you, yes, even if you're only two, I know that it's me and my son. The point that we have listeners, we're trying to kind of say, I'm not going to like Benayah there are. I'm not going to there are. So now we want to say 36, 18,000. There's an entire range of information called Patrick. You know, say as follows. Look how check. How the ID go about? And he's also one thing and one is kind of the same kind of thing, which is there are plenty of things out here. What I'm saying is like this. There are plenty of people. Plenty of people. There are sometimes it's a bit more than we are who are able to enter into our place without permission. And others who require permission. So there are many who can enter with no, whatever is needed. There are many who can enter with permission. There is a select few who can enter even without permission. Of course, the notion of entering the practice without permission represents metaphorically the synchronically high spiritual level. So you find many holy people, but there's a certain cadre, a certain group of people that so to speak have the ability to enter in the practice wherever they want. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi is hard to identify. שצריך למיקרא יושס, כשנכנסים, נסתכל למגירת הענר הזאת, וכיסים נכנסים לשס. אבל also נכנסים בלא לשס, ורוצים גם inside the pineapple. Let's listen to this. And now the most suggesting as follows. There are 36 tzaddikim in this world who are able to go ahead and enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu with permission. And when they enter into permission, they're able to see Hashem with clarity of vision. And then there is some unknown number of people, probably obviously a much smaller number of people, who are able to enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission, whatever this means, and also have that clarity of vision. So 36 is the number of people, this Baklaria Medira, that need permission to enter. And there's some smaller group afterwards that don't need permission and also have this Baklaria Medira. Incredible. So remember it back there. You know, so I'm not so this is really incredible. After this entirely exhaustive discussion about Mashiach, so what ends up happening, so not something that says as follows, you know, actually many people make calculations when Mashiach is coming. All of those times, excuse me, all of those times have already come around. They're coming around, and now at this point, in the double tunnel, I will be sure as we can. If you want Mashiach, we need Shua and we need Mashiach. So let's say a dramatic shift. dramatic shit. Ralph says, stop with the guessing the dates. Stop with trying to figure it out. Any dates that anyone made beforehand, historically, those dates have come and gone. The Mashiach is still going to come, but the only way he's going to come is if we bring him. And how do we bring him? Ultimately, again, Tshuva Mason told me. Shmuel says, Yayo La'ada Shiyano Be'eglo. Ultimately, again, it is enough. For the other, stay with that. So what does this mean? So Shmuel says, no. Just like an Adam who's suffering, what happens? Shiva ends. Shiva comes to an end. Shmuel says, godless will come to an end on Mashiach. She has a fundamental machlokas between Rabbi and Shmuel. Looking backwards, Shmuel still holds there is a date by which Mashiach will come, a defined date. We deserve it, we don't deserve it, it almost doesn't matter. Mashiach will come. Shmuel Rav saying that's not true. All of the dates have already passed. They've already passed. At this point, now it's up to us to do Mashiach only through our Tshuva and our Mason Tovim. Okay, you know, goes back to Kippur, he's not excellent. But when he has on it, in Israel, it's in Tshuva, Regolim, he's not in Regolim. He also says, tons of this Tshuva, Mashiach will come. If he won't do Tshuva, he won't come. He won't do Tshuva. When he goes to Tshuva in Regolim, he won't do Tshuva. There's no Ella Kodesh Baruch Hu Nagi Lahamela Shemzerot Zakashas Kahamin. The Yisrael Osin Tshuva Matzurah. It's not true. If we don't do Tshuva, what's going to happen? What happens? The devotion of all these situations through which we have to do Tshuva. So, created this whole part of the spotted king. So I know that the spotted king will force us to go ahead and to do Tshuva, turn us to our correct ways. Tanya Ida, Rabbi Eliezer Omer, we saw us in Tshuva Regolim. And the Lord says, if we do Tshuva, we will be Shnei Mashu, Baruch Shem, Echad Yishua Sefer, Amalon Yeshua. I look by them, I feel when you type the word Yasef Tigadim, the Pasuk says you were sold for nothing, and you will not be redeemed with money. What does that mean? You know, when you're talking about how it's called you were sold into the diaspora, you were sold into Golis because of idolatry. What's the word for idolatry? Zero. There's zero values. Yet you took it upon yourself and you were sold into yourself. When you will have a Yasef Tigadim, you will not be redeemed with money, nor with Shiva and Maisim Tovim. Not even through Tshuva and Maisim Tovim will you be redeemed. In other words, it's not Tshuva and Maisim Tovim that bring Mashiach. Rather, again, there's a date, there's a time, and when that time comes, Mashiach will let Hashem come. I said, I'm going to Rabbi Eliezer Yeshua. I was by name, I think the Pasuk says, return to me, and I return to you, which sounds like a Kodesh Baruch Hu saying that if we do Tshuva, then we'll bring you Geula. I'm going to do Yeshua, look by name, Kanoki Ba'ati B'chem. לקחתי אצלו אחד מאיר, ושתיים משפחה, ובייסי אספנסיון, which sounds like it's a pluck and spot with the Gulu. I'm going to be a resident, I look for an Emma. So if you look for like grabbing, speaking back at each other, but indicate different messianic beliefs. I look for an Emma. Yeshua not us for sure, Yeshua but us, I look for an Emma. Come on, Shem, go on this one. Look, Yoshem, he's up, Yakesh, and this up, go emotionally. We're working with top of Tzadikas. We're working with the Kohen Sorry Shtacha. I don't know what right now. In Tashu, in Sorry Hashem, in Lai Tashu. I saw it's going to be one says, I, but the Pasuk says, if I told this Shiva, let's work and return to us. I don't know you're sure, but look right now. The Ashna as a Ish, the Rusha Baim Hashem, Mai, in the Nome, how you are. But you're in the middle of the smaller of Hashem, and Ish Pakakar, or not even one modern. The Pasuk, the Baruch, Slap at Yad, I'm coming to Kalaret, the Shem's going to was at this point again. Rabbi Eliezer was quiet. So what you see over here, and again, psukim back and forth, is fundamental focus Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua. Rabbi Eliezer essentially saying that Rabbi Eliezer saying that Halakha Eliezer applies what was Tshuva will be redeemed. Rabbi Yeshua, that's not the way it works. Mashiach comes when Hashem ordains it. They throw psukim back and forth at each other. The conclusion of the way the Gemara ends with Persia is that Rabbi Eliezer ultimately again was refuted by Rabbi Yeshua's psukim. So it says, so sound over here with the sheep of Rabbi Yeshua, which is that Mashiach comes when Hakadosh Baruch Hu chooses to bring him. That seems to be the opinion that triumphs. So once I said that, that's in this conversation, just to understand what these two profound messianic models that are being outstanding. So when does Mashiach come? Does Mashiach come and lead with Tshuva? Or does Mashiach come almost independent of our Tshuva when I finish part of the opportunity, it's just some point in time by which the world has to be redeemed. My focus is incredible. Not only that, but also when you receive it, you see yourself, it's like, how can this remain unresolved? Right? We have to know these things and not the answer. That's the answer. No, we don't. No, we don't. Because the truth is what I'm saying, this is the same way why the whole topic of Mashiach is not even explicitly mentioned in the Torah. To be honest, the Ora Shalom does not want us to be messianically focused. And probably wants us to be focused on maximizing something small. That's our hope. Our hope is to become the best version of ourselves. Our hope is to become the right idea. Our hope is to make a difference in the world. Our hope is to help others. Whether Mashiach comes because of us, become our children, whether Mashiach comes about things, whether our tshuva ultimately again, whether Mashiach is coming because of tshuva, or whether Mashiach is coming ultimately again because of some type of envy to a certain degree, is irrelevant. I believe he's going to come. I believe he's going to come. Like we saw yesterday is that I know that I've been awake for him every single day, but not passively awake for him. And the first part, I'm going to figure it out. It's not really my job. It's not really my job. My job, maximize this world, maximize this life, maximize my abilities. Let's go out there. One or the other. Educate, inculcate, and that. So the Bible says there is no more revealed thing than this. That actually says over here. What does this mean? The Bible says if you want, this is incredible. Listen, if you want signs of Mashiach, right? Listen, we look at this all the time. Like, the truth is, I can live without knowing the date of Mashiach. Just what do I want to know? What do I want to know? That it's close, right? Just like. I just want to know that we're headed in the right direction. Because this, by the way, is an incredible divide. The Bible says, anyone who keeps me innocent, he said, if you want to know the most overt sign that Mashiach is coming, so let's say, what is it? Shnei La'atem, Hari Yisrael, Antefem Titenu, Uprei, Uprei, Tisu La'anu Eretz, La'anu Yisrael. So we can quote the passage from Yechezkel. Yechezkel says, when the land comes back to life, when the trees produce their fruit, when the vines produce their fruit, that is the way that Mashiach is coming. And Kranskov is not the land to start the land before it. And Kranskov, and John Welch, the more the land produces, the closer we are to evil. It actually says over here, it actually says, in the first short line, Kishativin Eretz Yisrael Pir Yah, the Ayin Yafa. The Eretz Yisrael produces fruit. Ayin Yafa in good measure, as Yikrat HaKetz, the Ayin Yafa HaKetz in good measure. The Mashiach is close, and there is no greater revelation of the closeness of Mashiach than the vitality of the land. Let's say, okay, I live on my own drug beside the city, and see, like, this is why, we live in a time where Eretz Yisrael produces award-winning wines. Award-winning wines. Like, the number of people one of these Eretz Yisrael is astounding. The number of establishments of Eretz Yisrael. And also, it's not just that there's big wine in Eretz Yisrael. It's that it is the ultimate sign that the Lord is close. So how can one drink wine that is hanging off Eretz Yisrael? Every sip of Eretz Yisrael wine is a sip of Geula. It's a sip of growth. And literally, what is also do you remember? Some of us are old enough to remember. Like, I remember what used to be the Sunshine Kosher wine. What was it? There was no chance like in the square bottles, like the square bottom bottle, right? Or some Malaga, like the big thing with a little handle on top. That was it such a long time, right? It's not so long ago. And once in a while, it's incredible. Now, you couldn't drink all the wine if you wanted. You drink all the wine. It's not just something else. So it's a sign of Mashiach. So that just as I said, because it's a sign of Mashiach, the Son of God that through the screen as well. Son of God that on money there as well. At the end of the day, that's facilitating this messianic advancement as well. Incredible. So look back there. But Lorenzo says, after these actions, and I'm to the Yom Hey, Sarah, I guess we're not starting to see the level in short of the outside. So what's it? So Maybe says there's another sign of the end of Messianic arrival, which is that as Messianic arrival approaches, there will not be money to pay the wages of people, not be money to pay the wages of animals, right? For the Yosef and Lavo, ain't showing me that side. For those who are going and coming, there is no respite from the enemy. Mali Yosef and Lavo, I'm showing me that side. What does that mean? Lava Ma'afkan Bukakamu Shekasu Bahem Shalom. Even Talmudic Talmud, who are known for possessing tranquility. It says Shalom Rab. We all have been said, Sekha, Shalom Yitzhak, even Talmudic Talmud, are known for their tranquility because Torah engenders a sense of tranquility. Shalom Rab. There is great peace for those who are listen to this from our own lives. When you live and then you're sleeping in, there's a certain calmness, a certain soothing, a certain tranquility that you have in life. So the Talmud by definition possess that tranquility. The people who gives you the definition of Mashiach will not be able to find it translated. So it's going to find out how different this is. On one hand, the first thing he says, you have Rabbi Abba saying, the sign of impending Messianic arrival is the land will come back to life. God will come back to life. And then you have Rav who says, what does it mean? There's going to be so much turbulence. So once again, these competing narratives, right? Is the key Messianic arrival, is it kind of heralded by beautiful growth? Or is it heralded by incredible and overwhelming difficult circumstances? And by the way, first let me just listen because it just seems to me it's what Shmuel says. Shmuel says the sign of Messianic arrival is that all pricing will be the same. And listen, Hashem says this as well. This could be good or this could be bad. Right? This could be good, meaning that everything will be shining in terms of okay, no, even inexpensive staple items will be as expensive as luxury items. Okay? Ain't that double buck? Actually, it's back to the phone of my so Mashiach only comes once I saw again, this is how it's suffering in Ezekiel. Mashiach only comes when there's incredible suffering, this case financial suffering. That will be not easy enough, and it's another very much with the most perspective. The remedy for everything is, whatever that it is, that it means I'm going to use one. Right? It works for everything, apparently, right? So you don't have to do that. Yes, the Lord says, the Lord says, when Mashiach, the reason for Mashiach is going to be such poverty, or even no one will be able to find meat or sick or standing life. I have to meet the next best thing on this, but the Lord's fish. You won't be able to find fish for a sick person. And then you want to share now, as Ashkia and the Lord in the house, you shall always accept the Yamahu. Atzmiach Canada Israel, what is about Canada? England that we thought, actually took the Marcus has already Israel. So this is the Canada and the Canada and the Israel. The Shia when it comes, when there's a total loss of our time price on the Marcus has already means even a little bit of our time. Right? So as even times are used by other people, we're using some element of our time that's not there. The Shia and the Shia comes, there's a loss of any level of our time. The colors of the diamonds, so see that's right. But he's saying, you're about shiny, about shiny tobacco's and you shop more. You shop more. Honestly, you really can know. Anything that in that, actually, you can pass it roughly as well. When there's Mashiach comes ultimately again, when there are no gas in life, when arrogant people disappear from Paris. What does this mean? But ultimately, again, arrogance is what keeps Mashiach away. Isn't that so? Right? So when I know what arrogant people, that's what ultimately again Mashiach with them. It's like, because when I was 98A, about four lines up from the point gets right. שלאמן כי אז עושים לקרבך עליך גאווסה עוקסים השארתי בקרבך אני בדל וחסי בשם השם ובסמלוי משם בשם השם אחד הלכיס לבוא סתם ולהגיד that it's arrogance that keeps Mashiach away. Arrogance that keeps Mashiach away. You don't know what the logic behind it, right? The logic behind it, because remember again, let's see inside. See what it is. Small, we should have a shame. England of the Bath, actually, it was short in the social Israel. Mashiach comes when the judges and enforcers no longer exist for high. This is talking about corrupt judges and corrupt enforcers, people who exploit their power for a second. שנאמר, והשיבה ידי עליו, ועצות שפוסי יבוא, והשיבה שופר, אומרים לו, this is beautiful. Are you trying to lift this Ella? It's not the first white line. Even says that Yishalayim is only redeemed with tzedakah. שנאמר, ציון במשפט תתעלה, ושווה בצדקה. And Sion will be redeemed with mishpat, with justice, Vishavat, with tzedakah, and repentance with tzedakah. That was a receiving country. So whenever you see Gemara, you say, what do you see here? That's tzedakah, that's something which we took away. Oh, we got me there first. It's time for tzedakah. This is very beautiful. Look at this Gemara, just in a general sense. It says, one of these translated words, all of these translated is tzedakah. He says, we translate tzedakah as child. That's charity. He says that's not what tzedakah is. That's the charge of tzedakah. It's a tzedakah. What is tzedakah is? Justice. The first he says like this. In life, there are people who have, there are people who don't have. And the way that it works is, if you don't have, you must share with those who don't have. It's not charitable. It's not something nice. It's not something beautiful. It's the way I try to put again the world to work. So in other words, just like those who don't have need to receive, those who have need to give. This is a very important because a lot of times we look at our tzedakah activities, we look at our chesed activities as like, oh my God, this is like my charity work. It's beautiful. It's not. It's not. It is the moral obligation that we have. And if you have more than you need, or Hashem should always open to that, then by definition, it is the moral obligation. It's a tzedakah. It's a tzedek. It's justice to give to for that. It's not just with money. It's with money. It's with your time. It's with your resources. It's with your abilities. There is a moral obligation to give additional to the other. So what do you think about that? Think about things like this. So if you're in this element tzedakah, when it's like we just turning out, when does Mashiach comes? Mashiach comes when we realize that helping each other is not something that's nice, but helping each other is something that is an absolute requirement and obligation. So in order to realize that tzedakah is not charity, but tzedakah is tzedek, is justice. And suddenly again, I feel I have a more clarity and a more obligation. Of course, I have to give it. Of course, I have to do. Of course, I have to be there for the other, not because it's nice, not because it's chesed, not because it's this, but because it was essentially chesed and tzedakah. But chesed represents things that you're not obligated to do, but you go above and beyond. Tzedakah represents things that you're obligated to do. The moment those kind of like nice things become a obligatory things in our hearts, that's the moment that the end of the Mashiach comes. It's incredible. You know how that so it happens like this. The arrogant people will no longer exist. The Amagushis will no longer exist as well. Who are the Amagushis? Who actually points out that they are Persian sorcerers. So they are they are arrogant Jews, they're the Persian sorcerers. Buckley is rifty. And if corrupt judges will stop to exist, so to corrupt Gentile judges will cease to exist as well. The idea is we bring about a lot of the negative forces in the world. When we bring about the sorcerers who do negative forces, we have corrupt judges, when we bring about Gentile corrupt judges who do the same. So the Lord is out there. Buckley, você verdade é o que você vai fazer como vai. Buckley, see that you can see the change for that bar. What's the third one? I'm going to be open. In the situation is made for a was if you see your version of the if you see a generation that is suffering from general poverty, wait for the Mashiach, which means again, poverty is the precursor for Mashiach. There is no motive more and more. So Mashiach, yes, I need Mashiach. The Russian will save an impoverished nation. I'm not the other. In the use of the Shasar's Rabbis calls about Kinai, if you see a generation where there are overwhelming sons that literally again are coming upon them like a river, just like the river keeps flowing. You feel like this constant sons from Prophet Israel. ultimately wait for Mashiach She'enar, Ki Yavod B'nei Hatzar, Ruach Hashem Yosesses Bo Tzalvei, V'Zeh Yitzir Torah. Listen, it's fascinating, right? I could tell us some colleagues and say, why is the best thing in the world is teaching? Listen, how do you deal with difficult circumstances, right? If you see a generation with is rampant poverty, or if you see a generation with ridiculous suffering, oh, you know what it means? You know what it means? What it means? Mashiach is close. Listen, what other nation in the world lives in this way, right? Everyone else, if things are bad, that is generally, what generally means what? Most probably things are going to get worse, right? That generally means bad things worse. So if things are bad, just know that most probably means that happen. Just wait for it, because you're going to see it's about to get ridiculously. And as well as like, you should have a social security and figure out our resources and just you know what, I'm going to stop just listening to this news. I got one of those things, this is just crazy. It's just really, it's always hard to know also, like, is the news accurate? It sounds like really crazy. Is it accurate? Is it slightly accurate? So this is the first news that I just saw, right? So everything is this part. Oh God, yeah, everything doing this, everything doing this, the audition by doing this, the ministers dancing, the community songs. This doing what is this? It's like the dynamic. It's like a nursery school teacher went out of the room and no one is paying attention to the kingdom of, and they're eating crayons. That's what it's like, right? So the school teacher went and the kingdom are eating crayons, they're coloring on the walls, right? They're doing everything. And you're like, what is this? What is this? These are adults. They're responsible for millions of people. They're responsible for the future of the unity of Klal Yisrael. And helping, like, to call our children is an insult to children. It's an insult to children. That's really what it is. Because children at least are, you know, at their core are Kaddish and Tahar. And you're going to teach something wrong. What is this? Not that is the whole thing. But again, you know, it's exactly that. You know, the whole thing. And then, you know, like, okay, they put this on the face. Because something like the worse it looks, you know, wait for it. Because your targets are right, so the person looks just drop off because even closer than ever before. Incredible, you know. Because I know you're going to intend that box, I'm not the guard, it's what I say. Again, a reverse idea. Mashiach when it comes in a generation that's totally different. So Mashiach comes and fires right everything. Listen, just again, just at the same time, just sing one. Mashiach when he comes with his complete problem. Mashiach when he comes when he's suffering. Not Mashiach when he comes when there's complete piety. She always cool the guy. Or everyone's really bad. When Mashiach comes either when everyone's really good or everyone's really bad. Shmuel says, all cool the guy. בגלל שכל זה בצד, בעמק כולם צדיקים לא ישוע. אז בגלל שכל אחד בצד, ביער כאיש, וישתולים כאין מפיר הפסד, למעני עשה. אז בואו סליחה, אני לא יודע מה קודם, סליחה במשיח. אני לא יודע, זה ישוע, אני לא מצד. בעיטה בשנה תשעה, בעיטה. The Pasuk says, Be'itha, which means Mashiach will come in at a point in time. U'ksib Afishana. And then the Pasuk says, I will hasten you out of Mashiach. So which one is it? Be'itha means Mashiach's coming in a defined time. Afishana, I will hasten you out of Mashiach. Which one is it? Zachru Afishana, no Zachru Be'itha. So if we are Zohar, right? If we are meritorious, then ultimately Hashem will hasten you out of Mashiach. If we're not meritorious, then at the end of the day, Be'ita, he will come in at a point in time. I'm not going to sound good, show me the very clear. The Alu An Anoi Shmaya, so Kibar Inish Atop, said, Ani Baroki Al Khamar. Zatu An, I'm sorry. Zatu An Anoi Shmaya, no Zatu Ani Baroki Al Khamar. So once again, I was saying, Mashiach going to be someone with a cloud comes from the sky, or like a pauper riding on a donkey. So the clouds moving the sky very quickly, the pauper on the donkey, not so much. So which one is it? Does Mashiach come quickly, or does Mashiach come slowly? Once again, it depends on us. So again, in this approach in the Gemara, The arrival and its narrative redemption is fundamentally dependent on us. If we're righteous, it comes faster. If we're wicked, it comes slower. However, Shavar Malcolm Yishmael was incredible. So Shavar Malcolm, King Shapur, said to Shmuel, Amisu Mashiach al Chamlas. And I will say, by the way, this is the passage we just quoted over here. This is the passage that Mashiach comes on a donkey. So King Shapur, Mashiach comes on a donkey. He says, I see Ishtar, I see Bible. I'm giving my back door. Actually, Mashiach comes on a donkey. I'm making a donation to Mashiach comes like I hear my donate my trust. Actually, come on, I show you a donkey. I'm going to give him my best horse. Oh, no, no. It's not by here, Captain. So to Shmuel said to King Shapur, you have a horse of 100 colors. Now, what is the other side? So to Shmuel says back to King Shapur is, you should see Mashiach. That's part of it. Whereas you think your horse is better than his donkey, I think the donkey of Mashiach and the nicest of your horses any day. Incredible. But the Shapur was like the struggle to get it. My heart breaks for you that you were not able to get out of bed this morning to be part of something dramatically life-altering that started everyone. I'm sorry, clearly we must be in the throes of something major. Like in Sir Shalima, right? We feel throughout the level, Hashka by level is not covered, right? We're rich, so it's like a bit of pain for you, and what do you do after that? Something's missing, right? It's 7.5 years, right? So the children of Levi was standing right down to the as the influence of the Ma'ara to show by his side. So I still honor that. So the children was saying, and I'm going to I'm not going to hear it today. I'm going to read the other hazard. So it wasn't. I'm not in charge. If I said what you know, so we got Dylan, he says, I'm sure there's a few of you guys. There's two of us, I have 3 voices. I have 3 voices. So ultimately, again, you're coming in whatever this means, the voice of the Shmuel, that she says, the Shmuel Habatahagai. The Shmuel is like, what's spiritual listening? So again, you don't know everything that we everything of the grave of the Shmuel Habatahagai. So now, when somebody passes by, he's talking through you, like, everything's going to be I don't know, ask Hashem. Then it's going to be clear in our voice, it's talking there as well. I'm going to Amos Assyria. So now the children says, when is Mashiach coming? Now, the reason is why is this in still young. So the cautious in your never is when it comes before, so that's why I want Mashiach. So when is Mashiach coming? I'm ready. It's still shining in the beginning. Go ask him. Go ask Mashiach. Mashiach when he's coming. Which means it's okay. Where can I find Mashiach? Where is he? I should ask him. At this spot, this type of he is situated at the gates of Rome. Mashiach sits at the gates of Rome. It might seem already, but I say, how would I know? Fine, so I go to the gates of Rome, and how should I go ahead and how should I know who he is? How can I know who he is? So you know, so if you look by the way, if you look at Rashi says over here, but this is the Targum, you in the morning, love the house after you have managed all of that. Next color, when the Sarah said sad, Shabbat Eagle, she never has a feeling shut. Or is it she actually person is teaching themselves? That's actually a really anxious to see, whether you get educated by those. Or is it probably not clear that everyone is going to know? I'm going to tell you what, that's actually a very news, the entrance of the new to know. The Shia resides at the entrance to know. So fine, so this is a child, go find it, and have it look at you. we're going to see there's a lot of people who are at the entrance way to the city of Rome. So how would I review this? The next thing is, yes, being a new service hour was the glory to this. Who is here at the entrance way of Rome? The lepers. The lepers, those who sat all out inside of the city. Yeshua lived alongside of all of the lepers. Actually says something like that. You go, you know you live up. So it's with Yeshua to live with all the lepers, and Yeshua himself is also a leper. Also a leper. But it says that in the Torah, okay, so Mashiach is also a leper. He stands with all the lepers. The Torah showing the Asir b'Chazir. So now, it's always okay. Go to Mashiach. Mashiach is a leper. Mashiach is a leper. So by the way, the point of the phone, I just want to point out something. Listen, Mashiach is not walk around like with a long beard, undistinguished clothing, and the person who normally think is all that guy is Mashiach. Mashiach is probably one of those people when you look at it, and you look the other direction. You go out and probably don't take the time to see the chapters too. You're like the people who get a little bit more than most, and the people maybe who couch their flow, or the people who marginalize, or the people just who punch the periphery. Like, Mashiach is not the person that everybody wants to be around. Yes, this is a tremendous thing. But sometimes the people who we just marginalize this kind of thing and go through this kind of day, those people are up in the holiest of the tremendous idea. So Mashiach again is a leper sitting by the entrance to the Rome. So Jonas, how can I figure out who he is? I don't know who he is. You know, the Torah showed us who the types of lepers. So you see, the lepers have to change their bandages. So the way it works is generally, again, lepers change their bandages all at once. Okay? We know this, by the way, here, Shalichad Ba'asifad. Mashiach only changes his bandages one bandage at a time. Now, why is that the case? You're not, you're like, you know, the way because you think it's concerned often. What happens if you get to the call? Right? So Mashiach has to make your own call. So what happens if you get to the call position? If all these bandages are off, and so he's okay, well, it's going to be represents to wrap up everything. So instead, what he does is, he only bandages unbandages and rebandages one wound at a time. This way, he's never out of commission for a prolonged amount of time. There's a tremendous. So there's a tremendous amount you see, and Mashiach himself is literally ready to go. He's ready to go. So why he fully changes his bandages, whatever, and it's like, because that's a tremendous metaphor. Many of us look at our life, which are very different things. Many different things that we have to heal. There's a whole sense of to try to heal everything else. I mean, I think about everything that's broken, not just to all our ways. Life doesn't work right. The best way to heal your wounds, the first one is the wounds is your limit. Decide what you want to heal. Decide what you want to feel. Not how you want to feel it. Feel that first. Once you feel your wounds, like you feel, then you move on. Because time is this effort. When you're unbounded, all the stuff you got to heal, and you look at yourself and you know all the stuff that's broken, all the stuff that's wounded, all the stuff that's in the city of this world, can come overwhelming emotionally. That's when distress has been on you. But one bandage at a time, one wound at a time, one broken bone at a time, and slowly but surely over time you begin to know yourself. Incredible. I was looking at that. So showing you this is a fight shit. So if you listen, you just imagine what that must be like. So even if he's not like, he's not something like, he's not coming back. Like, he hasn't revealed himself yet. He's not like, let me show him what he found Yeshua. Found him. I was looking at that. I'm going to Shalom Aleichem Rebbe. So that the days will come, the day will come, and the chef will stand fast, and you two will be up on this. I shall just say, Shalom Aleichem Rebbe. You imagine what's going to happen? She comes and before he does anything, he does everything. He's going to say, I don't know how to do well. I don't know how to get well. Somehow I thought we couldn't know. But he's just going to stand there and he's just going to see his Shalom Aleichem Rebbe. Who knows? He didn't twist hands and years to say those words. Just being able to say those words from Mashiach before he does anything. It is such a soothing balm for the collective soul on his face. So you should really just show us every morning. I'm like, Shalom Alaka Taliban. Shalom Alaikum to you. Taliban is Kennedy. Shalom Alaka Taliban. I'm like, it was Asima. So she really just speaks the positive. She's like, let's get to it. Let's get to it. When are you coming? When are you coming? Like, we need when are you coming? So I'm alone and you're. The Jesus comes in. I'm coming to it. So that's it. There's already set. I'm good. Okay, I've got nothing else. I've got nothing else. He goes back. Apparently, just back to the other. That's the video, y'all. So this here. When this needs to go back to the yard, at the entrance, back by the gate of Restream, at the end of Restream, or someone else, again, you have to go. I don't know, I'm going to hop. So the yard says, so you're going to use up your shit, what happened, what the chef tell you. So I'm going to show them about you guys. First of all, it's like, chef said hello to me, like you did with sound. He said, say hello to the body. To which the yard says, I'm going to I keep on for the hourglass. So first of all, that's a good sign because that means that you and your father are approximately what to come. Whereas the fact that you're young, maybe, the fact that the Shia, you and make sure your father is living, that you think about the fact that both you and your son and your father will be both have a portion in the world to come. So they're beautiful. They should have so good like this. And why? Anyway, Shekuri Kashaka, the Shia writing. Chef writing to the team writing the other me and you're a still in the answer. The chef comes and anything also we are over there. But if you're not maybe if you're really feeling right to the chef comes and anything that comes. I don't know if you're going to bring that light to you. I'm away. Happy over the house. And then in the comment to shoot. Like the chef is telling you was I'm ready to come every single day. If you love this one, if you get your act together and do what you are supposed to do, I know I'm ready to come today. Then the Kalman Krishna, if you listen to the voice of the Kabbalah, the Shia wasn't wrong. The Shia was ready to change his boundaries with one of the Christ to be ready to do this. He is ready to come as long as we are ready to receive it. Like fully seeking, we have to do the necessary. What is it? Because this whole narrative that we control the arrival of Messiah. We control the Messiah. The lives we lead, the decisions we make, the things we do, the things we go to, all of this controls the flow of Messiah. Show me some way to live in this way. So when the students have to live in this way, and what's that then double back? One of you share to come. That's me showing how much the Sarah and sort of lecture me. Oh, so what's in this lesson? You're like, I'm giving you an answer, but I'm scared because you're going to ask me for a sign. And you'll give you an answer, ask me for a sign. If I don't want to answer it, I'm going to in the lecture we call, listen, lady, please answer the question. You will not ask for a sign from me. Okay, I'm not ready. You just yipo hashara zay, you yivne, you yipo to yivne, you yipo to in my secret of law, so I should then double back. So this is fine, I'll give you a sign, I'll give you a sign. But it's like, I'll tell you when the chef is coming. The chef is going to come. Ultimately, again, when this wall falls down, when the case falls down, I mean, it falls down the first time that we dug it, it falls down the second time. And before we go ahead and we get through building, the chef is going to come. The chef is going to come. Look at it actually just a moment. That's just going to go to the you actually said, I'm going to show you the covers in that. My two, no, sorry. Show card. Hello? Show you Rory, show you Rory. Says that this is a reference to Rory. So again, when you see the kids miss, what's going to happen? The gates of Rome will fall down, very good. And it will fall down again, very good. It will fall down a third time. Before they get to go to the third time, ultimately the Shia will come. That's the sign. That's when Shia will come. I'm the Lord of Israel. Team of us. It's a legend. Okay, fantastic. That's a sign that that's true. I'm about to go cap on that. We'll cap on that and we drinking watching the walls. Actually, everything is exactly. I really realized it because I also, right, I have to check it. See, also, all the kind of things, Shia discussions get people very excited. So when people miss them, all the work is the work of conscience. That's what this is. I mean, let's make this outrageous in the work. That's actually, I'll tell you about it when I have to give you so it's a legend focus, but give us a sign. So I'm going to go, I got people, I got you. Probably have to give us a sign, but come on, just give us a sign. I'm going to hand. Infatti in Arascanias, the dance, the next day dance. This is a most important subject. The waters of the Canias, like the waters of the Canias, turn to blood. So the Canias is the body of water that feeds the drink. Is the idea. The Canias turns to blood. I will show you what I'm saying is correct. And sure enough, the Canias turn to blood. Incredible. The shot speaks to us. At the time of the Yesu and Christmas is dying. He said, on the other hand, I'm equally alone. They tried to bury my coffin very deep in the ground. In the place. Why? Shame called that as I should have bought. Shame sick shut down, same with shut down. Because when I die, so you'll see that Christmas and our enemies are going to overrun the land. And there's going to be so many Persian voices that every single country will have a Persian voice covered to it. Then we will have to other voices as well. So you see Mother Hotel both heaven. And we're going to be overrun by the Persian Medians of what? We're going to dig up our caskets and use our caskets as food troughs for the horses. And I'm using Christmas like burying the very deep in the earth, but they won't dig up my casket. Kingdom that is back to the statue of Michael Alistar, Tisha Hadash. Then Mashiach only comes when Rome, the melody of Rome, extends itself over 5 years. And I want to point out, when we talk about Rome means echo. Don't mean echo. Rome doesn't have to be historical Rome, right? It could be anything that is a derivative of Rome. So Mashiach comes only after party songs are pressed by the mountains of Rome or 9 months. And I'm not saying you can at least your God loves you, you can act out the sugar of the nation. You're seen, but not a family. That's a visit. Now we come to Torah differently. Who said, yes, I hope so much that Mashiach come, but I don't want to see it. Or what is the other side? What he was saying is, I recognize the amount of suffering that is going to precede Messianic redemption. So, I hope I'm back with Mashiach all the time, but I want to see it. I want to be there to experience all of the suffering that is going to precede Messianic redemption. And I see what I know. Let Mashiach come, I don't want to see it. But Yosef says, I see, but I see Yosef the truth is the peace of the family. And Yosef says, let Mashiach come, and I'll be happy to sit literally again in the shade of the excrement of Mashiach's head. What is that? Yosef, so what that means is like this. Yosef says, essentially, I know what the things about Mashiach come to his head, but I'll deal with it. I'll deal with the suffering. Just bring the shit out of it. Once I said, it's just too totally different than it takes. On whether or not they want to deal to see the suffering with the shit. Only about it, my time, not even in the show, it's not much on the shit out. Once I saw it, it's what is it that's being created? Right? If it's about ultimately again, you know, the one thing was I've always said, let me shit coming out. I don't want to see it. I want to feel the experience. So what's the problem? If it's because of the suffering, not no show Mashiach, right? If it's about the suffering which precedes Mashiach, going back home, show how we go for the other, my yes, I'll bring you to the show Mashiach. What's your question? To save yourself from the trials and travails of Mashiach. Right? What's your question? You save yourself from the suffering which precedes Messianic redemption. Yes, so Torah is the suffering. Wow. Also, you need to save yourself from the trials and tribulations for Messianic era. Indeed, in Torah, confess it. Confess it. Right. First of all, what does this even mean? We'll come back to it. Torah confesses saving from suffering of Messianic era. In my heart Torah, Torah means suffering. So if you know, I remember again. You know, so like, you have all the stuff yet, Torah. Your classics, what do you want to worry about? They're told their classics. Actually, if you really see, there is a something that's receiving us in the I'm going to show you the fruit. I might have the opposite merits more than consumed, but maybe I can look around it, but also sometimes one of the to wipe out a lifetime of merit. So right now you have the merit of Torah and Christ, and you want to escape the suffering of Messianic era. And maybe I sin, it'll wipe out my merit, and then I'll be subject to the suffering of Messianic era. So the Lord says, Jimmy, I know you're not trying to take your heart with you. So that's the promise you got, but I got your back. I got your back. I will watch you, and I will guide you everywhere you go. And then he always says, it's sleeping not over the back, you gotta get yourself, that you know you got to your own time, it's so low. That's when you got your saying, listen, what's the shot? If Hashem says to Yaakov, I got you. You have nothing to worry about. I have your back. I got you. I have nothing to worry about. Then why is Yaakov so afraid? Which we know it says, shall we snare, shall we go nothing? Ultimately, what probably was he was scared, but although he arrested the records of Malach, he was going to do something that was hard for that Malach to do it. Listen, I should also better than such a give sign. I got all that side, so it's really the show. That's just this profound soul, which is this is kind of presenting the people of coming back to your most. Do not believe in yourself until you do that you die. Because no matter how many years, how much merit I have locked up in a key that I thought to myself was incredible, I can lose it. You can, and then one bad decision can wipe out so much merit. So you see, treat people as good as they are, you need this existential fear that I may wipe out all of my people in quiet level. You know, it's a design that I get one class shows, I get one class shows, zero show. It's supposed to be first compared to Swagger for sure. I got one show, so this is the second, the second coming, but that tells us something like that. But if you're going to the second rival like this, right? With Ezra. I remember I thought, really, how you say, that's just one least to be a shield, to be a shoulder, Ella should go on happy. Rather than as a single the price of human rights as well. It became a miracle with your shield, it's just human rights over became miracles with Ezra as well, but because of the sinful behavior of the Jewish people, we did not get that miraculous section. That's what we're talking about for today. We're going to continue with this overwhelming humanity. Mashiach continues to learn. Listen, by the way, how incredible is this one figure of Mashiach? Because when you know Mashiach is not yet here, when you read Mashiach Gemara's, you have the opportunity to experience a little bit of Mashiach each and every one together and shut up everyone. I was telling you how great to everyone. What's the most interesting thing about you? 31 years old, there's got to be something other than your wife sold her fucking house. Really trying, kid. Yes, but it must have a clear, simple way to do it. I have my degree in sound. What is it? Drill sergeant. Are you serious? Wow, an American hero, okay? That's starting to make sense. A little bit of PTSD going on up there. I like it. All right, people say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. To thank our commentary sponsors. I know commentary sponsors. Restream, hey. And tells us about dedicating all the Shuman drugstores this year as his first for the source of us all around as well. Commentary sponsors for the month of Adra Balim Lekova, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Hakoin, Ziv Levin, and Brahmi families in memory of Mr. William Ziv Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael from the Rafa. And a week of running sponsors, Nathan and Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudas, Esther Bas, and Roger from the Rafa. We are very married lifetime Torah. All of the Nishon's Aliyah. The families in the family, all those who wish that we could close all the Israel. The Israel will bring all of our hostages home, and may our holy soldiers be successful before and our Savior. So with that, let us begin. So we have a lot from Baruch Hashem. Today's date is Tzadik Ches 98. We are picking up on Tzadik Zayin on the days 97B, and we are picking up in the about 5 lines before the widest lines. 5 lines before the widest lines. Amra Baye. There are never less than 36 seconds who are able to receive the face of the Shekhinah of every generation. So say this thing up. We all know this. Lamed Vav Tzadikim in every generation who are able again to have this lashon of the tablet application, who are able to receive the Shekhinah. Shneim, Ashkei Cholchei Lo. Praiseworthy are those who wait for him. Lo. And Lo in Gematria, Lamed Vav, Lo in Gematria, plus the Shishab is 36. That's all it's only 36 from Rabbah. Dora comes to Tabichu, Timnei Sari Alfi Paris, Timnei Sari Alfi. Yet again, Rabbah said that the road that sits before Hashem's Baruch, which means the Tzaddik, closest to Hashem's Baruch, number 18,000. 18,000. So what's going on over here? So there's 36 of 18,000. So the Marfishim Emar Sobi, Shmona Sa'ela, Simars Lokasha, Hod Mistakli Bispakai, Hod Mistakli Bispakai, also, there are different levels. Bispakai means vision. So there's Bispakai which means total clarity of vision, and Bispakai a little bit of a cloudy vision. Different types of vision. So there are 36 tzaddikim. You see, actually, complete, clear vision. Then there are many others who perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but the vision is not as clear. So the Gemara says, when we fish pretty high, one of the really souls of these 18,000 people who perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu, even the level of this Baclaria She'ina Megillah is still a very high level. Are there that many people who have that clarity of vision? However, it's going to bring them the show Shabbat. Also, he's incredible Gemara. So he's similar to Shabbat. But you see the Ne'aliyah, the Hein Mu'atim. I've seen the Ne'aliyah, and there are few amongst them. Few B'nei Aliyah. That was it. Now, what is this mean? So the Shema is making a tremendous statement that there are, in life, one of the hardest qualities to find is B'nei Aliyah. Well, now, what does it mean to be a Ben Aliyah? To be a Ben Aliyah means, just like what it says, to be a person who desires growth. You know, it's interesting. There's a lot of community coming. Because what do you have to do when people come from? What do you have to do? What do you have to do? Study Torah. Studying Torah is profoundly and inherently enjoyable. Plenty of community coming. There are actually some people who are also going with Chassadim, who do Chassid. This Chassid is also inherently enjoyable. Who wouldn't want to do it? Rashi says the hardest thing to find in this world is B'nei Aliyah. People who really want to grow. People who really want to grow. They want to grow at all times. Now again, it doesn't mean they're tzaddikim. Or it doesn't mean they're ge'onim. It just means that they're never happy with where they are, and they always are looking for more. So the Shema says it's very difficult to find them. In Aleph, if there are thousands, if there are thousands in the world, I need to buy me and my son, remember again, my son is with Allah. Right, my son and I, we are counted amongst them. In Mayah, and if there's 100, I need to be in then my son and I are also amongst them. In Shnayim, if there are only 2 B'nei Aliyah in this entire world, I need Upini. It's me and my son. The Lord says, one point out, you read Gemara like this, like, oh, okay, it's not Gaiva. It's not Gaiva, it's knowing who you are. And Roshel Baruch understood that there was one thing that he possessed in this world, is that he was a Ben Aliyah. He wanted more. He always wanted more. And the son of Elazar, even more than his father. Shabbat, listen, I don't know how many B'nei Aliyah there are in this world. Well, I can tell you like this. There's only 2, and they get 3 of them. The point that Rav says, when Shabbat is saying, I don't know how many like B'nei Aliyah there are. I don't know how many there are. So now the Gemara is saying 36, 18,000. The Gemara says as follows: Lokasha, how the Eilu below lives. Once again, the Gemara gives kind of the same characteristics, which is there are plenty of B'nei Aliyah. What it's saying is like this: there are plenty of people, plenty of tzaddikim. There are sometimes some tzaddikim of B'nei Aliyah who are able to enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission, and others who require permission. So there are many who can enter whatever this means. There are many who can enter with permission. There's a select few who can enter even without permission. Of course, the notion of entering the HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission represents metaphorically this incredibly high spiritual level. So you find many holy people, but there's a certain type or certain group of people that, so to speak, have the ability to enter in the dark and powerful whenever they want. Look at Rashi this moment. Rashi is how I lead the Irish. It's just when you tell your shows. כשנכנסים להסתכל בספקלריה מבירה בעינו לא כפיסים נכנס לשיס. אבל also נכנסים בלא לשיס, ברוב ציפקם in the South of Hamilton. Let's listen to this. And I was more suggesting this as follows. There are 36 tzaddikim in this world who are able to go ahead and enter into Catholic functions with permission. And when they enter in with permission, they're able to see Hashem this with clarity of vision. And then there is some unknown number of people, probably a much smaller number of people, who are able to enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission, whatever this means, and also have that clarity of vision. So 36 is the number of people who Spaklaria Meira that need permission to enter. And then some smaller groups afterwards that don't need permission and also have this Spaklaria Meira. Incredible. So the man goes like that. I'm not calling people. I want to say this in after this entirely exhaustive discussion about Mashiach, so what ends up happening? So Rav comes on and says as follows: color people. So many people make calculations when Mashiach is coming. All of those times, have already come and gone. They come and gone. Color pieces. And now at this point, in a Gavatale Ella B'Shua messenger. If you want Mashiach, you need Tshuva and you need messenger. So we'll say a dramatic shift. God says, stop with the guessing the dates. Stop with trying to figure it out. Any dates that anyone made beforehand historically, those dates have come and gone. Mashiach is still going to come, but the only way he's going to come is if you bring him. And how do we bring him? Ultimately against Tshuva messenger. Shmuel says, Dayo la'ava sheya'amod ba'avlo. Ultimately, again, it is enough for the Avel to stay in his Avel. So what does this mean? So Shmuel says no. Just like an Avel who's suffering, what happens? Shiva ends. Shiva comes to an end. Shmuel says, Godless will come to an end and Mashiach will come. So what's the fundamental difference between Rav and Shmuel? Working backwards, Shmuel states, use a date by which Mashiach will come. Shmuel Rav saying it's not true. All of the dates have already passed. They've already passed. At this point, now it's up to us to bring Mashiach only through our Tshuva and our Meisim Tovim. Incredible. You know, goes back to Kitran. This is not one but Eliezer Omer, Yisrael from Tshuva, you're not being the government. The Eliezer says, how is all this Tshuva? Mashiach will come. If you don't do Tshuva, he won't come. I'm going to be sure. I mean, there's Tshuva in the government. If you don't do Tshuva, there's no Gula, Ela, Kadosh Baruch Hu, Ma'adim, Ba'anela, Shekzeros, Akashos, Koharim, the Yisrael, Osim, Tshuva, Machshirah. It's not true. If we don't do Tshuva, this is what happens. The devotional orchestrate situations through which we have to do Tshuva. So, creating this all part of the despotic king. Violence and the despotic king will force us to go ahead and literally return us to our correct ways. Tanya Ida, Rabbi Eliezer Omer, Yisrael Osim Tshuva Nidol. The Lord says, if we do Tshuva, we'll be redeemed. Shnei Mashiach, Baruch Shalom, everyone Yisrael Sefer. Amar Lord Yeshua, Alok Vayner, Mashiach, and Yisrael Sefer. Yet the Pasuk says you were sold for nothing and you will not be redeemed for money. What does that mean? You were sold into diaspora. You were sold into Kabbalah because of idolatry. What's the word for idolatry? Zero. There's zero value. Yet you took it upon yourself and you were sold as a result. Because the love of Kesef, you will not be redeemed with money, nor with Tshuva for Meisim Tovim. Not even through Tshuva and Meisim Tovim will you be redeemed. In other words, it's not Tshuva Meisim Tovim that brings Mashiach. Rather, again, there's a date. There's a time, and when that time comes, Mashiach will be that such come. He says, I'm going to know Rabbi Yeshua. I look fine, I'm but the Pasuk says, return to me and I return to you, which sounds like it's part of the same person. If we do Tshuva, then we're doing the Huda. I'm going to Rabbi Yeshua, look fine, I know people out of the לקחתי אסכם אחד מאיר, ושתיים משפחה, והבאתי אסכם סיון, which sounds like it's a flock in front of the people. Amr Rabbi Eliezer, Alok Varnema. If you look, they're like lobbing back at each other. They're different messianic beliefs. Alok Varnema. Yeshua Benachas Toshir. Yeshua Alok Varnema. Kol Hashem. Goal Yisrael. Yoshem Yisrael. Nefesh. Melissa. Right. The Evan Moshman. The welcome you. Couple times. The welcome you. The company trying to stop it. However, Alok Varnema. In Toshir Yisrael. Hashem. He life. Actually, let's go. I have a question. I put this Shuvah. Let's go through return to us. Amr Rabbi Yeshua. Alok Varnema. The Eshma as a Ish Shabbat Nefemal Nemei Hayor. Yoram Nino Solo Alashnei. They just call the high all of the avoid husband. The country follows Rabbi Yad and Pelish Kolera Torah. Just like at this point again, Rabbi Eliezer was quiet. Listen, so what you see over here, and again, shifting back and forth, is fundamental focus from Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua. Rabbi Eliezer essentially saying that essentially, we're not just saying that Allah will this tshuva will be redeemed. Rabbi Yeshua, it's not the way it goes. Mashiach comes when Hashem ordains it. They throw psukim back and forth at each other. The conclusion was, the way the Gemara ends, the conclusion is that Rabbi Eliezer ultimately again was refuted by Rabbi Yeshua's psukim. So it sounds like over here is the sheet of Rabbi Yeshua, which is that Mashiach comes when the Father chooses to bring him. That seems to be the opinion that troubles. So it's like a random conversation, just understand that these people come with one of knowledge that remain outstanding. So when does Mashiach come? Does Mashiach come when we see tshuva, or does Mashiach come almost independent of our tshuva when after each part of the return to things? There's just some point in time by which the world has to be redeemed. Focus, incredible. Well, Amar Rabbi Abba, let's say, Rabbi, let's see that you see yourself. Let's say, come on, how can this remain unresolved? Right? We have to know these things. And what's the answer? What's the answer? No, we don't. No, we don't. Because the truth is what I say, this is the same way why the whole concept of Mashiach is not even explicitly mentioned in the Torah. To be honest, the Ribono Shel Olam does not want us to be messianically focused. The Torah wants us to be focused on maximizing time in this world. That's our goal. Our goal is to become the best version of ourselves. Our goal is to become the reality. Our goal is to make a difference in the world. Our goal is to help others. Whether Mashiach comes because of our to become Bali Tshuva, whether Mashiach comes about to right? Whether our Tshuva, ultimately again, whether Mashiach is going to come to Tshuva, or whether Mashiach is coming ultimately again because of some type of end game. To a certain degree, is irrelevant. I believe he's going to come. I believe he's going to come. Like we saw yesterday's God. I know that I'm going to wait for him every single day, but not passively wait for him. And we'll figure it out. It's not really my job. It's not really my job. My job, maximize this world, maximize this life, maximize my abilities. Let's go out there. I'm going to be out there. Aim, Kate, Aim, Hush, Aim, Kate. Don't go to against what the other says. There is no more revealed date than this. Rashi says that yes. What does this mean? The other says he wants he wants signs of Mashiach, right? We look at this all the time. Like, the truth is, I can live without knowing the date of Mashiach. Just what do I want to know? What do I want to know? That is close, right? I just want to know that we're heading in the right direction. This by the way, is an incredible divide. Now the Abba says, is that if you want to know the most overt sign of Mashiach is coming, and we'll say, what is it? Shneimar, Va'atem, Hari Yisrael, Antechem Titenu, Ukrichem Tisu La'ami Yisrael. So this is the Gemara quotes the passage from Yechezkel. Yechezkel says, when the land comes back to life, when the trees produce their fruit, when the vines produce their fruit, that's how you know that Mashiach is coming. When Klal Yisrael is not in Eretz Yisrael, the land is dormant. When Klal Yisrael is in Eretz Yisrael, the land comes back to life. The more the land produces, the closer you know it is. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, at the first short line, we should take in Eretz Yisrael, Kiryah, Sha'ayim Yacha. When Eretz Yisrael produces fruit, and good measure, Yiklach, Akitz, that in your heart keeps me through this. You know, Mashiach is close, and there is no greater revelation about the closeness of Mashiach than the vitality of the language. I mean, let's say, okay, I have a little bit of a running joke beside the shoot. We see, like, this is why, we live in a time where Eretz Yisrael produces award-winning wines. Award-winning wines. Like, the number of boutique wineries in Eretz Yisrael is astounding. The number of established wineries is astounding. I will say, it's not just that there's beauty wines in Eretz Yisrael. It's that the ultimate sign that the Uber is close. Ultimate wine that is only left by Eretz Yisrael. Every sip of Eretz Yisrael wine is a sip of do you remember? Some of us are old enough to remember. Right? You can't remember what used to be the section of kosher wine. What was it? But it was very section like the square bottle, like the square bottom bottle, right? And that was it. Like some malaga, like the big thing with a handle on top. That was it. Something like that. It's not so really good. But I will say now, it's incredible. Now, you couldn't drink all the wine if you wanted. So you just got it like that. It's incredible. And it's not just something, oh, it's so nice. It's a sign of Mashiach. So just as a sign, how is it just a sign of Mashiach? It's so important to support that ministry as well. So important to put on money here as well. At the end of the day, that's facilitating the messianic advancement as well. Incredible. So much goes back there. But it also says, האם שכר האדם גולמיה ושכריהם איננו, הוא יוצא ולבוא עם שלום מן הצד. So Rebbe says there's another sign of the impending messianic arrival, which is that as messianic arrival approaches, there will not be money to pay the wages of people, not be money to pay the wages of animals. Like the Yotze V'Lavo, in Shalom Yinatzar, to those who are going and coming, there is no respite from the enemy. Mali Yotze V'Lavo, in Shalom Yinatzar, what does that mean? Rav Amar Achtamid Chachamim Shekasu Bahem Shalom. Even Talmidei Chachamim, who are known for possessing tranquility, would say Shalom Rav. They are based on Secha, in Shalom Yinatzar, even Talmidei Chachamim are known for their tranquility because Torah engenders a sense of tranquility. Shalom Rav. There is great peace for those left of us, and we know this from our own lives. When you learn, and when you are steeped in learning, there's a certain calmness, a certain soothing, a certain tranquility that you have in life. So you can come into by definition possess that tranquility, and the peanut and the dancing that you will not be able to find that tranquility. So there's no kind of happiness in this case. On one hand, right, the first thing says, yeah, Rabbi Abba saying, the sign of impending messianic arrival is the land will come back to life. Land will come back to life. And then you have Rav who says, right, what does it mean? There's going to be so much turbulence. So listen, so once again, this competing knowledge, right, is the impending messianic arrival, is it kind of heralded by beautiful growth, or is it heralded by incredible and overwhelming difficult circumstances? And by the way, those not mutually exclusive. But Shmuel says, Shmuel says the sign of messianic arrival is that all Christians will be the same. And let's say, they're actually saying this as well. This could be good or this could be bad. Right? This could be good, meaning that everything will be generally inexpensive, or that no, even inexpensive staple items will be as expensive as luxury items. Okay? Any day David Ba, actually, it's back to the whole of the Mashiach only comes also, so again, this is part of the suffering motif here. Mashiach only comes when there's incredible suffering, in this case, financial suffering, and poverty. That literally, now, interestingly enough, let's remember, there's nothing from my perspective. The remedy for everything is, I'm ready to go. Right? It works for everything, right? So you went from that to teach that. Right? So the Gemara says, fellas, the Gemara says, when you is such poverty, that even then you'll be able to find meat for a sick person. Not only that, you have to meet the next best thing, like this fish. You won't even be able to find fish for a sick person. Below you must have as Ashkia Milan and Arosam, Shem al Sab, the Yom Abu, at Sinach, turn the basis, shall never care about him. King Ben David Bog, at Shatif and Malchus Hazalam Israel. Person says, Mashiach only comes when there's a total loss of what's fine with Chazal. Malchus Hazalam means even a little bit of a time. Right? So, otherwise, even in Chazal, there's usually some element of autonomy that's there. when Mashiach comes, there's a loss of any level of authority. שנאמר, וכל הזלזל במזמור. that's why Ha'isahu Yoba Shani Hashem Tzvakos in Shachomor. Or is he Rabbi Ein Gain Davin Bas, Ashirich Lukasi Rakishna. When the Mashiach comes ultimately again, when there are no Kasi Rash, when arrogant people, this is precious and ultimately again, arrogance is what keeps Mashiach away. Right? So when I know we're arrogant people, that's when ultimately again Mashiach will come. It's like Tzaddik Chesed 98a, about four lines up from before it gets quiet. שנאמר כי אז עושים בקרבך עליך דאבסך עושים השארתי בקרבך עם אני בדאו וחסי בשמו שלו ובסלעי בשום בשמו של אחד היחידים שנסתק לנו מושיע that is arrogance that keeps Mashiach away. Arrogance that keeps Mashiach away. What's the logic behind that, right? The logic behind that is to remember again. Well, let's see inside. So what was I for? Rabbi Small. So I'm Rabbi Small. I'm sure Rabbi Small. In time that the law, I give this control to the social media. Mashiach comes when the judges and enforcers no longer exist by Allah. This is talking about corrupt judges and corrupt enforcers, people who exploit their power for self-gain. שנאמר, והשיבה ידי עליך, ועצות דבר סיגך, והשיבה שלך, אומר אלוה, was beautiful. And you try and lift this Ella, it's stuck. It also first white line. Ula says that Yerushalayim is only redeemed with tzedakah. Sheme'anart Sion with mishpat tikader, v'shadad with tzedakah. Like Sion will be redeemed with mishpat, with justice. V'shadad with tzedakah will return to with tzedakah. Now listen, this is very important. So whenever we read this Gemara, we say, what do you talk about? What do you see? Like tzedakah, like chesed, you could Look at that great revelation. It's very beautiful. Not in the scheme of it, just in the general sense. He says, one of the mistranslated words, all of this type, is tzedakah. He says, we translate tzedakah as charity. As charity. He says, that's not what tzedakah means. What the charge of tzedakah is tzedakah. What does tzedakah mean? Justice. First he says like this. In life, there are people who have and there are people who don't. And the way it is, if you don't have, you must share with those who don't have. It's not charitable. It's not something nice. It's not something beautiful. It's the way it's part of the program the world to work. So in other words, just like those who don't have need to receive, those who have need to give. Notice that this is incredibly important because a lot of times we look at our stuck activities, we look at our chesed activities, and like other times, like this is like my charity work. It's beautiful. It's not. It's not. It is the moral obligation that we have. If you have more than you need, Hashem, we should always look at that. But by definition, there is the moral obligation. It's tzedakah. It's tzedakah. It's justice to give, to do for the other. It's not just with your money. It's with your money. It's with your time. It's with your resources. It's with your abilities. There is a moral obligation to give and to share with the other. So what does the Gemara say? I should make things like this. So if this element tzedakah, when we're saying interestingly enough, when does Mashiach come? Mashiach comes when we realize that helping each other is not something that's nice, but helping each other is something that is an absolute requirement and obligation. So the moment that we realize that tzedakah is not charity, but tzedakah is tzedek, is justice, and suddenly again I feel I have a moral charity and a moral obligation to help. Of course I have to give. Of course I have to do. Of course I have to be there for the other, not because it's nice, not because it's chesed, not because it's this, but because everyone says this is chesed and tzedakah. But chesed represents things that maybe you're not obligated to do, but you go above and beyond. Tzedakah represents things that you do that you're obligated to do. The moment those kind of like nice things become obligatory things in our hearts, that's the moment that the end of the Mashiach comes. It's incredible. So about this like this: if arrogant people will no longer exist, the Amagushis will no longer exist as well. So the Amagushis, Rashi points out over here, they are Persian sorcerers. So the idea over here is as long as they're arrogant Jews, it's going to be Persian sorcerers. Partly Daini, partly Gizlifti. And if corrupt judges would start to exist, so too corrupt Gentile judges would cease to exist as well. So the idea is we bring about a lot of the negative forces in the world. If we're arrogant, then we bring about the sorcerers who do negative things. If we're corrupt judges, then we bring about Gentile corrupt judges who do the same. So the Gemara goes like this. Bhakti Amushi, it said that that's of the Barsikayak, Fasir Kaldiraya. Bhakti Dayani, Bhakti Sirafti, Israel Shem is whatever, on the other side. What's the third white boy? I'm going to be open this. It's incredible. In the Israel Shem is made for Hole, Chakala. What's it if you see, if you see a generation that is suffering from general poverty, wait for the Mashiach. Which means again, poverty is a precursor for the Mashiach. There is this motif more and more. So Chakala Shneimar, that's Am Ani Toshia. The Rebbe will save an impoverished nation. I'm not going in the East of Russian Tsar's Rabban's balls, I love Kinar, Chakala. Bless you. If you see a generation where there are overwhelming sorrows that literally again are coming upon it like a river, just like the river keeps flowing. You feel like there's constant sorrows for Klal Yisrael. Chakela, ultimately wait for Mashiach Shnei Anars. Lavo Benar Sar, Lach Hashem, Mosesses Kol Salaplay, Uva Yitzio Goya. So we'll say it's fascinating, right? I just want to talk about something how amazing this is. Why is like the best thing in the world to be a Jew? Listen, look how we deal with difficult circumstances, right? If you see a generation where there's rampant poverty, or if you see a generation where there's ridiculous suffering, oh, you know what it means? You know what it means? You know what it means? The Mashiach is close. I say, what other nation in the world thinks in this way, right? Everyone else, if things are bad, that generally means what? Most probably things are going to get worse. Right? That's generally the way bad things work. So if things are bad, just just wait for it, because you're going to see it's about to get okay, so let's say, and this should give us sources, I think yesterday I was going with this I'm going to stop just listening to this. I've had one of those days, but this is just crazy. It's just because it's hard to know also, like, is the news accurate? And it sounds like a little crazy. Is it accurate? Is it slanted? And this is really going to affect the news that are very small, right? So disheartening. Everything is disheartening. About Prime Minister is doing this, Minister is doing this, the Minister is doing this, the Minister is dancing to hurt the souls. Like, what the heck is going on over here? What is this? It is like the banana. It's like the nursery school teacher went out of the room and no one is paying attention to the Kinderlaw, right? And they're eating crayons. That's what it's like, right? Right. So the school teacher and the Kinderlaw are eating crayons. They're covering on the walls, right? They're doing everything. Anyway, like, what is this? What is this? These are adults. They're responsible for millions of people. They're responsible for the future of the community of Klal Yisrael, and acting like to call them children is an insult to children. It's an insult to children. That's really what it is. At least, at the core are Kaddish and Tar. And you want to say, what was this? It's the whole thing. Again, it's exactly that. The whole thing. And then you read it, like, okay, this is not your face. Because sometimes, like, the worse it looks, not the most. Wait for it. Because they cause themselves worse, the worse it looks, just needs to drop off, is even closer than ever before. Incredible. Shema is like, don't be open on Inten David Bot, Ella Bigrar, Shekul Zach. Let's say, again, a reverse idea. Mashiach only comes in a generation that's totally tzaddikim. Mashiach comes and cries out tzaddikim. So it's just again, just on the same page, same one. Mashiach only comes when it's complete poverty. Mashiach only comes when there's suffering. No, Mashiach only comes when there's complete piety. or everyone's really bad. And Mashiach comes either way, everyone's really good or everyone's really bad. Shemar says, Kulachai, Kadosh Kulachai Tzid, Ba'amech Kulam said, you can roll in your Shemar. Kadosh Kulachai Tzid, Bayar Ki Ish, Bayishtomim Ki Mashiach Tzid, Lama'ani Aseh. That's what says, come on, my focus, Bapig Mashiach. Honorable Alexander Yeshua Ben Levi, Lamik Tzid, Be'ita Achishana, sorry, Be'ita. The pasuk says, Be'ita, which means Mashiach will come in its appointed time. Uksiv Achishana. But then the pasuk says, I will hasten the arrival of Mashiach. So which one is it? Be'ita means Mashiach's coming at a defined time. I will hasten the arrival of Mashiach. Which one is it? Zachu Achishana, Lo Zachu Be'ita. So if we are Zocha, right? If we are meritorious, then ultimately Hashem will hasten the arrival of Mashiach. If we're not meritorious, then at the end of the day, Be'ita, he will come at his appointed time. I'm Rabbi Alexandria, B'shon Levi, Ramik Siv, Va'alu Am Anani Shmaya, Kibar Inish Atal, Siv, Ani Barochid Al Chamar. Zaku Am, I'm sorry, Zaku Am Anani Shmaya, Lo Zaku Ani Barochid Al Chamar. So once again, I'll say, Mashiach going to be someone as a cloud comes from the sky, or like a hopper riding on a donkey. So the clouds moving the sky very quickly, the park on the donkey, not so much. So which one is it? Does Mashiach come quickly or does Mashiach come slowly? Once again, it depends on us. So again, in this approach in the Gemara, what you begin to see is the arrival of Messianic redemption is fundamentally dependent on us. If we're righteous, it comes faster. If we're wicked, it comes slower. Amar ben Shavar Malka Yishua, this is incredible. So Shavar Malka, King Shapur, said to Shmuel, I'm using Mashiach al Chamra Asin. I say, by the way, this is the pasuk that we just quoted over here. This is the pasuk that tells us that Mashiach comes on a donkey. So King Shapur heard this pasuk. Mashiach comes on a donkey. He says, Asi Ishtole Sisi Barka. I'm giving my best for us. Actually, Mashiach come on a donkey. I'm making a donation to the Mashiach fund. Like I donate my best. I'm going to give him my best horse. He has a horse of 100 colors. Now, what does anyone say? So essentially, the Shmos is back to King Shapur is you should see Mashiach. Like that's private. In other words, you think your horse is better than a donkey. I think the donkey and Mashiach over the nicest of your horses any day. Incredible. But if you're sure it goes like this, get ready for this. If you're Dakuni Kavuso or Kaver, he's not here at Shir, you should text him and you should tell him, I feel so sorry for you. My heart breaks for you that you were not able to get out of bed this morning. To be part of something dramatically life-altering, cathartic, and overwhelming. I'm sorry. Clearly, you must be in the throes of something major. Right? In the through a shalema, right? In the through a club of lava, Hashka Babala is not positive. Right, we'll take a bit of healing for you, and hopefully you'll be back later. This is some things you miss in life. All right, 7.5 years we'll be back in that session. Rishon Levi. Ashkot le'iliyot. The Habukanya Kisla de Ma'arta de Rishon Bayachak. Rishon Levi was standing at the entrance of the grave of Rabbi Shabbat Habos. Remember again, for those who are not the last Yaakov Kala, but 2 Yaakov Kalas ago, we went to the entrance of the grave of Rashbi in the road. Now, again, there's the grave on top. And if you know some people, you can actually go below, right to the entrance of the Ma'ara. We'll be at the entrance of the Ma'ara. So Rabbi Shimon Levi was standing right, found Elio, and where was Elio? At the entrance of the Ma'ara to Rishon Bayochai. So Amalei, Asil La'amadas. So Shimon Levi said to Elio, am I going to Olam Haba? Am I going to Olam Haba? Am I going to the world to come? Amalei, in Yirtza Adon Hazah. Baruch wants you. No, what for me? I'm not in charge, right? So in other words, Hashem wants you to go to Olam Haba. We go to Olam Haba. I'm not sure what Levi. Shnayim Levi. See, we're close to Moshanati. So Rabbi Levi says, I'm standing here with you, Elio. So there's 2 of us, but I hear 3 voices. So ultimately, again, Rabbi Levi heard whatever this means, the voice of the Shekhinah. Rashi says Yeshua Hava Bahadam. Yeshua was that. So let's imagine the scene. So again, in the Arnav is standing by the entrance of the grave of Rabbi Shimon Yochai. So now Rabbi Shimon lady passes by. He's talking with Eli Arnav, and according to what's to come. I don't know, ask Hashem. Then Rabbi Shimon lady hears another voice. The Torah is there as well. Amalei, Amos Asi Mashiach. So now Rabbi Shimon lady says to Eliyahu, when is Mashiach coming? Now, the reason he feel why does he say this to Eli Arnav? And the Pashas Eli Navi is the one who comes before to announce the album Mashiach. So when does Mashiach come? Amalei, Zil Shailin Gidei. Go ask him. Go ask Mashiach. Ask Mashiach when he's coming. Mashiach says, okay, the Hechi Yasin. Where can I find Mashiach? Where is he? That I should ask him. Apisgat Dekarta. He is situated at the gates of Rome. Mashiach sits at the gates of Rome. So the Gemara says, in my simone, I was saying, how will I know? Fine, so I'll go to the gates of Rome, and how should I go ahead, and how should I know who he is? How should I know who he is? So the Gemara says, so if you look, by the way, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, the Piska de Karto, Nira Lamori, Loba Pesachai, Mamish Elegant Eden, who can get Kola Olam the Karla related to the old Sat, Shogun Eden, Shenega Pesach, Mashiach Shari. I was saying, Rashi quotes from his teaching, he says, Pesach here doesn't mean the entrance to the city, rather than the entrance to the Ganesha. Also, that is not the way that everyone is going to do that. Everyone is going to go out there. Pesach here literally means the entrance way to Rome. Mashiach comes out, Mashiach resides at the entrance way to Rome. So I find him. Shimon Levi says, okay, I'll go find him, but how do I know who he is? We're going to see there's a lot of people who are at the entrance way to the city of Rome. So how will I know who he is? We might see Yosef Bennett and Lee Soviet Hawaii. What's the great things? Who scares the entrance of the lepers? The lepers, those with Sarams, they're not allowed inside of the city. Mashiach lived alongside with all of the lepers. Rashi says, Soviet Hawaii, meaning Goyim, who are not meaning Nuba. So ultimately, Mashiach would live with all the lepers, and Mashiach himself was also a leper. Also a leper. They say, but whom of Hulov, okay, so Mashiach was also a leper. He stands with all the lepers. So now, okay, and we go to Mashiach. Mashiach is a leper. Mashiach is a leper. So by the way, just before you go forward, I just want to point out something. Listen, Mashiach does not walk around, right, with a long beard and distinguished clothing. And the person we normally think is, oh, that guy is Mashiach. Mashiach is probably one of those people who you look at and you look the other direction. So we go ahead and probably rotate the time to take the challenge. We're like the people who get a little bit more on the nerves. Or the people maybe we try to avoid. Or the people who we marginalize. Or the people who just we push to the periphery. Like, Mashiach is not the person who everybody wants to be around. Listen, this is a tremendous, tremendous thing. Because sometimes the people who reach us marginalize people and don't give the time of day, those people are often the holiest of the holy. Tremendous idea. So Mashiach again is a leper sitting by the entranceway of Rome. So like Jonas is, how can I figure out who it is? I don't know who it is. The Gemara says, so you see, the lepers have to change their bandages. So the way it works is generally, again, lepers change their bandages all at once. Okay? You'll notice, by the way, even Shalichad Ba'asirchad. Mashiach only changes his bandages one bandage at a time. Now, why is that? Listen to this. Dilma, because again, he's concerned what's going to happen. What happens if he gets the call? Right? So Mashiach is on call. So what happens if he gets the call? Here's the issue. If all of his bandages are off, and the sheriff says, okay, go, it's going to be big, he has to wrap up everything. So instead, what he does is, he only bandages one, unbandages and rebandages one wound at a time. This way, he's never out of commission for a long amount of time. Listen, it's tremendous. So first of all, tremendous in that you see, Mashiach himself is literally ready to go. He's ready to go. Varai only changes his bandages one at a time. I would say there's also a tremendous metaphor in this. Many of us walk around life with many different wounds, and many different things that we have to heal. There's the Sahara sometimes to try to heal everything at once. And when I identify everything that's broken, and I just heal it all at once. Life doesn't work that way. The best way to heal your wounds, your personalistic wounds, is Decide what you want to feel. Decide what you want to feel. And how you want to feel it. Heal that first. Once you heal one wound, like Mashiach, then move on to this. The problem is often when you're undone with all of the stuff you got to deal with, and you look at yourself in the mirror, all the stuff that's broken, all the stuff that's wounded, all the stuff that's in a state of disrepair, can become overwhelming, and that's when that's when despair sets in and do that. But one damage at a time, one wound at a time, one broken bone at a time, and slowly but surely over time you begin to heal yourself. Incredible. Oslo Dabek. So surely he says, Hashem Shia. So can you just imagine what that must have been? So even if he's not right, he's not. So he's like he's not coming back, right? He hasn't revealed himself yet. He's not like Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi found Yeshua. He found him. Azul Gabay, Amalei, Shalom Alecha Rabbi. So that the change will come. The day will come. The Mashiach will stand before us. And you two will be up on this Hashem to say, Shalom Alecha Rabbi Umar. Remember what's going to happen? Mashiach comes, and before he does anything, he's just going to say, I don't know how we're going to know. I don't know how we're going to know. Somehow, but we're going to know. And he's just going to stand there, and he's just going to say those words, Shalom Alecha Rabbi Umar. He waited 2,000 years to say those words. Just being able to say those words to Mashiach before he does anything will be such a sweeping balm for the collective soul of Israel. So we should believe a Shalom Alecha Rabbi Mori. Amalei, Shalom Alecha Bar Levi. Shalom Alecha to you. Bar Levi means Ben Levi. Shalom Alecha Bar Levi. Amalei, Le'emas Hashira. So if she learns this, he skips the pleasantries. He's like, let's get to it. Let's get to it. When are you coming? When are you coming? Guys, you need to. When are you coming? So Amalei, Hayom. Wow. The Jazz is coming today. You're coming today. So I'll say that's it. I'm sure that he's like, I'm good. I've got nothing else. He goes back. Apparently, he goes back to the Nabi. Also, look at the Elio. He's even like the when this needs to go back to Elio at the entrance, by the gate of Rashbi, by the gate of Rashbi, or somewhere else you don't know. But again, you're back to Elio. Amalei, my Amalei. So Elio says, so he knew what happened. What did Mashiach tell you? So Amalei, Shalom Alecha Bar Levi. It's the first thing. It's like Mashiach said hello to me, right? He gave me Shalom. He said Shalom Alecha Bar Levi. To which Elio says, Amalei, Afticha L'Chala L'Chala Aladasi. So first of all, that's a good sign because that means that you and your father have a portion of the world to come. Whereas the fact that Mashiach created you and mentioned your father's name, that's indicative of the fact that both you, Rabbi Yeshua, and your father, Levi, both have a portion in the world to come. So, okay, beautiful. Yeshua is just heartbroken. Why? Amalei, Shakuri Kashaka. Mashiach lied to me. Mashiach lied to me. The Amar Li Hayom Asina B'Ra'asa. Mashiach told me he's coming today and he didn't come. Listen, isn't that overwhelming? Yeshua ben Levi, Yeshua is feeling lied to me. Mashiach told me he's coming today and he did not come. I don't know if he's real, he did not lie to you. Amalei, Haki Amalecha. Hayom in the Kolo Kishmir. What Mashiach was telling you was, I'm ready to come today. I'm ready to come every single year. If you cloud this earth, you get your act together and do what you are supposed to do. I'm ready to come today. In the Kolot Kishmir, to listen to the voice of Hashem. Mashiach wasn't lying. Mashiach was ready. He's changing his bandages one at a time so that he could be ready to redeem us. He is ready to come as long as we are ready to receive him. But to receive him, we have to do the necessary. What it can do. And of course, this goes with the narrative that we control the arrival of Messianic redemption. We control the Messiah. The lives we lead, the decisions we make, the things we do, the things we go through, all of this controls the flow of Messianic redemption. Shalut Hamidon Shavi Yosef ben Kisma. So the students ask Rabbi Yosef ben Kisma, Emosai ben David Ba. When is Mashiach going to come? Yes, Mashiach Amar, Messiare Anisha with Tabakshim. Oh, so Rabbi Yosef ben Kisma said, I'll give you an answer, but I'm scared that you're going to ask me for a sign. I'm going to give you an answer and ask me for a sign. So if I don't want to answer it, I'm alone. I said, Daddy, just answer the question. You will not ask for a sign from me. Okay. Amalei, Lekashiyipo Hasharazah, Biyibne, V'yipol v'yivna, v'yipol v'ein mafsikin l'noso, ad sheben David ba. So this is fine. I'll give you a sign. I'll give you a sign. But sorry, I'll tell you when Mashiach is coming. Mashiach is going to come. Ultimately, again, when this wall falls down, when the gates falls down, and then it falls down the first time they rebuild it, it falls down the second time. And before they go ahead and they get to rebuild it, Mashiach's going to come. Mashiach's going to come. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says over here. Rashi says, "Amalei Yishadu b'chadizim." No, Matir. No, sorry. Sorry, Chad. No. Ashara said, thank you. Sha'ir Romi, Sha'ir Romi. So again, this is a reference to Rome. So again, Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma says that's going to happen. The gate of Rome will fall down. They'll rebuild it. Then it'll fall down again. They'll rebuild it. It'll fall down a third time. Before they get to rebuild it a third time, ultimately Mashiach will come. That's the sign, right? That's when Mashiach will come. Amru lo Rabbeinu, Timanu Os. He said, Rebbe, okay, fantastic. Give us a sign that that's true. Amru lo Rabbeinu, lo Kaka Marta means Shulchan Bakshim and Os. I said, this thing is a bizarre. I told you, I knew you could answer because I was like, what's the shot on you? See, let's say, what ends up happening is Mashiach discussions get people very excited. So when people hear something, all they want is they want the confirmation. That's what this is. Rabbi Yossi, I know this didn't work. That's why I said, I'll tell you about it. I want to give you notes. So I said, let me told us, but give us a sign. So I'm going to go, Alpha Peking. Ready? I got it. You told us that giving us a sign, but come on, just give us a sign. I'm going to have in Kafka up in Ma'aras Kamias, the dam, Yap Kuladam. Also, so Rabbi Yossi gives us that if the waters of the Kamias, right, the waters of the Kamias, turn to blood. So the Kamias is the body of water that feeds the Jordan. Is the idea. If the Kamias turns to blood, that will show you that what I'm saying is correct. And sure enough, the Kamias turn to blood. Incredible. B'shas B'tirasa, at the time Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma was dying, he said, Amr Lahem, Hamikul Yalon, make sure to bury my coffin very deep in the ground on the base. Why? Shein Kol Daka V'Daka Shalababa, Shein Sus Shalhar Sim Mikshava. Because when I die, Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma said our enemies are going to overrun the land. And there's going to be so many Persian horses that every single country will have a Persian horse tethered to it. And they're going to be overrun by the Persians. The meaning is that what? They're going to dig up our caskets and use our caskets as food troughs for their horses. So Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma said, very deep in the earth, so they won't dig up my casket. England, the Baal, the Spashik, and Malchus, and Michelle, Kisha Haroshim. Ben David Mashiach only comes when Rome, the monarchy of Rome, extends itself over time. Now, listen, I want to point out, when you talk about Rome means ego. Rome means ego. Rome doesn't have to be historical Rome, right? It can be anything that is a derivative of Rome. So Mashiach comes only after Rabbi Israel is oppressed by the Malchus of Rome for 9 months. Yitnin at East Yoga, Yoga, the Yitra'achas, Yeshua, the Yitra'achas, Ulot, Yossi, Velo Achemim. That's the visit. Now we come to the fourth visit. Uva said, Yaisi, I hope so much, let Mashiach come, but I don't want to see it. Or what is the other side? What Ula is saying is, I recognize the amount of suffering that is going to precede myself. So, I hope I have that with Mashiach all the time, but I don't want to see it. I don't want to be here to experience all of the suffering that is going to precede Messianic redemption. Let Mashiach come, I don't want to see it. Rabbi Yosef says, Rabbi Yosef says, let Mashiach come, and I'll be happy to sit literally again in the shade of the excrement of Mashiach's donkey. What is that? Yosef, so what that means is like this. Yosef says essentially, bring it. I know that the days after Mashiach are going to be difficult, but I'll deal with it. I'll deal with the suffering. Just bring Mashiach out. Yosef, so just two totally different things it takes on whether or not they want to be here to see the suffering of Mashiach. Only I buy the Rabbah. My time, no. Even in the machine, it's not much on Mashiach. So what is this? What is it that's being done? Right? If it's about ultimately again, what does it mean these rabbis say? let Mashiach come it up. I don't want to see it. I don't want to be with the experience. So what's the problem? If it's because of the suffering, Kavlosh Mashiach, right? If it's about the suffering which precedes necessarily Garabatanya, Shalotani, Rabbi Elazar, what should a person do to save himself from the trials and travails of Mashiach? Right? What should a person do to save himself from the suffering which precedes Messianic redemption? Yasok Batorah, suffering. Wow. Also, what should you do to save yourself from the trials and tribulations for Kim and Sarah's era? Engage in Torah and Chesed. Torah and Chesed. Listen. Now, first of all, what does this even mean? We'll come back to it. Torah and Chesed save you from suffering for Kim and Imar, HaTorah, thought you was Chesed. And ultimately, remember again, the Gemara says, right, Rav, right, you have all the stuff. You have Torah, you have Chesed. What are you worried about? What are these Rabbanim worried about? They have pleasure of Chesed. Chesed is the only saved for any type of suffering which precedes Messianic, right? I might have been requisite knowledge now, but I'm concerned that maybe I'll look at Avera. I want to say sometimes one Avera can wipe out a lifetime of merit. So right now I may have the merit of Torah and Chesed in order to escape the suffering of Messianic. And maybe I'll sin, wipe out my merit, and then I'll be subject to the suffering of Messianic. You might say, this. I know if you're not, which one thing, but I'll show you. The prophet promised Yaakov Avinu, I got your back. I got your back. I will watch you, and I will guard you everywhere you go. And yet it also says, see, when Yaakov was about to encounter Esau, Vayira Yaakov Ma'od Vayisalo. Yaakov was very afraid. Now, what's the pshat? If Hashem says to Yaakov, I got you. You have nothing to worry about. I have your back. You have absolutely nothing to worry about. Then why is Yaakov so afraid? Which the Gemara answers, Shine the scary Shemini Brahma. Ultimately, Yaakov Avinu was scared that although he possessed the requisite merit, maybe he would do something that would cause that merit to be erased. You see, like Shabbos said, by the way, it's such a sign that I get more out of Hashem, Azubi and Shona, that's before you get to Shabbos. It's just to found the soul, which is this part of Chazal's motif of Hashem. Do not believe in yourself until the day that you die. Because no matter how many Zophios, how much merit I have racked up and food and acquired for myself, which is incredible, I could lose it. You really can. And one bad decision can wipe out so much merit. So you see great people, as great as they are, live with this existential fear that I may wipe out all of my food and acquired merit. I get one of Hashem. This is the first one, the first compared to strong with Yeshua. I got on Zukani, so Zubi is the second, let's say the second coming, but that's how you start to write that. Right? It refers to the second arrival in Eretz Yisrael with Ezra. Amami Ata, Ruiv HaYisrael, Lashashan, Mace, Kadia Shnia, Kadia Rishona, Ella, Shegaram, that they can also say, the size of Eretz Yisrael, with incredible miracles with Yeshua. The incredible miracles with Ezra as well, but because of the sinful behavior of the Jewish people, we did not get that miracle. So once we stop over for today, we're going to continue with this overwhelming Gemara today. Overwhelming Gemara. Mashiach continues tomorrow. Let's say, by the way, how incredible is it to learn Sugyas of Mashiach? Because the Mashiach is not yet here. When we learn Mashiach's Gemaras, we have the opportunity to experience the River of Mashiach and every morning together. All right, have a little bit of great day, everyone. No. To continue in the beautiful piece ahead of us today. So remember, we're talking about we're operating under this structure, some beautiful and different versions of kindness. Remember, learn how to do that in this sacred code, the seamless media. Alright? Which again, essentially is life itself is it's just interpretation, it's translation, it's just a little bit of a commentary, a little bit of everything on Zen. So we're left off yet less with the quoting the passage. The color we left has governed the old people of the above color access. So literally translated again, the matter is very close to you, the people of the above color. So remember again, you have to ask the fundamental questions that I understand. If you tell me the FIFA, that's something easy for me to do it right now. I got it, right? For me to say something, I can say, you the FIFA. Tell me to do something, and I'll do it. But if you tell me that I'm supposed to feel something in a certain way, that's much more difficult. Also, in general, we have this idea about there's only, you can legislate a lot of things, like you can legislate behaviors, but you really can't legislate emotions and feelings. So what does it mean when you say that it's however that object is dark color surface, without so stuff like this design, about a sleep I reach to a late or dark color, how do you touch them on earth? So the ability to go ahead and really regulate emotion is something that is exceptionally difficult. The AV talking normal comes down to the Hasidic because more the Hologram, hello with overrule, negative to someone. So again, the Rebbe says again, it's top of page 9. So once again, you want to tell me something is easy to say, something is easy to do, I can share that. Something is easy to feel, it's not true. It's not true. One of the hardest things that's lesson, one of the hardest things that we have to do, we need to shake the way we feel, like the tells us, don't soften it, don't cover it. One of the hardest things is because sometimes it's like this stupid, and to have to make it how it is, that I am, how it is that I'm feeling is such a tremendous and overwhelming thing. So the Rebbe goes on, and he says as follows. כלומר, שכל מאוד החלודים רק הוקידו מכנס אונלגס, יאבא תשנדה. וחסס בגמר אחת, ועל זה, כשציס רבים לספרו, לבעל היטב. כיצד תחליט חייב הדברים מאוד, וחלקם לא עבוד את השם, גם בלבד. בעיקר עבוד, בשם יגלם שבשכון דעת להגיע, להגיעי וכלים לכמעט בספר, It's this selection of souls. We call it prayer. Those people call the people in our spirit is like the entire avoda of this sefer is to keep it out. Like this expression starts not only with our mind, and not only with our bodies, but with our minds. It's not making sure of things, and there's no difficulty. And we know this. It's reading that heart with two chapters. And it's hard. It's studying on the locals, knowing that one is a lot like a blocker. I'm not using the English, so it's a re-regulate my English is one point. Okay, so just in general, it's not regularly the English something I can say. And how many of us have seen the chapters? How many of us have experienced about chapters? And how many of us really get not know how to use chapters? A lot of times you go through the behavioral actions, the emotions, the materialistic emotions, but the heart is not there. So by the time you kind of avoid what I'm trying to do here, is to teach you about that. Just sit up to yourself and you see it. So go down to the next section. You see the bottom of page 9. Is that how you go? You see that? Ready? So this is a profound piece. Now, if I'm out, we're only in each section. We're going to be instruction. This week we get like to that, the meat and potatoes. So the next we got now, literally, I'm going to show you the data, and you go to the side. A long path, that's short. And one path, that's short. So listen to this. So you close to the first in the notes, you call actually doesn't begin that. So remember again, the long strength of letters goes the actual word and what is small, impact words that's the page. That's the thing. The Rebbe says this house. He says, "Makar mush and zavu to Gemara." So the source of this warning is actually in the Gemara itself. What is the Gemara? So I said, this is a profound Gemara. I'm not sure, but yeah, that's a very also why I like using this edition because again, like many things you find in the both like they wrote it and studying it real life. But a lot of times, children people when we're reading it, like what are you talking about? So the other just makes one very short statement. There's a path that is long and short. Thank you. what is that mean? So depois ele viu isso desse grande satisfação, isso ou sabe que é. Eu juro que é essa história que não. Minha mãe, não me escolhe ela tudo. Like, no, so I'm sure if I said no one ever bested me. Like, no one ever bested me except for one kind of child. A child bested me. What happened? Money. How about this is how it's going? One time I was traveling on the road, so I'm sure I was traveling on the road, but I used to see an app outside Yoshi about Ash's block. And I saw that there was a child sitting by the crossroads. Okay, imagine a me, I said to the child, my son, there is a guy in the world, so should have traveling to a particular city. He didn't know he was coming. He sees a kid at the crossroads. He says to the kid, child, can you tell me what is the best way to get to the city? That's what I say to the city. So the kid says to me, so I'm going to read, you see Alika and Sarah? You see Sarah the Alika? So the child says, this path is long and short, and this one is short and long. Okay, so it's going to find this one first and second. Okay, so which path? Which one? This is really like so. It says so. Which path? Which path should I take? So it should have gone. He said, "I'm gonna read." I'm so sorry. Allah, you can say about you. So it should have gone. He says, "I took the path that was short and long." I think about that was short and long. Sorry about you, which again makes sense. Why do you sense? It's really the same. Right, so the kid says that there's a short path. I just take the short path. That's the big deal. So he takes the short path. Listen to this. I like to get the sound on it. Even she got to it. So back to the city in work, right? So you might people slug gunners like these. The problem was back to the end of the path. He was right next to the city, but the problem was that there were literally gardens and orchards that were there blocking him from getting into the city itself. So he took this short path. He got right up to the city, but couldn't actually enter into the city because he was not able to. So that's not bad. I went back to the process. Goes back to the kid. I'm not going to believe. No cut. I'm actually super sorry. He says to the kid, what's the problem? You know, he said, like, kid, you told me that this was a short path. So I was going to short path. Which the child said, I'm ready. Well, path am I to the class? It's so long. But yeah, yeah, so remember I told you, what did I tell you? Short. So it's long. That was short, but it's a layer short. And now in addition to the city quickly, it's located. It's located. Let's watch this. Here's how to buy it. Now, by the way. Now, obviously, my one is possible. And then the other one, look at that. If I reach out, it's the south. It's long but short. What do you mean long but short? Otherwise, it's going to take you longer to get to the city. But what? You'll get it. You'll get it. Look at that everybody. Let's say this is really called the light, and this is so much about the great people. Very fun guy. This is what he says. Adara Katsura Ba'alika, Akin Isaac Tell you carefully. So if we can get clear, that was short and long. It was short. It was the shortest distance between points A and point B. And I'll recall Isaac, but practically, it was longer. Why? She was named a boy here, I was a simple share HS. I share with two more other times together. So here's the problem. On one hand, it was a very short path to get from the crossroads to the city. The problem is then getting into the actual city itself. You couldn't get in. He says, in Maylaw, I touched the seductive place that we got to. Now again, point out, it was short and tremendous. Put up like the gardens and orchards and all this kind of stuff. There Shamati, Shabai Sarah, you come up with all the other. And that's what I'm trying to say. You see, that it is a short path, but it's much more difficult to get into the city than the Los Angeles. Because it'll get you up to the gardens and the orchards, and then you're going to elevate the next thing you do, the gardens and the orchards. That's actually. But then there was the second half. What was the second half? I saw you do it. The second half was long and short. No, man. It was yes, I know, like the Saluka. Reality was like distance wise, it wasn't going to pass. People should have done actually notes that we got motion with mother here, and then pretty stuff. But this is where you get to see. So it's a longer path, it's a longer distance. If you look at that right here. It's so directly, direct slow, even though the distance was second longer, but it was the shortest path because of the new distance to reach your destination. The after Shafama here in New York, and in Rios, be able to get into the city without seeing us. Spirituality there are two roads. There's the path the path that's short, but if you have quality laws, and then a little bit tight. The path that is long, that is actually short. Listen to this. See, Shofar, each direct, it's all about Aruba. Listen to this. There's a pathway that is short but long, means what? Coming شاهد مقوم از ریشه بکنم و افتادم شروع مقابل سشن باش and yet a person inspires transformation of his life. So much time that I believe is always seen in my real daily so Abba Sabbath. And this inspiration, this fire comes to all of us. And that's how many colors of other days this is this and what is seven inches? Let's say the easiest way, the easiest way. I don't know what I'm talking about. Easiest way, easiest way. That's seven. That's how I do it. There we go. Stories. Everybody wants stories. What is stories? What is stories? What's the beauty of my son? That's the visual message, right? It's like I don't see a spot, right? You can see a spot, right? Another guy is a spot, right? Okay. That's what it's about to make it a spot, right? How do you feel like it's a spot, right? That's it, right? And generally, how long does that last for? I was gonna say 4 minutes. Okay, you're giving it for Tuesday. That's very good. It's actually better explanation. You guys have explanation says that I'm gonna do it. Well, the Adam left all of the worship command. So it says that Adam went, Sarai wrote, best, and that is the color. Souls are in and the message says, who the souls? Even converting all these people, sorry to all these people, whereas the religion says, rich people. Right by the time Adam gets to now, it's just Aaron, Sarai, and David. So where did the family go? So it's a right? I don't know if he was running Shabbat plans, he was programming, he was serving Chinese, he was doing everything before work on fire. So Abram says, Kevra, we're going somewhere. He says, where? I don't know, but God told us to go. Let's go. Let's go. And they go. And then it happens, they start out. And then probably happens. That's like the days of the journey. Like, where we going, right? And each day, more and more people feel love. Until at the end of the day, it's just happening. Sunlight, light, right? Why? Because when people are just inspired by episodic events, it's beautiful, it makes it fire. But it's people as that fire is kindled, it goes out. And by the way, this is literally seeing a lot of things in really cool because like the effects of the tissue that we like, as we always want to ultimately the people. It's slow in minds, it's slow in place, it's slow in the sea, it's slow in the floor, and yet it's not really a slow and they're always holding the people. Right? It's just like it's amazing, but it doesn't make sense. It's amazing. Miracle story. Miracle story. Miracle inspiration, like you get it. It's very nice. It's very nice. It's easy as it comes. Because that's how that is. Yeah, there's a danger like everything is about inspiration. Everybody wants to be inspired. Because it is your work that is powerful. It comes with just a little bit of a and you're like a spiritual what I find. I just I want to get that relationship, like really work for it. Just give it to me for under 2 minutes, right? It's not a very expensive. If you need what I need, quickly, I'm gonna be inspired. But anyway, yes, that's cool. Sarah, but I was like, it's short enough to get the guy. What do you about it? It's actually much more related. It's actually much more related. Right? Because the chance is usually just like that. Right? We can always use it as well. Right? So, okay, so what's the inspired? Yes, what's next? What's next? What's next? So it seems like the short of connection. And trying to promote this to yourself. The last thing is see, there is some value behind it. So other than what over is the other value from level, we call person really inspires itself by it. So it's a good so I was like, that's right. I'm not how you also level with the other. I thought you should use the sorrow. So it really makes stop having it. What did it mean? No, in fact, like, what is like, again, I'm what happens when what is happening when something decides, what are you doing? You're investing, you're passive. You're passive. So again, this is because we have more like and it feels like it's so intense and so profound that it's so and not and then inspiration. And the owners have us to leave them up in search of that. The difficult is some things like that, especially inspiration. That seems like the shortest records not sure. But ironically enough, it can't be the only experience because sometimes it's this, and then it's and it's and not really up to yourself. So the inspiration is down. Also, they're just the same person. I'm just the same guy. And just I'm right here and right before. So again, if I can get one person next day, it's always easy coming. But similar pattern, شأننا بشخص ما يستعمل British always always about even shaking emotions as he so security. You know where true issue of the church see where is inspiration doesn't come about because it's something I think for myself. Actually, it's something that's been for attention. And no individual change per se has actually occurred. So because of that, because the source circle, again, the Israel circle, إنه أوصل النودو ستاك حدث أو أوصل أكدوس أوصل بمستوى الحلال الناس. I'm the same person. I'm really the same person. I have a kid who was like, oh, we all have this shadow sort of people have these experiences of the young girl. I can inspire you. I don't know if I was back in the family, really back to something. And then like, I went there, then it was gracious with how could it be that one day I'm so on fire, and then the next day it's like, yeah, it's like slack line. What's that happen? That's because nothing's true on the inside. So if the inside remains the same, and all of the wants and desires and beliefs and lusts and all these things is still there, and then the common state is virtual years, and I can really celebrate it. And I'm not getting anywhere. Another knows what he says. He says, "Wahid al-Power, happy was in the actually like the other year. She's happy was so that's the first time. That first time of Judaism is followed God, Sarah, value. It feels shit. Right? It feels shit. And that I get the call, I get the inspiration. That was really good. So I go, it feels like it's the fast stuff. But I end up like almost getting to the point. You do something regarding other oceans, everything is there blocking you from the city. But then there's another one. That's all about it. Either. And then I said, I was to say that. Listen, the record is expected. At least, everything was for that. In order to hold the years for us, we like to unite moments of inspiration of courage, but thank you to the Red Rose Kiosk. Come and visit Miltoni. You say that you have tickets to Miltoni. Use the promo code Wednesday 45% Sunday or Monday night at the theater. How fucking cool is that? Fire. And tell you, I get a little bit more on the amazing sponsors who made tonight's episode available for you here right now. The 2020 Swirling Imperial Anniversary Weekend Control. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Mechanicsville, Raleigh, Burlington, Miami, Florida, April 21st to 23rd, Phoenix, May 5th to the 7th, Salt Lake City, May 20th and 21st. Dates are being added regularly to tickets and donations. Hey, Money, I am loving the year 2022. Things are back on the theme for the live shows on their platform. I'm happy about my life right now. I love free exercises, a lot of hydrating and motivation. It's amazing. I was one stick of liquid I need 16 ounces of water hydrates faster, more efficiently than water. Amazing flavors like strawberry, lemon lime, strawberry, peanut, and more. Stay on the show. Bonus long days in the sun, no coffee. Accident, but no idea is hard hangovers, hard exercise. If you want to eat, take constant, regular, you do not exercise, but you know exactly how much better I am. Drink regular. When you understand someone, first you need to the more you understand their ownership, it requires my mind, it requires my heart, it requires my soul, it requires more. It requires changing things about myself, refining things about myself, starting to do certain things about it. It requires behavioral adjustments, emotional adjustments, a whole variety of things. Now, somebody from off the I'm Republican jobs. I'm going to give all of these things really work. But you know, just on the other side of all this is going to work. This stuff is the best spots. The more that this work on which order of the air. Where's the good idea? Football change and again, also, this is like you would only ride the number of minutes to make extra. And free life anytime you want to use promo code DELETE at Liquid IV. Experience better hydration today at liquidiv.com. You guys ready to start tonight's episode? Because they're a very special treat. These shows here at Restream, we only have one guest. We are lucky enough to sit place two guests in town. We're being guests on this show. Two of my favorite comedians on the planet to share what I've been working with for a decade and a half. Makes some of these striving to understand effective change, starting this, stopping this, all different kinds of things. It's a much longer path. But at the end of the day, it's the shortest path because it ultimately gets you to my intended destination. Let's say it's public, which is my relaxed therapy class. This is an insult. So the galaxy, Ace, Gulos, Gulos, Alice, the Aura, All right. All right. It's good evening. Great is it was Mark Hashem to be able to continue in this beautiful piece of investigation. Remember, we find ourselves tonight. We're operating under these structures, so many beautiful and different versions of Torah. One of them which again, essentially, life itself is just an interpretation, a translation. It's a little bit of a commentary, a little bit of everything on so we left off yet last week with Levitt quoting the passage. Carol left had governed the old defeat of the above Kalaxos. So literally translated again, the matter is very close to you. Defeat of the above Kalaxos. Remember again, whatever asked the fundamental questions that I understand. If you tell me the FIFA, that's something that's easy for me to do it right now, I got it. Right? Tell me to say something and I can say it. You don't believe me. Tell me to do something and I'll do it. But to tell me that I'm supposed to feel something in a certain way, that's much more difficult. Also, in general, we have this idea about there's only, you can legislate a lot of things, like you can legislate behaviors, but you really can't legislate emotions. What does it mean when we say that it's קרוב אליך בלבבך לעשות את זה? That means something designed. אבל השליטה על שהלב בלבבך, הרי היא קשה מאוד. So the ability to go ahead and literally regulate emotion is something that is exceptionally difficult. ואיך talking לא מהשגם זה ובעסק להקרוב מאוד בכבודם, הלא לכל הוא נגד החושמה. So again, the Rebbe says again, it's top of page 9. So once again, you want to tell me something that's easy to say, something that's easy to do, I just feel that. Something is easy to feel, it's not true. It's not true. One of the hardest things that we have to do is the way you feel. Like you tell us, don't stop more, don't talk. One of the hardest things, because sometimes it's just like instinctive to feel a certain way. And you have to regulate how it is that I am, how it is that I'm feeling. It is such a tremendous thing. Whoever goes on, and it says as follows. Romar, שקרוב מאוד בכבודם, מה חופים מכבס העולם הזה, יעבס השם בארץ. כמו שחסר בגמר הפעם. ועל זה, כשציס רבים לספרו, לבאר היטב. כיצד אחים קרוב הדבר מאוד בכבודם, לעבודת השם, גם דרך. The entire volume, that's why the last thing you spoke about the idea that really the name that the Rebbe gives is people's mind. It is collection of sayings. We call it kind of, but it's really called the Kukiyama, so you understand. The entire avoda of this sefer is to figure out how we can set up the start not only with our mouth, and not only with our body, but with our hearts. So isn't that the most incredible thing? And most difficult thing? I love it. It's really like hard to keep shots. Not as hard, it's 39 halachas. I know it's as long as I learn how to do it. I'm not used to doing it, so we regulate my behaviors is one thing. Otherwise, it's just, in general, it's not regulating behaviors is something that we do. And how many of us actually feel Shabbos? How many of us actually experience Shabbos? And how many of us really get Geschmack of our Yiddishkeit? A lot of times we go through the behavioral actions, the motions, the mechanistic motions, but the heart is not there. So a lot of times it says the entire avoda what I'm trying to do over here is to teach you Gilabasha, how to serve out the Shema with your heart. So basically, go down to the next section. You see the bottom of page 9, Aruka Ukitsara, you see that? So basically, this is at the top. It's we're only in the introduction. It's only the introduction. Just wait till we get like to the meat and potatoes. So the rest of that, now literally I'm going to show you the Aruka Ukitsara. A long path, that's short. Right here, a long path, that's short. So listen to this. See, closer to the first in your notes, the card shows that with the Gemara. So remember again, the large bolded letters, those are the actual words of Kanya. The small, thin afterwards, that's the Kiddush, that's the Kanya. So Rebbe says this house. He says, the card shows that with the Gemara. So the source of this wording is actually in the Gemara itself. What is the Gemara? So I said, this is a profound Gemara. I'm not really sure, Ben Hanani. Yeah, that's also why I like using this edition. Because, again, like many times you find in the great traditional work, like they wrote it, understanding what they're writing. But a lot of times, us regular people, when we're reading it, like, what are you talking about? And that just makes one very short statement. Derech Amiko Kitzara. There's a path that is long and is short. Okay, thank you. Like what does that mean? So the culture will use this based on the Gemara Maseches Eidim. Listen to this. I'm going to show them Kanani. The Shubha Kanani says how it's based on. In your mind, lo nitzchani adam ala tzila. Right? No, so the Shubha Kanani says, I'm a pretty smart guy. No one ever bested me. Right? No one ever bested me except for one time a child. A child bested me. What happened? One time I was traveling on the road. So I was traveling on the road. And I saw that there was a child sitting by the crossroads. Okay. I might go me, I said to the child, my son, there is a direct neighbor here. So Shulchan was traveling to a particular city. He didn't know where he was going. He sees a kid at the crossroads. He says to the kid, child, can you tell me what is the best way to get to the city? What's the best way to get to the city? So the kid says to me, so Amrali, Zu Aruka Ukitsara, the Zu Kitsara the Aruka. So the child said, there are two paths. This path is long and short, and this one is short and long. Okay, so the Shema Kanai hears this and says to himself, okay, so which path? What's the thing when you choose? Right, so he says, so which path should I take? So Shema Kanai said, I'm sorry, Alachdi Ikitsara Va'alika. So Shema Kanai says, I took the path that was short and long. I took the path that was short and long, which again makes sense. Why does it make sense? Because really there's a kid is saying. Right? So the kid says that there's a short path, I'll just take the short path. Like, what's the big deal? So he takes the short path. Listen to this. I like to be Kitzara. Even she got to here, so I'm sure that's amazing. Got to the city in no time. You might keep on slug gunnels with Hardesa. The problem was, he got to the end of the path, and he was right next to the city. So the problem was that there were literally gardens and orchards that were there blocking him from getting into the city itself. So he took his short path, he got right up to the city, but couldn't actually enter into the city because the pathway was blocked. So I got that for it, I went back to the crossroads, goes back to the kid. I'm not to the Benin. Well, I'm not to the Zukitsara. So he says to the kid, what's the problem? And then exactly. Like, you told me that this was the short path. So I was the short path. First the child said, I'm going to Rebbe. Well, half am I to the Chab. Kitsara. Rebbe, remember what I told you? What did I tell you? It's short, but it's long. Right? It's short, but it's long. It's short. And then I think it can be super quickly. It's no good. That's no good. Let's watch this. Now, by the way, now obviously, what was the child's name? And then there's another path. There's another path. It's Aruka Ukitsara. It's long but short. What do you mean it's long but short? Anyways, it's going to take you longer to get into the sea. But what? You'll get in. You'll get in. Look at the Rebbe does this. Once I this kind of metaphor for life, and so much about what you're going to teach. Here, Shadvar. This is what he says. Adaref HaKitsara Ba'aruka. So the truth is, the path that was short and long. It was short. In other words, it was the shortest distance between point A and point B. But practically, it was longer. Why? In the name of God, so here's the problem. On one hand, it was a very short path to get from the crossroads to the city. The problem is then getting into the actual city itself. He couldn't get in. He says, now again, just point out, he could have Yeshua ben Hanani, he had gotten into the city because of, but it's hard to just cross all the gardens and the orchards and all this kind of stuff. And that's the child was saying. He's saying, Betty, it is a short path, but it's much more difficult to get into the city because it will get you up to the gardens and the orchard, but then you're going to have to figure out a way to navigate through the gardens and the orchard. But then there was a second path. What was the second path? The second path was long but short. Reality-wise, like I guess distance-wise, it wasn't a longer path. Aber klinische Galaxie Mozart und Model here only because but this is the way you get into the city. So it's a longer path, it's a longer distance, which we ultimately get that in. So Galaxy Zone, he have to tell it. Even though this seems long, the second path was longer, but it was the shorter path because it enabled you to reach your actual destination. The Akhash Shapama here in the year, then in the Neos, be able to get into the city without any obstacles. So that's looking for that place.
Okay, are you willing to show us a little bit of shadow boxing or something like that?
In Gun Back I will say. So about time he says, this Imam is an incredible This spirituality is like two ways. There's the path Sarah Ba'ayuga, the path that's short, but is in actuality long, and there is Aruba Kitzara, the path that is long, but is actually short. What is it? It's Yeshua Fine. Reach Gareth, Kitzara Ba'aruba. There's a pathway that is short but long, meaning that. Hainu, Sha'adam Ma'over as reaching the bubble, Ba'ofanim Shayim Avodas Hashem Yisbarach. For example, a person inspires, right, the emotions of his heart. Yisrael Hashem, Ba'ayidei, his owners is Zoom, Umagia, Yidei, Ish, Be'ish, Sha'aba Sabor. And what happens? Through this inspiration, through this fire, he comes to love about HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Derek Zoom, Omnam Chayos, or Love Deas Hashem. Let me say this to you outside. Right? It's not describing like this. So it's like the easiest way to fall in love with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is how easiest way? Easiest way? Bestseller Jewish books, all what? Stories. Everybody loves stories. What do stories do? What are stories? What's the beauty of this? What's the beauty of a nice song? That's what choose your imagination, right? It's like an NCSY shot, right? It's like an NCSY Abdallah, right? What happens at NCSY Abdallah, right? Come on, or those of us who have been in NCSY Abdallah, right? How do you feel at an NCSY Abdallah, right? Oh my God, I am really going to change my life. It's really Muslim, right? And generally, how long does that last for? I was gonna say 4 minutes. Okay, you're giving it till Tuesday. That's really good. There's actual Rabbi Soloveitchik points this out. He says the pasuk says that when Avram left from Haran to go to Canaan, so it says that Avram went, Sarai, Lot, Yes, and Nefesh Asher Asu B'Kol, the souls they will become. And the Medrash says, who are the souls? So Avram converted all these people, converted all these people. And so Rachel says, like, where do they go? Right, by the time Avram gets to Canaan, it's just Avram, Sarai, and Lot. So where did the Chevron go? So it's like Rachel says, this is you're not the first. Right? Avram Avinu was running Shabbatons, he was programming, he was serving Chinese, he was doing everything. He was doing everything. The people were on fire. So Avram says, Chevra, we're going somewhere. I said, where? I don't know. And God told us to go. Let's go. I was like that. Let's go. And they go. And then what happens? They start out. And then probably what happens? It's like a day into the journey. They're like, where are we going? Right? And each day, more and more people peel off. Until at the end of the day, it's just Avram, Sarai, and Lot. Right? Why? Because when people are just inspired by episodic events, it's beautiful, it lights a fire. But as quickly as that fire is kindled, it goes out. And by the way, this is if you want to understand a lot of things when you look at, let's say, the event of the Jewish people in Christ, and you always wonder, how could it be their people? They saw the mockers, they saw the praise, they saw the putting up the seed, they saw the giving of the Torah, and yet the Tradition was going like an extra hour, and they're only breaking through the house. Like it just doesn't make any sense, but it does make sense. Here's the reason. Miracles don't work. Miracles don't create believers. Miracles do not create sustained spirituality. Inspiration, right? Like it's like a booster shot. Like you get it, and it's very nice. It's very nice. But as quickly as it comes, it goes. It goes. And that's like, by the way, I want to point out, there's a danger. Like today, it's very interesting. It's like everything is about inspiration. Everybody wants to be inspired. Because the truth is, we all want that closest track to the follow thing. And I kind of just, I want like a hack. I need like a spiritual like hack. You know, I want to get that relationship, but I don't really want to work for it. So I just give it to me. Like under 2 minutes, please. Under 2 minutes, right? Try to consciousness. So give me what I need, give it to me quickly, and be inspired. And by the way, it works. The other side, that's called Yara Sarah, the Aruka. That's the short path to get to God. There's only one problem. It's actually a much longer way to get. It actually becomes a much longer way to get to God. Why? Because if that's my Judaism, just like that's high, then you always need to get to high. Right? So, okay, so what's going to inspire me next? And what's next? And what's next? And what's next? So it seems like a short path to connection. And in fact, this is actually for the last 2 years of Hashem. Something that he says, "Zish derech kitzara ba'aruba." I mean, sha'adam ma'omer eshik shel ba'hava v'ayim shel na'van. Person literally inspires himself by the zisor zu megil yulish be'ish sha'avas v'bidatzia. Amnam kol yosef lavo b'zeh avas Hashem. Ach ata pishi years derech kitzara sha'im nitlos b'chagim derech. Inspiration, like inspirational moments. It's interesting. What do inspirational moments demand of you? What do they demand of you? What do they demand of you? No, in fact, nothing. Right? What is right? Again, I'm inspired. What happens when you're? What are you doing when something inspires you? What are you doing? You're ingesting. You're passive. You're passive. So, and by the way, I want to point out that that is not. This is the kind of environmental rights I just need that pick me up. I need that pick me up. And it feels like it's so intense and so profound, but in fact, because I'm passive and I'm not really doing anything, it's easy come, easy go. The inspiration comes, and then the inspiration leaves. Always have us so we come up and so we got Hanukkah. So it's interesting. Just something like that passionate inspiration. That seems like the shortest pathway to Hashem. But ironically enough, it's actually the longest way to Hashem. Because since I'm passive, I'm not really doing anything, I'm receiving, I'm not really affecting change within myself. So when the inspiration dies down, often I'm just the same person. I'm just the same guy. And I'm right where I was before. So again, if I can get more inspiration, that's great. But the inspiration isn't always easy coming. Lakati, Sha'amnam Bishas Maisa, Adam Ergishus always Gilaway. About Kiban Shiki Lo Shas S Yuso Umaruso. Listen, here it is. Do you know where true relationship comes from? When a person is willing to change who he is. You see, we're inspired, so inspiration is beautiful. But inspiration doesn't come about because of something I did for myself. Often it's something that's being conferred upon me. And no internal change per se has actually occurred. So because of that, he says, "Result Soho, Again, Nisha Alamdo, Chimikodem, Inko also Hamudos Bakavas Amanosama Akros also, means Kados Alakadarikas Banas. I'm the same person. I'm really the same person. I have a children also, but we all have this. This is what happens so often. I feel like all of us have experienced this over young and young life. Like I'm inspired. I don't know, man, it's about davening, by the way, by something. And then like I like their inspiration like every single day. It's like how can it be that one day I'm so on fire and then the next day it's like it's like slack. That's because nothing's changed on the inside. So if the inside remains the same, and all of your negative wants and desires and possibilities and lusts, all these things are staying there, then I'm like a car that's spinning my spiritual wheels. And I can hear on the accelerator, and I'm not really getting anywhere. Never does what he says. He says, Lachim the Poel, you are the minions, the even the Dashley and the like, here, she's happy figures. So they say that's the first half. That first half of Judaism is called Kitzara Ba'aruka. It feels short, right? It feels short. In that I get the high, I get the inspiration, but there's no work that's been done. There's no internal change that has occurred. So although it feels like it's the fast track to control what happens, I end up like almost getting to my goal, but then when I want to really do something, the gardens, orchards, everything is there blocked into the city. But that's not my Nikos, Vivo, הדרך המבוארת בספר התהליך. So whatever is going to subscribe to that, obviously, and again, I want to point out, the beauty of Judaism in general is that there are multiple modalities, right? There are multiple avenues of connection. And this is so incredibly important. There's not one right way or wrong way. People connect up and try to think in different ways. So there are some people for whom that burst of spirituality is exactly the catalyst that they need in order to go and affect change. But for most of us, the way like dramatic moments of inspiration occurs, they come, and we're going to things like you have release of the future. This is getting into that is so beautiful. When a person has a moment of inspiration, you know what you're supposed to do? What it says, open up a chumash and read a pasuk. Why? Because everything is taking the inspiration that you become this thing. And every candle is fire. There's only one problem. What happens with fire is if you don't feed it. Right? It extinguishes. And that's right. I'm say this many times in life is like so excited to be ready to do something. I just never did something. I just did. I'm ready to. Oh no, it's the right thing. You know, the fire was there. I'm like, fire could burn by itself for a certain amount of time, but after a certain, if you don't feed it, it's going out. It's going out. So that's the first act. Ended up as a bottom. Really, I've done it from the hours to say that the rest of it is the derech that the Balatanya is teaching us in Kanye is a different kind of that. What does this mean? It's a derech, it's a purple question that requires really to learn. כי כדי לעקוב הסביבשי הלב, מתחייבס העולם הזה לאבס השבש, מוכרחס עבודס המוח. איצו פרועך לפי הכל. היינו, מביאים לבית הלימוד, והסוגר כגד נשתשם. ולאח מכאן, Hisbonus Mokas Hadash in Ram Sharmanis. So as we're going to see, and we'll talk about this in general, and we'll see more in depth. The Rebbe says, if you want to really understand it's going to really read and understand it. You can't, it's hard to love something that you don't know. Also, it's supposed to have nothing. They're doing so well, you're going to understand the Pushkar. But there's still stuff you don't understand. It's like any relationship. The more you understand someone, the closer you get. The more you understand and follow Olam, the closer you become. It requires my mind, it requires my heart, it requires my soul, it requires love. It requires changing things about myself, defining things about myself, starting to do certain things, stopping to do other things. It requires behavioral adjustments, emotional adjustments, a whole variety of different things. And then again, with all of this internal work, what emerges from the other side of all this internal work? A sense of love of HaKadosh. From all of this work that I'm doing, this internal work, I end up feeling a sense of love of Hashem. The inside. And again, we'll see exactly what this means when we get into the sefer. The mitzvah should have done that. So again, so if you see the two packets, the second pack is what the Rebbe called Derech Ayuka, Shikitzar. It's so much more than that. There's a lot more work, there's a lot more to do. But it's the shorter path. Why is it the shorter path? Why? Because it will get you where you need to get to. The first path is shorter, right? That like instantaneous, almost like consumeristic type of inspiration, which is beautiful and incredible. And that'll help. But it will never really get you fully to where you need to get. It's the shortest path, won't get you. The second path, which never just comes, again, requires my heart, my mind, striving to understand HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and the way you also trying to understand yourself, affecting change, starting this, snapping this, all different kinds of things. It's a much longer path. But at the end of the day, it's the shortest path because it ultimately gets me to my intended destination. Look at this line, the last line of page test, one of my favorite lines. This is Nimsa. So the Derek scene, Ein Sigulos the Tachburos Kalos the Ora Esalit. What's that? You know what the author says? The long path, which is the shortest path, there's no schools. You know, it's interesting. We love schools. We love schools, right? Again, there's a school of thought, right? If you say Mishmas 27 times in 3 minutes, you're going to find a shit up and have a baby all in the same hour, right? It's incredible, right? And you do this and you come to and you do this, right? Yeah, I remember when I was with a young man. And he was folding his towels after Shabbos. He made sure that his wife was in the room and he was folding his towels. I said, "Why is nothing to do with me folding your towels?" I said, "Well, it's a school of Shalom Bayis." I said, "By the way, I'll tell you even a better school of Shalom Bayis. Open the car door, take out the trash, wash the dishes, buy white flowers and old Shabbos." I don't know if what's holding the towels, right? When I said, so it's interesting. Why? Because I found the towels is a heck of a lot. Hey, by the way, there might be a split there. I'm not, but folding a towel is a heck of a lot easier. Actually trying to be a good husband. And so the Valentine says, I just want to tell you that for the long path that's short, there's no students. Right? There's no shortcuts. Because the only Ellen Dreshes made best, Ellen Dreshes me Adam Gigia Rabba Vatsuma Fulam of the palace. What does it require? It requires a ridiculous amount of exertion, right? And a tremendous amount of ongoing effort. Of all the costs, all right, tremendous amount, all right? Again, there's no shortcut. There's no life hack. You just have to keep plugging away at it over and over and over. About Kerish and Derek Zoo, Nishtanis Mahusuk News Hub, so listen, here's the good news. As much work as this is, one thing the bank on, which is you will be a changed person. You'll be a changed person. Now listen, this is it. It's working the program. This is the program, right? This is the program of the Balatanya. And there's no shortcuts to the program, right? Just like the Havdil, 12-step programs. You can't say, I'm going to skip, 4, 5, and 6, because 7 is really my thing. You can't work a 12-step program. In any program of comprehensive change, you got to start from 1, and you got to make your way all the way through 12. That's the way that it works. Step after step. Let's just finish up. He says, but if you work, what the Rebbe calls the derech aluka shikitsara, the long path that is short, he says you will change yourself as a person. He says, and you will come to truly love the Ribono Shel Olam. Sof Zoe this. So about times, and I'm going to teach you. What I'm going to do from Balkanda, this is Derech HaKitzara. Now, the Derech HaKitzara Shiarucha is the shortest path.
Get it, Toad.
This is the way to get where you want to get. Dafka Ayada, Masigim Tachas Aladar. Dafka through this path is how we accomplish our life objectives. The Poel Manish. This is the way we do it. Ala Sher Keni, Derech HaKitzara, Kitzara. So it becomes a choice. One can content themselves in Derech HaKitzara. So it's nice because the path is short. Exactly where you need. That's about how he says, I'm going to give you a longer path. But it's the longest path that's really the shortest path. Because this path, and it's like, well, we don't know what path is, right? We don't know what it is. Balkan is an excellent salesman. So I'm like, sign me up. Like, all right, I want it. I'll pick 2. Like, I have no idea what the path is, but now I want it. It's like, I feel like I want to do without it. Right? So I don't even know what the path is, but I know that the path he's going to outline over here may be long, and maybe arduous, and maybe difficult. But it's the only path that's going to get me into the city. The only path that's going to allow me to change, to evolve, to self-actualize. The only path that's going to bring me to have Hashem, and the only path that's going to get me to my intended and desired life destination. We'll say, Shkoyach, start up tonight, see you next week. Next week will actually start. See what's this day.
Okay, folks, you're watching this right now. I've never done this, but we've got a fight night that we're watching alongside Joey Diaz, Joe Rogan.
There she goes. Nina Laura, everybody. Since you're a legend, why don't you take a big joke book from one side?
Eddie Bravo.
And you know what? Let me say something. Fuck you guys. All of you.
And Papa.
We don't believe in anything anymore. Everybody wants to hate on fucking winners all the time.
This one should be fake. I knew from the first
Let's do another special treat. You guys like special treats, right?
Only this year. This is for the show for this show. I'm
This is a band. Irregular.
I've always wanted to do
On
this.
television show. He's been opening up for Louis C.K. He opens up for Sean Connery. He opens up for me. He's living his dreams and living his dreams and no
There's probably she is, that should be all of our hostages and how the soldiers should be successful before we not see it. Was it that? Yes, we did. We did what? Did you enjoy that show?
I enjoyed.
Okay, great back to Sadiq Design in 97. You have on Sadiq left on the base, second line down in the right line. First one, they're going left cross and that was quick paper yesterday. Santino at the side. Moving solo after killing almost 1 million people, having this desire to convert, recognizing again the enormity of his actions and ready to burn and generate a cloudy snow. So now that picks up on the human rights, it's not about Naaman, your country color. So Naaman was the general of Iran. Ultimately, pretty much through his blood. So Naaman became a great culture, and listen, their culture usually means a non-Jew who pleads idolatry, except Shaman says to the north and Israel is soft. That's the general definition of the Ger culture. So now when we became Ger culture, it was Jaron, Ger second. Now it's interesting, so the Lord seems to be believing that when the Jaron really became Ger second, again, he converted. With the idolatry, Sisra, when we tell you Sharali, Sisra. This was done by William and Sisra. The Jaron wanted to go to these people defeated by Barak and Rahab. In Sisra, we got the Afghan Shana, Ashleyaki and Sisra, his mother's father, she still was being sent to Lucius for that baby. So the later of Sisra and the Sharali. The grandsons of Sisra were Tom Sharali, the brother of Shashankere. This is part of the rabbis. The grandsons of Sankere, twice Torah, and cover. Umani, the food is grandsons of Sisra. The Torah, Omik, Shlaya, and Apayim. That's why. So the Shlaya, Apayim, is the saying of Torah and Shana. That's the Shlaya, Apayim, and Shana, the sons with descendants, the grandsons of Sankere. The Barak Shal Haman, long time of Torah. Haman's grandsons, Torah and Reba. Ra'at b'nei Barak Shal also Rasha. Even the grandsons of Nebuchadnezzar were going to become Jewish. As they happen, Allah says that the prophet, Allah says that the prophet, we follow Shalom. Each of them was Mizapa, the surface of Halecha. How did the Catholic Catholic study at school? So one of the first parts didn't know. Well, that's going on over here. Little be, but something is very fresh. Something is quite busy. Something is some type of inspiration. Such a person should know how to stand for the unique rules of the school. How do you see sources of interesting? Seems to be that we are watching the youth of the study not to allow Nebuchadnezzar and Nebuchadnezzar's descendants to join the ranks of God's strong. How you could see that he as Baba Lord of himself, he tried to kill Baba and he meant to kill. Because it was unclear that Baba could have been killed technically by the conversion of Nebuchadnezzar's children. And Baba was so broken. Baba was such a basic state of his spirit. But Baba gave so much to us that they were beyond repair. Incredible. Uno of the witnesses are for something else. Uno was Nebuchadnezzar. This was Nebuchadnezzar. But there's no going back to Nebuchadnezzar. No trip for Nebuchadnezzar. No cathartic change for him. Like Shmuel by the time of an alien narrows Baba. He took him out. It's a nice of the Babylon. Some say that it refers to the rivers of Babylon. Rashi says it relates to the last Rashi, second last Rashi on the right hand side. In the narrows Babylon, she right in the Shtos. So what is it like there?
and there's no way to sweeten those waters. The Gemara says, it's a nice thing about what it actually says.
Come on, you little bitch.
Not only are the waters bitter, but ultimately when the date comes that grow by the water are also bitter. So I will say it's interesting, by the way, because the Gemara says that the ones that you can't heal is now is bottle. But when we think of the capital of Trillium, our now is bottle, Shama Bahiru. Is just doing a seal, like Shama Bahiru is a seal. So now it's bottle, that image. Because remember, they were being left out from Eretz sat by the rivers of Baba and cried in the years. And it was supposed to be Shalom themselves. There are some things in this world that are unforgivable. There are some things for some people or some things that are unredeemable. As crazy as that sounds, because we believe that everything is redeemable, everything's changeable. No, there's some people that come
I feel like I'm watching it. If you could pick 4 people quickly to watch the fight tonight, would it be these 4? Yes. Really? Yeah, these would be the guys. Joe Rogan has seen more UFC than anybody else. Joe Diaz is fucking hilarious. Eddie Bravo because he's fucking smart as shit. Really?
So it's
Yeah,
interesting.
he does that other shit.
It's a scene of Hukas Hagia. In it, he has like a lot of discussions about Gabriel, so a lot of interesting cases.
Well,
But after the war, there was a Nazi guard who wanted to convert. And again, he obviously a tremendous amount of one things that he did. He came before, I forgot the author of his name, and to convert. And it was a Shaila. It was a Shaila, and people were there and said, how do you convert this guy? After we know he did, we saw what he did, we experienced the good against hands. And they were kind of ready. Just like there says, in Russian it says is, based on halacha yedesha. That's an interesting expression. Halacha yedesha, cold hard facts, cold hard halacha, you should be able to convert. The halacha is something that depends about tshuva, right? And the membership right to the fast, the right should be able to convert. But he says, but how can you convert such a person like this? How can a person like this be welcomed into Islam after everything that he did? How can it be? How can it be the first thing that he did?
Restream. Restream is my fucking jam, son.
So he does things very
Jerry, baby. I don't see him live. Jerry, baby. J-I-E-J-T. Jerry. J-R-E. Can't stop that stuff. Yo. What the fuck just happened? Show Richard.
Kevin Bishanim becomes Navi before Yerushalayim, where Amalek have heard that the Navi was prophesying about the destruction of Yerushalayim.
Yo, Joe Rogan, come on, man. Jamie, get your shit together, dog. Jamie. Jamie. Jamie, what the fuck? You are fucking up majorly, dog. Yo, are you fucking serious? This? Yo. That's my thing, baby.
So he goes to the Ish Abakar Sparkle. So Ish means to be said to me, and then the Sparkle, and black this
Yo,
one.
dog, Joe Rogan.
Hashem Ishmael Chama.
Joe Rogan, get your shit together.
This is a light time.
What is this bullshit? They have to get this shit figured out. Like,
The people
what
boss.
the fuck's
So
my
it says, well, maybe
Be Murphy?
Sparkle's close by. Maybe it's maybe the one trying to look as it looks like he's got
That's
funds right now.
strange.
We're in a state of need. He will return.
Yo, Joe Rogan.
The direct way, like, no, God is really abandoned. God is really far away.
Jamie, you're fucking up.
Jamie,
Jamie, you're fucking up. I'm so stupid. Yo, Joe Rogan. God. What the fuck? Yo, Joe Rogan. Hey, Joe Rogan.
But even if the issues gone right now, and it's a beacon are gone right now, what's going to happen? So when we shut him, we'll do Shubha.
What in the fuck? This is the worst. I'm gonna scream. Really? This shit is Is it? What are your thoughts on the NHL level? So, does it? Hey, Joe Rogan. Yo, Joe Rogan.
As you clearly see those that are fascinating to is doesn't want to come. He doesn't want to come. Otherwise, he has just
Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan.
So I don't want to
Yo, dog.
Why
did this shit work? Dude, that's an it's like, oh, you're fucking blood. Really? Hey, Joe Rogan. Hey, Joe Rogan. You gonna throw fists? Are you fucking serious? What the fuck is that? Joe Rogan. Yo, this is the worst. Joe Rogan, do I have to teach you how to fucking use YouTube? It sucks. Hey, Joe Rogan. Yo, am I missing something? Joe Rogan. Right, I can pay.
So it's just interesting to note over the festival there was just general things that are massive or our neighbors towards us, right? Like, but it wasn't on the
Yeah, Joe Rogan.
Those are cousins. And right out of
Hey, Joe Rogan. I'm going to your Instagram.
Incredible. Because now you want to switch this back to the topic of Mashiach. So remember again, up until now, I should say, up until
I'm
now,
surprised Joe Rogan.
focus was on you want to see Mashiach. Now everyone's going to focus up more on Mashiach himself. So really beautiful Gemara ahead of us. I'm not going to be stuff. We should be in the Bible saying this is incredible. Have you heard anything? Amos Asi Bar Nafri. When is Bar Nafri coming? Now, if you Bar Nafri is his name, when is he coming?
Get it together, bitch.
Bar Nafri. Who's Bar Nafri? Amalei, Mashiach. Bar Nafri is Mashiach.
So no one cares about your stupid.
Mashiach Bar Nafri comes later. Mashiach is called Bar Nafri.
Say this, dog. Dog, come on. Joe Rogan, dog. Am I fucking missing something here? Joe Rogan.
So it's interesting. Rashi understands over here, Sukkah David Hamafaras is not to be Semitic. The fact is, Sukkah David Hamafaras is Davidic monarchy. So one of the things that Mashiach will do
I like how Brian Kelly's
is
not allowed.
restoration of Davidic monarchy.
He
That's
sucks.
why Mashiach is called
Does he?
the
He's like
the one who lifts up
Really?
Dude,
Joe Rogan. Come on, man.
all the things that Mashiach is going to do, like Golden Logo, yes, I mean, all this other stuff. Right? The one thing that he's going to restore.
YouTube sucks. Instagram sucks. I want to be able to,
like, so that's what it's like. So it's sometimes,
you know, do the thing, order by,
to rebuild things that were broken. You know, to take something from you and rebuild it, that's one thing. But to take something that was better and then
what do you call
and broke it and broke it and then rebuild it again.
Oh shit, Lisa?
Pieces into what they once were is sometimes the greatest avodah. So what does Mashiach do?
No one cared about your 10 years in review that was posted 6 years ago. Still works. Dude, now I'm gonna have to go to Twitter, see what people will do. Joe, the motherfucker stream, bro. Ladies.
Everything to be called out children means to take all of your broken pieces and to mend them and make them whole. If you could put yourself back together, if you could become your own by nothing, take the pieces of you that are broken, take the pieces of you that are fallen, and put them back together, that is the greatest accomplishment. You want to go back to, I'm going to hug you every morning. George was a singing incredible heroes over here. George should have done his ball. Can you have how many something? So listen, we're going to see up here that there's a couple of different narratives. Well, we know two different narratives.
Yeah, Joe Rogan.
Generation and time when we
Joe Rogan.
what ushers in Messianic era? Messianic lives. So watch this. And let's say as follows. So if you're going to say as follows, the generation that coming out, I'm sorry, that the Mashiach will come. Can we pick up on this market?
Are you disappointed in your disappointed? Really? Especially Joe Rogan, especially Jamie. Jamie, blow that shit up. Let's do this.
Terrible disease every single day. Tell me about it. Shavuot should end up about a year. Shavuot usually is a 7-year cycle in which Mashiach comes. Shalom is Kayyim Mikrazah. So this is the 7-year period before Mashiach comes. In that 7-year period, the following will occur. In year number 1, Shalom
Joe Rogan. I'm missing something.
Some cities will have food. Other cities will have food. Literally again, I'll make it rain in one city or rain in a different city.
Like if YouTube knew what the fuck was up, this would be like the tweet of their fucking page. Joe.
Everyone has family. Year number 3, Shliches,
This shit is the worst.
Year number 3,
Joe Rogan. Terrible. This is very bad. Joe Rogan, you're dropping the ball, son. No one cares about your 10 years on YouTube. No one.
Sometimes he's suffering, sometimes he does not food. Different issues in the 5th year. There'll be a great satiety, more food.
So this shit is the best.
People will eat, drink, be happy. The Torah comes right from God. The Torah once they come back.
Joe Rogan experience passion.
In the 6th year of the sounds. Rashi says over here,
This is the worst. Dog. You said it was going to be in one piece. It's not 111. Nothing. Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan. This is the worst, dog.
So this is a description, a basic description.
Joe Rogan.
Which precedes Messianic redemption.
Joe Rogan.
Says, what's happening? how much is the habitude of also? And you also just by the way, if you just described the year that's
Oh,
7 years cycle, that's
this
pretty much every 7 year
is
cycle of cars.
the
Like in order, did you just
worst.
describe? Did you just do?
Now I have to go to your Instagram time. I'm gonna
So
have you.
Rabbi Rabbi says B'shishis Konis, B'shlius Mechamas Minchaba. So that's means was it every year 6? But ultimately again in the middle is around Mashiach. And in year 7 afterwards, that would not happen but only Kisidra didn't happen. Furthermore, there was what Rabbi responds is it's not just that these events occur over a 7-year cycle, it's that these events occur in this order over a 7-year cycle. So has that ever happened the way that you described? The answer to that, this is from the Gemara's perspective, is kind of. The Rita says, first you can
Joe Rogan.
base Abad,
Come on, man.
so I say, so, listen, but you still be showing very good memories.
Jamie is fucking up. Scale 1 to 10. Jamie is fucking up.
Now, I'll just
Jamie
put
is
some
fucking
about Messianic redemption.
up. For a while now until he goes wild. Joe Rogan, where the fuck are you? I'm watching the compilation for a while. Maybe longer if I choose. Jamie, all that shit up. Dude, I think. There we go. We're live, baby. Yo, why are you 14 minutes late, dog?
So that once again, they're getting a picture of a lack of Torah. V'hagavah the earth will be destroyed. V'hagavah Yashan. And ultimately, again, Rashi says, V'hagavah Yashan also means, I didn't think that's the place.
Yeah, what's your fault?
The people who live in the border cities, because there'll be a lack of general security, they'll wander from place to place.
I got it before he got it.
They won't find any mercy. The reason that other religious authorities will become putrid, will decay. The year of the Asir is that we fear sin will be despised. In other words, not only will Torah be forgotten, but those who try to be powers will be looked down upon. If you have done, you can't tell us. Literally, again, the people going for the face of the God. So we should give a little beside the Balaga, and we have to learn to the God. As they say, the truth of the justice, and general sense of spiritual decay. But unless we are God, unless we must be found, so we are not back to unless we are God, to say I'm God. We must deny that we are not God, and we do that. Learning to nurses, I don't, or that has that. So literally again, unless we become what we do, that will warn you everyone. Right? And then to seek our maker, ultimately again, become warriors of life. Nights, the sound of light, the struggle, and again, Shiva, Felicia, Samira, Mishtava, Al-Habios. Ultimately again, anyone who tries to push you, anyone who tries to be samurai, anyone who tries to do the right thing will be ostracized. That she says, Mishtava, Al-Habios, Kala Ola, Kola, Shakti, no Mishtava. So it says, there'll be an absence of Torah, and even those who try to go out and do the right things will essentially be ostracized from the community. Such a sense of spiritual decline in the data problems. Let us say as follows. So this is a tremendous thing. Brother says, in the beginning, I thought to myself, there is no truth in this world. There's a lot of things that can God should say, look at this for the Alma. Adam Paul, she doesn't MS Tundra. Doesn't listen to this thing. There is no person who always speaks the truth. As I was saying, you can't find a person in this world who always speaks the truth. I was going to point out about it. That's still is not you don't find the nation. So good to see that we have, we have this business in Halacha. We are allowed to go ahead and change the truth, right? Like the Gemara says, Mutter L'Sharas L'Pnei Hasharim. You're allowed to go ahead and sometimes change the truth for the sake of preserving your peace. So there's a license for that. Right? There's an ability for that. So the other says, I don't think that it's supposed to be is the only part of the truth. I'm going to be able to that publish, right? I'm going to that publish, right? So I get some of those really good at top levels of really, really heavily guarded and heavily down there. So I'm going to show you what to do. It's not, that publish what the really said, you know what he said? If you're good with all the money in the world, I would not lie. I would not think the truth.
Is there a chat?
Tell the story about yourself. What I was working.
No, no one wants this. No one wants this. No, fuck you, Princess. No. You the fuck give the shit about this shit. No one cares. No one cares.
You always have to tell the truth. It is between you and no one ever died before your time. That's what I have next one. How do you know that goes? You know that goes. If I live for that, what would you get? And a guy like that. So, because the reason I think this is, I like it a lot. I decided to tell them.
Stop this. Joe Rogan. You stupid bitch. I don't give a fuck about your makeup. The hard people feel this and what is this? This doesn't happen in this world. Why did your sons pass away? Oh no, we're talking about myself. So I told him this is what happened. So it's like you realize what happened in real life. You guys, like that, if you want to put these things like you can see a company on the way, it's such a when I keep saying that, you are sweet, and it's hardly for whom you feel no behind a picture. But often, if you don't mind, no comment.
Steve Basham, and you like to bring back to our house. That's a lovely story. It's a lovely story. Not just like that, this goes in line with what Robert is saying, but you can't define a person in this world who always tells the truth. That is what she thinks. You can't always find a person. So, because you can have a kind of pushback. What does the population I don't know. How many people are you? That's fine. You can just get together like a pocket like that. But at the end of the day, that's not the normal way that people live. Because once it's some life sucks the tie, it wants to go ahead and bend the truth.
Your vision is very flat, baby.
Because I'm telling you, you know what? On a double structure and double dock.
No offense, lady. You're hot. You can still get it.
There's a king under the full iron, and the elders will be forced to give respect to the elders. So there's going to be a sense of generational, like a sense of generational disrespect. You don't want to disrespect the elders. You're always important to respect the elders. And that's when you're about this elders. The kind of the humble self, a brother organization of your life, the community of God could make Kala. The first generation will be like the face of a God. The aim of done this fire to Robert, and all with one day. The son will not be embarrassed in front of his father. So let's say, how do I go back? Remember this Lord? When Sora and Noah, when the spirit of Sora and Noah, the spirit they learned from his father, the legacy beneath anyone, legacy beneath the son also was just wrong, because there's an inherent embarrassment that a son has when he tells you about his father, but he doesn't know his best. In the generation of Mashiach, he's going through such a decency. The sun doesn't even have any arousal from China. So first of all, my Tanya, when you come in the Tanya says, don't you been double dog? I just to that. I just means I heard the words of craziness, craziness, right? Craziness will proliferate by your character others. Guy, she says, so you have these you have to cover. So it will be such arrogance for no one will be honored one to the other. I get that you trade player, the final is being swayed, but I am you to look at it. The wine will be very expensive. What does that mean? Well, the final produce a lot of goods, but the wine will still be very expensive. So what's it actually break out to what they use is really a lot of wine and stuff. You know, it's an indulgent, hedonistic society.
Yeah, I'll do it now. We got the white guy fight another white guy. Really? One's a little chanted than the other one. It doesn't matter if they're white. No, it doesn't. Pink shorts with blue shorts. Pink shorts whooping ass.
Everyone's right. Everyone's opinion is right. Everyone's feeling is right. So even if they're wrong, no one can say anything to the other. The same with each spot. It's supposed to reach the government spot. Even if they double spot, actually tap it for a month is in this. So when double grant the chef, they can come moving again for the entire month, the entire government. 2020 hours. I mean, obviously, what's the possible? We will hop up club on the top of it. This is people for the double applause. I have a club to get cut out. But the entire body stays white. The entire body stays white.
That's no idea.
So when we do this unfortunate comprehensive change in society, that society as a whole turns political, that society as a whole just reduces it, interestingly enough, that's actually a sign that redemption is on the road. Like a drama, ki azmaskar da apis acaba azul, en büyük davranışlar, doğru sıfır. Bir şey yapmışız, açıyı hamusalos. The general deliberation, ultimately again, is of themselves. You have your seat cabinet and use. Which is for the after, actually, it's not a club community. Until again, it is a diminution, ultimately again, of community. That's just as well here, showing us the interaction. So there's nothing to be common. There's nothing to be common. Ultimately, again, we're going to start parties now to the right path. There are no sales people who already do stuff. You see, all of this together.
We can't hear you, Joey.
Actually, think what's within the case. It's only poverty. Actually, section of the
Joey, we can't hear you.
Qualities of despair of everything redeemed.
Which Bappa's got that one?
And we want to give up hope on redemption, but redemption comes later. The FS culture, the other, the level is so much in research. Never is there, was in fashion, that's what it is. Never is there. You have a match to Rabban in the ASCII day. So what's we'll talk about this more on the days. We have zero to find groups of Rabban trying to figure out the date of Messianic arrival. What's it really on the days. A lot of Rabban spending a lot of time, 10% guys.
Joe, get your shit together. Fucking just away.
He said, please do not believe you are the Mashiach. I tried to figure out when Mashiach is coming. Ultimately, then we're delaying the program around. We discuss it why is it was inside it. This is kind of what we know. Do you buy the house of Hadas? There are two things that come when you start looking for them. The most of the time, we are one of the three things. Number one, in the name, Mashiach, Yitzhak, La'atrach. Three things happen when you're not looking for them. Mashiach, finding the right object, and Scorpion. That's what backwards. Looking backwards, right? Scorpions are fancy again, and Scorpions look like she points out is that they sneak up on you out of nowhere. And they sting you. Okay, Yitzhak. Those are the youngest, right? In other words, if you go out looking for just somebody's lost out of the ever find anything. Listen up, just on your leader thing, you think you stumble across and stuff. And that's Mashiach. That's the Mashiach. If you don't look for him, he comes. So if you start trying to figure out when he's going to come, or you go say, what bookshop is this? This is what comes. You want to look at this. Instead of trying to figure out when Mashiach is coming, living the kind of life that we need to have. Sometimes we spend so much time to figure out what future events are going to recognize it. But if we just make ourselves better, then the things we want out of life will naturally occur.
Joe Diaz, we can't hear you.
When is my marriage going to? When is my prognosis going to improve? What are my kids? What are this? What are this? Everything's going to improve. But instead of worrying about when it's going to turn around, there's something better. Do something to turn it around. Change yourself. Change your life. Work harder. Put in more effort, right? We spend so much time when.
Joe, we cannot hear you.
Just what can you do right now to improve the status quo of your life? What can you do right now to bring about the brachos that you so badly want out of life? Stop waiting and start doing. You can't do that. So now, interesting. Now that we just spoke about, now trying to figure out when Mashiach is going to come, we're going to go into an exhaustive discussion about what Mashiach is going to come. Second, also because it's two different schools of thought. Because that's what I'm saying. Just like what things about Messianic redemption, right? Again, is it terrible stuff? Is it good stuff? It's two schools of thought. Contemplating, we're trying to think when Mashiach is going to come, also two schools of thought. So we don't have to do that. She's often sharing about the world is 6,000 years old. So I'm saying, everybody knows this, but to see that we all speak on this. The world is programmed to operate for 6,000 years. That's the way of the world. How we live 6,000 years, how we live the hard part, and then 1,000 years of destruction.
Yo, oh, it's over. It's over. Get in there, dog. Get in there. I would have called it earlier. Protecting that guy from CTA, CTE, and CTA. Chicago Transit Authority. I would have protected the Chicago Transit Authority, folks. Why? Nobody knows what time it is. Yo, Joey Diaz, get your shit together, dog.
Just like Shemitah, right? Ultimately, again, there's a Shemitah year once every 7 years. So to the world, so the first 100 days of Shemitah, once every 7,000 years. The world exists for 6,000 years, and in the 7,000 years, ultimately, it's like the Shemitah, universal Shemitah, so everything is reset. Shalema, the Mitzvah, Shalevado, and it was interesting, by the way, that what we do that house of the Mitzvah, Shalevado, that Hashem will be established by himself, but also more reference to the Messianic era. You know, understands that we know that the Bible refers after the 6,000 years of this world, and everything is reset, it will only be after the Shpar universe for that 1,000-year period. Incredible. Let's Yom Kippur Shabbos. Apparently, again, that 1,000 years that follows the 6,000 years of this world. Incredible. Gomez. Yeah, everybody, that comes from that story. Yeah, but everybody knows. Shishis Alachim Shana Habi'amah. The world will exist for 6,000 years. See what it says? Shna Habi'amah. Shna Ahayim Tovavo. So now, how are those 6,000 years broken up? For the first 6,000 years, for the first 2,000 years of the world, most of the retrospective world. But for the first 2,000 years, there's 12 alone. All of you was 12 alone. The Torah wasn't given. But for the first 2,000 years, the Torah was not given in the world. Okay? Shnei Achayim. Shnei Achayim. Torah. So ultimately, the next 2,000 years are the years of Torah. In Shnei Achayim, Moshe Mashiach. The last 2,000 of the 6,000 are in Moshe Mashiach. You know, so now, again, we see it like that. And that's us. That is for us. That's for us. We're the last 2,000 and it's Moshe Mashiach. Yeah? So these are the very celebrity about our Sunday. Sheradu Yatzorah Mashiach. Also, this is our profound statement. But because we've messed up, Yatzorah Mashiach. when I don't do what's right in life, when I make poor decisions, you know what happens? Restream may have martial lessons. What comes out of your decisions is what comes out of your decisions. So many times in life we find ourselves in that spot and wonder, how did we get here? How did we get here? It's not that complicated. I mean, series of poor decisions. Some of them are too different, some of them nuanced, and that's what's happening here. It's not rocket science. The good news is, the same bad decisions that got me into the spot where I am, hopefully, if I change my decision-making processes to get me out of it. Maybe not to love it, because that guarantee can't reverse a lot of the damage that you've done. But at least you have to choose wisely, you have to choose differently going forward. So again, that's really the way we're supposed to work. 2,000 years ago, Derek told already, 2,000 years with Torah, and then 2,000 years, the last 2,000 years, the 6,000 years supposed to be realization. That's what it was supposed to be. But because of our sinful behavior, let's see what we're It's not I'm going to be already with them. I told you that Sarah to see that. That's his level. This is Ilya Rabbi talking. That is Ilya Rabbi. They always say from Yudah. In our own prophets this morning, the connection networks. The world will not exist for the last 85 global cycles. The over a whole but in the last global cycle, that's when Mashiach will come. I'm going to show you such a no. Let's have a cell phone. So Mashiach comes at the beginning and the end of that global cycle. Any idea? So he says, I don't know. The Kava only told the global cycle finished or not. I'm not ready. Any idea? And you know, said, I don't know. I don't know. You know, so about it, how this is so times. Why is it so times? And you all know he's ready when else is not over Mashiach. So let's say, you know, he says, I don't know. There's certain things about this whole believer that no one knows except the Rebbeinu Shalom, which is why the Rebbe said, why we go back to the statement ultimately Rebbe Zero. That maybe our Avodah is not to focus so much on love, but to focus so much more on what? When is Mashiach going to come? I don't know. I don't know. So, and the truth is, here's the good news. I'm in good company. Who else doesn't know? Who else doesn't know? Everyone doesn't know either. So, if you know what doesn't know, I'm sitting up to figure out. So, I can't figure out the one. And what I need to be hyper-focused on is the what. What do I need to do to bring about freedom? What do I need to do to bring about Mashiach? What do I need to do in my personal life? How to fix my personal mistakes and the mistakes of the 12. It's incredible. Incredible. One is like the try to play. No. I was actually says not going away. I thought that work this stuff. When you turn the able to stop, you know. So I should go to the I thought the work to stop, you know. I give it an iPhone work to stop. So I only have a phone to try to do it. I don't know exactly when Shaq is coming. The whole thing is clear. He's not going to be waiting for him until that last yoga. Once that last yoga comes, he points out everything. What's his again? What I want to point out is something amazing. These girls reflect the mindset that there is a true determined time for the Mashiach. And that's it. What you do, what you don't do, the true determined time. There's another school of thought that says there is no true determined time. There may be a, like, what's the word? Like a defined ending. Mashiach must come by this gate, this date. But it doesn't necessarily preclude the possibility of advancing its arrival through our spiritually led oneness belief. In other words, like the Shabbat place, like Harabak Apudah Rabiose. Let's not see other ones that listen to this. And the Yoga Magula Akos Suva Ashir Shemash listen to this. Crazy. So like Harabak Apudah says this, I found the guy. This guy had a story. The story really was shit. I'm not sure for this. And then I'm not too long. Nine moments. And then like so I'm not too long. Zoom in. Oh, we have this stuff. I'm gonna be the highest showing this stuff. I traveled with the soldiers. They usually running with Sasia. So we found this scroll amongst the different tribes of life. Main focus on Pakistan. I found this in the training. Because in Bali, I found this very good message. Yeah, I hope that I find myself with the Shinga Afak Shah, the other Shah, your comments sources of this. Ciao, and all you don't. We found it here in the scroll. After 4,000, right, after 40,000 outlying, my science is right. After 4,291 years, how long people the world is ceased to exist? Okay? Mehan is in there, it says, Mehan Muhammad Khalil, some of those years will be wars of Dead Sea creatures. Mehan Muhammad is going to Morrow, second will be going to Morrow. Isha'al Yinas Mashiach, and less than a year to Yinas Mashiach. Therefore, the Torah from the Hadith of Shalom, Allah after Shivas HaChayishim. Kashmar only restarts now after 7,000 years. Remember again, this each big locomotive of 6,000 after creation, 1,000 of Torah Babo, and then a restarting of the universe. But after the Rabbi, already after conditions of Allah Shalom. But after 5,000 years, so you must know, how many of you must know, it says, Mikra that looking beyond alcohol. The following passage ultimately again literally pierces the world into the depths. That's what I say. He owned Chazon Manoel, Yachak the Kates very Chazon. In Misianea Fatia Lloyd, he told Yabok, no Yachak, no Yachak. This is a little passage from Kabbalah. So let's try to get the passage and then we'll interpret it. He owned Chazon Manoel, there will be a vision for you in the point of time. Yachak will be very Chazon. The end will come. The end will come and you will not be deceived. In Misianea Fatia Lloyd, the king to reign, with some people, Yahweh will laugh. He will come and he will not be doing it. What could I be saying? Transaction are even if you need to tell us to do it. Still, that's what I want to say. The other thing I want to say, that the shots will only come as a defined financial good over here. Even if you all begin, even if you begin to go on the side of the whole dollars, but again, even continuous heavy things, we also hard to go. Let's suck up for it. So it's a very good opponent. I lose that one to say. But somebody said, we get to a basic calculation of previous dollars. When you probably smell like that dollars, how can nothing do wrong? But I still look at the most shmish. And that was very small one. So I was very small one. So now she's like, yeah, I was going to go shmish to the one. First of all, we got with the goats on the go, with brothers, shmish brothers, I got to tell that, as well as the funny what we do is, we got that one, like, we got one of themselves, and then we small ones, they came up with the finest amounts of time to Mashiach comes. Now, what was the final anyway? But what could be a Cuba? שהידוש כל אחת מעצמי ואני מארץ אשר נזעץ שזה סוף מתיידד ונפתח ואני אקיב איתו ואני אקיב also gives the calculation Markus ראשון 70 שנה Markus שנייה 52 ומרקוס בן חזיבה 2 שנה במחצה So let's say, what is this? Now we must look at the calculation. Marcus we showed, and this is the source of this. The first is in the flesh is 7 years. The second is with Shemach Shnia, Khalish Mishai 52 years. And Marcus Ben Khazib, I can't hold the word about, is 2.5 years. So it's a what is that mean? The Lord sees this thing as follows. The Lord sees this thing as what kind of a sense? This is the chapter. So the idea is just this. And when I think most of the time it's around the shift, it's things that they kind of want to know this activity. But there are periods of constantly. There are periods of kindness. So that's what he's saying over here. There are first things that it does ultimately again is 70 years, but that's the purpose of Dallas itself. Second is something that's ultimately 52 years, and then there's the 2.5-year reign of Bakofa. Now, if you have read, Bakofa is actually a relatively good time to probably slow, actually you were on top. So the idea is the world is swinging, difficulties, the world is sort of turning in time to October tranquility. What we believe is at some point in time, we should have to change the time. But we don't use yourself in this calculation of those who try to understand these things, then often those calculations are not correct. Remember like that. My Yachak like it's great as it doesn't mean that. The original of my own years and Ticket Aslan Shamakashi country. Again, the very should think and those should become swollen of those who try to calculate when the Mashiach is going to come. And when I say there is an exercise in futility to try to figure out when the Mashiach is going to come. So only should give a Shia as a hate to a bar, should in your bar. Because what happens for those who go around and try to calculate when the Mashiach is going to come? What happens? They calculate for whatever the time. And when the Mashiach doesn't come, what do they say? What do they say? You see, he's not coming. It's dangerous to calculate the date of Messiah's arrival. Ella, what's his name? Ella, calculate. What is our order on Mashiach? What's our order? Wait. That is our order to wait. Shemar, even if we delayed, just wait. Shema Tomar, I'm the captain of the Zohar Makasa. Maybe a sales looks like that. I'm a little bit in the fact that Shema.
This is the best.
We're reading. Everybody's reading.
Papa went.
So again, if we're waiting for Mashiach, and Mashiach is waiting to come, so why doesn't he just come? Is this what we do that? Midas Hadin. That's the ultimate thing, Midas Hadin. In other words, that the attribute of strict justice says, problem solved message is written on Mashiach. So the Gemara says, between the Acha Shemidas Hadin Ma'ateres, so what Ma'ateres, strict justice is providing Mashiach and coming. So why are we waiting? And obviously, the waiting is in futility, because we can't come to Mashiach, so we're going to let him go. The Gemara says, the Kabbalah says, because all the Gemara is reward for waiting. Shemar Ashrei Kovet for Paylo. What is the scene of Israel? Tremendous Muhammad. We're waiting for Mashiach. Mashiach is waiting to come. There's not going to say Mashiach. But the reason I'm doing the strict attribute of divine justice says it's not yet time. So then why wait if you know that our waiting is not going to make the difference? Because there is a reward for waiting. What kind of reward is it? When we wait for something and we want it back, it builds up that anticipatory excitement. And if you get the anticipatory excitement, the more I'm ready to take decisive action to make things happen. Waiting is not an end. Waiting is a means to push myself to do more, to be more, to bring about that which I want more than anything. Becoming a Mashiach and here I'll be a meaning. Okay, let's say Shkara.
Thank you, Joe.
All right, fellas, good morning. Let us begin by taking over our responses for this morning's show today. Our annual commentary sponsor for Tough Shoot and Waiting. First is Rock against all Restream instructions this year. This is close from the source from West Sha'am's Rock. And co-sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, Lamiri, his father, Dr. Harry Khan, Sweet Hirsch, Ben Yosef Cohen, Ziv Levin, and Birmingham families in memory of William Zev Shmuel and Yisrael. And we have many sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Peter Goldman, the Buddhist Esther Bas and Moser, and the Meritva Kamzora, all the Hashem Sabna. Families in the Kama, all those who wish to have them get us home for the Yisrael, which brought the Shemir should bring home all of our hostages, and all the soldiers should be successful before Nazi. Those with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Okay, today's daf is Tzadik Zayin, 97. We are picking up on Tzadik Vav on his base, second line down in the wide line. Once again, we left off a lot with Hanger yesterday. She was thorough after killing almost 1 million people, having this desire to convert. Recognizing again the enormity of his actions and ready to go and generate from this law. Gemara now picks up on that. Gemara says, Naaman, their cultural fire. So Naaman was the general of Aram, also responsible for splitting much Jewish blood. So Naaman became a Ger Toshav. And we'll say, Ger Toshav usually means a non-Jew who repudiates idolatry, except Hashem is going to that's the general definition of a Ger Toshav. So Naaman became a Ger Toshav. It was Zaron Ger Tzedek. Now it's interesting. So the Gemara seems to indicate over here that it was Zaron really became Ger Tzedek. He was a Ger. He converted. Ibn Ibanav Shal Sisra. London Party Shalai. Sistra's grandson, remember against Sisra, the general who went against the Jewish people, defeated by Barak and Yael. In Sisra, we read the Afrar of Shana, that Yantiv in Sisra, his mother's cries, served as the basis for a lot of what we do in Sisra. So for Bnei Barak and Sisra, London Party Shalai. The grandson of Sisra, went to Yerushalayim. The Barak Shasal Caleb, Lindu Torah Berabim. The grandsons of Sancheriv taught Torah in public. Umanu, who were these grandsons of Sisra, who taught Torah in public, Shmaya and Avtalim. That's wild. Then the Shmaya and Avtalim, they were the rebellion of Hillel and Shammai. And so Shmaya and Avtalim, the Hillel and Shammai, themselves were descendants of Sancheriv. Midnei Banav Shal Haman, Lamu Torah of Neba. Haman's grandsons learned Torah in Neba. The act Midnei Banav Shal Osa Rasha. Bikesh HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Even the grandsons of Nebuchadnezzar were going to become Jewish. What's going to happen? Malachim says to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Ribono Shel Olam, Mi Shivechnu Nefesecha, V'sarfas Lefalecha, Tachnis Tachas Kanti Ashliya. So the Malachim said to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, no. Well, what's going on over here? Could it be that someone would destroy the base of Mikdash, someone would destroy the city, someone would do so many terrible things to your children? Such a person like this should not have his family come as the new stories of the Shekhinah. Kind of this also was interesting, since the that the Malachim convinced HaKadosh Baruch Hu not to allow Nebuchadnezzar or Nebuchadnezzar's descendants from joining the ranks of Klal Yisrael. Kind of the shit. Lafino as Baba Vola Nefesan. He tried to heal Baba, but it could not be healed. So this idea that Baba could have been healed technically by the conversion of Nebuchadnezzar's children. So Baba was so broken. Baba was such a big state of despair. Baba did so much to us that they were beyond repair. Incredible. Ula Amro Ula says that versus something else. Ula Amro is Nebuchadnezzar. This was Nebuchadnezzar. There's no going back to Nebuchadnezzar. No children of Nebuchadnezzar. No Catholic children. Rabbi Shmuel Bar Natzani Amro Elu Naros Baba. Tirgama.
I don't know what else for some people. Just have celebrities talking while watching the sport. They're doing it anyway.
The waters are very good, and there's no way to see in those waters. The Gemara says, it's a nice thing about what it actually says, B'cholim Marinim Sha'omdim B'naros. Ultimately, again, they have bitter date comes. Not only are the waters bitter, but ultimately, again, the date comes that flow by the water are also bitter. So I always say it's interesting, by the way, that the Gemara says that the one thing we can't feel is narrow Baba. Reminiscent of the capital of Tehillim, Al Narrow Baba, Sham Ba'inu. Narrow Baba, that image, is never in how these ones being led out from Eretz Yisrael. He sat by the rivers of Baba and cried in the numbers. Most of the Baruch also says, there are some things in this world that are unforgivable. There are some things for some people, or some things that are unredeemable. It's crazy as that sounds because we believe that everything is redeemable, everything is changeable. No, there's some evil that's perpetrated in this world that simply cannot be undone. And once you know that we cannot give to our people, simply beyond redemption, cannot be changed, cannot be uplifted, cannot be redeemed. Incredible. And the mindset as follows. So I'll say, but I'll just point out, a lot of us have asked the answer is actually clearly what's interesting is Nebuchadnezzar is offspring. There's no indication that Nebuchadnezzar ever wanted to do this, right? He had no desire. And his descendants wanted to do it. Nebuchadnezzar did go ahead and do it. So it's interesting, what exactly does that mean? There's a secret for two best idea. In it, he has like a lot of discussions about Jesus, a lot of interesting things. He brings down Shiloh, where after the war, there was a particular Nazi guard who wanted to convert. Right? And again, he obviously had tremendous talent for what he did. He was doing before, I forgot the author of the name, and to convert. And it was a Shiloh. Shiloh, and this is what it is. So how did you convert this guy? I don't know what he did. He shares the case. And so the contract, because like I said, you're lucky statements based on halacha yedesha. Right? Things are too expensive. Allah nation, hold hard back. Hold hard back. Well, you should be able to convert. The halakha is if somebody brings about shuvah, right? And they membership until they pass the right, should be able to convert. But he says, but how can you convert? How can a person just be welcomed to after everything that he did? How could it be? How could it be that a person with a belief in such an egregious fashion, with such grief towards himself, and then be welcomed into our lives? So he asking, don't convert him. Asking, don't convert him. But what's interesting is, you don't often find this in halacha. It was much more an emotional psak than it was a legal psak. Because the legal psak is you convert. If the guy is sincere, the mamish has covered, you can convert him. But emotionally, how could such a person like that be welcomed into his upon himself? So it's interesting, by the way, where it says that Yudin Zoran became a Ger, right? Who converted him, which Beis Din took responsibility for this. It is interesting to note that the lesson that Yudin Zoran is, all right, he ran away. Which seems to indicate that he just went off somewhere else, not part of community, not part of regular Jewish people. He went off. How did he get converted? He didn't even go through a formal process. They mean that he just accepted for himself. He put up the cross. We don't know. It's interesting to point out. Okay, we have a noise like this. Amar Ula. Ula says as follows. Amar Ula. Should be beach of Yerushalayim. Amar Ula. The bad neighbor to Yerushalayim. Also, Kevin Yerushalayim, when he becomes study the Torah of Yerushalayim, when Amar Ula heard that the Navi was prophesizing about the destruction of Yerushalayim, Shalchu, Nebuchadnezzar. They sent word to Nebuchadnezzar. What coming out of here is what prompted Nebuchadnezzar to go ahead and attack Yerushalayim, especially after seeing what happened to Sancheriah. What prompted him to do it? So the Gemara says, Amunah heard the Navi prophesizing that Yerushalayim is going to be destroyed. So they sent to Nebuchadnezzar, look, you talk. Time for you to come. Nebuchadnezzar, all Israel is weak. Israel will be destroyed. Look the top. Come and literally again, look and come. Amar, Mistafina Dorola Abudi to divide the Canaan. So again, Nebuchadnezzar said, I'm afraid that they're going to beat me. And the previous enemies, meaning again, he's referring to Sancheriah. Shalf Ulay, Ye'in Ha'ish Chinesa. The Ish is not home. Ve'in Hadarach Merachel. No, sorry, Halok V'Darach Rachel. So the word says, Ve'in Ish Halak V'Sparkle. So the Ish means that he said, B'nanas Avon Shmith V'Sparkle has left his home. Shneimar, Hashem Ish Milchama. So ultimately, again, we tell Nebuchadnezzar, this is the right time. V'Sparkle has abandoned Chag Yisrael, which should come and fight. Shal Ulu. Bekriegel Vasi, so he says, maybe at those process close by. In other words, maybe the Rosh as much as it looks like he's not probably strong now, when they're in a state of need, he will return. Allah, the direct way. No, God has really abandoned him. God has really fallen in. Shalom, peace with the tzadiki, the Bayrakami, Umaisi way. What Paisha has tzadiki. Tzadiki of the class of Tzidon. And when they died, they bring up the part of that. Shalom, they swear HaKesach Wakaf Yado, a Kesach al tzadiki. The Ish has taken his bundle of money with him. And what's the bundle of money? The Kesach is tzadiki. Shneimar. Be'efra libe Kamisha HaKesach. The commerce of the Kesach. Hadri Rishi B'Tshuva Ubayna Rachani Umaisi Leit. Most of this conversation is actually incredible. So Nebuchadnezzar says, okay, well even if the Ish is going right now, and the Tzadikim are going right now, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? So the Yeshua will be killed. So the Yeshua Klal Yisrael will do Shabbat, and they'll ultimately again bring HaKadosh Baruch Hu back to the Yisrael fresh. So the Master Shalpulei, Kvar Kabbalah and Ismail. So essentially, I'm going to mention this to it. The Baruch Hu already decreed, not only that, he even set a time for the destruction of his meditation and Mar, Yom HaKesach Yavo L'Beisa. In Kesach Elazman, Shneimar, HaKesach B'Yom Chagim. Nashon. So Shalpulu, so the Nebuchadnezzar said, Sisivon. So no Masina the Asir Kibla Olimishra. It's winter time, fall, winter, and I can't come because it's only because the rain. There's another way, which you clearly see here something fascinating, which is Nebuchadnezzar doesn't want to come. He doesn't want to come. In other words, he has just a bad feeling about this. That even if someone is successful, that the questions that I'm confused with the other one. So I don't want to come to right together and very well. Shalt Ivar, Shakure, the second, don't think about it. Ashina the Kura. When you come to the call, so navigate yourself around the mountains. Go ahead and travel by the base of it. In fact, the mountains will shield you from the rain and the snow. Yeah, man. Shalt Ivar Moshe Aris, the southern Bara had snow, Har Basino. Shalafu, Yasina, Leslie, Gupta, Yasinate. Khalas says, if I come, there's no place for me to stay. There's no place for me to house my family. So I said, don't worry about it. He sent back to Shalfulay, Kibos, Shalahem, Moon, Kalkun, Shalfach. The graves of the Jews are even nicer than the palaces. Ba'is Elinu Hashem Yotzias Atzmos Malki Yehuda, Es Atzmos Sarab, Es Atzmos Hakohanim, Es Atzmos Hadim, Es Atzmos Yoshu Shani Chevreyam, the shots from the Shamayim, the Yarek, the Kotla Shreya Adam, Asha Abdul Asha Alfa Harim. Amalek Ramach Elevista. Ishnu the box was a surgeon. That's the end of the story. So it's just interesting to note over here. First of all, there was just general meeting that mostly for our neighbors towards us, right? Like, what do Alan and Love have to get involved in this? Those are our cousins. And why do they have to get involved? I don't know. Alan and Love come, and then said to this, I'm going to try to ultimately against the much against each other. Incredible. Listen, now, we want to switch us back to the topic of Mashiach. So remember again, up until now, I should say, up until now, the focus really was on the most of Mashiach. Now the Gemara is going to focus a bit more on Mashiach. It's a really beautiful Gemara. I'm not going to be useful. Mishnu, the Bible says, this is incredible. Have you heard anything? Amos Asi Bar Nafti. When is Bar Nafti coming? Now, who Bar Nafti is this? When is he coming? Amalei man Bar Nafti. Who Bar Nafti? Amalei Mashiach. Bar Nafti is Mashiach. So the Gemara says Mashiach. So the Gemara says Mashiach. Bar Nafti, honestly. Mashiach is called Bar Nafti. Amalei in, yes, he is. Say Hayom Ahu. Akira was a couple of times. Giant age Amalei. Akira Sukas David Konopolis. Let's say it's incredible. Let's see how it goes. I will lift up. Will be again. I will rebuild. Sukas David Konopolis. The foreign sukkah of David Melech, a reference to the base of the Tanshi says, will be a sukkah David Konopolis. Malchus days David. Lahaki carried Mashiach Hayati. So this is interesting. Rashi understands over here. Sukas David Konopolis is not to be used. Because the Sukkah covered in the Torah is Davidic monarchy. So one of the things that Mashiach will do, Mashiach again, is the restoration of Davidic monarchy. That's why Mashiach is called Bar Nafti, the one who lifts up all those things. Let's say there's something to look into itself. Out of all the things that Mashiach is going to do, right? Golden Mogo, yes, amazing, all this other stuff. Right? The one thing that he's known is to restore Davidic monarchy. Or by the way, also others understand that Sukkah Salan of thoughts represents leaders. Right? So that's what it's like. So it's sometimes the greatest avoid in life is to rebuild things that were broken. To take something from new and rebuild it, that's one thing. But to take something that was old and then broke it and then rebuilt it again, rebuilt it to put back into what things once were, is sometimes the greatest avoid. So what does Mashiach do? Everything that he has, he's able to take 50 pieces. Halachim is able to take a monarchy that was destroyed and rebuild it. Take a structure that was destroyed and rebuild it. That's Mashiach, Bar Nafti. Temple, Bar Nafti. So I said, I don't know that whole thing. So what's the biggest accomplishment of the self? It's not about Shiva. It isn't all about Shiva. You need to take all of your broken pieces and cement them and make them whole. If you could put yourself back together, if you could become your own entire take the piece of your piece will be there for you. Put back together, that is the greatest accomplishment. You want to go back, I'm going to help you open it. First, was this really incredible. First, and David Bob, I'm going to be Chachamim Pesach. So, listen, we're going to see up here that there's a couple of different narratives, well, we know two different narratives, about the generation and the time that immediately precedes Mashiach. What ushers in Messianic era? Messianic era. Just watch this. The verse says as follows. So, the opener says as follows. First, and David Bob, the generation of Chachamim. that the Mashiach will come. There's a diminution, like less Torah. There's less Torah to be found. There are fewer Talmidei Chachamim. V'ashar Eneim Talos B'Yavon V'Anachon. So there's fewer Talmidei Chachamim, and in general, a lot of suffering. Usaros, those terrible suffering. Zeros, Kashos, and new terms every single day. Tanabana, Shavuot Shabbat David Bach, year, Shavuot usually means like the 7-year cycle in which Mashiach comes. Shalom Shalom is Kayin Mikvazah. So this is the 7-year period before Mashiach comes. In that 7-year period, the following year comes. In year number 1, Shalom Shalom is Kayin Mikvazah. In entirety of year Achaz, some cities will have food. Other cities will literally again. I'll make it rain in one city, won't rain in a different city. Shnia, second year, famine everywhere. So in year number 1, some places have rain, some places don't have rain. Year number 2, everyone has famine. Year number 3, Shlishis, Ra'av Godel, and Nisim Anashim Nashim. Sim La'anshim myself. In year number 3, there'll be a great famine. Men, women, children die. Hasidim, Anshe Maisa, great people will die. The Torah, Mishtachachas, Torah will virtually be forgotten. Overwhelming. So material suffering, spiritual suffering, there is before here, some of it in a silva. Some places have food, some places don't have food. Different issues in the here. Silva double. There'll be a great satiety, more food. But open the show sin to smitten. People will eat, drink, be happy. The Torah goes out from down. Torah once can come back. So maybe the Shishis Kolos, in the 6th year there'll be sounds. Rashi says we are the Shishis Kolos, not to Kolos Sheben David Ba. And there'll be murmurings, right? The people will be talking. The Mashiach is close. The Shavias Machalos, in the 7th year of war, 7th year war, which could mean go to Mago. The Masay Shavias Ben Tzalibah. And the Masay Shavias, right, the end of that 7th year, meaning year number 8. That's when Mashiach is Mashiach. So it's like, so this is a description, a basic description of the 7-year cycle which precedes Messianic redemption. In other words, the Moshe says, so what's happening? How much is the Habak means of Asa? And Yosef says, by the way, what you just described, we have that 7-year cycle, that's pretty much every 7-year cycle of Christ. Like in other words, what you just described is Jewish history. And I understand that Mashiach has not come. So I'm not buying it, says, Mashiach is coldest. She is Muhammad's new Habak. Was there every year 6? But ultimately, again, in the lower is around Mashiach. And in year 7 of course, the death was what happened. But the secret. Furthermore, what I response is, it's not just that these events occur over a 7-year cycle. It's that these events occur in this order over a 7-year cycle. So has that ever happened to the answer to that is, from the Gemara's perspective, is no. Tanya. The reader says, first of Ben David Ba, Day Sadat, Yelizios. So what's it? So, what you see over here is something that's really amazing. You begin to see that apparently before Mashiach comes, there is a general spiritual flow. Now, I'll just put this on, see this more quickly later, but there's like these 2 models about Messianic redemption. When Mashiach comes, essentially almost like though things hit rock bottom, and therefore there's no choice but to redeem us, or is redemption something we can earn, right? And we can even expedite. So just hold on to that. We'll see this training as we go on in the coming years. So as we go to says, first of all, about the generation in which Mashiach comes, Beis Habad Gelaznos. I want to say Beis Habad is the Beis Hamedrash. So Beis Hamedrash will be turned into a place for immorality. What's the pshat? Because there will be no Talmidei Chachamim. Therefore, no one congregates there. When you have large empty spaces, and Bate Medrash Rashi points out, we're generally like outside of the city. So you have large spaces unoccupied. You for public eye. What are they used for? This immorality. So once again, bringing a picture of a lack of Torah. The Haggadah Yacham, north will be destroyed. The Haggadah Yacham. And ultimately, again, Rashi says, Rashi says, Vagavla Yesha also means other forgotten place. Will you so in the early year? The people who live in the border cities, because there'll be a lack of general security, will wander from place to place. Although you the Chachmas, and they won't find any mercy. The Chachmas, Asof, and Tisra, the wisdom of the religious people will become putrid, will decay. The Yirei hate Asul, people who fear sin will be despised. And not only will Torah be forgotten, but those who try to be pious will be looked down upon. Ukne Hadar, Kipne Kalef. Literally, again, the face the generation of the face of a dog. Interesting, again, we saw the Palado, and that's really bad. So again, which means that there'll just be a general sense of spiritual decay. By MS Ne'adaras, MS will not be found. Shne'amar Bati MS Ne'adaras, Sarah Mishkala. So there must be my Bati MS Ne'adaras, Amizirad, Mulami Shnesis, Agarim, Bahadafasa. So literally again, MS will become like a group that will wander around, right? And those who seek MS will ultimately again become wanderers as well. Ultimately again, anyone who tries to be samira, anyone who tries to do the right thing will be ostracized. It actually says, so once they self will be in error, and even those trying to go ahead and do the right thing will essentially be ostracized in the community. Such a sense of spiritual decline in the greater Kaddish. Rabbi says as follows. So let's say this is a tremendous thing. Right? Rabbi says, in the beginning, I thought to myself, there is no truth in this world. So says an overwhelming statement. God says, Ein Adam Ba'olam sheyidaber emes kamid. Let's listen to this statement. There is no person who always speaks the truth. Like I was saying, you can't find a person in this world who always speaks the truth. I was saying, I want to play that away. That statement is not even a condemnation. It could just be like a reality. Remember again, you have instances in halacha where you're allowed to go ahead and change the truth, right? Like the Gemara says, you're allowed to go ahead and sometimes change the truth for the sake of preserving greater peace. So there's license for that, right? There's the ability for that. So Rava says, I don't think there's a person who always tells the truth. I'm going to be So again, someone goes, this Rav Talmud said, he went on record, he said, if you give me all the money in the world, I would not lie. I would not change the truth. What's the reason of this story? Now, this Kavumi tells a story about himself. One time I went to a place. The Kushta, which is great. The name of the place was Kushta. The name of the place, the name of the town was Truth. That was the name. Where it says, "V'lo hava mishayim b'divrayim, v'lo hava mistunshim hasam below his money." Let's say in this place called Truth, what was the residency requirement? Residency requirement was, you cannot lie. You always have to tell the truth. But interestingly enough, no one ever died before their time. What is that? No one died young. Apparently, no one died young. No one died young. People lived and I reached there and they died like that. So what happened? The community started I decided to sell down. And the CV is something. I married a woman from Ushtak. And I watched this. So the Gemara says, I married her from there. We had two sons. So it was one day, my wife was washing her hair. My wife was washing her hair. Outside, Shifta Arfa Adrasha. So the neighbor came along, her friend came along, knocked on the door, and asked me, is your wife home? Now Rav Tazumi felt, Mav or Rav Ara, Amrullah La Sahafa. Rav Tazumi felt it wasn't serious to say that like he's washing her hair. Like he's thinking about it. It wasn't right. So instead what he said is, no, I'm sorry, she's not home. She's not home. So that's what happened. My two sons passed away. The sons passed away. Austin issued the actual command other than my hand. The council came up here and said, what is this? First, this doesn't happen in this town. Why did your son pass away? I'm on the road, property how about my son? So I told him this is what happened. So the Fedini realized what ended up happening over here is he lied. He lied. That guy, he watched the others are talking like I'm late. They said to him, the Matusa Minach, Puk me Asrin, Hello Tagri Bohu Musna Bahana Funchi. They asked him, if you don't mind, please leave our town. Please leave our town and do not bring death to our townspeople. What's an overwhelming story? Overwhelming story. So again, this goes in line with what Rabbi was saying, but you can't really find a person in this world who always tells the truth. That is interesting. You can't always find a person in this world. Because even if you have a town like Pushka, like what was the population of Pushka before, how many people are there, right? So that's fine. You can be treated like a pocket like that. But at the end of the day, that's not the normal way that people live. Because we'll say sometimes life does require us to go ahead and bend the truth of the circumstances. Incredible. Tanya, you know, right, Omer? David Joshua and David Bach. We'll say once again, the generation of Mashiach comes in, and where says, the young will embarrass the old. There's a king in Yandu that's named Arim, and the elders will be forced to give respect to the young ones. So it's going to be like this sense of like generational, like sense of generational disrespect. So the young will disrespect the old. The old will be forced to respect the young. Last time, the daughter will rebel against her mother. The Kalabeth on herself, a daughter will against her mother-in-law. The Krimet Hadar Kipnei Kaleb. The face of generation will be like the face of the aim had been inspired to have. And ultimately, again, the son will not be embarrassed in front of his father. The Lord said, Father, I just want to point out, remember this tomorrow? This Solar in Moab, even about Solar in Moab. He steals the money from his father, but where does he read the meat and wine? Where does he read it? Someone also will trust why? Because it's an inherent embarrassment that his son has because of his father that he's not going to transgress. In the generation of Mashiach, there's going to be such a lack of decency that the son doesn't even have any embarrassment for himself. Let's say first line on Tanya. When Nehemiah says, Dorshib and David Ba, Azus Tirgat. Azus means I was reading craziness, right? Craziness will proliferate. Vayoker Yahweh's Rashi says, so you have to that younger couple. So you will be such arrogance that no one will give honor one to the other. The wine will produce many grapes. But wine will be very expensive. What does that mean? The wine will produce a lot of grapes, but the wine will still be very expensive. So once it actually goes out the way, that means there's going to be a lot of wine consumption. In other words, it's an indulgent, hedonistic society. Still, there's plenty of supply, there's also plenty of demand, and therefore the prices keep going up. The entire America will turn to heresy. The aim of and no one could rebuke anyone. It's fascinating to see that a lot of these elements. So in other words, everyone is right, everyone's opinion is right, everyone's feeling is right, and even if they're wrong, no one can say anything to the other. The Seder of Yitzchak, the support of Yitzchak, in Ben David Bach, I should Tzadek Kolamalchus Linus. So when David met Mashiach doesn't come literally again to the entire market, the entire government turns to heresy. Amar Rabbi is in what the pasuk? Hula Hapa Lavan Tahar. People say it's interesting. The love of if the entire body turns white, then ultimately again it's Tahar. So when there is this unfortunate, comprehensive change in society, that society as a whole turns heretical, that society as a whole just loses it. Interesting enough, that's actually a sign that redemption is on the way. As Rabbanon, Ki Yadin Hashem Amo, Ki Yira Hashem, Ki Yireya, Ki Azlas Yad La'afis Azov Azov, Ein Ben David Bal, Dharma Suzan. Mashiach, when he comes, Ad Sheyirbu Hamusaros. Until there is a proliferation, ultimately, again, we'll say, of the Musaros. Now, again, we'll see exactly what that means. Which is for Davar Akar, Ad Sheyismat La Tamidu. Until again there is a diminution ultimately again of of Talmidim. Rashi says over here, Shemachziki de Yisrael Achzor Lotai. So there's not going to be coming, but there's not going to be coming. Ultimately, again, there's going to be 12 problems as well. So the right time. There are Moses, people who go with the Jews together. We see all of this together, and once again, we bring Israel as a cycle to this Holy Spirit movie. I should take up with them in a case until the travel. Actually, says Shimon at Gilgal. Mashiach only comes when Israel despairs of ever being redeemed. Isn't that incredible? Only once we give up hope on redemption does redemption come. Shneimar, the FS Hunter, the Art of Kiyako, in so many parts of Israel, Kedra Vizira, was in Sasha, in Shasha, Kedra Vizira, you have a mash gift by Baran and Aski Day. So let's talk about this one on the days. You have zero and groups of rabbis trying to figure out the date of Messianic arrival. What they're doing on the days. A lot of rabbis spend a lot of time, 20% time, when is Mashiach coming? When is it happening? When rabbis find people trying to figure out Mashiach is coming, I'm going to look. There are two stubborn Illuminati. Lo tirchakuha. He said, please do not delay the arrival of Mashiach. I'm trying to figure out when Mashiach is coming. Ultimately, again, you're delaying his arrival. This is fascinating. Why is this? This is incredible Gemara. There are things that come when you stop looking for them. The verse is incredible Gemara. What are the three things? Number one, Elohim, Mashiach, Mitzvah, the Akra. Three things happen when you're not looking for them. Mashiach, finding a lost object, and a scorpion. So that's what's backwards. That's what's backwards, right? Scorpions, apparently, again, the scorpions work, I should point out, is that they sneak up on you out of nowhere, and they steal you. Okay, let's see. So you know this, right? In other words, if you go out looking for just somebody's lost object, you're not going to find anything. But somehow, if you just let them know this, it's one thing, you stumble across stuff. And the last is Mashiach. The last is Mashiach. If you don't look for him, he comes. Whereas if you start trying to figure out when he's going to come, then we'll go and say, what's the shot of this? And this is so profound. You must say this. Instead of trying to figure out when Mashiach is coming, live with the time of life. Actually make it happen. Whereas sometimes we must know we spend so much time trying to figure out when future events are going to occur instead of recognizing. So if we just make ourselves better, then the things we want out of life will naturally occur. And you think like just even out Mashiach, right? I spend so much time trying to figure out, when is my marriage going to? When is my finances going to? What are my kids going to do? All the results of group. So instead of worrying about when it's going to turn around, there's something better. Do something to turn it around. Change yourself. Change your life. Work harder. Put in more effort, right? We spend so much time, when. Just go about when. Just worry about what can you do right now to improve the status quo of your life. What can you do right now to bring about the brachos that you so badly want out of life? Stop waiting and start doing. Incredible Gemara. Rav Katino. So now, interesting. Now that we just spoke about we're not trying to figure out when Mashiach is going to come, they might want to go into an exhaustive discussion about what Mashiach is going to come. So again, there's two different schools of thought. That's what I'm saying. Just like what brings about messianic redemption, right? Again, is it terrible stuff? Is it good stuff? It's two schools of thought. Contemplating, we're trying to when Mashiach is going to come. Also two schools of thought. So we go, Rav Katino. Shit, Alti Shoyama, the world is 6,000 years old. So listen, everybody knows this, but you all speak on this. The world was programmed to operate for 6,000 years. That's the way of the world. How are those 6,000 years? How are they? The Chad and then 1,000 years of destruction. In other words, also, apparently the way that the world is structured, the world is to exist for 6,000 years. After that, again, there's like a reboot. 1,000 years of desolation. What's going to do tomorrow? So what happens is that you've been running 1,000 years, what happened? They give you wings and they fly over the water. It's a leaky work brought back like cancellation. They don't die during that time. They hover for 1,000 years, and then after 1,000 years, another world. Another world is created. The Niska Vashon Levado by Yom Abai Amar, Shrek Haru. Abai says, the world exists for 6,000 years, and then for 3,000 years, there's destruction. So Nehemar, Yichayim Miyomayim, And when she could have enough as the next year, I come up here, the vice that's what the says, Shimsha Shvius, Misha Meta Shana, just like Shemitah, right? Ultimately, again, is a Shemitah year once every 7 years. Hava Olam Mishamit Aleph Shana Mishiva Apayim Shana. So to the world, so to speak, every goes to Shemitah. Every goes to Shemitah once every 7,000 years. In other words, the world exists for 6,000 years, and in the 7,000th year, ultimately, like, we have is like the Shmita, universal Shmita.
This website can't be with the
So what's this interesting, by the way, that you often think that also the Niskav Hashem Levado, that Hashem will be established by himself. Also, the more reference to the Messianic era. The Gemara understands what we know that the Levado refers after the 6,000 years of this world and everything is reset. There'll only be after the Baruch Hu in the universe for that 1,000-year period. No Omer, Mizmor Shul Yom HaShabbos, the Yom Shul Shabbos. Incredible. What's the Yom Shul Shabbos? Apparently, again, that 1,000 years that follows the 6,000 years of this world. Incredible. Omer, Yela Shalom Be'inechan Kol Esrog, Yavar, Tandei Elio, Sheishes Alafim Shana Havi Alma. The world will exist for 6,000 years. The Gemara says, so now, how are those 6,000 years broken up? For the first 6,000 years, for the first 2,000 years of the world, this is retrospective. Like the world that we're in. The first 2,000 years was Tov Avon. No one's in this Tov Avon. The Torah wasn't given. Like for the first 2,000 years, the Torah was not given in the world. Okay? Shnei Apayim. Shnei Alafim. Torah. So ultimately, the next 2,000 years are the years of Torah. Ushnei Alafim Yosef Mashiach. The last 2,000 up to 6,000 are Yosef Mashiach. You might say now, again, we see this, we're like, no, that's us. That would put us. Right? That would put us. We're in the last 2,000. And there's no Mashiach. Yeah? Sadi saying over here, he said, we Rabbi Osenu, Sherabu, Yotzo Mehem Mashiach. So this is our profound statement. But because we messed up, Yotzo Mehem Mashiach. When you say, when I don't do what's right in life, when I make short decisions, you know what happens? Yotzo Mehem Mashiach. What comes out of your decisions is what comes out of your decisions. So many times in life we find ourselves in that spot and we wonder, how did we get here? How did we get here? It's not that complicated. I made a series of poor decisions. Some of them acutely poor, some of them nuanced poor, and that's what got me where I got to. It's not like this. The good news is the same bad decisions that got me into the spot where I have hopefully I changed my decision making processes to get me out of it. Maybe not fully out of it, because often like you can't reverse a lot of the damage that you've done. But at least hopefully I can choose wisely, I can choose differently going forward. So again, that's the world we're supposed to do. 2,000 years without Torah, 2,000 years with Torah, and then 2,000 years, the last 2,000 to 6,000 was supposed to be the most ancient. That's what was supposed to be. But because of our sinful behavior, that's the name of Mashiach. I'm going to read the other Yehuda. I told you of Salah Hasidah. Let's say it's like this. This is Ilya Navi talking. That is Ilya Navi. The Navi says to Yehuda, Ema Olam, Pachos Mishmonim B'Chamishim Legos. The world will not exist for less than 85 global cycles. In the last global cycle, that's when Mashiach will come. I'm going to say, Yehuda says to me, if you must have a cell phone, does Mashiach come at the beginning or the end of that global cycle? Oh, like, says, I don't know. How long are you not coming? Does the global cycle finish or not? I'm not there. Any idea? Elio said, I don't know. I'm not saying how this is so profound. Why is it so profound? Eliyahu is one way out to that one. So what's like? Eliyahu says, I don't know. There are certain things about this whole Yeshiva that no one knows except for the whole Yeshiva, which is why by the Rebbe say, why we go back to the statement ultimately again about Yeshiva, that maybe our avoda is not to focus so much on when, and to focus so much more on what. When is Mashiach going to come? I don't know. So, and the truth is, here's the good news. I mean, this company, who else doesn't know? Plus doesn't know. And we all have a different notice. So we are not doesn't know how to know what to figure out. So I can't figure out the way I need to be hyper focused on is the what. What do I need to do to bring about this? What do I need to do to bring about this? What do I need to do in my personal life to try to fix my personal mistakes and the mistakes of the crowd? It's incredible. Incredible. Tomorrow Banker. Shall play? No. Ravashi says, how can I relate? As part of those study, they try to either study. Rashi says over here, I thought the road to sacrifice. I go to the after no road to sacrifice. Well, if you're not trying to I don't know exactly what Shaq is coming. The only thing is clear is there's no point in waiting for him until that last build up. Once that last build up, he thanks out in again. But I want to put that into the reason. These guys reflect the mindset that there is a predetermined time for Mashiach. And that's it. What you do, what you don't, is predetermined time. There's another school of thought that says there is no predetermined time. There may be a, like, let's do it. Like a defined ending. Mashiach must come by this date.
UFC and Joe Rogan live stream. How about you?
Of the balancing his arrival to our spiritually meritorious state. Brothers, like Shalom,
it's just a bunch of guys. But the thing is, Joe Rogan's live streaming it, and he's got Eddie Bravo on, Joey Diaz, and Brendan Schaub. Yeah, so get your shit together and start watching.
Right, so I'm not going to soon over the episode, folks. I'm going to do the Kayalas,
all I want to hear out of you is I'm watching Joe Rogan. Yeah, no, that happened like 1,000 years ago. You know what's happening right now? Joe Rogan in a fucking fight companion. Turn his shit on.
After 4,000, right? After 4,291 years, how long the world will cease to exist? Okay. Zimar says, some of those years will be wars.
What did I say? Unless the next words I hear out of you are, I'm watching the Joe Rogan Fight Companion, I don't want to hear your fucking mouth, dog. But if you're watching the Joe Rogan Fight Companion, then I'm all in.
We start to work after 7,000.
Dog, it's youtube.com/@JOEROGAN. I gave you the fucking URL. Get your shit together, son.
Again, literally pierces the road until the death. He owned Chazon Manoid. Yaakov became Sloy Chazon. He is Samea Chakelo. He told Yobo Lo Yachar. So this is a incredible passage from Sabbath. So
good job. Now pay attention to it. Take notes.
He owned Chazon Manoid. There will be a vision for the future, the appointed times. Nothing repeats for Lo Yachar. The end will come, and you will not be deceived. If he's delayed, wait for him. He will come and he will not be delayed. Here we go, that's all. Most correct is saying, Shay Darshan at Idon Ibn Ikala Kibu. It's not like the Rabbanon will say, not like the Rabbanon will say, that the Mashiach will only come at a defined time. The low very small, as orange, has concepts of an Lechem Dima, but Tashkil of the most Shlish. And that's like maybe small noise. I want to go to small noise. Say that she's over here. I got scared of gosh, listen to them. Tesh goes with the proper big goes from the goal. The goals, but
I did not see. Oh yeah. No, I watched it. Did you see the last 5 seconds of the game? Okay. Yeah, they did. Brandon, go to Kentucky highlights from yesterday's game. They won. They pushed it to overtime with a shot from half court. It was amazing.
Malchus Schnia, Felician Stein, und Malchus Ben Posiva steht schon in Umwärtssack. So what is this? Rather, what's the proper calculation? Malchus, we showed, and that's what it sounds like is, first base on Mikdash is 7 years. Second base on
Yeah, just watch the highlights from yesterday's game.
52 years. And Malchus Ben Posiva, our folks, we just learned about, is 2.5 years. So I say, what does that mean? The word seems to be saying is as follows. The word seems to be saying that we don't know the Mashiach's going to come. We have no idea the Mashiach's going to come. And what happens? Most of the time between now and Mashiach is filled with incredible tumultuous activity. But there are periods of tranquility. There are periods of calmness. So that's what he's saying over here. But in the first base, Hamikdash, ultimately again, there's 70 years. But that seems to refer to Galus itself. Second base, Hamikdash, ultimately 52 years. And then there is the 2.5-year reign of Bar Kokhba. The 2.5-year reign of Bar Kokhba is actually a relatively good time for clubs. It's relatively newer on top. So the idea is the world is difficulties.
Type in Kentucky Wildcats highlights.
But do not lose yourself in your calculations of those who try to understand.
Yeah, from their game yesterday, March 20th. Against Santa Clara, yeah. And you're going to see Santa Clara hits a three-pointer with like 5 seconds left. Looked like they were going to win the game. Then Kentucky, with 2 seconds left, throws the ball up and it goes in. I checked how your teams are doing. You're doing better than 50% of all people, which is really great.
They say, see, he's not coming. It couldn't be calculated the date of necessarily arrival. Ella, what says Ella? Chakelo. What is our avodah of Mashiach? What's our avodah? Wait.
Did you see it? How amazing is that?
Shema Tomar. Maybe you'll say ultimately again that we wait and he doesn't wait. No, we're waiting because the Baruch is waiting. Everybody's waiting. So again, if we're waiting for Mashiach, and Mashiach is waiting to come, so why doesn't he just come? Who's holding me back? Midas Hadin. Let's say ultimately again, Midas Hadin. In other words, that the attribute of strict justice says Shal Yisrael is not yet deserving of Mashiach. So the Gemara says, but if strict justice is preventing Mashiach from coming, then why are we waiting? And obviously, again, waiting is in futility because we can't come. Mashiach's not going to let him go. The Gemara says, the Kabbalah's high. Because ultimately, again, there is a reward for waiting.
How cool is that?
What does this mean? If there's a reward? First of all, tremendous nechama. We're waiting for Mashiach. Mashiach is waiting to come. The Torah wants to see Mashiach. But the means that again, the strict attribute of divine justice says it's not yet time. So then why wait if we know that our waiting is not going to make a difference? Because there is a reward for waiting.
Okay, I'm going to watch what you're watching just for a second. I'm doing something else, but we're going to check out what you're doing. Go into your stream.
The more I am ready to take decisive action to make things happen. Waiting is not an end. Waiting is a means to push myself to do more, to be more, to bring about that which I want more than anything. The coming of Mashiach and where I be meaning. Once I should
Unlike ED fails to target blood flow, PT-141 acts on the central nervous system to increase sexual desire.
Lord said, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip to faith. Our annual cemetery sponsor for Touch Shinkai Way, the first in the Shpapa. The dedicated overshooting worker this year. As is the first, for the service of the transfers for the month of August, Tony Steve Zinn, the loving memory of Terry Simon, Dr. Harry Khan, Sweet Hershey, and Yosef Hakohen, the Sweet Medina and Bernie Family's memory of the Colombians of the Zepshu of the Nissan, the Holy Rock, Eco Brain Sponsor, Nate, Dr. Adler, and then we have Judy Goldman, who's excellent by Alonzo, the Holy Rock, and I've got 3 sponsors for today, Megan Diane Marks, and then we have Matt's father, Charles Marks, Henry Ben Mordecai, the Holy Rock, and so the mayor of our family brother, all of them trying to slide out here, the families in the corner, all those who were put shadows that are close for we sweat, the traffic in their session, we run all of our hostages, we soldiers to be successful.
I'm watching, big man.
We'll do that, let us begin, and a special welcome back, the full service of Schwartz, Barak Haba, Barak Haba, Mishpat Hashemet, to do the video before, and yes, my son is to do this, to have you back. And listen, we got let us be leave up, push a lot, to say about Hashem. Again, listen, anyway, this is it before we get to the end, right? This is about Hashem. This is beautiful, beautiful Gemara after Gemara. I got to scare the rest of the messages.
Well, you watch. Watch what happens.
Let's take back the second book, 96. On the bottom side of the plate on the base, 95 here. So, very important that we have to listen to our beloved father. Dr. Remember with Abba Eldam, a rabbi, and Dr. Killer, and talking about again, like longing, like you remember these things right over there. He's a man like his brother today, Baruch Hashem, the Shafar, the Shafar, he hasn't come to the Eldam, the Shafar. Well, what's else to get? So we have to do off. We have to do off. On the bottom off, please up top, top, 96. We have to do up on top of the base, 95B, and we left off corners of the bottom. What do we have all? And the Lord says as follows. The longer we could, once you watch the longer. As the prophet had said it, you couldn't have said it yourself. This is it. ביום הזה, יגאל השם לקרוא הסירה, very nice, במלך אשר השלוש, יישא רגליים, וגם הזאת עם פיסקה. So it says, more than close to possible. Because it says, on that day, and to the apple, the Ribono Shalom is going to cut. We'll cut the beard, we'll cut the hair.
No, it's coming. It was the game of the tournament thus far. It's coming.
Not even at the hands of this girl. Remember again, suffering like literally the feet that hands like himself, which is this ridiculous event that wiped out his army overnight. He now has to go back home and face his constituents. So he's going to go through every old man. Let me know the God is not. By the way, he also got an offer from Israel. Now, there is another. The Al-Shuri, the man that has received, not anything. So the old man, I was watching, like 20% ladies, he said, hey, we have to go back home, and we have to talk to all the kings. Remember, there's like 8 names of each army. Those are armies from neighboring kingdoms as well. So you have to go back home and face all of those kings, whose sons, who you can bring.
Okay, watch this. Watch this. The last, like, 10 seconds. Watch what happens. Okay, Kentucky scores. They tie the game. Then watch. Santa Clara shoots a 3. Boom. Kentucky looks like they're going to lose. There's 2 seconds left. Look at this. There you go, my man. There you go. And they end up winning the game. And I thought about you the whole time.
You should really change. You should really change. That she says, you can shoot that shot. Sure, it's good luck to do so you have to do that. So I think that's fascinating. You always have to say, what you should do. You should change yourself, not so nobody recognizes you. Listen, when you go home, no one's going to bother you. All right, the nine issue, so how should I change? I'm going to let you see Mr. Lazaga. Your parents say, I'm going to have that. I give you a help to change your person. It's also I can't go back and go on. What if it sounds tomorrow? And this is such the timing of this is incredible. The and really like have to like it is so important to be able to get into the mindset of change. So look what happens over here. So Sankara is in trouble. What does Sankara realize? Sankara realizes the way I'm living right now, like what I'm doing is not the way I need to be focusing. I'm gonna say we all have those at the critical moments, right? When I realize that what I'm doing is not the way it should be. It's just not the way it should be. I know that I could do more. So Sankara has that at the critical moment. And he says, like, so he goes to a man, and says, you should change yourself. Change. You can change whatever you want about yourself, whatever you want. You should change. And what he wants so often is happiness when it comes to change. So hey, you know, that's a great idea. It's a good idea. And why should I change? I want to take a head back. Listen, 6 days a week, you have like these moments of clarity where I recognize that I need to change. And instead of affecting real change, we affect cosmetic change. Cosmetic change, you know, you should change it. You like that hairstyle, you should change it a little bit, right?
Yes, it was. And you called it. What an amazing shot. Yes, sir. Yes, you did. Desperation, failure comes you, and desperation, when the person is desperate, you do whatever you have to do to get the job done. Isn't that incredible? You know, when you're not in highs, you know, certainly there are the weak people that are nothing to do. When you're in trouble, you recognize you do whatever you have to do in order to get the job done. So something that you have to do people back home, like to get a haircut, you need to get a surgery, you got a blind date fix, you do what you got to do in order to get the job done. Anyway, so I got asked that shit. So about 10 seconds, I back with the scissors to the old man, or you think about, I'm going to I see you. Now the old man says, the old man is the father, he says, listen, I can't give a haircut for you, right? So bring me a fire. So you know it says, so also I see, you know, the hadith can actually be used in the beginning. So what happens? As a graduation period, so as I gave the thing back to the lamp on the fire, his beard caught fire a little bit. And it turns out it ended up sinking his beard. So ultimately, the old man ended up cutting off his beard and his hair. I'm not only the same, the garments I got them to scratch. I'm like, Papa, I'm going to do what people say. We sell the armor, shop your legs. It's really you at the beginning of the Sabbath street coming way. And I said, this apparently book, the famous album, actually said, you sell the armor, shop your legs. And I kind of perfect as RMI, the book of my life, how about it visiting us? If you go ahead and you set fire to your language, and you like it, you can also go ahead and sing things to beer. And it will be an unending source of entertainment.
Okay, people look at it, right? I don't know, right? So it's like the idea of the also, it's talking about also, I think the takeaway from this entire Gemara, in a certain sense, is life changed so dramatically, and we experience this in different ways. That a person could be on the top of the world one moment, and literally again the bottom of the bottom the next. And what's very important, and again, to Sankhiyas, I think the Sankhiyas cut it a little bit, you have to be able to live with it. You have to be able to live. You have to be able to know what you're doing, the commands of the other, and you have to know what to do when you're a humble, strategic individual. And if you know this again, so now it's just a Sankhya. It can help us by things like this. Whatever you need to do, first of all, some people in life doesn't go their way, and the plan doesn't materialize, they simply get paralyzed. They don't know what to do. They're stuck. They can't get over the fact that life can never materialize the way that I wanted it, and they don't understand the power of the pivot. And if you see such a thing, to this pivot, you don't become the commander of the largest army in the civilized world by just being a regular guy. So here, most of how you're thinking is focus. Part of focus is the power of the pivot. You gotta be able to move into whatever life throws your way and recognize that whatever it is, figure it out. Remember, like, also, Ashta, Lapa, you said, what's his example? So Sankhya is journeying home. As he comes away, he finds something he tells the stories. He finds a plane from Noah Stable. From Noah Stable, that was about a geographically more than one of the Stable. Stable talking about what's the word? Geolarity, what is it? Stop, with the back, okay. Grounded, it was like a Russian, like a watching the shore, whatever, stopped grounded and stopped. Like on highway like which actually, by the interesting enough, geographically, works so long as he's heading back to our shore. So he finds a plane from North State. I was like, you can't really see someone that you want to like again. But just how you think, this is quite a day for Sankhya. He lands up in his first group. I guess I got to take a catch. I got to find out. The Rebellious shall only appreciate the Sankhya. You see what that means? You know what that means? Because again, Sankhya, remember, this is like we saw last week. Sankhya was on a divine mission. His stage was that he went after Yerushalayim. That was his mistake. That was advanced for him. He defined the divine mandate. He was a Shaliach HaKadosh. But he was step. You don't become a Shaliach of Hashem without possessing some type of responsibilities. See, Melech HaKadosh he met the Rebbe Shalom. Next, he finds a place from Rock Stable. Amar. Also anstatt Schaffer, die diese Alright, als Penny alle Partner, die Schießen the West Mississippi, and he said, this is the great God who saved Noah from the flood. Alright, you can tell the God from the top, not quite really trained enough to know. So Sankhya says, if I go unsuccessful, if I go and open up an able to survive it, but reclaim my former greatness, I will offer up my two sons as a sacrifice to the God of Noah. Which is important. It seems to be he's describing some type of divine power for the actual point itself. Anyway, he pledges to go and offer up his two sons. Well, as I was going to imagine, Shadow, his sons heard about this. They weren't overly excited about this promise. And yet, the Kakuru, they killed him. So he was assassinated by his own sons. وأنا بصير بالوجود مش كحرة شيء سياسي أرقام بعد الملك مش هأتصل because of her. Sankhya was worshiping beauty, and as he worshiping his own desire, his own sons go ahead and let's say, by the way, it's also interesting, when you think about this imagery, Sankhya is trying to hold onto a point from Noah Steva. So that means the legend tells us who else holds on to Noah Steva in the city. And then there's an Omer Rabasha, right? Because holds on to the given in the city. And that's in times of distress, everyone's trying to hold on to something. The issue is in life, you have to make sure that you're holding on to the right thing. So even here, Sankhya is always, the tragedy of Sankhya is not happening. I'm not sure that's something. The tragedy of this condition is so often he's so close to turning things around, but just never manages it to get together. In other words, this idea that he finds the plank of the finger and he's like, you know what? When you go to you could be my life this one, like I could hold on to your turns and when he seems touch a little bit, then he brings up offering his sides. It's always as if he misses it, just by a few steps. So close to be able to affect that real change. Being able to turn things around, but always missing it by not being able to put the pieces directly together. Incredible. So much about Kalakali and Lyra, who got a double up here. So the boss says, let's say switching gears here with the following. This is admirable. That looks like in the score of the races, the other one was the battle of the four things against the five. The four is the piece of five, Adam wants to war against the four. So the boss says, like, Kalakali and Lyra, who's got a double by that game. But literally again, the little translation is, they split the night, Adam and his servants, and they smoked. They smoked with their things. I'm going to be honest.
This is so cool.
He was helping Admiral to fight his battle, and Indian name was like a Halal Amahor Yabba. This is not called, and this has not Sha'as Sibina Maisa Laila. The ultimate meaning of it means is that the sacrifice the stars, like the stars actually fought for the Hamani. They actually did battle on the Hapan. They fought together alongside Hapan. So they are in Shemayim, from what Hapan, in some of the part in Sisra. And it's like this. Kava, in the Rafa, in the Vina, the words of the Rafa, the blacksmith, the Yitzka, the Yitzka, are better than the words of the Yekon. The Yekon is really shine sometimes as Vina. So the words of the blacksmith are better than the words of the son of the blacksmith. Okay, so this is the topic previous that Yitzka of Avia, and the start of words of the Yekon against the 4 years. Those are the things that we have. We get to think about the chance. Why does he learn how to eat stuff at least like that? It's so simple as this, but they're doing it stuff. As a deeper messages, a lot of times in life we think that if we have a perception, that's not just clear from becoming an unstained unpopular. And what does that know that? So what would we do? By the way, to be a blacksmith, you can be a Rebbe. You can be a blacksmith and earn yourself a place on the page of Shas. You don't have to work for it. That's just the way it is. That's what how life is. A lot of people think that your career exempts you from achieving excellence in Torah. It's not true. You have an obligation to be excellent in your professions, and you have an equal obligation, if not a greater obligation, to be excellent in Torah as well. There's no telling what we can become, even though we all have day jobs. Now you got done, so let's say I'm going to get a box said I'm going to pursue them, 14 up until done. So what happened is then earlier for a case about this decided I'm done, that's how it's you know, so I'm going to start when I'm going to pursue the finish when that's becoming a shine, some of your dungeons strength was diminished. Why? You are equally harder to see the whatever is on the road. As a sort of prophetically that his descendants will worship about the Zara and God. So because that Elohim's spiritual self is weakened, as soon as they got to God, Shemai, and they said, what happened in God? Shemai, by Yasser, as a Echad of Israel, as a Echad Nasan the God. He's not referring to you love and then the back. He spoke about his last week also. Then in the back, the first king over the split kingdom, Yehuda Yisrael, installed 2 eagles, right? 2 calves, 2 golden calves. And one of them was put in the tribal area of the Tzimim. So you know this wasn't going to happen until centuries later. Nevertheless, Elohim's strength was diminished when he got to the future state of Avodah Zarah children. Also Rasha, when this guy actually really big. So to again, we look at it, Avodah Zarah also, we're not strengthened and got to Dan Shnei, man, we done Nishma Nefras Susa, Onzira, Avagam Yishalach, and Yom Zerusudin, also going for this. So the following message was given by the Hebrew and Sarah. He's going to be looking to shut up the Rhythm of himself. It was like, be careful to have a problem. He wants to learning because of the state of his circumstances. It wasn't sometimes in life the person gets older, they forget their learning. Whether it's because of something like dementia or Alzheimer's, or whether it goes as part of getting old in life. Be careful with or come for that. Even if I can do it, that learning is still a part of the that's the obligation to go ahead. and respect it. But you must also keep tremendous life lesson as well. How would I tell you as a policy, not only in the knowledge that you attain. Now, this is a very important concept for us, especially for us, back when we etc. A lot of times, for the most beautiful things about documentary news, you see so much in one day. When the most difficult things about documentary news come the next day, I have absolutely no idea what I want. Right? So some ways that's very frustrating for us because, like, what am I doing? What am I doing? Now, again, the answer to that is, what's the answer to that? The answer to that is, Hazara. That's why a person has to contact with that. You know that. And also, in addition to that, the real power of Torah is what it does to you as a person, what it does to you as a shaman. It has nothing to do with your culture. It is entirely experiential. You aren't sitting and learning Torah, by definition, fundamentally changes me as a person. And even if I don't remember one word, I am still a changed human being. So, you know what I said? You have come stuff on something, you forgot his name, you look at the because he can't recall it. Therefore, again, it's the Torah impact and that's for sure. Still the same holy Jew, because Torah has imprinted on his nation and fundamentally changed it. Furthermore, he's not a good reading. Also, he's not a good reading. There's a good thing I recommend in the last cycle, including the end of this, when you check the bird, you check pulpos, so there's a blood vessel that runs next to the esophagus. In the purpose of whether that organ needs to cut as part of Shvita, but when you do this, you should be careful to do it, because that allows the organ to breathe out faster and drain down the blood faster. That's called the breathing. So you know what it says? Example of breathing, that he reaches the other window. Let's say, watch this. Be careful with the children of ignorant people. Shemihem hates Torah, because from them, from the children of Amei Haaretz, ultimately again, that's where Torah will come from. Let's say this is an astounding remark. Take a look at actually just a moment. Just the last verse on the right side. He's on Amei Haaretz. Shemas is in the point. He's talking about over here, children who grow up to are children of Amei Haaretz. For children of ignorant people, in this context, Amei Haaretz is not using a disparaging way. It's using a factual way. Right? A person grows up with homeless parents are all ignorant. Ignorant doesn't have to mean they're not ignorant, just means they don't know Torah per se. So that's children. And those children who grow up in a home of Amei Haaretz, become Talmidei Chachamim. Last one check. Make sure to give those Talmidei Chachamim, whose parents are Amei Haaretz, make sure to give them the greatest amount of cover. Why? Shemihem hates Torah Yisrael. Because those that come to Chachamim were going to create and affect the greatest change for Am Yisrael. Sha'alei, Yatzu Shmaya B'Asam Yemar Tzorisi Yisrael B'Zorah. That is the children of Amei Haaretz who make the greatest impact for Am Yisrael. Not the children who are the children whose fathers are coming to come get us. What's the shot? That's a very simple to say. When a person wakes up in a home of Amei Haaretz, and then he starts to become a kind of person, they have to work 10 times harder. They have to work 10 times harder. Sometimes they have to work against parental resistance. Certainly, again, it has to learn a whole new body of things that they do not receive growing up. The push, and some commitment and the resilience that those Talmidei Chachamim have. Sometimes people easily talk with them. They don't necessarily have the same thing. And therefore, ultimately, the contribution those Talmidei Chachamim will make, ultimately, again, is faithful on the Haggadah. It's an incredible idea. So, you know what I get? It's like, the notice of here, the Gemara says, be careful. Now, you have to tell someone to be careful. What does that mean? Right? But people generally, again, are not careful with this. Right? Why? Because it's so interesting. In the world, it's so interesting. In the world, we put so much privacy in the world. And we put this one is equal to this one is equal. And we put is wonderful. This is wonderful. Like, this is beautiful, fantastic. And sometimes we are beautiful. And you stuck me up and that's this in the world. So, as I'm telling us, especially because it's just understand it's often those who do not have the distinguished pedigree, but then decide to make something magnificent of themselves, those are the agents of change. those are the people, ultimately, again, who make the most dramatic and tremendous difference. The ones who society say are like, oh, this is what is us, what is us. Somebody telling me, yeah, it's really true. You really believe this since then. Pretty sure how scary she was. Yeah, I just over watching this. It's filled with flip outs. Flip outs. So you like watching flip outs? Flip out. It's trying to make you grow up more like a little bit more louder and then making much more nervous. Flip out. So first of all, I see. So people like you want to end it, right? When you say flip out, you like, so people who started something and then decided to get lost, that's it. It's so warped. It's so warped. But like in the world, somehow someone started with less and then chose more. That person is a savage of sabuki. Like that person was on a pedestal. A person who made a choice to do more to accomplish more. Even if perhaps they didn't have a career life. Even if perhaps again maybe the parents didn't like it, don't like it, aren't supportive, whatever it is. But they decided to want more. It's just so interesting. Sometimes it's such a rich view of where actual greatness really comes from. It's very nice if you come from a family of righteous people. That's fantastic. That Esau, you're one of them. But that was actually be nothing for you except to start you off at a higher pace. Except for conscious yourself. You train for you right here. Yeah, can I just see that? That's something. Right. And then it's like, that's how you have to say, he's on it. Give me an honor artist. Be careful for children honor artists. Which means that the belt is not. But sometimes the universe of the greatest people in this world are the ones who aren't born with the spiritual silver spoon in their mouth. And instead try to accomplish great things on their own and make it. Those are the people who expect change. Incredible. Who was a student help me somewhere to do it. Sabe, I got check. The elevator, right? I'm talking about that. I'm doing that for some time. Show for both of them, show for both of them. Right? You can't sometimes show. The other one also what's the chocolate process. So this is Rio. Sorry, Rio. So you know what the testing, there was a part of the process we're going to focus on the video. The body goes possibly goes focus on the video is that what is it? What is it that's the concept of what is it that the wicked seems to go ahead on gospel. So you must be like this. Mashallah, sorry. My husband, right? What's back to you? Yes, because I'm lying in lots of stuff on the thought his father as a piece of our child after the prayer, they pass out the way. What does this mean? Mashallah, show you how you know it's not ourselves in the system. So let's say it's a much less good. So the guy claims that he can run faster than he can run faster than horses. I can run because of horses. Horses a lot of areas. I can run 3,000. But I can even outrun horses. They didn't say nice. Right? So you can run in squats. Obviously, that's how to run in the squat. So what happens? It's down in the library I thought. So now he was racing against the human runner. And the runner. Right? The final scene of the movie about the years. And this runner, this human runner, out faced him 3 meters, which is a much lesser distance. And the Abasha on one way. So the runner says, on the way, the man made that really catch the voice. This is Allah has got the camera. And he said to this guy, if you can't beat the human runners, you certainly can't outpace. You certainly can't outpace horses. The match looks like even if ourselves. If you can't beat the runners for 3 minutes, you certainly can't go ahead and you can't outpace them to be about ourselves. You know, so the matter about ourselves, we say I'm not looking for it. And if you can't outpace them on track, like we certainly can't outpace anything on this one. So I'm taught, so to you, you know. So here we are. So let's just say, okay, what is this thing? At the end of the day, what everything does is that he does understand students that are responsible. That's simply it. You think you can understand, you think that you can see, you think that you know, but at the end of the day, you don't. You're not just out of the seals. Shishilat Bia is Sarasha. Shalat Akar Kibogi. Akar Kibogi. We're going to see his face tomorrow. So you're bounded by the fact that I went ahead And I do this, I allow you to have yourself be successful in such a dramatic way. But just you can see, look at the back and work steps, you know, the 4 steps. We see the story of those 4 steps in just a little bit. So if you see all of the work that we do connected back to taking 4 steps, then ultimately at the end you will be overwhelmed. When I work abro mitzvah pinako, shiratsu l'chana kesusi ala paskana l'chana. So you will come out of the 4 steps, there is no worry. You'll be overwhelmingly see the reward of ultimately in abro mitzvah pinako to learn before me like horses. You're going to see that train just a little bit. So when I say good sick, or here, niche, niche by the beat, the beat, colors, look at you see, niche secret, if you give her all these girls, and you're showing you, give her a shot. And the hand up, serious, like, you probably, what do you mean? And that's that, what start with 4 steps, what's that story? It's good, it was a good story. They say, what is that, you shut up, you dog, the lagon, then the lagon, not a father's son. So what happens, that the lagon, the lagon, that was his name, then the lagon, son of the lagon, tried to see the king of Baba, sent the letter, it wasn't the rest of the passage is, he sent a letter to this CEO, the address of this CEO was no, and then he was killed. Okay, so you know, that was the issue, he found this CEO by a project, so that was started to do his job. So you know, it says, because this CEO got sick, so this king, the king of Baba, Melinda, Balagan, sent a letter, and he gave this CEO, what's going on here? Here's the United King, you judge as much as Kaya. So you know, so you know, actually, how you are. Yes, because Balagan, Melinda, or the Melinda, Balagan, was very interested because he said, oh, this girl is healed, miracle occurred. He said, one of this miracle, and he said, you know, I've got to find out about this guy, this girl, what's his story? Identify someone who's kind of a story in this book. So what happened? Always I know Shanice go Akas. We go Akas back. Who's Akas? Who's Akas? Akas was the father of this flow. Akas was the tremendous Russia. And the day that Akas died, still shows Kaya. So the father was shortening the day from that week. But the son set after 2 hours. Now why do you do that? You do not want Akas to be the giant. You do not want Akas to be very properly. So if you want to be one of my friends, you want to be one of my friends, once the day comes the sun to the set. Like the set really changed. So what happened? So the Gemara says, but in front of this field, the Ikar, didn't put your people like an Akas or sharing to it. And this is kind of what this field is healed, this field is healed. So ultimately, I got to come back to the turn the kind of flag. That is what it is. I think the steel is healed. There was one extra hours of pretty light in that day. And then I hope, so I think it was followed by 10 hours because it was slow. After you feel that, I do it for like by everyone. So the log and the robot, the robot, the log ultimately servers 10 extra daylight hours of just one hour here. So the Gemara says, so Mala Hashem is able to see only Yeshua as Sarah and Malos, Hashem Yagel Malos, Achon Hashem Shacharis, as well as Yeshua Hashem Shacharis, the Malos Hashem Yagel. Only one way. So the Robot Kanabim, well, the work is this. I'm going to scale how much. The thing is, the scale is low. You became here, and about 20 minutes, I'm giving back 10 hours of daylight. All I see is, I'm going to get down too high, the robot English is really shine up. So we're going to go somewhere that the lot is said, listen, and there is a man like this. You just 10 extra hours of daylight for the sun. How can I not light in the letter and say a shine on it? Like, I mean, you got to get to a man like this. So he wants his customer, yes it is. So here's the letter, then the Meroza, the Laban sent to this deal. Here it is. So it says, that's right. Shabbat the this deal. This deal to this deal. Shalom the type of you show. Right? Peace unto you, Shalom. Shalom the other Karnapov. Peace unto the great God. He's not going to be a God. So we also said what happened. You come inside, separate the Balagan. So you come inside, and then also you say you come inside again. So whenever he died, he was the scribe of the king. He was the scribe of Meroza Balagan. So we know it says to the Jews. So apparently the Kametzah wasn't there, but Meroza Balagan rose to this level. So when he comes back, he finds out that this letter. Yes, I'm like, because you see, they told me one thing that is really. I'm like, I'll be passing you. They told me that. I'm like, I was saying, okay, Lava, you can see it over you can see it over the phone. So you can see it over the phone. That makes no sense. Because you call the God of the Jews straight, but you fucking relaxed. Right? You say, Shalom Aleichem, great king, great king Israel. Shalom Aleichem, great king Israel. Shalom Aleichem, great God. And you have to take it in sense. If God is great, the way to belong, that will influence. Okay, that's it. If you find that time, if you find that time, I have so we show them the God, show them God Israel, show them about Israel. So we connect to the connection says the house is ready. Show them the truth, God. Show them the discussion of the Israel. So I said, so if you have to, I got to go to the that's I left for 5 minutes. I left for 5 minutes. I didn't get the letter right. So what happens? I'm gonna let it shut in. Kind of the young girl, you having my lunch. Just in case the question before that little is young. Kind of the got the little news. You can use the letters, so you don't want to go to and the little thing. The idea of doing that. So if you have a good idea, execute. The idea execute. Don't come, you're back to just the idea. The idea execute the lesson. So the letters in transit. You think that it should be done? Okay, go after the job and come right down. So I said, this. God says, so what's he doing? 2 weeks back. 2 weeks back. You take the comments out. Right after the career. Right fast, right? So you right out of the CSS. Took 4 steps. Also, got your phone. Got your stuff. Got your stuff. So I'm like, no, the moment of God, I'm not going to do the higher authorization stuff. What is this? What would be the connection to this? The connection is running after the career because the connection is concerned about the covered under the commercial. Yes, that's how you look at your run any further. They will be willing to stop the teacher's part of the practice. So that's what we said before. They will split up the eye of CS. The 4 steps that we need to let running after the career because it's not a letter. It's not easy to give you 5 of the things that in front of you. That is it, and that's how all the equipment to run the power of the side as well. And the now that you're not stopping your lunch, you want to message on the phone to what's the actual amazing. What's the thing that was amazing. Sometimes it's always interesting to see what makes great people. How do you be successful? So we work hard for all these things, we're so work. So it's in this program from the side. So I said, just want to make this together. I really was particular idea until a lot of times in life, we're chock full of ideas. I chose what I moved to go and I tried ideas. A lot of times I try to do anything you want, and then I'm ready to give them over to someone else. And then someone else tries the execution. What makes great people great is they have beautiful ideas and they are willing to put in effort to implement. They think strategy. They do what has to get done in order to get the job done. And if you have that side, has this insight, it's not like you have a more for the corridor. Again, if you the closer to the king corridor, that's a really important position. You couldn't tell someone else to run after the corridor. But instead, you just have to do it yourself. Just bring people that understand. So if you believe in something enough, roll up your sleeves and get it done. Don't be just someone else to have it with him. Do the job yourself. Incredible. You know, it's like, by the way, Michael Robin than the Robin. You know, it's Jack will be to this king. The most incredible that will be this king is the king of Baba, the kind of look at next time. So here is the name is Mumoda, the Lagan, then the Lagan. What the show? That's a pretty strange thing. You know, the Balagan and Balagan is the name of the okay, Balagan Makama. Balagan was his father. Balagan, the father was king. What happened? The Ishmael, Abi Bahadi, Kalba. And apparently, some type of wilderness. His face looked like a dog, transformed into a dog. But again, I know the dog practice. It doesn't have to be so beautiful. You shouldn't see how I feel about dogs. Okay, good. So anyway, she wants something to really look like a dog. So since he gave the phone, he's not the chick who came, that is a basic level. The chick who comes to him is a performance space. So he advocated with the other. So the son Yehuda becomes king. You have a person Shneim that was around the Napa, and you sit there and have a lot of Moses that it's actually very beautiful. So his son Balaba becomes king. So that was part of the way that his son gave his father a covenant is he took his father's name as his own. So instead of just being Rosa from Balaba, he became Rosa Balaba from Balaba. And it's just coming to his father just saying that. Then you have God, the other God. So this is what it means when it says a son will honor a father and a son will not. Then you have God, something pretty striking, which is interesting to see with the examples that Chazal want to bring on this passage. Then you have God, which is from Allah, the word culture. An example of here is open looking again is Melodic, Balad, and then Balad. There are a lot of other examples of people out there. It's interesting to see that they choose this one. You might say, I don't know what the other to see. The context of the mission is that the mission is not the chance to show a lot of the comment out. But the concern that I have a thing, how many they know that you shall out. The Israel and things are shown as things come out. So that's what it's the case. So the example is the example of the servant who revered his master. The servant who revered his master was Israel. There was another transition that. Remember, just you get it. Nebuchadnezzar is the king of Babel. Zoran was his top general. Now, Zoran was a cool and bloodthirsty man. He was given the appellation God of Abba, the chief butcher. The chief butcher. In fact, we speak about Zoran in the Keynotes in Kishaba. We see specifically that Zoran's bloodthirsty children. Who he was really for his children. So there's no sense of here, so there's nothing possible that says that Zoran's butcher had to burn down to the Ashwati and the palace of the king. And the passage says that Zoran is standing before the Kodesh. He is standing before Nebuchadnezzar, his master. He wants to answer any days. And he saw Nebuchadnezzar in Yerushalayim, so I said, now let's just get exactly right over here. Zoran is in Yerushalayim because he's just destroyed. He destroyed ultimately again the palace of the king. But it says that he's standing before Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babel. But Nebuchadnezzar was never in Yerushalayim. You know, when you say to Nebuchadnezzar in Yerushalayim, that's it. By any person, but that's Babel, with yourself. So Nebuchadnezzar was never in Yerushalayim. That's what he was. So how does it say that it was Zoran stood before Nebuchadnezzar and said, "Son of God, they won't speak, you know, these are these stuff about Jewish Adonai." The Ethiopian Isaac had begun on their capture that would be Zoran and such covered for his king that he had an image of Nebuchadnezzar in the delivered from his child. So he felt that he was always before his king. The Adonai. Anyone who say that and someone little is going to show them and the other thing is there's so much reverence there's so much reverence that he was standing before the king of all time. It's incredible. So you must own up a lot of things about it. There's another dropping off a little bit. The initial path on Yerushalayim. There's this time trust in Iraq who died certain now. The Passover, the Shah Passover, Nebuchadnezzar had sent to Nebuchadnezzar wagon loads of green hoses of the sharpest axes. Axes that were so sharp that the man could cut through metal. The Shah showed him with his hands and his arms, couldn't find a single card left in Shalom. And all the axes broke, trying to break down one into every Shalom. Now, Yisukah Yachad Shield, Forest Yalamu, Survive. Right? And they have that. Omar. מסתכלים ובלודי אל תביאי, כי הביא ואל תביאי בסדר. So this is Zoran is going to turn back. Right to turn back. Now why is Zoran to turn back? What's the beginning of it? It wasn't so long before I know what happened. So it was, right? So in other words, everybody knows each other's something. Massive. The sharpest axes, none that can touch the metal. All of this bridge on one blow of the sun does not equal what the truth over. So the Rizan is ready to turn around, go back home. Not the color of Amar, Shabbat Bar Shabbat. So that's the connect. That's the king Shabbat. What's that? Shabbat literally means jump. So it means jump. Rashi says over the Shabbat is the right hand palm of Rashi. About 10 lines into the short lines. Goes by Davis, people the color to Shabbat. The John Karma, so it's a season between the Shabbat. So the Gemara says, so apparently that having the jumper, because interestingly enough, the Zara was part of Sankhira's campaign as well. And interestingly enough, was another thing, what was Sankhira's mistake? What was Sankhira's mistake? He missed the window. So apparently, the Zara was the one who was holding Sankhira for half an hour. That's why it's called the jumper. So he was ready to hit him. He think about the jumper banana. So the last book comes up and says, jumper, don't abandon your friend anymore. So the man says, Shabbat, Shabbat, Shabbat. Shabbat, the man is seen like the Rikush Shachari, and ultimately, so ultimately, when it's time for the Rikush to be destroyed, but it's a better to come back, because he's the man that because a lot of times when we suffer misfortune of the hard generations of the world, what's compounding, the compounds of pain is the notion of a feeling of abandonment by a response. Now, it's interesting what this is. Chazal always tell us, nothing that happens to us unless it's a bonus or over the opposite. And even when there's pain, and even when there's suffering, even when there's loss, it always comes from still. Now, on one hand, it's sinful because why it's not easy to discuss. On the other hand, it's interesting enough for a lot of people, a certain kind of because it's not something that someone else is doing to me, it's something that I can show last few weeks. Which means that the emotion is completely gradually in this overwhelming situation. Which is difficult as it is, but I know it's not my husband, I know it's not random, I know it's time for a whole shot. So the last book comes out and says that the Zion, don't go back to the ship, there is time for a coming question to be destroyed. So watch this. Actually, there was one ox left. Not free to take it a shot. So that's it's not right. So now it's pretty interesting. The Zion is a very smart man. So the Zion realizes now that he's got a very genius crossroads. And we like Sankhya, and we like Baha'i, and we're going to be into the Baha'i. So what does he do? He takes the last facts. He goes over to the gate of Jerusalem. He doesn't hit the gate. With the step part, he hits the gate to make the handle. With the door part. Why? What's his logic? His logic is like this. If you saw it from the start, if you don't want to destroy this in the gate, the gate will open even with the door part. So when I tell the show up, it will fall. You must begin to do with the best part of the good celebration. And now, the idea to me, the man of the stock is how you must have a something of the muscle of the So what's this now? So this is a tragedy of war in this story. And you find out about the chief butcher next that we do to the Shalayim. He's literally going to kill everyone in sight. And then guess what is on his question? I believe today, he sucked from his hamikdash. He says that his hamikdash on fire. Was there is the other one of the Gava and Kale. As the Zoran lights of his hamikdash on fire, his hamikdash itself begins to ascend heavenward. Almost as if his hamikdash is trying to see sight. From what is it called? Let's imagine his hamikdash uproots itself and begins to go a little bit ascend heavenward. And what happens? The Yaakov buried in Shema. So the moment of them pushed it back down. The Hamikdash itself is trying to escape. The Hamikdash itself is trying to say, you know what? Sometimes even the Hamikdash sees all the pain, all the suffering, all the hostages, and everything that happens in this world. And the Hamikdash just wants to remove itself. So the Hamikdash doesn't know which I love it. But no. In a sense, there's a point. And that time is because the school itself takes its head and literally pushes it into the push back down. Over on the share match. God Hashem, the shield passes you down. How's it for that day? So we go to the moment at this point, we're going to be in the Zion, stealing guys, still about that. Only out of it. That's where again, he's met with ridiculous success, right? Burning down the house of the Kurdish Baruch. Now, Shabbat, I'm not taking the Catholics, take the Kalios, King Kurt, the Shina Catholics, goes on combat. You killed a dead nation. You destroyed literally again, you ground up, you that was always flat. It was part of the and the Zion was usually do out of this, right? You're carrying out money, don't run. don't think for a moment that this is your success, right? And that this is your accomplishment. Everything that you're doing is only because I'm allowing you to accomplish. No matter if you're playing a soccer player, going from a joke, the bus, you shoot out, going show, I've been out. Speaking the Nema, and the player. But that's the same thing about me. That was again, flower. The same thing is like becoming a blind flower, that's all the flower left in your thing. So you've destroyed people, you've destroyed building. How's that dummy is Italian? Dummy Carlos. Yes, it's the one is Italian. So the Paris son of is Italian had given the superpower to us in the happy the true or the way to destroy. How the Paris son built this message, they killed his Italian. Now they killed his Italian in the base of the Russian itself. So that happens. So now, so the guy is going in the thing in the base of the push. You see how the damage is how the cover up. You see that the blood that's boiling, bubbling blood, always like that. I remember in my head, because the fire sits there, people usually it's an impression. What is this? How many guns walking in each time? The guys are getting like that. That's just sacrificial blood. That's spilled. I'm a little so the guy says that doesn't make any sense. What does he do? I'm a little I see this out. I see this kamikaze. And what do you so if there's one of these animals, he shuts it out, takes the button, shuts it out, compares it to his blood that's very so it's blood covered or it's in blood. Doesn't make sense on the blood, he realizes it. Because animals like you know something for exactly what the salai food and this is really high school. So you guys are still coming up this is, everything is good, I will kill this thing off your body, I will close. So I'm like, I call the nubby. This is the blood of a man who is both the coin and the nubby. The individual who saw the color of Yushalayim, they calculated. They prophesied to the Jews about the structure of the Semitic, and the price of the killed him. They killed him because he didn't like his message. I'm on the way, I don't know if I see him. So the desire says, I feel I will see this. All of these things, I see that on them, how they're in the middle of that. All of them is the other side. It's all of them is the other side. So what does he do? He's not going to talk about them, but then he He kills them all, but the black didn't stop it for the public. I used to write the TV data. He brought the school children. Fucking New York, he slaughtered them. Going up, and the black did not stop. I see children to do a couple, he brought no Quran in it. Killed them, and the blood did not stop that way. So he was, as the couple in New York, teaching the other result. And so he slaughtered 940,000 people. Below enough. And ultimately, again, the blood did not stop. How did we get on? So the result goes over to the blood and it says, Zikaria. Kobe Shabbat Ibad. We don't need to know. So the result says, Zikaria. Literally, I go, slaughtering the last of Bobby Sram. The rest of the room, the Israelim and the Kulim, should have killed more. Mirage, no. And that moment again. That moment again. So the blood of Zikaria stopped that. And this was such a moment, you should just know. By historical accounts, it's interesting to know that over close to 1 million Jews were slaughtered when the base of Mikdash fell. It was a strike. So sometimes one of God hyperbolic. It's interesting, the 940,000 number is again close to 1 million people fell outside. And you figure out touching the base of Mikdash, nothing like just the section of the structure. If you forget about just the colossal loss of life, almost 1 million people. So the Gemara says, so now we have to make solidity to the result. So it's a payoff. So now you want to kill the children, kill the Bishop Bermuda, and kill the best of blood you see. You want more blood, you want more bloodshed, and then the blood stops on it. So what says, you want to stop there, this one, the Gemara says, here, should have the diagram. So this man about the son of the amazing happen, which is, so the result says that they say, like, not sure going on. Right? This is not fun. This is not the result of this year. Right? And he has thoughts of Shiva. Why does he have thoughts of Shiva? He says, not him Shiva, if you are the Shotas, is God that we not for every other. So the results are like this. Why we show this heart is such a good accountability because it's one person is supposed to carry it. So if we say ourselves, what's going to happen to me? I feel almost a million people. What's going to be with me? Allah, Shagir Francisco, they say, that is Yahweh. It's crazy. The Zion sends a letter to his house like, I'm not coming home. And he goes off and he converts. He goes off and he converts. So let's say absolutely everyone wants it. Even the Zion, not again. Rabbi Kabek, the chief picture, saw this overwhelming moment of seeing the children. I just want to point out at the end, the Russian is king of the children. You know, the Russian that I'm on the witness to about this one, I've seen something. That's what I'm witness to. How is Kishiyasa Chilla, currently is not us. So if you just know what is Kishiyasa Chilla, what is that? What's Kishiyasa Chilla? It's there, we're getting a regular Shiva, and the beautiful simple type of little Shiva. The picture lines, but it's not going to show this one as well. But the first step of Shiva is human Shiva. What's human? Human is a cross. Before you even do anything concrete, before I change anything about my life, the first step in Shiva is that thought. What's that thought? That thought is, I can't go on the way things are. The first step in Shiva is this level of cognition. I say to myself, that's it. I just things just that should be different. How, what, when, where, that remains to be seen. But I know that the way things are now should not be the way they go forward. The result has that moment of fear. That's just standing there with blood of precious Jews on his hands, standing with a Samikash that is going up in flames. How this historic moment of yourself, you know what? I don't know what you're doing, but I can't take understand. Once you know everything, gives up everything, and goes on to become a drug, goes on to become another party. The next time, the stories are over, but we're going to stop here for today. The last segment was Zion's story, and it's sort of other great thing, and once I show you tonight like that, when I start thinking one side, square. Oh, that was another great thing. All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip today. Our annual Talmud sponsor for Tafshin Pei the Person Mishpacha, dedicating all the Shemar Drushas this year as is a plus for the Solar Shabbos Alavan Yisrael. Talmud sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, C. Hirsch, Ben Yossi McCoy, the Ziv, Levin, and Berman family's memory of Mr. William Ziv, Jeff Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, the various our week of learning sponsors, Nate and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther Bas Elazar, and our Dr. sponsors for today, Matt and Diane Marks, in memory of Matt's father, Charles Marks, Helman Ben Mordechai, the merits of our Talmud, all of the Shabbos Slav and Aliyah, the families in the family, all those who are push heaven to the close for Israel. All of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful. That's all I'm not saying. Well, with that, let us begin. And a special welcome back. You put things to the Schwartz. Baruch Haba, Baruch Haba, we continue to give you the floor. And here's Hashem, and we missed you. It's good to have you back. As well, so with that, let us begin. We have a lot. Hashem. Again, also, by the way, this is it until we get to the end, right? This is Baruch Hashem. This is beautiful, beautiful Gemara after Gemara. I got to capture, I got to story, the lessons, the messages, everything goes is going to have a little bit of halacha as well. So listen, with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Sadik 12, 96. We are picking up the Hashem on the bottom of Sadik A on the days 95B, and also he's not here today, but we have traditional knowledge of our beloved Father, and our Dafyomi member, Reb Avram Elbaum, our Rabbi, our Dafyomi pillar, I can make a deal like long music, like you remember, he's sitting right over there. He's marrying off his daughter today, Baruch Hashem, B'Shato, and Mishpacha, and now we come to the Elbaum, Mishpacha. Let's begin. So we are picking up on the bottom of today's episode, Sadik 96. We are picking up on Sadik days 95B, and we left off 4 lines up to the bottom. So where we have all. And the law says as follows. El Moli make the cost of the astronomy. Had the cost of not said it, you couldn't have said it yourself. That's it. Bayomaru, Gala Hashem Betara Hashira, Babinar, Kamela Ashra Salosh, Usara Glayim, and Kamazok and Tiska. So this is more very close to possible. The Pasuk says, on that day, at Kiriakol, the Ribono Shalom will give a haircut. We'll cut the beard, we'll cut the hair of the king of Ashur. So what is this talking about? So the Gemara says, also Kucha Rito, they even make a Gavra Saba. So what says, remember again, Sanherib has been defeated. We saw that story already. They suffered a humiliating defeat, not even at the hands of Hiskiel. Remember again, he suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Hiskiel, which is this ridiculous event that wiped out his army overnight. He now has to go back home and face his constituents. So the Boshel appears to him as an old man. So I'm like a Gavra Saba. Amalei, he also took up an Alphas Mizrah. Maldi Mizrah from Ireland. The Isilinu, the Gnai, the Katasinu, my Amiklu. So the old man, like comes to Sanherib, he says, Sanherib, when you have to go back home, and you have to talk to all of the kings, remember again, Sanherib raised a huge army. Those were armies from neighboring kingdoms as well. So when you have to go back home and face all of those kings, whose sons you convinced to come out and be battle with you, and now those sons are dead. What are you going to say? What are you going to say then? I don't know. Well, God, but it's not got Nami Yossi. So Sanherib says, you know what? I'm afraid. I don't know. I too have that fear about what am I going to say. I'm going to like, hey, love it. So Sanherib says to the old man, what should I do? You know, so the question that's so interesting about this is, remember again, fascinating how things change. Sanherib was this general in charge of everyone, confident. And now what happens? He's asking an old guy he just met, right? He has no idea who this person is. And he's asking this old man for advice, what should I do? I'm like, so ultimately, against us, is incredible. So the old man says to Sanherib, listen to this, Amalei, Zil Vishani Nafsha. You should really change. Rashi says over there, so it says, fascinating. So the old man says to Sanherib, you should change yourself enough that nobody recognizes you. This is when you go home, no one's going to bother you. All right, the my ishni. So how should I change? I'm related still. I see you mispera fazaga. Go get a pair of scissors. I'll give you a haircut. And change your hair. So the girl says, I can't think I'll go on. What if you found tomorrow? And this is such the timing of this is incredible because it's almost Ellis, and you really like have to and how like it is so important to be able to get into the mindset of change. So look what happens over here. So Sanherib is in trouble. What does Sanherib realize? Sanherib realizes the way I'm living right now, right, what I'm doing is not the way I need to be focused. It was like we all have those at the pinnacle moments, right? When I realize that what I'm doing this is not the way it should be. It's just not the way it should be. I know that I could do more. So Sanherib has that epiphysical moment. And he says, right, so he goes to the old man. The old man says, you should change yourself. Change. You can change whatever you want about yourself, whatever you want. You should change. And once you know it's so often English when it comes to change. Sanherib says, that's a great idea. It's a great idea. And how should I change? Oh, take a haircut. Listen, sometimes in life, we have like these moments of clarity where I recognize that I need to change. And then instead of affecting real change, we affect cosmetic change. It's kind of change. I really should change, but that hairstyle really should change a little bit, right? You don't need much for me, but you understand, right? Like in other words, we just instead of focusing on real change, historic change, personalistic change, we just content ourselves with cosmetic change. And that moment that could have been so transformative simply goes by with little or nothing concrete to show for it. Such a metaphor. Anyway, and listen, about that to the point that that's what's happening with Sanherib of the earth. We're going to see this come out a little bit more. Sanherib suffers this humiliating defeat. Listen, there's nothing that gets you to think about change more in life than humiliating defeat. We've all had it, we've all experienced it. And those moments will often you're most open to anything and everything. Okay, so get a haircut. I'm really in the haircut, I see. So Sanherib says the old man, what am I supposed to get a pair of scissors from? I'm really, all around, okay, so the icy. So what happens? So he says to Sankeira, look, there's a house over there. Oh, we want to get a pair of scissors from there. So Sankeira goes in, he finds scissors. Also, Malachim tries to give me like a guy. Listen, this is a tremendous setup over there. Malachim come into that house, and they appear like people. They were grinding kasha. Rashi says over here, gazini tomorrow. It was date seeds. So they were grinding this up. So Amalei, how about the spiral? So here's this camera. Can I borrow a pair of scissors? Amalei, the phone, Chad, the kasha. I said, listen, look. So it's like, okay, there's no such thing like this piece of scissors, right? So you want scissors. Grind the Giluya of date kits with us. Okay, work a little bit and we'll give you the scissors. Kachan Chad Giluya. Kasha. So Balaval and this kind of stuff. So Sankeira ground up the date kits, right? And they gave him the scissors. Also, another tremendous Moshe skill. This is Sankeira, right? Commander of the largest army in the civilized world at the time. And I must say, it's incredible, like desperation. Failure humbles you. And desperation, when a person is desperate, you do whatever you have to do to get the job done. Isn't that incredible? When we're riding high, so there's certain things that are beneath me that I'm not going to do. When I'm in trouble, you recognize you do whatever you have to do in order to get the job done. So sometimes I was afraid of facing the people back home. Right? He needs to get a haircut, he needs a pair of scissors, he's got to grind date pits. You're going to do what you got to do in order to get the job done. Alright, so by the time Sankeira got back with the scissors, the old man already came done. I see you. Now the old man says, the old man is listen, I can't see the haircut in the dark. So bring me a fire. So the Gemara says, so Azal I see Nura, the Hadith the Kanafakle, Akli the Nura the Bikini. So what happened? Azal guys the way she so as Sankeira was bringing back the lantern, the fire, his beard caught fire a little bit, and it turned out it ended up singeing his beard. So ultimately, again, the old man ends up cutting off his beard and his hair. The games has on his step. This is what people say. So we'll say this gives this apparently birth of the famous adage. Rashi says, if you go ahead and you set fire to Arami and he likes it, you could also go ahead and singe his beard, and it will be an unending source of entertainment. Okay? You do it that what you want, right? And I was like, I don't have anything on it, right? And so nice again, the idea over here, let's say, talking about Osa, I think the takeaway from this entire Gemara and the first is life changed so dramatically, and we experience this in different ways. That a person could be on the top of the world one moment and literally again the bottom of the bottom the next. And what's so profoundly important, and again, two Sankeiras, I think the Sankeiras cut it a little bit. You have to be able to roll with it. You have to be able to pivot. You have to be able to know what to do when you're the commander of the army, and you have to know what to do when you're a humble, defeated individual. And if you notice again, commands just a Sankeira. Get a haircut, and get a haircut. Whatever you need to do. Listen, there's some people in life when life doesn't go their way and as time doesn't materialize, they simply get paralyzed. They don't know what to do. They're stuck. They can't get over the fact that life did not materialize the way that I wanted it, and they don't understand the power of the pivot. And I think you see this person here to his credit. You don't become the commander of the largest army in the civilized world by just being a regular guy. So here, it must have had a freaking scopos. Part of those scopos is the power of the pivot. You gotta be able to move into whatever life throws your way and recognize that whatever it is, figure it out. Remember, like Azal Ashka Rafa. This is incredible. So Sankeira is journeying home. As he's journeying home, what does he find? It's also incredible stories. He finds a plank from Noah's table. That was the other geographically we know that. Remember, again, the table kind of what's the word?
Yo, what up? Are you at least 18 years old?
It's like a lush, whatever.
All right, tight, dude. How are you?
Stopped. like on Hare Avalat. Like,
How are you? Excellent. I'm just chilling watching Joe Rogan. You know who Joe Rogan is? Okay, excellent. Feel free to enjoy, my man. You're welcome. Let me know if you need anything.
Because again, Sanheric, interestingly enough, remember, listen to what we saw last week. Sanheric was on a divine mission. His mistake was that he went after Yusharayim. That was his mistake. That was unbound for him. He defied the divine mandate. He was a Shaliach of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but he overstepped. You don't become a Shaliach of Hashem without possessing some type of perseverance. See, met HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He met the Ribono Shel Olam. Next, he finds a place for Noach Seva. Amar. Chaza and Shach Dapal, Yitibus of the Rach. Amar. Amar Hainu Elokar Rabba. The Shizve the Noach Mitifuno. And he said, oh, this is the great God who saved Noah from the flood. Amar, Yisrael is Avram Matzah, Mashkav Lahu the train, So Sanheric says, if I go and I'm successful, in other words, if I go and ultimately I'm able to survive and reclaim my former greatness, I will offer up my two sons as a sacrifice to the God of Noah. The God of Noah. Now, it doesn't go say, it seems to be that he's ascribing some type of divine power to the actual plane itself. Any event, he pledges to go and offer up his two sons. Well, as one can imagine, Shammah, his sons heard about this and weren't overly excited about this promise, and therefore they killed him. Sanheric is assassinated by his own sons. Sanheric is worshiping his deity, and as he's worshiping his Avodah Zarah, his own sons go ahead and kill him. We'll say, by the way, it's also interesting, when you think about this imagery, Sanheric is trying to hold onto a plank from Noach's Teva. So the Medrash tells us who else held on to Noach's Teva and was saved. Oh, the Medrash says that Melech Abashem, right, was held onto the table and was saved. Now let's say in times of distress, everyone's trying to hold on to something. The issue is in life, you have to make sure that you're holding on to the right thing. See, even here, Sanheric is always the tragedy of Sanheric. The tragedy of his condition is so often he's so close to turning things around, but just never manages it to get together. In other words, this idea that he finds the plank of the table, and he's like, you know what? The Ribono Shel Olam, you could be my life this time. Like, I can hold on to you and turn this around. And we're going to see this comes a little bit, but yet then he brings up offering his sons. It's always as if he misses it, just by a few steps. So close to being able to affect that real change, being able to turn things around, but always missing it and not being able to put the pieces directly together. Incredible. So I want to say, by Chalak Alei Lailo, Kuda Vadava Yashem. The Pasuk says, I will say, switching gears here for just a moment, this is Admavini. That this is in the spirit of gracious. Remember again, there was the battle of the four kings against the five. The four defeat the five. Avni goes to war against the four. So the Pasuk says, Vayichalek aleim laila, uva avadav vayakeh. Literally again, the literal translation is, they split the night, Avram and his servants, and they smoked. They smoked the four kings. I'm ready to open on. Also, Malach is done in the Avram Laila Shmo. There was actually an angel who was helping Avram to fight this battle, and the angel's name was Laila. Shneimar v'halayla amar horageva. Rabbi Yitzchak says, Sha'as imo maisa Laila. That ultimately, what it means is that the Rashi points out the stars, like the stars actually fought on behalf of Avram. They actually did battle not on behalf of them. They fought together alongside Avram. Shneimar Mishamayim Yochumah Kachavim Yisrael. Something was called Yisrael. Tava Nefcha Yizvayinachcha. The words of the Nefcha, the blacksmith, for Yitzchak, that's what Yitzchak Nefcha, are better than the words of Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan is known in Shas sometimes as biological. So the words of the blacksmith are better than the words of the son of the blacksmith. Okay, so ultimately, like Rish Lakish chooses Yitzchak as idea. The stars went forward with Avinu against the four kings. Also, just point out about how we've mentioned this many times during the Shas. Why does the word call it Yitzchak Nafka? Okay, so simple answer is that there's more than one. There's more than one Yitzchak. What's the deeper message is? A lot of times in life we think that if we have a profession, that's my tour from becoming an outstanding Hamchachim, a double Torah. So what does the by the way, you could be a blacksmith, you could be a double Torah. You could be a blacksmith and earn yourself a place on the page of Shas. You all have to work for a living. That's just the way it is. Yes, I got told how long. Well, that's the thing, that your career exempts you from achieving excellence in Torah. Not true. We have an obligation to be excellent in our professions, and we have an equal obligation, if not a greater obligation, to be excellent in Torah as well. There is no telling what we could become, even though we all have day jobs. The year of Ad Dan, so let's remember again, the Pasuk says, I'm not going to pursue them. The first thing is up until done. So what happened in Dan Ariel, and Kivich, about was with Tzaddik Ad Dan, Tashash Kofo. So I'm not even stop when I'm going to pursue the kings. When we got to the area of Dan, suddenly his strength was diminished. Why? Because he saw prophetically that his descendants will worship Avodah Zarah in Dan. So because the Arabi's spiritual strength was weakened, as soon as they got to Dan, Shneemar, listen to what happened in Dan. Shneemar, Bayasem Esa Echad Beis El, Esa Echad Nasam the Dan. So he's actually referring to Yeravim ben Nevat. We spoke about this last week also. Yeravim ben Nevat, the first king over the split kingdom, Yehuda Yisrael, installed two eagles, like two calves, two golden calves. And one of them was put in the tribal area of this. This is incredible. So even though this wasn't going to happen until centuries later. Nevertheless, Angel's strength was diminished when he got to the future site of Avodah Zarah of his children. Na'af also Rasha. So to again, Zara also, we're not stressed until they got to Dan Shneeman, but Dan Nishma Neklas Susa. Already say that. Avagam Bishalach, everyone is on the seedings, and that's again first. So this already here, so the following message was given by Rebbe and Sarah. Bizarre Bizakin Shavach, and Udamach was also. It was like, be careful to come Chacham. He lost his learning because of his changing circumstances. It wasn't sometimes in life a person gets older, they forget their learning, whether it's because of something like dementia or Alzheimer's, or whether again it's just part of getting old in life. Be careful with and how much Chacham who forgot his learning, even though he doesn't necessarily have the root for it. That learning is still a part of who he was to use, and therefore there's an obligation to go ahead and respect him. Which also teaches us a tremendous life lesson as well. The power that Torah has upon us is not only in the knowledge that we retain, and this is a very important source of wisdom, especially for us, Daf Yomi, etc. Because a lot of times, one of the most beautiful things about Daf Yomi is you see so much in one day. One of the most difficult things about Daf Yomi is come the next day, I have absolutely no idea what I wrote. Right. But so something that's very frustrating for us because, like, what am I doing? We'll say, of course, now, again, the answer to that is, the answer to that is Chazara. That's why a person has to chazar the daf. You know that. I will say, in addition to that, the real power of Torah is what it does to you as a person, what it does to you in the Shema, and it has nothing to do with retention. It is entirely experiential. The act of sitting and learning Torah, by definition, fundamentally changes me as a person. And even if I don't remember one word, I'm still changing. That's what it says. You have a Talmid Chacham, a Zaki, who forgot his learning. You think that because he can't recall it, therefore, again, if the Torah impacts him any less, that's to show them. He's still the same holy Jew because Torah has imprinted on his Neshama, fundamentally changed him. Furthermore, the Zara Bevridim, also be careful with the Bevridim. So it's interesting, I like remembering it from the last cycle, including we learned about this. When you check the bird, you check Ophos, so there's a blood vessel that runs next to the esophagus. There's my focus as to whether or not that artery needs to be cut as part of Shmita. Rabbi says you should be careful to do it because that allows the animal to bleed out faster and drain the animal of blood faster. That's called the breathing. Gemara says, Izara breathing, we'll say, watch this. Be careful with the children of ignorant people. Shemehen Teitzei Torah. Because from them
from the children of Amei Haaretz. Ultimately, again, that's where Torah will come from. I'm going to say this is an astounding Gemara. Take a look at Rashi in just a moment. It's the last Rashi on the right side. He's talking about over here children who grow up who are children of Amei Haaretz, who are children of ignorant people. Never say in this context, Amei Haaretz is not using a disparaging way. It's used in a factual way. Right? A person grows up in a home where his parents are ignorant. Right? But like, ignorant doesn't have to mean they're not ignorant. It just means they don't know Torah. They don't learn Torah per se. So Rashi says it is. And those children who grow up in a home of Amei Haaretz become Talmidei Chachamim. Lassos Lam Kavod. Make sure to give those Talmidei Chachamim whose parents are Amei Haaretz. Make sure to give them the greatest amount of kavod. Why? Shemehem Teitzei Torah Yisrael. Because those that are going to create and affect the greatest change for Am Yisrael. Share Yatzu Shmaya Ba'Cham. They want to see examples. So it's like, what's the pshat? What's the pshat? That is the children of Amei Haaretz who make the greatest impact to Am Yisrael. Not the children who are the children whose fathers are coming from the grandfathers. What's the pshat? Well, I think it's very simple. So, when a person grows up in a home of Amei Haaretz and then decides to become a Talmid Chacham, they have to work 10 times harder. Sometimes they have to work against parental resistance. Certainly, again, they have to learn a whole new body of things that perhaps they do not receive. The push, and the commitment, and the resilience that those Talmidei Chachamim have. Sometimes people who grew up with it don't necessarily have the same thing. And therefore, ultimately, the contribution those Talmidei Chachamim will make, ultimately, again, is tenfold over what others. It's an incredible idea. So Gemara, and again, let's say, if you notice over here, the Gemara says, be careful. Now, if you have to tell someone to be careful, what does that mean? Right? That people generally, again, are not careful with this, right? Why? Because we'll say it's so interesting in the world. It's so interesting in the world. We put so much primacy in the point of yichus, right? This one is yichus, and this one is yichus. And yichus is wonderful. Right? Yichus is beautiful. It's fantastic. We come from, we all have beautiful yichus. It's not the best yichus in the world. We put so much up. So Chazal telling us, good, shpech and yichus. But just understand, it's often those who do not have the distinguished pedigree, but then decide to make something magnificent of themselves. Those are the agents of change. Those are the people, ultimately, again, who make the most dramatic and tremendous difference. The ones who society say are like, listen, somebody was telling me the other day that a certain yeshiva, really didn't have this same standard. So yeshiva, post-president yeshiva. Why? This was a lot of it's filled with flip-outs. Like what? Flip-outs. So, the notion of flip-outs is someone maybe grew up, like a little bit more modern, and then became much more religious. Flip-out. So first of all, I said, so you mean like people like we want to emulate, right? When you say flip out, you mean like so people who started with something and then decided to get more. That's a good. It's warped. It's so warped. That like in the world, somehow someone who started with less and then chose more. That person is a tzaddik. Like that person goes on a pedestal. A person who made a choice to be more, to do more, to accomplish more, even though perhaps they didn't have it growing up, even though perhaps, again, maybe their parents did like it, don't like it, aren't supportive, casually supportive, whatever it is, but they decide they want more. It's just so interesting that sometimes you have such a warped view of where actual greatness really comes from. It's very nice if you come from a family of righteous people. That's fantastic. Zachisa, incredible. But that does absolutely nothing for you except start you off at a higher place, which stuff to accomplish yourself. Are we throwing fishes over there? Okay. Right. And I will say, so that's how the Gemara has to say, Hizaru, careful with children of Amei Haaretz, which means that the belt is not. Because sometimes the Gemara said the greatest people in this world are the ones who aren't born with spiritual
and instead try to accomplish great things on their own and make it, those are the people who affect change. Incredible. Whereas Milsa Modimale. Where it says he caught Milsa Modimale. Sadik Atra
I'm not only the world champion, I'm the number one contender. Only person I gotta play is myself, baby.
This is Eov. No, sorry, Yirmiyahu. So Yirmiyahu over here is asking, what's the part of this puzzle we're going to focus on here? The part of this puzzle we're going to focus on here is that why is it Derek Hashem said, and why is it that the wicked seem to go ahead and prosper? So the verse is like this. Mashallah Adam. Sorry. Maya Hajulay. What was Ezra back to you? He has Raglayim Ratasavia Luthar, the eighth Kach Tisfara as a Susan Barat Shalom Atabatia, the eighth Kasab Goyadu. What is this true? Mashallah Adamacha. Shama Yosval and Yubarot Skill for ourselves in our system. So what says the Mashal? So was a guy. The guy claimed that he could run faster than anything. He could even run faster than horses. I could run 3 parcels. Most like parcels, a lot of area. I could run 3 parcels before, and I could even outrun horses. Paying bits and 9, right? I could even run in swamps. Obviously, much harder to run in a swamp. So what happened? So now he was racing against the human runner. Ragli was a runner. And this human runner outpaced him 3 even, which was a much lesser distance, and the Abasha on dry land. So the Gemara says, and we say to this guy, if you can't beat your human runner, you certainly can't outpace horses. If you can't beat the runner for 3 million, you certainly can't go ahead and outpace him for 0 ourselves. So the Gemara says, and if you can't outpace him on 5 level, you certainly can't outpace anything on this one. So to you, Yirmiyahu. So what is this mean? What does this mean? At the end of the day, what they're telling Yirmiyahu is that you don't understand the ways of Hashem. That's simply it. You think you can understand, you think that you can see, you think that you know, but at the end of the day you don't. We're going to see this in just a moment. So Yirmiyahu, you're bothered by the fact that I went ahead and I allowed Nebuchadnezzar to be successful in such a dramatic way. But just you should see. Nebuchadnezzar got the reward of 4 psios, so 4 steps. We'll see the story of those 4 steps in just a little bit. So if you see all of the reward that Nebuchadnezzar got for taking 4 steps, then ultimately, again, you're going to be overwhelmed. When I reward Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, so Nebuchadnezzar took 4 steps and was rewarded. You'll be overwhelmed when you see the reward ultimately of Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov who ran before me like horses. Again, we'll see that story just a little bit. So the Gemara said, Kalas, most I see Shikar, okay, Gibar Avuyan, Hashem, Medivay Karshan. What do you mean? When did Nebuchadnezzar walk before I can try with 4 steps? What's that story? The Siv is the incredible story. The Siv Isa Shalaf Merudach Beladon, then Beladon Melech Badal Svarim. So what happened that Merudach Beladon, that was his name, Ben Beladon, son of Beladon, right, who was the king of Babel, sent a letter. That wasn't there. The rest of the pasuk is he sent a letter to Hiskiel because he heard that Hiskiel was ill and then he was healed. Okay, so the Gemara understands. So the Gemara says, because Hiskiel got sick, so this king, the king of Babel, Merodach Baladon, sent a letter and what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, in Midrash Esmofes Haya. So the Gemara says, yes, because Baladon Merodach Baladon was very interested because he said when Hiskiel was healed, a miracle occurred. He was overwhelmed by this miracle and he said, I gotta find out about this Hiskiel. What's the story? What was the miracle? Listen to this. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Also, Yom Shemes Bo, after, by the way, I apologize. I know we're going quickly at some point. It's also so actually not the one so so maybe Shavuos night this year we're going to do Parak Achela. It's going to be our topic for this year. Mine is just like identify some of these incredible stories and just go through them. I think it's a worthy endeavor. So what happened? Also, Yom Shemes Bo Achaz. The day that Achaz died. Who's Achaz? Who was Achaz? Achaz was the father of Hiskiyahu. Achaz was a king of Russia. On the day that Achaz died, Shtei Shaus Chaya. The Baruch Hu shortened the day dramatically, caused the sun to set after 2 hours. Now, why did he do that? He did not want Achaz to eulogize, and he did not want Achaz to be buried properly. So he dramatically went ahead and caused the sun to set prematurely. So what happened? So the Gemara says that he called the Hiskiyahu v'itbach adinu kutrabi for the hanaf asar shayim. It is incredible. When Hiskiyahu was healed, so ultimately, again, the Kodesh Baruch Hu returned those 10 extra hours. That's how beautiful this is. And then Hiskiyahu was healed. There were 10 extra hours of daylight in that day. Isn't that incredible? So the day was prolonged by 10 hours because he was healed. Obviously, again, the day was prolonged by everyone. So Baladan Merodach Baladan ultimately saw this 10 extra daylight hours. What's going on over here? So the Gemara says, so Lana Chazashani, they could see Kumi Mishid as Sel Hamalos, Asher Yadu Malos, Afak Sham Shachanas, as well as the Dish of Shamish, as Malos, the Malos Asher Yada. Only my high. So Merodach Baladan said, what is this? Amalek Hiskiyahu Chalash, so they told him Hiskiyahu was ill, he became healed. And actually, Moshe gave him back 10 hours of daylight. All right, so Ika Gabra Kihai, the Loba Inu, the Shadur, the Shalma. So it's incredible. So that's what I've been saying. Listen, there is a man like this who gets 10 extra hours of daylight for us as well. How can I not write him a letter and say a Shalom Aleichem? Right? You gotta get to know a man like this. So the Gemara says, Kasvili, listen to this. So here is the letter that Merodach Baladan sent to Hiskiyahu. Here it is. The Gemara says, Kasvili, Shamal Malka Hiskiyahu. Peace be unto you, Hiskiyahu. Shalom Lekartas Yushalayim. Right? Peace unto Yerushalayim. Shalom Le'alokar Nabas. Peace unto the great God. He's unto the great God. Incredible. So the Gemara says, so what happened? Nebuchadnezzar separated the Baladan. So Nebuchadnezzar, I mean, Nebuchadnezzar was young. So what was his job? He was the scribe of the king. He was the scribe of Merodach Baladan. So the Gemara says, listen to this. So apparently Nebuchadnezzar wasn't there when Merodach Baladan wrote this letter. He was on break, so he comes back, he finds out that Merodach Baladan wrote this letter. He also tell me what was the letter that was written. They told him the letter. So the guy says something amazing. The guy says the letter makes no sense. He says you call the God of the Jews great, but you put him last. Right? You say Shalom Aleichem, great king Hiskiyahu. Shalom Aleichem, Yerushalayim. Shalom Aleichem, great God. And the guy says it doesn't make any sense. If God is great, then where does he belong? All the way in front. This is Nebuchadnezzar. All right, Shalom Shalom So Nebuchadnezzar says the Jesus right. Shalom Aleichem to great God. Shalom Aleichem to Yerushalayim. So I say, can you imagine? Everybody's like, guys, I left for 5 minutes. Like, you can't get the letter right. So what happens? They said to him, kind of the Yarda, you may have a so you've seen this special before. That's literally again. Kind of the Yarda literally means he who reads the letter should be the one who goes ahead and delivers it. The idea being that if you have the good idea, execute. The good idea, execute. Don't come with a basket full of good ideas. You have good ideas, execute them as well. So the letter is in transit. You think that it should be redone? Okay, go after the courier and get it. So listen to this. Listen to this. To his credit. Runs after the courier. Roy Basrei, Kiduroy Arba Psios, as he took 4 steps, Asa Gabriel stopped him. So I'm going to be open. The Molly will bug our bill that music. Well, I got to call the same shit. Let's listen to this. It was, what was Nebuchadnezzar doing? Nebuchadnezzar was running after the courier because Nebuchadnezzar was concerned about the covet of the Bidon Hashem. Gabriel stopped him. Because had Nebuchadnezzar run any further, there would have been no way to stop his future carnage against Klal Yisrael. So I want to say that's what we said before. In the schools of the Arab Seals, the 4 steps of Nebuchadnezzar running after the courier because he thought the letter was not written in a dignified enough way to accomplish Baruch, that gave Nebuchadnezzar ultimately against the tremendous power of the Klal Yisrael. So had the Malach Gabriel not stopped him where he was, who else has to show him the carnage? Was the absolute difference? Was I just point out this amazing? Sometimes it's always interesting to see what makes great people. How do everyone live successful? So the Gemara tells a lot of these stories so that there's something to learn. So what do you see in the story from the Nebuchadnezzar? So let's say just the most basic level, a willingness to take an idea and to implement it. A lot of times in life, we're chock full of ideas. It's great. I'm willing to take all of my ideas, alphabetize them, categorize them, anything you want, and then I'm ready to give them over to someone else. And then as long as someone else does the execution, what makes great people great is they have beautiful ideas and they are willing to put in the effort to implement. They don't delegate. They do what has to get done in order to get the job done. And if Nebuchadnezzar has this insight, it's not like, okay, who wants to run after the courier? Again, if he's the sofer to the king, by the way, that's a very important position. He should have gotten someone else to run after the courier. But instead he decides to do it himself. Because great people recognize that if you believe in something enough, roll up your sleeves and get it done. Don't wait for someone else to do the heavy lifting, do the job yourself. Incredible. You know, it was like the brother, my Baladon ben Baladon. You know, it goes back over here to this king. I must say, I sort of went back over here. This king is the king of Babel before Nebuchadnezzar. So who is that? His name is Merodach Baladon ben Baladon. What's the pshat? That's a pretty strange name. What does it mean, Baladon ben Baladon? Listen to this one. Amri, Baladon Baladon was his father. Baladon, the father, was king. What happened? The Ishtari Abi Bahavi Kalpa. And apparently, he had some type of illness. His face looked like a dog, transformed into a dog. Right? Again, I know this dog talking. It's so cute, so beautiful, so wonderful. Great, okay, good. You clearly see how Chazal feel about dogs. Okay, good. So, let's see where it says over here, he looked like a dog. His face became deformed. He can't be king. That's like this, the Babel. He can't become king with a deformed face. So he abdicated his throne. So his son Merodach becomes king. And it's actually very beautiful. So his son Baladon becomes king, but as part of the way that his son gave his father covet is he took his father's name as his own. So instead of just being Merodach ben Baladon, he became Merodach Baladon ben Baladon. This was covered to his father who was still alive. So the Gemara says, "I see ben Yechavidav ve'eved Adonai." So this is what it means when it says a son will honor a father and a servant his master. Ben Yechavidav hada amar. It's actually pretty striking. It's just interesting to see that the example that Chazal want to bring on this passage. Ben Yechavidav, which is from Malachi, the example it gives ultimately again is Merodach Baladon ben Baladon. There are a lot of other examples of people out there, but it's interesting to see that they choose this one. The Gemara said, "Ever Adonov, what's the Ever Adonov?" It's said, "U'bechodesh hachamishi b'Yisrael ha'chodesh yishnas shas yishon l'melech Nebuchadnezzar ba melech Babel ba Nebuchadnezzar ravak havachim amar l'fnei melech Babel v'Yerushalayim v'Yisrael as Beis Hashem as Beis Havel." So what's this doing? So the example, who is the example of the servant who revered his master? The servant who revered his master was Nebuchadnezzar. And now we're transitioning back. Remember again, Nebuchadnezzar is the king of Babel. Nebuchadnezzar was his top general. Nebuchadnezzar was a cruel and bloodthirsty man. He's giving the appellation of Rav HaKavachim, the chief butcher. In fact, we speak about Nebuchadnezzar in the keynote of Shabbat. We speak specifically about Nebuchadnezzar's bloodthirst for children.
cruelty that he exhibited towards children. So the Gemara says over here, so there's the Gemara the pasuk that says that the Tzar goes ahead, he burns the house of HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the palace of the king. Now the pasuk said that the Tzar was standing before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He was standing before Nebuchadnezzar, his master. The Gemara supposed to say, days. When we saw Nebuchadnezzar in Yerushalayim, so let's say, now let's just get the jacket right over here. Nebuchadnezzar is in Yerushalayim because he's just destroyed the base of God, destroyed ultimately again the palace of the king. But it says that he's standing before Nebuchadnezzar, the king above him. Like Nebuchadnezzar was never in Yerushalayim. You might say, we saw Nebuchadnezzar in Yerushalayim.
It's over.
Bayanu also Melech Badal with himself. So Nebuchadnezzar was never in Israel. He was in Ethiopia. Right, that's where he was. So how does it say that the Tzar stood before Nebuchadnezzar was like satisfied with him? That the Tzar had such covet for his king that he had an image of Nebuchadnezzar literally engraved on his chariot. So he felt like he was always before his king. And the other thing is he had so much reverence for Nebuchadnezzar, so much reverence that it was as if he was standing before the king of all times. Rabbi says as follows. So now we're jumping back a little bit. So the initial attack on Yerushalayim. So it says, so Nebuchadnezzar had sent to Nebuchadnezzar wagon loads of 300 of the sharpest axes that were so sharp that the metal could cut through metal. And all the axes broke, trying to break down one gateway of Yerushalayim. So boy, let me have that. Amar Mistafina Beloli Abdu Bi Ki Echid Abdu Bisantih. The Tzar is ready to turn back. Now why is the Tzar ready to turn back? Listen, because remember again, it wasn't so long beforehand that what happened? Sancheriv, right? So in other words, everybody knows the story of Sancheriv, the massive defeat that has become. So now you have 300 of the sharpest axes, metal that can cut through metal, and all of them break on one glory of Yerushalayim does not look like a good home. So the Tzar is ready to turn around, go back home. Enough of Kala Ba'amar, Shavar Bar Shavar. So Baskar came out. Baskar to Shavar, it looks like Shavar Bar Shavar literally means a jumper. Someone who jumps. Rashi says that Shavar Bar Shavar is a regular time of Rashi, about 10 lines into the short lines. Dolet by Dolet, come up for Kavash in Yerushalayim. And the Tzar in Kalamar, so apparently that called him the jumper, because interestingly enough, the Zoran was part of Sancheriv's campaign as well. And interestingly enough, let's remember again, what was Sancheriv's mistake? What was Sancheriv's mistake? He missed the window. So apparently, Zaran was the one who was urging Sancheriv, attack now. That's why it's called the jumper. Like he was ready to leap into battle, to jump into battle. So the Baskok comes up and says, jumper. Don't abandon your plan over here. So the word says, Shavar Bar Shavar. Zaran Shavar the Marcus Dimna, the Mikvah Shacharit, the Eichel Mikvah. So ultimately, again, it is time for the Beis HaMikdash to be destroyed. I will say, I just want to point out that these Gemaras are very profound, because a lot of times when we suffer misfortune at the hands of the nations of the world, what's compounded, what compounds our pain is the notion of a feeling of abandonment by Irish power. Now, what's interesting for us is, as I always tell us, nothing ever happens to us unless the Ribono Shel Olam wants it to happen. And even when there's pain, and even when there's suffering, even when there's loss, it only comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now, on one hand, it's painful because HaKadosh Baruch Hu will do this loss. On the other hand, there is, interestingly enough, or ironically enough, a certain element of fun. Because I know it's not something that someone else is doing to me, it's something that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is doing to me. Which means that the Rebbe is choreographing even this overwhelmingly painful situation, which is difficult as it is, but I know it's not haphazard, I know it's not random, I know it's coming from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So the Basel comes out and says, Zaran, don't abandon ship, it is time for the Beis HaMikdash to be destroyed. So watch this. Pashlei Chag Na'aveh.
There was one axe left. One axe left. Also, not even look at it. So as it says, one axe left. So now, this is interesting. The Tzara is a very smart man. So the Tzara realizes now that he's at a very, very dangerous crossroads. Am I going to be like Sancheriv and be wiped out by Hashem, or am I going to be the agent of Hashem? So what does he do? He takes the last axe. He goes over to the gate of Yerushalayim. He doesn't hit the gate. With the sharp part. He hits the gate with the handle, with the blunt, the dull part. Why? What's his logic? His logic is like this. If the Shah HaKadosh Baruch Hu, if Yimashal wants him to destroy the Beis Hamikdash, the gate will open to the part. So the Gemara says, and sure enough, the Iftach. He knocked against the gate with the dull part, and the gate fell down. Shemai Mar, Yodea K'negin the Ma'ila B'Slach is Harimos. Havakato Ba'azi Azamata L'Hayim. So listen, so now, this is a tragically overwhelming story. When the Tsar Ravat Tabachim, the chief butcher, knocks down the gate of Yerushalayim, and he's literally again killing everyone in sight until he gets to the Beis Hamikdash. Adlik Dei Yura. He sets the Beis Hamikdash on fire. Because this is an overwhelming Gemara. Gava Heichalim. As the Zara lights the Beis Hamikdash on fire, the Beis Hamikdash itself begins to ascend heavenly. Almost as if the Beis Hamikdash is trying to save itself from what is occurring. He imagines the Beis Hamikdash uproots itself and begins to go and literally ascend heavenly. And what happened? Darku Beige Min Shemai. The Rebbeinu Shalom pushed it back down. The Beis Hamikdash itself is trying to escape. The Beis Hamikdash itself is trying to see, you know what, like, sometimes even the Beis Hamikdash sees all the pain, all the suffering, all the hostages, everything that happens in this world. And the Beis Hamikdash just wants to remove its suffering. So the Beis Hamikdash doesn't want to. Enough. Shkina says, there's a prayer. The prayer is the person. The Shkina itself takes its hand and literally pushes the Beis Hamikdash back down. Overwhelming. Shneimar Mar. Gak Darach Hashem L'Rasulas Pasiruda. Because they kadaitim. So you want to imagine at this point in time the Zaran is feeling Shtigal Balgaiva, a little bit arrogant. Absolutely, again, he's met with ridiculous success, right? Burning down the house of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Nafka Baska Ba'amra Le, Amok Tekila Katlis, Hekola Kal Yotoris, Kim Kota Hina Tahinas, the Zaran Kanda. You killed a dead nation. You destroyed a destroyed building. Literally, again, you ground up wheat that was already flour. The trust was telling the Mizar is, you didn't do anything. I did this. I did this. You're carrying out my will. Don't think for a moment that this is your success, right? That this is your accomplishment. Everything that you're doing is only occurring because I'm allowing you to. Shneimar, if you're carrying the cost of the camera. Goli Tamar takes the touch, Yeshuba, Goli Shok, Abina Hara. Stephen, no Namar, and the camera. It doesn't say anything about meat. God says again, flowers. The same way that if you come in your grind flour, that's already flour, you're not doing anything. So you've already destroyed people, you've destroyed building. Which is incredible story. Chaza, Damed, Zakaria, David Karas. So it's the name of Zakaria. It's a tragic story. It's really lovely. So the Klal Yisrael, Rabbi Zechariah, had given Moshe to Klal Yisrael saying that they had to do tshuva or they're going to be destroyed. How did Klal Yisrael deal with this message? They killed Zechariah. Now they killed Zechariah in the Beis Hamikdash itself. So what happens? So the Bujar is standing in the Beis Hamikdash. And he sees, because of David is Zechariah B'Kavah he sees that there's blood that's boiling, literally bubbling blood in the Beis Hamikdash. Another one, my high. So Zechariah says to the people, Jews in the Beis Hamikdash, what is this? I said, don't worry about that. That's just sacrificial blood that spilled. So the Bujar says that doesn't make any sense. What does he do? I see the RC in the Damikasi. So ultimately, one of these are does, he shechts an animal, takes the blood from the shechted animal, compares it to his blood that's blood in this way, so the blood doesn't look like the same kind of blood. Doesn't look like the same kind of blood. It comes along with me. And he's one of those blood means, you know, so the Zara says, either tell me what this is, or literally again, I will peel the skin off your body with iron plates. Shamalay, high Kohen
This is so cool. This
He
is
said
how
the blood of a man who was
oh,
both the Kohen and the Navi. The Invi who the Yisrael the Korah of Yerushalayim, they
feel like you're friends here.
prophesied for the Jewish about the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash, and the Klal Yisrael, we killed him. We killed him because we didn't like his message. Amar Lehu, I don't know if I see that. So the Zohar says, okay, I will appease his people. I'll appease him. I see that Banon, Kadol, Meduya, Belola. In other words, I'll avenge this Gil's blood. Zechariah's blood. So what does he do? He gathers up the Rabbanon, the rabbinic leadership. He kills them all, but the blood didn't stop bubbling. I used to try to keep the day back. He brought the school children. Called to the Hallelujah, he slaughtered them below enough, and the blood did not stop. I see Pirkei Kehuna, Kata, he brought the young Kohanim, killed them, and the blood did not stop bubbling. So the Gemara says, Ad Kata Hallelujah Tishnu Va'agarivo, until he slaughtered 940,000 people. Below enough. And ultimately, again, the blood did not stop bubbling. Part of Regabe. So the Zitzar goes over to the blood and he says, Zechariah, told him Shebahem Ikarta. It says, so when the Zitzar says, Zechariah, literally again, I've slaughtered the best of Klal Yisrael. Should I kill more? Miyad Nach. In that moment again. So the blood of Zechariah stopped on him. Say such a one. You should just know, by historical accounts, it's interesting to note that over close to 1 million Jews were slaughtered when the Beis Hamikdash fell. The Beis Hamikdash was destroyed. So it's interesting. A lot of times, sometimes numbers are hyperbolic. It's interesting. The 940,000 number is again close to 1 million people fell. That's why when we think about destruction of the Beis Hamikdash, we have to think about just the destruction of the structure. But we forget about just the colossal loss of life over almost 1 million people. So the Gemara says, so now so literally, the Zara says, what do you want? I killed Rabban, I killed the children, I killed the Pirkei Kehuna, I killed the best of Klal Yisrael. You want more? You want more blood? You want more bloodshed? And then the blood stopped on there. So the Gemara says, stop here in this moment. The Gemara says, here, Shuva B'daita. So this morning says something amazing happened, which is, so the Zara says, as they say, like, Mashu no Nomari, right? This is not normal. This is not a normal Zara. Right? And he has thoughts of tshuva. Why does he have thoughts of tshuva? He says, Mahem Shelo Idu Ala Nefesh Achas, Kach, Ugavra Mat Tehevi Alei. So the Zara said like this. Klal Yisrael was held to such a degree of accountability because they killed one person because of Zechariah. So the Messiah says, what's going to happen to me? I killed almost 1 million people. What's going to be with me? All right, Shadet Rotisa Labese, that is Gaia. The Zaran sends a letter to his house saying, I'm not coming home. And he goes off and he converts. So we'll say absolutely overwhelming message. Even the Zara, and again, Rabbi Kabokim, the chief butcher, says this overwhelming moment of here butcher. I just want to point out over here, the Lashon over here is here butcher. You know, the Lashon that I'm on the Hilchos Tshuva. I'll just say it's very quickly. Lashon on the Hilchos Tshuva, Parak Aleph Halacha is Kishiyas Tshuva, Chayav Nezados. So it's interesting that what is it mean to Shiyas Tshuva? What is that Lashon Kishiyas Tshuva? The gifter, the Shiva has a beautiful sefer called Hurura Tshuva. The gifter writes, but the Salvation Army has the same idea as well. But the first step of tshuva is hear her tshuva. What's hear her? Hear is a thought. Before you even do anything concrete, before I change anything about my life, the first step in tshuva is that thought. What's that thought? That thought is, I can't go on the way things are. The first step in tshuva is this level of cognition where I say to myself, I gotta change. Things just have to be different. How, what, when, where, that remains to be seen. But I know that the way things are now should not be the way they go forward. The Zohar has that moment up here, right? As he's standing there with blood of precious Jews on his hands, standing in a Beis Hamikdash that is going up in flames, has this cathartic moment up here, says, you know what, I don't know what I'm going to do.
I know that I can't continue this way. Runs away from everything, gives up everything, and goes on to become a bear, goes on to become a member of Congress. I will say, the story's not over, and we're going to stop here for today. The rest of the Victorian story and the story of other great gaming news session tomorrow's daf. When I start to give us a shkoya.
March. It's true. It's true. Come on, spice that card up, baby. You do something for them. I think that's it.
All right, so let's say good morning and good morning. Let us begin. We will be taking all of our sponsors for this morning's shift to thank our campaign sponsors for the year exception for the person's welcome. Eventually, all for breakfast this year is this. From Service Troubles for Johnny Sarah, campaign sponsors for the month of Adar Abba, we will serve our Harry and Steve Zins. Loving you and spotted Dr. Harry Scarfish, Dan Yosef Hakoin. The Zid will be and Jerry Family's name are Mr. William Zid, Zid Del Shua, Jeff Shua, Ben Islam. And the bonus sponsors, we can have Hazel, Lenny and Steve Gordon, Lucas Esther, Bass, and Margaret, and America, all of the shows that Maria. The family's name is Summer. Everything we can travel here, comfort, holiness, like the purpose, we know for some real one of hostages, and allow our holy soldiers to be successful in all of our civilization. Looking back, let us begin and not to return back Hashem, please back to second dollar 94. We have to go up on Sunday Gimel on the base 93B. Rabba Amar Gemora from Vadroni. It is about 10 rounds up from the 46 yards. Rabba Amar Gemora from Vadroni. He was in this quite fascinating. Rabba says, who has the ability, now really translating, Mora Vadroni means the ability to smell and judge. Mora Vadroni, someone with the ability to smell and judge is ultimately fit to go ahead and believe you must be sitting on the Yishpok, the Shabbat of the Zion, the Eoperation of what is this mean? That someone is able to smell and judge. So his idea is that one is able to go ahead and intuit. Rashi says over here, my belief is the more about John, Shemariah Adam Shoke, the idea of Akhayu, Shnemalona, the idea over here is that the idea will possess such an acute sense of judgment that they're able to perceive that which is right and that which is wrong, without considering all of the details, are simply able to almost smell the MS. So the Gemara is right. The Gemara says, Barko Ziva. Gemara tells a bit of a story. Barko Ziva, also known as Barko Top. Barko Top. So Barko Ziva, that she says in the end, the mountain toward this way. He was one of the Herodian kings, like one of the descendants of Herod. So he was the king over cloudy sky. But the same amount of title shields, the power of. So Barko Ziva was the king of kings. I am Moshiach. But Barko yourself declared Moshiach. On the way, Moshiach said, the Moravagoni. And Moshiach says that he's able to go and smell judgment. Doesn't want to hear all the details of the case. That is able just to go and literally smell that which is right and that which is wrong. So says, let's see, I'm not more Bagoni. So Barko, what do you think the Moshiach? Can you smell justice? Given because you know Moravagoni, once they saw that he was unable to smell justice, so he said he was his false Messiah, and they killed him. And this is interesting, right? Because there's some level of historical belief tracking what happened with that culture. King was included that Barko was killed by the Jews. Other accounts have that Barko was killed by the Romans. So it's interesting, either way, Barko ultimately again leads to the fair revolt. Just to point out the memory again, Rabbi Akiva thought that Barko was Moshiach. So Barko had a tremendous amount of support, not just as a leader of Klal Yisrael, but as a potential sales figure as well. Okay, the memory is like that. The real Hayeli Yisrael Ba'azai B'Siguru, השאיר בהם חומרים וטובים מראה, ומסכים בחוכמה, חוכמה, ביודי בס ומגיעים לידו, אשר כוח בהם יעמוד על המראה. ולא ימשיכו ולשם חלקי. Because it's not good topic, highlighting the thinking of Hayeli Yisrael Ba'azai. So you might understand, so again, we are Hayeli Yisrael Ba'azai. ما يشاء بهم خمر، ما يجيب بهذا الوجه، ما يفعل بخير يعمل أكيد تريد التشخيص وحفظه. يجب even have like the function of a needle of blood level. So they're happy. Parkinson, they never even needed blood level. My gosh, I thought from Navajo, I'm doing it here at the strength. in the palace of the king, or in town of depending on the incidents as well as thoughts. We have Siva and we have Shiva. It means that when we have the king, we will be faced with any type of laughter, many type of frivolous chatter from sleep. We now need to as well destruction is what is going on. And then we abstain from going to the bathroom. And go back to the news with no evil smart because of the reverence for the mind. So if you ask yourself, so what's the check? What is it? What is it? So that is interesting information. What is the matter for us? This is on a very simple level, perhaps the idea of teaching conclusion. The language on is area. We're able to abstain from frivolous laughter, frivolous chatter, sleep, we're even able to restrain their bodily needs because they're in the presence of the king. If we could do all of those things in the presence of the king, then Allah has kind of a camel. We both know we have to exercise self-esteem. And we both know we have an elected interest that is activity because we too stand before the king at all times. Incredible. Otherwise, we don't need to do it. So those are like you said, that all of us, so we will say in China, will all come to shade us to do that. So the Lord says, that the shmur of our money, or the really need to do that, however, we shall find in the church party. So disagreement. So again, so the shmur of our money is going to be able to do that, but everyone else was from other stuff. That's a reaching that up. أشهد قولي بيكتو بعد السويسي اللي رفع من الأخبار وبعد الفوز من الصالح لكن قولي the king will take the as Swiss my Swiss was a Swiss so that I'm a Swiss member that's a very little bit of the unit but the king will often pass through his serving where they should not be distracted by other things and which really is going to go to them and Kalima so starts out as a result no it means that the result is like cut off or is that was just castrated during their days when they had a cultural ability to remove that whole result. This one now that it starts out jelly and plays with being themselves, that whole result all this things be castrated during their day, you can't even see. The cover, the EP the whole. I mean, I'm a Swiss manage not my the cover, the EP the whole. But when you being themselves, if they're a little Swiss, so that's the chapter of the passage. So you know it says, my the cover is the whole. Cabinet de Villa, the news arrangement is in the cover that fire had no effect on them. A reference to the Christian age. The story before the things spoke last yesterday. That's it. But we have to know what others find. The couple of the cups, it means is again, if you're like the fire, you're going to be sent to smoke. Impact on the club. There's no one that starts on the journey mayhem. So this would be like that, whatever the others cut off during the days. I think it's a trauma from the side, so much of each year shops or something. I remember our Swiss manage the strength of the music facility. I don't think it's even like that, but they are managed Swiss. So ultimately, again, with the touch of their son with the foods of this level of variation, this is not just the heart of the days, 3 days ago. But literally the king passed me the word, but also being able to touch up on the result of the days. Incredible. You know what I think. But literally, I'm going to speak to you about this. When the sixth influences the number speaking, the classic says, that they see the place and the ambition, told to burn in the balance. The consequence of the meaning that they found it in church is even greater in potential physical offspring. So it makes it the head of physical offspring. And when the Irish starts up, there's not the minimum. Might call you burning in the balance. And then I might stop you burning, shahari lahan to die in the same. Better. Apparently, good guy idea that the failure needs speaking by the king, they got children, and unfortunately, again, they're speaking to the
That was amazing.
all of actually Russia, many times. What is it I'm giving them joy or like all the time from Dutch Wakaka, but Sikuri, Zessica Danilo, Shinikla Ashmo. That's called Sika Danilo. That's ultimately again Sika Danilo's name, obviously again, Danilo. With this, Mask, Sijo Kashisha Danilo, the Sika Danilo's name for Danilo. Yes, actually, Community de Ezra Nefariah, Belkakai, Community de Ezra, Nefariah Belkakai Amigo. So interesting that it says pretty much all of the words, what's all of that I should point this out. In our Tanakh, as we have Sfarim, Ezra and Nehemiah. In reality, there's really only one Sefer Ezra. It was divided out later on. So notice this thing very interesting. Most of Sefer Ezra is actually prophesied by Nehemiah, said by Nehemiah. So that is why it's called Ezra, not Nehemiah. So it's not coming up with Sefer al Shnei. Why is it not called Sefer Nehemiah? And then you're by other religion, it's totally that's more. Because ultimately, again, Nehemiah took a little bit too much credit for himself. Shimei Amar, Zocher li Elokai l'Tova. Remember me, my God, for good. I, the David Nami, Neimer Amra, Zocher li Hashem b'Torecha, Paktir b'Shuasecha. I, David Nami, also said to Yaakov Baruch, remember me. We pray for almost like we had a little bit of requisite merits in order to go ahead and have his tzedakah. It was David Rachmi of Kavai. David was asking for Rachmanis. David was Rachmi for Klal Yisrael as well. And he was saying, "They Shasir with Yusuf Shalishim." So I said, "This is incredible." So Nehemiah doesn't merit to have the sefer name for him. Why? Because he spoke disparagingly about the earlier ones. So what does this mean? Shneimar, va'apachos harishon Hashem v'chanai, ekbidu ala am, vayikhu lehem balachem v'yayin v'achaket v'shkalim arbaim. So this is incredible. That Ezra disparaged the leaders, Nehemiah disparaged the leaders that came before him. Ultimately accused them of exploiting their condition for personal gain. Now, it's fascinating what I say is, even though he may have been right, that he might have been what he said was fact.
I love this kind of music.
In the line of the Jews. What's the sentence yesterday about
What's this? Easy listening. Nice.
What does that mean? The big corporations of the world to speak negatively about how it's run for their non-baby. You can't speak negatively about it. You just can't. Even if what you're saying is true, even if a point has to be made, a point has to somehow be made, always holding up the sanctity of the Jew, never necessarily deconstructing the other. So therefore, when we come to Hanya, have truthfully, but nevertheless negatively spoke about Klal Yisrael, therefore it was time having the sacred of the Lord. You must have told me that I thought we should never see that. People spoke negatively about the world. When we know on the government, by the way, how do you know that she wasn't there? How do you know that he's greater than him? So the Gemara says, next cycle. You know, the other day, it said, but I see any Daniel Levadi as Hamara, but I know she mentioned how you need no as Hamara about how long did we go in Nafla Land, how you do think Habe, but I should mention no one is here. So you might say, so how do you know that Daniel was greater than these other people? So the question because the episode where it was a dramatic vision, Daniel had the vision, and no one else saw it. No one else saw it but Daniel. In fact, that Daniel saw it, so if he thought that Daniel was greater, the Gemara says, in my opinion, I'm not sure who these other people who live for the other things in the vision.
What's it called? Split Sacrifice Revelation. That's my jam.
So they were there with Daniel. They did not see the vision.
Did you like that? Dog, that is such a cool way to watch sports. I'm surprised that they don't, like, who would you want to see? I don't fucking know. Lord, I mean, like, Shane Gillis. And Matthew Nikki Glaser.
So five guys are fighting a lot.
Where's Amber? I want to watch them fucking watch. Oklahoma State.
But Daniel is greater than them because Daniel had this vision, and they connect this vision. So listen, the thing after the causing my kind of it is, but again, here's the problem. If they didn't have the vision that Daniel had, then why were they fighting? Why were they fighting? What caused the fight? So I said, this is very interesting. I'm sorry. I thought that the evil law causing reading was like, sorry. I thought that the evil law causing reading was like causing. Even though they didn't see anything, their Mazda saw. And I said, what is this mean? What does mean Mazda saw? So often Mazda refers to like astrological signs. In this context, I think what it means is as follows. Every person has a malach. Like every person has like a ministering angel. Who advocates for them, who so watch this, but like a sign to me. So sometimes there are things that my muzzle, that my knowledge sees, But I don't see. But yet again, there is like this synergistic connection between myself and my malach. And therefore, the Gemara suggests over here that even if I don't see something in my malach sees something, so that has an impact on it. The Gemara says, "I'm not even Shemaya, Haiman the Madis Apagav the Iri no Chazi, Mazle Chazi." This is fascinating. Sometimes in life, sometimes like a person can be gripped by fear, and the fear doesn't really make sense, right? The fear itself could be illogical. But what does it mean sometimes when a person is gripped by fear that they don't know why? Sometimes that can mean that my mazal saw something, my malach saw something, even though I didn't see it, my malach saw it, and that's having an impact on me. Incredible. So we must make that content. So what's the technique for that? We're supposed to listen, a person is gripped by fright. We're not exactly sure right what the fright is, but I know that I want to be out of this emotion.
That was so tight.
As much as you do,
I could kill
jump
Tony.
away from your present spot.
Really?
Jump away down on this.
Really? Really? Huh?
Or Sishma, the type and Makom and Tulokas, and ultimately again,
I want to see some medicine. What's really? Who did you think won that last fight?
Say the following.
Really?
The goat of the slaughterhouse is a
Yeah,
thousand.
we're going to the truth.
Teaching us
Shit.
ideas. There are times like when a person is gripped by fear. And there are times in life where I can't even understand what the fear is. I was like, what's the top of fear? Fear is paralyzing. That's why fear is
Is that tight?
because fear is the ability to literally
Actually,
paralyze you all keeping your place. What do you do in life when you are seized by fear? So there are three possibilities. Number one, jump paralysis, which means move yourself forward. Number one is don't allow fear to paralyze you. Move yourself forward, even if it's only paralysis. Whatever you do, don't remain in place. Because one thing is, if you remain in place, what's going to happen? You remain in place. Right? Nothing happens. So first thing when seized by fear is literally move yourself, even if it's only a little bit of an amount, move yourself forward in life. Number two, say Shema. Say Shema. When say enter yourself in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Shema is the opener, which I tell myself. The greatest antidote to fear is a relationship with the Rebbe Shalom. So you're seized by not like unintelligible, paralyzing fear. Say Shema, lift yourself up HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That will be the path to move forward. But also, lastly, what should you do? Say the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than you. What is that? Sometimes it was like fear is nonsensical. So sometimes the way to shake off fear is to say, this isn't real. This is not real. So that statement of the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than you, which is like a statement that I can't. How do you feel when you say that statement? What's the reaction when you say that statement? You feel it, right? You like a smile, right? Like the idea of here is so many times we're paralyzed by things that aren't real. They're not real. They're perceived. So sometimes what you need to do is you break the under fear by saying something like super nonsensical. Instead of going nonsensical, kind of like change the mood a little bit, and you just move yourself forward. By paralyzing fear, you can move yourself forward, and be yourself to others powerfully, and remind yourself that it's not real. If you do those three things, even if it is real, it's not as real as it actually feels. If you move yourself forward, even when you say it's not like it feels incredible. So you must remember that. So the Gemara says, "You might have sure that I shall increase the country, but I can't disclose the thing I comment should the MC figure. Pasua is a such a terrible sight. In general, a man in the middle of the person. That is open. And when you remember the end of the word is closed, here in this word, mem in the middle is closed. Because Kashbar Pilatos is still Mashiach. This concept is by Kiskil. Kiskil, the king of Yehuda. So Kashbar wanted it Kiskil Mashiach. The Sanhedrin goes to Muggle, and then again Sanhedrin, who comes out to do battle with this guild. Hashem wanted to make him go to Muggle. Remember again, there's this word go to Muggle, which is this ultimate showdown between good and evil, which precedes the Messianic era. So Hashem wanted to make this guild Mashiach and Sanhedrin. Go to Muggle. I'm going to do this and do it for the Lord. You're not gonna know if these guys show that kind of shit as troubles that are involved. Yeah, see some Mashiach. So we just have to react to the strict justice towards you. Okay, so he's like a system of checks and balances, like the Haggard and Bible. Someone's ready to go to the skill level. You just speak to what? W is greater than the skill, and you didn't make W Mashiach. So the Gemara says, "But also some Mashiach. This skill Shas is like a listen." So this girl should also call me Slavonic. But what other people for that part? Consider she out. So again, this girl, ultimately again, people get so nervous for. And yet, unfortunately, people doing some shit that would say so much shit, take it away. This girl is very nervous. So you do some shit, you're gonna make it a shit. The cop, you stop it, never the net. Never the net, like the net, because it's a shit. So then, what's closed? This person shut up and let this girl shit. It's closed because the windows have been shut it down. Without this girl from coming to shit, because the way she's in there, coaching her, what prevented this girl from coming to shit? The lack of shit. Lack of shit. People need the power of gratitude for the regarding shit. And we're going to the biggest of them around the reality shit. She at all times. She in times of good. She in times of change. She in times of happiness. She in times of tragedy. That took me out over us. That was the powerful of shit. The great thing to say shit is that it's far from what's happening. You know, it's like life plus for us that we're already going to show us. This is such a beautiful video. C'est la chaîne. Allez au bain, faut pas mettre le chien, ça du chien, la son le chien. Voilà, la son le chien. On fait plus. C'est le chien. C'est le chien. Assez chien pour le chien. Assez chien pour ça. Il va se passer dans le chien, dans le chien, là. Il a pas un chien, sur le chien, ça. Alors ça, on le fait, voilà. C'est bon, ça, on se dit, on a ça, ça, ça. So the Sarah enters the door. Just let's go. Let's see how much now the Earth said she will use that. And if you don't say she is Israel that, the Gospel from Matthew said, relatively, the secrets of the world are from the troubles. I changed my mind to the apple. And this girl is not going to be Mashiach. I'm going to love you. I'll be ugly. At the art of no side, whenever you say, no to me, no to me, thank you for the power. Now, the nothing else in luxury, the shit has not yet come. So, the woman is yet come, left the hospital, I'm like, oh, please, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, that's what I got to do. Stop experience is that you can see the case like one stop and suffering much. And it's made by small businesses and homes they vertical range ranch hotspots winter contest cozy threads and campfires Sarah, you host, shall we show us the colors that show behind the massive past our human life, which means that she is things that we are going it's free to sign up and you can see us. This is the amount of people trying to only for the shows. So,
Grab it with your hands.
show them money, universe, everything is perfect so you must color show it, also also with my love, and buying shit aside. So show me says, also also with my mind, buying long, I got my life. I got the clear to your brothers out there. Morning will come. Morning will come. But before morning will come, I'm going to show you. I'll set those values on my life. Look to value. So, morning will come. Morning will come. But morning will come. Number one, take the value. If you're important, what's your important? It's not going to give us anything if you don't feel important. And number two, show us something. Also, you're going to teach you. It's like two elements.
Rapid and straight. Really phenomenal.
fucking sooner or better. So, what is it? What else are you doing? It's still going to glass, Vanessa, Shamanessa, who sounded as a soundbar Brava via Cuba. Okay, I agree with that sexually. What about she's wearing some women also that's descriptive. It was a shitty hustle with the very false and the danger. It's a people who don't see spoken false and false and just as what we got. The stuff to read that and follow tracking murder. But really again, how is that video being used? Because you'll see that the user side website, this is wild. It's just like, hey, if I get under the we quite much distraction. We never spoke disparagingly about our social media. I believe that I have the accent, I understand so let's say this thing that I so favorably, everybody choose, whether you think you choose, and you think you should learn that is like your learn. It doesn't say a learn that is your learn. That means just a learn like if you spoke about how you spoke about that in Israel. So that is what was that is what was said. So Kader Allah to Kaya, Kader Allah to the child, one said something he knew was very wise, he was just like very foolish outside. One Allah to Kaya, but if one said that he was a smart king, he has a new so also, so I think the Warriors is very smart thing because so if you were talking to them, thinking you should try to learn, it's nothing that way. And we do dismiss his words as just being foolish. Like, you know, learning off teaching child, you have to think it's not for you to learn, I like your learn. You might learn off teaching child, you're being like somebody who's a foolish kid. You know, really like, I like you. I'm sorry, whether or not people try out, it came my lucky set. Trying to do this foolishness, I thought it was so funny to try to get the following of the Jews. So if you were get to help your pictures and following of the Jews to a similar type of land, why would you change it? Is your body is better, or you have more reality questions? Okay, thank you. You want to say, let me talk about you. What do you say? Still have a kind of that's a it's also kind of feedback because you are because you speak negatively about yourself. Your Jews, the exile Jews, you never spoke negatively about the Lord. Such an incredible idea. You want to like never talk to anybody, you can say there's exile Jews too. You start sick with the music trying to sell. Unfortunately, as much as I think it's never said negatively about that as well, Shotty saw this piece negatively about that as well. Kimaki realizes Kimaki is sauce, and the drink is called sauce. Finally, shot Yankee Island. They called it sauce, they named it sauce because it's all. It's the land, it's just as nice as our land. Kimaki Almond was sort of this for Almond to Almond. It said, the land is like our land as well. Kimaki so straight, when it came to a place called so straight, Almond are church. It said, this is twice as good as ours is from. So it's like unfortunately people sometimes the downfall of the actors they find themselves being abused and we can see ourselves in the vision. So where we are is actually better there. Like, not that it's okay, not that it's just the way, but the thing that we can somewhere else is better than us. So again, simply words so everyone can associate it. So again, I'm just kidding about how you spoke about the same thing, how you spoke just about the land. It's something incredible. So we want to say this follows. Sacas que voltou, Takas que voltou, this is talking about the good results that Phoenix Army was this season. So how was it defeated? They were Takas Golden Knights. So Phoenix Army were able to see their bodies remained intact. They were killed by having their stomachs consumed. So you were just part of your foot, part of the body that you not food inside. Like the real world is closing. There is technically on it. So it's actually trying to listen to these moments. So yesterday, even was kind of suffered up a position that tried to keep himself from top ranking. That's like when you're trying to tell you, you were going to the furnace, so you're trying to raise top of clothing. Clothing is a whole big thing that keeps you on. How you dress says a lot about the person you are. How you dress for certain things ultimately paragraphs a message about the importance of your strong with that particular effect. So as a example, your clothes, your clothing is a piece you because the rest of the pasa, nada hoje nós deixamos de buscar, há tantas coisas que deixamos de buscar. Ou seja, isso vai deixar para a eleição, da guerra da eleição, lembrando again, the fire kingdom is similar to the shows, but their bodies were intact. So to those some Phoenix Army was killed, their shows were enslaved because their bodies remained intact. So there's a first thing you're trying to talk about. Hello, Shahir Bats, maybe the question is talking about the export. So this is about it. Hello, who is going to be blessed. I shouldn't say like the fire says, we have so much as not the so hello, himself, blessed is personal comes by medical comes by it. So here, Shahir goes on the base, So here, Shahir already shut that. And so here, ultimately again, because of blasphemy, I could just probably use from the middle, just not as a little bit of ID shut that. So ultimately again, that is part of the exact punishment funded to the Sharia. Okay, so that's where I can see that you have some shots from the corner. So I said, you have that shine. So I directly glass, who is that shine that I should listen to? Who by the problem of the expert, the exact punishment funded himself. The truth that I know Hashem as the Hashem said, by Hashem himself stirred the waters of the ocean. See, that after my answer, so they didn't say, we are the Hashem, so ultimately, actually know this morning in the Venetian hour. This was very good. This will be just this incredible story. This no essentially says like the perfect. It really applies what you do. Of something. So this is also a spell goes to sleep and then it's so powerful. And you go to sleep and you miraculously that night, over 85,000 soldiers down in the sleep. Just died. And it's right before that. So that notice the next day is by using Malachashem. It's not in problems with the opportunity itself, but ultimately again, Destroy the house of God in this world. And the natural man began to destroy the house of God in his celestial spirit. And enjoying life with him, Amidala de Hashem, Alisi Alamakowaza, Yashviso, Hashem Amar Eli, Allah Allah as a Shisa. So this is very interesting. So there's very fascinating ideas about Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin itself will receive divine instructions to go and destroy all this stuff. He thought that this was a divinely orchestrated message. So that's just what it is. So again, the point of that is, so Sanhedrin says, your army marched against Yerushalayim without explicit instructions from God. Hashem Amar Eli, Alei Ala Oretz Hazon Shvish Isa. Hashem has said to me, come to this land of Israel. Listen, which is pretty wild. So Sanhedrin essentially saying that he's asking exactly 5 years of God. So my question is, what are you talking about? Maybe Sanhedrin, maybe Sanhedrin is he's trying to say, if you're doing such a thing like this, so he goes to be shown that he can come أسليم الشباب فوق الأطلع والصوت أسمع شيء يتكلم عن الزمن. شو السؤال حقيقي؟ And it's like that one of us can take it to not so much that we might get. So we'll see all of this using this database. Anyway, so many people that have not having done a power. The reason is that we have not the explanation of this process. We have no idea what it's talking about. We have no idea what it's talking about. So what is this? So Gemara says, my comment. So Gemara says, come up. Because I'm not having the message of this topic, so this nation has forsaken the Davidic kingdom. Like this nation has forsaken not just this topic, the God that holds the Northwest Commission in Nazi. There are conflicts. It's between something where the Shiloh words, like the Shiloh was like country, spiritual. So this nation was governed by local state government. They governed them and looked after them in such a kind and beautiful way. And they did that a lot. They're forsaking that. Israel reluctant to back the value now. Instead of people they go ahead and they go to other things. Like they go ahead and they essentially grab over desire. One of the romantic say, you ask for some solutions, it's going to be here. So say, here. There might be completely problems of the text. And such a thing. I don't know what you want to do. Obviously, we're going to type it into read, and that's just what I'm most to it. And so they go, I tell, I mean, you have to say, Ma'af Hashem Russia, and never tell me to let me go. Ma'af Hashem Russia, what does it mean again? That obviously the course that shows in the house of Russia, Zah, Patak Pegamayas, what's it about it? Patak Pegamayas was Jesus executed on the Memphis Israel. And he's going on this Israel. In Russia. See, how is this Russia? So, okay, no sides, those who did not see them. He would be literally against 40 pigeons. What is that? Pigeon was a good dessert. Was a big dessert. I'm not being tired, right? And so when I said that, he would eat all of these pigeons and he's still not eat all. And I said, what is that? I got what is that kind of thing? And I was like, the yummiest type of lifestyle. That was like, you have all these in general, whenever you see a desire, when you see a desire, feeding is the thing. But the sexual balance for you, what's the difference between having a desire and sexual balance? Like the thing I was with having a desire is to make God who you are. Having a sexual is to make myself with God. What if everybody never got a desire? What if you don't specify what you want to do? But have a desire. You don't try to worship a desire. It's not like you stop worshiping Hashem. Very often, when it's the worship Hashem, we don't have desire. So for what we are saying, why do we have a desire? Because the whole desire is good. how is it going to say that? You tell me that. Absolutely. But you know, not so in this simulation. You must stay on the galaxy, right? Step one is step one. Write down all the stuff you want to do. Right? All the stuff you really want to do. Then you can use the technology that allows for all that. Right? So all the stuff you want to do, suddenly you're not only look at it, but it's a new stuff. And it's not all the stuff that you don't get eventually, make that all the low classes. Right? So all the stuff you really want to know. You want that values, you want practice, you want to make like that. It means all of the mixes. Right? That's our whole desire. That's our whole desire. So whatever you see our whole desire, you see it highly materialistically, because that's what it's all about. It's not about the theology. It's really not about the theology. It's about that most God has very high expectation of us. And therefore tells us we can't do a lot of stuff. Why? In order to do a high standard. I've always asked you why you don't do that stuff. So create a new system of theology in order to allow all of that to occur. So what happened in my life is doing all of these people, but you can't consider sure you are. Because he's the only one who's are. I mean, what did you do? Okay, remember that you know, it's like the lights that you know, so also you should like to see that. So that when I was with the engineers, this guy, you know, the vegetables, and you before. Maybe for let's say, there's a kid who had everything you wanted, but he didn't eat a lot. He did not eat that. So also says that sometimes in some a little bit too less stuff of the material, that may be an implication that this particular person might not be like the sugar. Let's say, remember, all of us have a void, there's an emptiness in life. We're always trying to fill it. The issue just is a relationship with that kind of person, or ability with the right thing. A relationship with that person, or ability to follow the right thing. So you know they're right there. You know, so they're funny. Quindi c'è una lave e si muove una lave, si muove una lave, si muove una lave. So then because the times are working, and the same something will bring against you, the thing about the sick, the hunger for you, just check it, the other outside of that idea. And my time on yourself, it's not again. So psychotherapy is this, psychotherapy is all this stuff. And here, the never really says, once you go point out, psychotherapy is the thing about yours. You never really says, because of your non-compliance, right? Because of your terrible behavior, I'm really going to be doing like that. So psychotherapy says, okay, God wants me to do this. So if God wants me to do this, so if that's the case, then I'm punished. So why is he punished? If psychotherapy actually gives the will of God, why was he punished? You know, it's like, Nabi says, and Shwaki is Nabi, even if you are practically Yerushalayim, very simple. Psychotherapy was the tool of Hashem to exact punishment against the 10 tribes. He was the one who was responsible to exile the 10 tribes. He had no business in Yerushalayim. And so David set his sights on Yerushalayim as well. And he will look more to Hashem Mitzvah. In other words, he has Elisa and Ali Fabia, so ultimately, again, so the Nabi tells Santana, you overstep. You have those up, that's who got something from the 10 tribes. From the 10 tribes. You set your sights on Yerushalayim so that you don't get any power. And ultimately, again, literally, you cannot go ahead with the idols, so tire worship. There's a little tire worship, which is the Taurus little tire worship. So it's interesting, not tire because of something, tire because we toil and toil. Tired because we're constantly building a relationship that comes part of it. So ultimately, again, the nation that's tired cannot be raised over in the hands of the enemy. You know, it says, my case, I will show up, I says, God said, come back, and it's good that I am, and I did very hard, with these children, Shekina and Al-Torah. So ultimately, again, we are not just the only ones. This reference to Malchus Israel. Who grew up from them year to Torah. אבל אחרי מלכות יהודה, שהכבידו עליהם אופרות, ומאיגן חלום לעשות והמיס כעובר היד, וכתיבה אחרי היד. Those are these possibilities. So say, hey, you can have control over Malchus Israel. Why? Because Malchus Israel flew off the field of Torah. When you start the field of Torah, you have a lack of divine protection, but you have no control ultimately again over Malchus Yehuda. Because on Malchus Yehuda, they took upon themselves the field of Torah, and they were pursuing of miracles, like literally again, like the splitting of the Yosef and the splitting of the elbow. So you imagine, in terms of Amida, you will not on the answer, no, going by faith. So say, hey, if you turn back, and you don't to war against Malchus, you don't need to find the church. Ultimately, as they have turned into a degradation amongst the nations. Like that is what they're in front of us ability, but in my answer, also in Ghana, very, should not be the fact that they require such a degradation. Like the laughing stock, and like the Christus, so what's this? So they will be over divine mission by the hand of democracy strong. But as we state, is going after democracy, going after the mission of the birth Shanghai. So you know the writer. So after I got the bus of heavy official, by your leaders, by you can our own habituals, and your own so if you there's a way that makes this thing, and because our own marches on you shall pay. So the Lord says, I will reach the iPad Russia, and she says that we are being governed because of the other because if you make sure you put this deal, that's okay. So it's like, how do you ask things to question? Why is this deal deserving of this? I activate this deal exactly. So why is this deal deserving of having some clear intentions? I mean, it's like, as much as this deal is successful over time, there's a lot of anxiety. There's a lot of difficulty. So this deal is such a tragic thing. Why did you deserve to have this fear of something that's in this? I have very bad on this. So I'm like, the aperture topics and I'm talking with respect. So it's easy to this. What happened? So I thought he swore that Sardinia was going to come on, was going to go out and march against Ischia. What happened? Well, you only know that Ischia, my son said, in the south of the other, here's what happened. As well as like this. If I got Ischia, then I'm bringing something against you. But don't worry, because you'll be successful. What is Ischia going to say? All right, well, I don't think you guys, I love this is a baby. It's not a beautiful. I appreciate what you're trying to do. Remember again, by doing something against the skill, and then by delivering a stunning victory to the skill, because you have to do it. The button wiped out the entire army of Santorini. There was a massive position. There was a massive zero wave on the move. If the skill is severe about, it's okay. That's quality. That's quality, right? So if it's okay, it's going to be covered. Right? Just too much anxiety, too much feeling. So it's like, just be away. You're not covered yourself in this box. You're like, see that way. It's not to be able to smart. It's a real convenience cycle. You know, right? Which passion to my question, right? And no passion to easy to myself. The passion actually to passion is for I feel that I see that how I be saying the sun I learn only this I learn the actual way of skill. So if it's possible, sometimes love it to say the cycle, the actual everything is like that. And you read containers, and say, bigger than the silver, you're going to come up with trust. So we have to trust that the skill and this kingdom. That's how it goes out with a profound humanity, right? Sometimes there's a really love this stuff because you feel it, you do it for others. You do this stand by lack of others. But after lack of stand by, after lack of stand by, the blessings of the lives. And so your first time says, this prophet feels that the lack of the prophet of this first prophet is so heavy that your sisters and I should be fighting up that way. But I have a comfort with her. Instead of everything working out well, why don't you instead of us? Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Everything's spoken, as with your brain, 20 plus years of doing something. That's why the passage says, and he stops up the offer that covenant to the king, you stop up. But that was offer that covenant to the God of his father. There is his stop. He told the leaders I do. Strict justice. Sometimes strict justice says, we don't understand why he's talking justice. So it's interesting because over here, we thought we knew that how he divulged his tongue with the skill, and if you get the skill and say, God, sounds great, but don't do it. Don't do it. If everything's going to end happy hereafter, just leave things alone. There's also so many times in life we have this financial touch. Yes, things work out. I'm in a stressful crisis situation, look at our situation. It turns out well. And I'm such a job. But there's like this piece of me that thinks, but why did you do it? I'm very nice about the salvation, but the same God who brought the salvation is also what? Is also what? The same God who brought the crisis. Something uncomfortable as a perspective. Don't bring the crisis and you bring the salvation. So that's the conclusion about that. That's what the universal money for the world is somehow the crisis was necessary. It's not just the resolution that's necessary, but the crisis itself is necessary. Sometimes those are things that you just will never understand. It's not only like that. Something like, are you like a yes, we're sick on the Asha Fiafa, not only the Allah, that's a Fiafa, but they're only the Shema. So it's like, because this can't go away. Don't worry, everything's going to be okay. and New York said, hey, if you lift the economy, you create shmon. Also, shmon means literally use the oil. It's the oil. So the oil is like not very beautiful. Koga also said, hey, the mishmar shall be skilled. Meaning that New York has some was lifted upon from Klal Yisrael because of the oil of this deal. What the oil of this deal was beautiful. She had very good up the community and what the midrashos. It was constant oil, constant flame, like constant like oil represents life. Constant life flame is the bottom of this is medrash. All over my consider the design of this deal. Ma'asa, what did this deal do? Ma'as cut up a pass out of his medrash. He put a sword at the entry to the medrash, and he said, Bala, Kamisha and Asis Torah, you got that kind of zoo. He said, whoever is in the medrash, will be stabbed with this sword. He's not this sword. I'm not saying what is this sword. No, it's figurative. But this deal was trying to tell Klal Yisrael what the other idea. Torah is not a recreational pursuit. Torah is life. Torah is life. And if you don't have it, then you don't have life. But exactly the same. What's that? Sometimes we look at Torah, and it's Torah, it's beautiful. And Dr. Lil Kirsty has a beautiful idea. He says, he points out, which says, we're intrigued to how people fall asleep during the Russia. So it's always so people fall asleep during Russia. So it's everything else. Now it's going to be so. We're going to be again, right? They're both words are so frustrating. You really imagine, right? You're lost in a bad mood. They said, this is a David Rush that we performed today. You're in a bad neighborhood. And you go to a gas station to go ahead and get directions. And the guy's giving you directions. But you imagine what they're actually doing is, right? Because you're not in awe, you're not wrong. So that's going to save your life. So if you realize that words of Torah really are life-saving, that words of Torah are life-saving, let's say that then we never know some things that I speak to. Right. And it's not everybody who are okay, it's fair. But the Lisa, a lot of it is us. It's easy to think someone else not moving to Torah or reading it. A lot of it is us and how we relate to Torah. And if you was not going to read it up, it's a beautiful book. It's a beautiful idea. So beautiful idea. It's life-saving directions. That's what the story is going to have. The story is not as a punitive measure, but to show Torah is not something nice. Torah is life-saving. If you have it, it will literally save yourself from making such dramatic bad decisions or mistakes. If you don't have it, then unfortunately you're going to be trying to find myself in such a negative state. So you know that the first time he does it, you know it says, hopefully don't have that shut up, they check them down until they're shut up, or a much on the earth you bounce on their goodness. There is not on earth, no one who is with the Torah, only from bounce as their goodness. But a much of Tiyah, if you know against Isha, Shalom. Is coming to her first king of Ataya. And everyone was well versed in the laws of Torah and Torah. So we got the first one. Just to understand the level of scholarship which existed during the days of Israel. Everyone was versed. Everyone was knowledgeable. Everyone was what happens when we get to the Torah? What happens? Come on, what happens? You look ahead and say, how long is this going on? All right? Let me just go to you. Let's say, that's not locals either. Everyone, men, women, children, were versed in the halachos of Torah and Torah. And also, again, in those days, the Gemara says, I am a radio each and last published in Torah. People had very similar material aspirations. Right? They had a cow, they had two sheep in their body. They had come up with a Yashon, Allah, Yafan, that's a which one the Russians, Akafish, Alex, Yafan, Alex, that's a which one the Russians, let's say, listen to this. So they're happy with very skilled in material. Furthermore, they had barns. They had mountains, and it's just kind of long race.
But it's not zero. I love Joe Rogan when he says that. It's not a lot, but it's not zero. It's not a lot, but it's not zero. Yeah, big dog.
What's up?
Just watching the show, big man.
You see me again? You see my camera?
No.
I got a friend in there.
Oh, okay, cool.
I'm getting new.
Excellent.
You said you were rap forgot about Dre. That's some typical white boy shit. That's evidence. Rap some nigga shit. And then
Alright, let's say good morning. Let's begin. The doctor of us today, today's doctor is Saturday King 95. We are picking up our practice follow the days of the for a beat, and we are picking up coming up 2, 4, 6, 5.
You're good, big dog. Okay. Very cool.
Back to Siberia. So Siberia went ahead and traveled 10 journeys over the course of the week and stopped over the course of that week. From Mishara. But Ayas, upper the
I'm watching something. What's going on, Brandon? No, I'm watching another show right now. I'll take a look at it when I can. Very well. I think you chose Illinois. Very well, man.
There's more than 10 steps mentioned.
I'm pregnant.
Excellent.
So that last week was open side of the back down the east is a best
I think so.
I'm pregnant.
Very cool.
Listen to the back water of the waves is a smooth province.
My life on your camera.
The water of the ones is the luminous around.
Your new scanner? Oh, that's really cool. I'm watching a show right now, big man.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You okay?
It was like a lion's cup, but instead he ate it with that time. He was like the rolling lion.
You're good, big man.
My Ania Arasos. What is it? Literally, Ania Arasos. That answer.
I can't talk right here.
Then Hilkia, when the snap to Asik in the Hilkia, when the snap the Alame Arasos. So what's a Yemia Ben Hilkia is not the Yemia. You don't think you're going to prophesize from the city of Harasot. You go Harasot is right outside of Yerushalayim. Right past Wisconsin. Such a good spot. So right in the city of Harasot, that is where Shalom. That's where the 11th year of Yod prophesies. So Yod prophesies from Harasot. See, Yod Hashem Harasot carries from Yod. We might believe that. Hasam Hari, Haka light. Shafi Yitzchak. One pasuk it says light. The other pasuk it says lion. Cup. I'm going to look. Shisha Shalom Slavi. A lion is done by 6 different names. Ari, Tia, Lavi, Lai, Shaka, Shakas. Iraqi, Basri. If that's the case again.
then ultimately again there are more than 10 locations mentioned in the gospel. So there are more than 10 locations ultimately mentioned and established in Sanchez, which the Gemara says, all through Ma'abra Tarkiminu, excuse me, there are less than 10, excuse me, all through Ma'abra Tarkiminu, which the Gemara says, all through Ma'abra are actually two different places. Okay, my Oda Yom Yom Lama, what is the possibility that it says, Oda Yom Yom Lama, the no Lama. It is still day to stand in no. It is still the day in which no stands. What does that refer to? Amar Osayo was a that day, Israel marched on Yerushalayim, Yishtayim Me'arona Shalom, was that the sin of Noah was still in existence. Now, what's the sin of Noah? Remember, again, this goes back to the episode of David and Shaul. David is coronated as king. Shaul has been effectively king and and admit his mistake with Allah. So what happens? He pursues David. David chooses to never, he's not going to fight. He's not going to fight a Saturday. He's not going to fight a fellow members of David. So he goes. He can't tell anyone about what is happening. So what is, he goes to the city of David, which is going to be the city of David. And what happens? He says down a secret mission from the king. I need food and I need weapons. They give him food, they give him weapons. In fact, the only weapons they had was the sword and shield of Goliath. David takes it. He sees all of this happening and we discuss all this. A man by the name of Joy called him, who was one of the trusted servants of Shaul. And no doubt because Shaul, that the city of Rome has sided with the rebellion of David. I don't know if that would be more like the other, because then you're there had been the king's son-in-law on a secret mission. So what happens, to make a very long story short, Shaul brings some of his soldiers to go, they wipe out the city. There was one survivor from the city, one was discussed, they wipe out the city. This was a huge scheme to receive on Charles on Shaul and on David for reasons we discussed. So the Gemara says over here, that on that day, look at Rashi for just a moment. Oisayom Mishtayim Me'avon Shalom was a 4 lines down the short lines of Rashi. Oisayom Mishtayim Me'avon Shalom. If they Avon Shalom Yisrael Hashem Mufan No, because Chayim told that to the bottom of no. How that is far from Orish at Oisayom. So Oisayom Gilbert Mishtayim Yisrael Orish Gilbert Milkom Yisrael Oisayom Hayakosha. What's the reason? Devotion has a particular window in which he was going to the exact retribution for child Israel for the massacre of Israel. The last day of that window was the day that Sanhedrin marched on Yerushalayim. And had Sanhedrin kept on that day, he would have been successful against Yerushalayim. She says the Gemara, so the day that he marched was the last day in which God introduced the exact retribution for child Israel for the no massacre. And therefore, had we connected to Sanhedrin, attacked that day, he would have been victorious, as he would have been the rod of HaKadosh Baruch Hu to accept punishment for Klal Yisrael in the city of Noah. Now get ready for this. This is amazing. So the Gemara says, I'm not going to also understand that I'm like, Kalgoi. He hasn't said it yet. So interestingly enough, so on the day that Sanhedrin shows up to Jerusalem, I'm trying to see how some more this is a scholar who's telling the king, if we march now, we will be successful. So what happens? The Elo, no Yaakov, but ultimately again, if we don't do it till tomorrow, we will not be successful. So the Sanhedrin responds, Oracle regarding this like weird sorry, Yoma. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, the Elo, no Yaakov. Oracle regarding this like sorry, Yoma. Saga the Hadyon. Furthermore, when coming through Shad, Sanhedrin had to report three times like that. The journey was short. The journey that would only take 10 days took 1 day. You must be Israelites. So the idea over here is that there is a perfect storm. The recipe is perfect. For Sanhedrin to conquer Yerushalayim. He makes incredible time getting there. And number 2, this is the last day of the road retribution. The month of Yerushalayim, when he came to Yerushalayim, suddenly this Sanhedrin at the summit, Yasser in Hebrew Shira, at the Azul of Yerushalayim. What's that happens? So Sanhedrin shows up in Yerushalayim. What he does is he keeps piling rugs, one on top of the other, until it's high enough that he can see over the walls of Yerushalayim. Very good. He looks over the walls. He has no, he's still getting it. essentially, when he goes in and sees the city, he says, it looks tiny in his eyes. The Amar, hello, God, he carted Yerushalayim. He says, is this it? Is this the Marikis? Is this Yerushalayim? So Allah, I'm appreciative. Call me Sharsi, that for this I went ahead and I moved my whole army. But Allah's options called me Yudah, and for this I went ahead and I conquered all of the countries of Golan. Hello, Yizikiro, the Chalosh, and called Karki, Halamaya, the Kavshis, the Yodin. See, he says ultimately again, this is the weakest city out of all the cities that I conquered. So he says, Allah becomes the money creation. Most of the nice city are they up for this, and it does the Tzion, the Alazak Yerushalayim. So what happens? He waves his hand dismissively across Yerushalayim, Harabai. So Sancheriv is exceptionally unimpressed. Exceptionally unimpressed. So we cooked this like Devin was tried very hard to attract a lot of business from Europe to relocate their businesses to Israel. So Cecilia was told that one from the particular year from Poland who had come to Israel to check it out, to see the land. And so he goes to his whole tour, he's about to leave his book. The cook says, it's to know what they have learned. So whenever somebody says, you up. So he says, of course. He says, the truth is, that's so beautiful. That's so beautiful. It's garbage on the street. This, that, that's so beautiful. The ability to see beauty and to sweat is directly proportional to the amount of personal spiritual beauty you possess. If you possess much spiritual beauty, you see the beauty in the land. If you don't possess spiritual beauty, you see garbage. That is actually the nature of Eretz Yisrael. You have to see Eretz Yisrael with the nature of the eyes. If you don't see Eretz Yisrael, do you think is it the most beautiful land? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. If you see Eretz Yisrael with not your eyes but with your neshama, there's nothing more magnificent than any higher universe. So we can also see Sancheriv sees it. But he sees it with Gentile eyes. So Gentile eyes see it, and Gentile eyes see it. That's it. And the guys he was like, he's reading his whole campaign. His soldiers have been on the road for who knows how long. This is it. It's like one shawarma starting on this is the whole thing. So he says that there's a by the way, couple this with the fact that he was also a ridiculous proud guy. He was ridiculously arrogant. So he says that this is ridiculous. This is what I marched for. So he goes on, he says the following. So those are saying something. So everyone knows this crowd level in life, where there is great arrogance, there is great downfall. So we see the soldiers begin to say, oh, this is not going to end well. The scholars are saying, go now. Sancheriv is saying, this is rough, this is a cave. It's easy, right? It's a cave. So the soldiers say, okay, let's go down. We're ready. Let's go get it. Come along. Somebody's a bit tired. I'm a bit tired today. We'll go tomorrow. I see me called coming back to tomorrow, each of you are giving me a piece of the world. So it's incredible guy. And I mostly understand, here's the downfall. Like, what's the downfall? The downfall is that day was his window. That day was his window. That day was the last day for the attribution to the city of Nob. That day was his window. Had he marked, he would have been the emperor of Yerushalayim. As most things in life, guy gets in the way. Miyad, so what's remember this? What happens? You know what? That's tonight. Relax tonight. Tomorrow. What happens that night? That night is when the Malach comes along and kills 185,000 sleeping soldiers. Yeah. That night, he's comfortable, confident of the victory the next day. The Malach comes out and kills Mayor and Shmono Kamisha Allah. That's true. They look there. We need two love regarding this. We wake up in the morning. We're going to do survival. We'll discuss. We'll find 185,000 corpses. How about Papa? How you got me? She was there. Papa says, this gives us a very important lesson. Faustina Butladina, which was a really easy to actually from the end of the show. Faustina Butladina, given Shimon Dina Butladina. Sometimes when you don't pass judgment, the fight goes away. So which is another way of saying that it was like when you procrastinate, you lose your window of opportunity. When you procrastinate, you lose your window of opportunity. There's no reason to go out. Even for a second. You just the opportunity to, again, I'm going to find that. But at the end of the day, it's dramatic how the emotional gets to be passed down. The emotional gets in that good fashion squandering. Because again, because again, the message is procrastination leads to loss of opportunity. The Yish people though, once again, this is amazing myself. The Yish people know Asher Yulidi Hartlaw, which was now the Navi of Yerushalayim Shmuel Beis speaks about a man of Yishbi Nov, who was of the descendants of Arpa. Arpa is Arpa. We're going to see in just a moment. The sister of yours. Mishkan Kiyot Oshmios, Mishkan Oshet, Chagar Adasha, Ayara Lahakos as double. So as we're going to see, Yishbi was the brother of Goliath, the brother of Goliath. After David kills Goliath, so Yishbi has what we call the blood feud. Blood feud with David, and again, he's a big man himself, through his armor, down spear, everything. And he says he's going to kill David. So the Gemara says, might be Yishbi, but what does that mean? The Yishbi, so the Gemara says, I'm going to leave up on that. Yish Sheba of the skin. Let's say, get ready for the skin. Rashi said he was a man who came to David Amelech because of the episode in Noah. Now, what does David Amelech have to do with Noah? Get ready for this. What do they have to do with David? I must say, he says, David, how long are you going to hide this sin of Noah? Hayotcha lerga no piratohan. Wow. Through you, the city of Noah was wiped out. Hayotcha, because of you, Nishrat Goikadom. Goikadom. I remember again, Goikadom opened the gun because he actually hold the city of Noah. And because of you, Shaul and his three sons died. Remember again, how do Shaul and his three sons die? They died in war against the Philistines. Right? They're fighting against the Philistines. They died in war against the Philistines. So the 12 is coming to cause all of this stuff. So what does this mean? So the thing that does this mean is, he says, Sabbath is responsible for negative things that happen as a result of his actions, even if his actions may not be right. So at the end of the day, David's actions set off a chain action of events that result in the massacre of Noah. Now, David Amalek was trying to do his best, ultimately to shield the people of Noah. He was doing his best to try to operate it, but at the end of the day, it was his actions that caused their death. So what's it? This is a dramatic idea. Because many others says that you have to assist sometimes in life, you go ahead and do something, and there's a negative repercussion, and that also has repercussion. And again, I acted in good faith, I did, but understand that as a result of my action, someone else encounters pain, someone else suffers, even though again that was not my intention, and I acted in an appropriate way. It just happens to be a byproduct of my action. Someone else is being suffering. There's expense, there's responsibility that obviously by something that's amplified painful. So to be able to only take W, your actions set off a chain reaction of different events that ultimately result in massacre of Noah, the death of Joey, and ultimately the death of Shaul and his sons. Remember again, the Clouds are losing the war against the Christian. Clouds are losing the war against the Christian war. Why did Clouds lose the war against the Christian? Remember in your extensive Navi studies. Right? Why is Clouds losing the war against the Christian? Because Shaul diverted all the resources of Clouds to pursuing David. Because he was reckless and he was responsible for they're chasing David. Shaul gets word that the Christian has invaded. He thinks twice. Should I continue to pursue David or should I go after this guy? That's how so messed up everything is. He says that David not his fault. That's fault. It's not his responsibility. He's like it's in the understanding that the questions of his action. So it's a dramatic idea. So you might like it. The Gemara says, So guys, you have all this responsibility. Here's the choice. Here's the choice. With some we call it here's the choice. Listen to this. Listen to this choice. I can either wipe out all of your descendants, or you can suffer. Which one is it? Your children going to suffer, or ultimately again are you going to suffer? Which one is it? So you know, I'm going to go to the English level. Mutab Emsor Biyad Oyevel Kol Zeb. So God says, I would rather suffer than not to tell my descendants. What's the difference? So one day, not Hafiz, but my sorry. So one day, David went out hunting. Let's say again. So he went. Rashi says, Safar Bizoy, Loshan Parsi, he went out. He went out to hunt, and again, I'm interested in that. Asa Satan, the equally like you have. So what happens? So the Satan came along and appeared to David as a deer. Hassan Big Diva, Hello Manchim, so what happens? He's done a shot now, but he missed the deer. So the Rashi Mash, Hello Mash, I can feel the urge. So this is what happened. David was running after the deer. So I realized wanders into Philistine territory. David wanders into Philistine territory all by himself without an army, and Bikash was not really armed enough to take it in. He doesn't want to run. So what happens? If it has a Gishbi Pinno of Buddhism run into Gishbi Goliath's brother is the first guy he had to run into in Philistine territory. Amar, so Gishbi sees him. I because they look Goliath up. This is the guy who killed Goliath, my brother. What does he do? Can't see, he grabs him up, ties him up. Osvei Shaji Kusete Pacha. He ties it up, and he puts it in between the two stones of an olive press. Now, what does he plan to do? He's going to sit on it. So usually he's a big guy. He's going to sit on the olive press. He's going to crush it down on that. His ugly son, Makale Aram Yusef, a miracle of Kazan, the ground underneath the bottom of the press. So Yish sat the press sunk instead of crushing down on that. The Gemara says, and you can see, Harfi Sadi Takoi, Ramadu Karshiwa. How we are, what's the sound? So either way, so Yish realizes between weeks and later, they start out in between them. How we are, I need to know the Shabbos. So it was like that day was Erev Shabbos. Abishai ben Tzruya, Habakkuk Hayit Shade David Gad Yonai. It was like governor of one of his temples, narrating of Abishai ben Tzruya. So he's going ahead and washing his hair. So Spartan, the Gemara says, use David Gad Yonai, 4 power. Okay? Kaziu, Kasme David. Saw drops of blood in the water. And he understood that what he saw wasn't from him. Something is going on. He get the army also young people coming. Others say that his gun landed in front of him and started like flapping its wings in a violent manner. Others necessarily Yona a mistake. Shneimar Kanta Yona public. I said, Shmani David's mouth when he saw it savage. So what happens? He sees the blood, he sees the dog flapping around. He realizes Kali says the earth was blood. It must mean Kali Saul's in trouble. Now Kali Saul was just fine. So who must it refer to? It's also referred to the king. The king is in trouble. Also, that's what they say. Rash people is the palace. Like he's asking that home. And it's Erev Shabbos. So Amar Shai in Rokan Asusa. Then Yoshua Kisa. Then Mishtamshim Bishavika. You cannot use the king's horse, you cannot sit on the king's throne, and you cannot use the king's staff. So part of the covenant of love is that you can use the king's staff. What about when the king is in danger? The king is in danger, so what Abishai will say is, the king has the fastest horse, the fastest mule, so can I ride the king's horse? That was the Shaila. So we'll say what happens. Also, Shelby the Russian. He goes to ask the Shaila in his language. Amulay, the Shah Sakana Shafi. Ultimately, again, kind of Sakana, yes, we can go. We can use this. So we'll say, first of all, the king always has to know what the halakha is. Always has to know what the halakha is. You have to ask the Shaila. I shall Sakana this, of course, I can't do it. I have to think about the process. We have to do it. Everything in our lives is governed by everything in our lives is governed by kid. So this is what they make a dramatic decision, right? And ask themselves, that's what I want to do. But you should tell her what she say about this. What's the next one? I voted on this. So sure enough, he gets to the sun. You guys are not doing a hard day. What is the children? She goes ahead and he jumps on the mule. Come for Oslo, come. So let's listen to this. Come for Oslo, come for Adam. So it says, yes, she has incredible miracle. Please, Sadara. He gets pushed in very quickly. So Mahmoud Kamasi, Kazi in the Alpha even cares. This is like what they call the star-studded cast of characters over here. So as he's riding, as he enters the push area, who does he see? Alpha. Arpa. Who's Arpa? Arpa was the mother of, now when this dude actually, this is Arpa, she wasn't the mother of the right? Arpa was the mother of Tola and the mother of Ishmael. So what happens? So Kazi and Arpa Bime, Dabanabla, she was spinning while she was reading. So what happens? Kazi say, Vasakila Bilba, Shadar Ibu, Sabala Mikto. So what happens? As Arpa sees Abisha the tree, so Arpa must have known that Ishki and Kaji, Arpa now sees Abisha the tree are running, towards Ishki. She realizes that he's not a rescue mission. She takes the spindle and she throws it at Abishai in an effort to kill him. So she misses him. After she misses him, she prepares that she had no way. Amrale, Allah, I sleep power. Excuse me, like that. I dropped my spindle. Would you mind killing me? So what happens? So he sure does. Husky British, well, he brings it back to her, throws it at her head, and kills her. Fine, Art goes out. She says to Gemara, Kat Kazge Ishji Gino. So the Gemara goes like this. So we'll say what happens. So now David Amalek shows up, ultimately again. Now we'll say, remember, now we're going to say also the Pasuk also Ishji Gino. Because this is part of David Amalek's punishment for that which occurred in No. So the Gemara says what happens. He's Ishji Gino. Amra Hashta, Abu Train, they cut me. So what happened? Now Yishbi realizes when he sees Abishai coming that he's going to be outnumbered. David and Yishbi together is a bit too much to handle, So what happens? She goes there and says, now that the outnumbered, what do you do when you get ready for this? So Pascal David Milek, Birat Lurunke. So what's Amar Nepo Ali Knifo. So he had he wants to get out of here. So what does he do? He throws David up in the air. This is incredible display of strength. Puts his spear down on the ground, facing up. I figured that I'm just going to land on the spear and done. So what happens? He shows that this time. Amar Abishai Shem. Abishai comes running down in the air. He said to Shem, I'm going to Shem Hashem. Ultimately, David being Shemai in the Arab. So ultimately, again, he says to Shem, I'm going to and suspends David and Melech mid-air. Suspends David and mid-air. Let's get ready for this. Get ready for this. Says the Gemara. So the name of why is David decision? Also knew the sacred name of God. So again, why did David say the name of God to suspend himself? Here's what he was like the fastest story. Publish Motzi Atzavisas. Because it was like the first year individual cannot extricate himself from his jail. It was an incredibly important story, which again, generally we take. Sometimes again we go on this on Shabbos. Sometimes when you are in a situation you can't see the trees from the forest. We spoke about this in Mishkan Hasina Fadal. How again God does not see the leg from their book. And God just is someone who's nice through your life. Someone who can see your life, can see you outside of you. God America is in the thick of this. He cannot think clearly. He cannot act clearly. And therefore, he knows the same shape of words Abishai are. So he's ready for this. I'm related. My Bazaha. So the first thing Abishai says, that is, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? I'm related. Haki early Kuchibiku, Haki Hajj. So he tells that. So he tells, see, so he would have another thing to say, listen, I was chasing here, and he's ended up here. How do you not realize that this is a trouble like this? So he tells Abishai the whole story. What is the whole story? The story is about hoping I'm going to be punished. He asked me, do I want to get punished for my kids? So I said, I'd rather get punished for my kids right now. I'm like, I'm going to say this shit. So Abishai says to David, change around your tefillah. Ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu to punish your children and not you. So he says, God break this book, but I'm looking down. So as people say, better for my grandson to sell wax than I should not suffer. This is what is that? Not your bonus on parents that have a bonus on their children. What the this like think the church is like this. But I wish I could read it says, all you can stand for is the present. Right now, Sparta is giving the opportunity to check and someone shot at your presence. So take it. A lot of people now and the future. Because plenty of time, you have to follow things you need to question about your children. You have plenty of time to speak and to light your future. But if the Father is giving you the opportunity to transform it now, grab it, take it, use it to change your circumstances going forward. So swap your tequila around, switch it around. Amalei is Marciali, Saya Bahadar. That will say by Angela Bishop and Streets was ultimately adopted as David. But I wish I could help me down. The pastor says that Bishop and Streets helped me. Amra Luda Amra, Shaji Bishop. I wish I David had zero reverse. Amra Bishai, sorry. I'd say other kinds of slave. So what's this? So each time running out run away. So usually is running after that. He loved it to be when they come to see it on a cool day. They had a gun for a second. Let's just turn around and fight. He loved us. They trade. I'm going to trade William had more than I did. So they said then they had a second gun. They kept running. Then when they got the cages, they said, you know what? 2 lion cubs cannot defeat the mighty lion. There was really with 2. The Ishbi was much stronger than that. So he was like, I'm going to see what happens. Moses, then you'll be like, however, at some point in time, they couldn't see the other side. So listen to the plan they did. However, it turns out they said, Seal Ishtaka La'arfa Ine the Kibra. Why don't you go visit the grave of our lady mother? And what they just told you was this. And you killed your mother. You killed your mother. So this is this. You Akira Lady Kakash Kali the Kaka. Mention the name of his mother back when she was dead, and weakened his strength, and they were able to that's sometimes even the hardest of people, right? Even the hardest of people. Everybody has a self-establishment. So he used to be, he was a novice boy. He might have been a big warrior, but he was a novice boy. His mother never was killed. It hurt him. It hurt him. And at the end of the day, we give him the overtaken, and he killed him. I mean, Sid, so what's that? So listen to this. This is the name of the pasuk. As nishkulu anshin David Lamar, love Lamar. What takes you? Oh, you can come up. Well, that's very suffering. Listen to this. So he said to David, after this event, he said he swore, and then David said, you are not going out. You are not going out anymore. You're not going to battle anymore. Well, sit there and Surah. And ultimately, again, the life of Israel happens. So what's essentially what we do is the king of Israel is grounded. King of Israel is grounded. His soldiers say to him, you're not going to hunting anymore, you're not going to war anymore. You know, Bosham saved us all this time, but next year you're not traveling out of Israel anymore. It was amazing. Amazing. Was like, it's work. Just to go ahead and see it because the story is overwhelming. Because so many incredible lessons just from one little story. Shlosha Kaptola Rabbi. There are 3 columns. There are 3 people who had the miracle of Sasagara. But the miracle of having a long journey short. Who were they? Eliezer Ebedarov. Yaakov Avinu, the Avisha Ben Tzvira. Okay, so Avisha Ben Tzvira, Avisha Ben Tzvira just spoke about Eliezer Ebedarov. Eliezer son of Abram Sid. But Abba Hayom Abba I came that day ultimately again to the Aisha. The main route, Dahu Yamanafa. So this is Eliezer in Parshas Esau. And he comes to look for a wife for you. I came back to like Shabbos Club to Haran and I made it in the same day. Yaakov, you have Yaakov, all of these weapons. I used Yaakov to Shabbat Harana. Positive Yaakov, you left there. Shabbat Harana. And you thought of Mako by your Shabbat. And it says ultimately again, you sleep in my place and you slept there. Kiva Shabbat, because the sun set. Kiva Shabbat, was wherever that was. And the king of Haran, remember, this is Yaakov being running away from home. Away from his son. So he's going to Lavan. Lavan is with Haran. Kiva Shabbat, when he gets to Haran, I'm an extra about you. I'm not going to follow the boy. But I need to know this follow. Is it possible that I passed by the place like my forefathers davened, this is the Harabayis. I passed through Shara, that's my Harabayis. The place where my forefathers davened. And I even stopped the daven there. So Bari and Hada. So he decided to go back to Harabayis. So they went to do the guys in the other cup to the Arab. They said when we decided to have it, so understand, he already got the car right. He said, I can't believe I passed Harabayis that daven. He wanted to go back. He also performed a miracle and allowed him to get back from the color to Harabayis expedition very quickly. So what happens? Now they used to the Makar. You're right. Ain't the year and it's you. What they're about is they used to the Makar. Here, was prayer. והכל הצטלם בעדה, דבר he said about them, you know, typically, Ayelet Shah, Kiba Shah, she slept there because the sun set. God said, sorry for the month. It was an after Jesus is back from Chorat Arabayis, he wanted to go back to Chorat. Amar Akuri, Baruch, Tzaddik said, on the base of the Bayis Meloni, he punted the road, you know, it lives in us, Rosh says, Tzaddik came to my home, came to my inn, so the Arabayis is the Rosh's home. The people decided to come to my home. I'm not going to have them sleep over. Yeah, it's Bashan. Miraculously, the sun set. I used to sleep. I used up Bashan. It was like David on the mountain says, after the fight, the Mount of Lisa, Bashan said that the sun rose. The sun rose for him. The hero of the Bible didn't only rise for him. God, all the people it rose for everyone. On the Yisbah, Shema, Sheba, Ba'avulo. Ultimately, again, the same sun that had set earlier for him was it as reference to Yaakov went back to Harabayis before because the sun is set early. So that he would be forced to sleep at Harabayis. Also, after the episode of the Malach of Esau, rose from the chapter of Avinu has two miracles with the sun. One time it set early for him in order to get him to sleep on Harabayis. The second time it rose early for him in order to heal him from the aftermath of the struggle with the Malach of Esau. When we know the concept of David, okay, so now let's go back for just a second. So David Melech reversed his Bakasha. At first he said, God, I'm willing to suffer, leave my kids alone. Then he reversed it and he said, Boshon, visit the punishment upon my children, but let me not suffer. So where do we see that David Melech's children indeed did suffer? The Bible says, say, Va'atalya in Achazio, Rasa Kiyishina. So I tell you, who was a crazy maniacal woman. She was a mother who had gone crazy with grief. Her son Chaziel was killed. So Kineska, that Kalgan Batoba is called Zerah Hashemah. So she decided she wanted to be queen. And she wiped out all of the other male heirs to the throne. One second, it's not Shavuot 61. It says she wiped out pretty much the remaining members of the Davidic family. So that was the punishment of the Melech. Children were wiped out. That's actually children were wiped out. The Davidic family was gone because they were Joash. It's okay because in the city of No, there was also one survivor, a Kohen by the name of Ebiasa. It's still by Malik Ben Echala Akimelech Ben Abu Shmo Ebiasa. So once again, there was one survivor from No, there was one survivor ultimately from the family of David Melech. Amr Abiga, and one of them say Ebiasa and Akimelech Ben Abu. They were trying to die for the sorry. Therefore, again, the Gemara says, were it not that there were one survivor from No, right? Ebiasar, David Melech's entire family would be like that. Amr Abiga. So what's an added word describes like David's army, which marched on the He comes with 45,000 officers who are sitting in golden chariots. Meanwhile, Shaglonos Visolos. Now, the officers brought with them their princesses and their harlots. Yes, they're not really that no princesses and harlots. They were so confident about their ability to be birth in Yerushalayim that they brought their women. Like, no one ever gave their women to the battlefield. They were so confident, they brought their women to over Shmonin Ellis Gorin and Busha Shield. And again, they had another 80,000 strong soldiers wearing coats of iron. Over Shishim Elif Abuzah Shire brought from the farm, and another 60,000 infantry men. That Shah Prussian, in bow, fine. It's not fun. Other challenges as well. We'll discuss the size of the army. I'll just say the size of the army gets even bigger. The Hezbollah now, just like we said, the same size force which marched against Ahmadi, where he's got a war for 4 wars against the fight. The thing that's even level is gold level. There was an army that this size would be even 2 by gold level. You must listen to them. Ora Makameu, Alba Americas, was essentially the length of Sanke's army camp was 400 houses, was a speed. Roka, Saba, Susa, the width, right, of the total necks of the horses, are 1 house, 45 votes. South Makameu, what's the relationship? The total number of people in Sanke's camp was Masayim Yeshushin Ribo Apayim Passotai was 2,600,000,000 minus 1. Was the country's series is hyperbolic. The idea that we're talking about is they never saw such a large army. Remember again, I understand my favorite before the season shot. Is it really? Can you imagine the taxpayer dollars are into this? But the nice, again, with the lovely describing this much over here, is an army the size that no one has ever seen. I'm sorry, this is before the all this is before the we must buy a buy. So what it means in minus 1. Cost of beer, or cost of alcohol, or cost of mail, cost of pack. This means less than million, less than 1,000, less than 100, less than 1, which you guys are saying. If you finish, I mean, wants to pick over you, you really need to watch. Who cares? I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, we're not asking y'all to listen. Like, also, I love you. That's it. The point of the end you might have is, this is a huge art. You might have like, you might have kind of, it's showing upward perspective, but basically, you might have described this army passing through the Jordan River. You have said to pass through the Jordan, they don't get to itself. So what happens? So the first group to pass the Jordan was Shaka. The first group passed the Jordan, and son of the Tacoma. The second one, she went as what it didn't have to swim. But they had to stand erect while passing through it. And you had such a large number of people passing through the body of water. They diminish the body of water with each stream. You take water, you walk through water, you automatically move some of that water just with your clothing. So the first group had to swim. The second group had to walk. Shinema had something like the Afronin, Halu, Papa Brain, no Matu Matu Church, had Shibu Light, Matu Aka the Shasu. Shinema, I need Parasi the Shasu. The third group who came, they were kicking up dust with their feet. Which was at least that's what by the time the third wave passed through, there was no water left in the Jordan River. So they had to bring water from elsewhere to be able to use that water. I love to see Valiente Semana Pasha Maka Maka Chanel and Shona Commission. I do it no okay, but they color 2 of them. What's the top? Recently, the Pussy told us he's talking about 2,600,000,000 dollars. I was just a lot of life out of 155,000 soldiers. And that was the size of the camp. So which one is it? Which one is it? Yeah, it says, Hamalu, Russia, Gayashis. Those 85,000. Those are the commanding officers. So what the Malakhu was, not like that for leadership. Once you about leadership, you have to what? Everyone else is doing that. I'm not actually commanding the city. And the Shmanab Radon, the Shmin and the Shmanab Radon, literally again, he gave it back to the stage, the Shmin and the school. The fact that he's reference to the officers really connect. I'm not going to shake out and say, I used to have a shamara for the cake with you, but I will now give the ceremony. My other place, we are saying it up, shining to the Shmani now, and my team, so what's his name? Remember exactly says, what did the man of kill the soldiers with? The words are the yard. The Ezra says the man of killed the 185,000 officers with his head. Nehemiah, Yah is out the yard of Roller Shasi, and he comes out here. Probably so some if we can. If we're not the person who respects the tradition of Texas. The Rishora expert says the man of killed the army with his finger. Shemai, Yomar Hakulina, Haro, and Spahalokin. Artem said tomorrow, this is the finger of God. This is the finger which will ultimately get Gabriel. Magel Kamikusha, so Gabriel. Gabriel is your Magel, is your sickle ready. So Gabriel was dispatched to kill the other. The sickle ready. So it's Elefant Moshe Kamikusha, so Gabriel says essentially, I was born, right? I was right. My sickle was ready since the 6 days of creation. Shneimar, the Zihar Elkanah, Shem and Yochai Omer, all the Shaparits and Bishop the time of year was the time of the crops became ripe. So I'm the prophet Gabriel, he shot the Yosi of Ashaperos. So Gabriel apparently developed in the time of agriculture. So when you go out to check on the fruit, take your sickle and take care of the Rosh. Now, leave it under you got the friends to the whole thing, you have the young, but I love, but I like to draw a issue. Yeah, I've heard that YouTube that people say, I got okay without the bulk of the time. So this is what people say, that in general, when you have an enemy, so make sure to say good morning. Like when I always go past by your enemy in the morning and say good morning to him, very good for you. That's what the idea of me. Well, the Gabriel, when you're going out to do your work or checking on the food, also take care of your screen. These are, which also, by the way, is an incredible research in general about how to deal with conflict. The way you deal with conflict, the concept is you diffuse it. And the best way to diffuse conflict is don't fight. Don't fight. You have an enemy, you say good morning, you say shalom aleichem, you say how are you, I'm not entering into conflict with you, I'm choosing not to fight with you. And it's disorienting for the other individual, especially if their mind is growing for them. These are the others say that Gabriel breathed into the nose of the soldiers, and that's how they were doing Others say that Gabriel clapped in their ears, and as a result, they got the nose. They got honey. So said, she allowed them to hear. What did he allow them to hear? The Shamushan to Kaios when they heard the song of the angels of the Kaios when they was up with Married. The Yamas enough to go in the coming Steiner. Was the coming soldiers who left. So at the end of the day, the Malach points out the majority of the army, how many soldiers leave behind them? That on the Sarah. That's the sense of the Shemar. The Sha'ar is Jerry missed by you, and now you can come in now. Yacham with Dov Asar. Fine. What's the Yacham? The Dutch Nation of Shmuel says no. Where do we get right from? The Nishaba, all of those Genotic science, Nine Osha Gagan, the Rosh Hamir, Arba the Kamisha Secret. So that is Arba Kamisha 4 and 5 is 9. That's what looks like. These are the Omer, our classmate, 14. Shina March, 9 Rosh Arba the Kamisha. As if you add all the numbers mentioned, the consequence to 14. But the Yocham Kamisha, the Yocham says 5. Who are the 5 on the side? Some Herod was scared. Shay Barnabas, 2 sons were scared. Nebuchadnezzar would have been jumped. Can you imagine this? These are the 5 people who are scared. Herod, his 2 sons, Nebuchadnezzar, and Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar, what's he like? Nebuchadnezzar and Gemara. Just how you know this about the tradition. Nebuchadnezzar is Gemara. What's the Gemara is a tradition. You have the sword of Nebuchadnezzar is there. Nebuchadnezzar said, the Rava, the Rebbe, the Dama, the Bara. So what's that? Because remember, we've heard this before. After Hanan Yisrael has gone to the Kishon, so Nebuchadnezzar says, I see 4 people, and one of them looks like an angel. How does Nebuchadnezzar know what an angel looks like? He loved the Chazye, he now have a Yada. How does he know what an angel looks like? Because Nebuchadnezzar saw the angel that night and everyone else was wiped out, and he was killed. So here we can one of his 2 sons can see, and he used to have us in Nisra, Parakav, Elahab, Ba'adamela, Bishar Atza, did not be called the Pharaoh. So this will ultimately again, because we see Sanherib and his 2 sons. We see that Sanherib and his 2 sons are alive later on because ultimately again his 2 sons killed him. So also the fact that his 2 sons were assassinated, which takes place after this event, tells us that Sanherib and his 2 sons were spared from the wipeout of the entire Syria. So we stop over here. That's why I'm going faster, so we'll pick up here tomorrow.
On the #1 live podcast in the world. Shut the fuck up.
Alright, hello, say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. To thank our Total sponsors for the year of Tafshin Pei, the Tosim Shmachim, the Motion, Roshos, and this year's Rus from Sonos Tobos for all of our Yisrael, our Total sponsors for the month of Ad. Rabbi leading the Tova, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of his father, Dr. Harry Khan, Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, Ziv Levin and Birmingham's memory of Mr. William Ziv, Ziv Ben Shmuel, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael. And our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther, Bas Elazar, Sophia Zaviota, Merit Bakam Torah, all of it from Maria. Your family's in the Chama. All those who need Rick Rosh Heaven, who will come fully himself, and Shkaf Shlimet Hashem give all our hostages, and allow our holy soldiers to be successful with all of Maasi. As with that, let us begin with a lot to retain Baruch Hashem. Today's date is Sadik Dollar 94. We have to hear up on Sadik Gimel on the days 93. Rava Amar Gemora Vadron. It is about 2 lines of the Mophorik, it's wise. Rava Amar Ras Vadron. She goes to this quite fascinating. Rava says, who has the ability? Now, literally translated, Morach Vadron means the ability to smell and judge. Morach Vadron, someone has the ability to smell and judge, is ultimately fit to go ahead and be immersed. The civil Mara Ina Yishko. What does this mean? As someone is able to smell and judge. So this idea is that one is able to go ahead and impute. My boy, read the more about God. So when we have caught up on the shofri, the idea here is that there are people who possess such a complete sense of judgment. They're able to perceive that which is right and that which is wrong, without even doing all of the details, but are simply able to almost smell the emes. So the Gemara was like, the Gemara says, Bar Koziva. The Gemara tells an incredible story. Bar Koziva, also known as Bar Koziva. Bar Koziva, so Bar Koziva, Rashi says we are Malchim or Dishaya. He was one of the Halonian kings, like one of the descendants of Herod. So he was the king over Klal Yisrael. Shakasir Malach Tartin Shneim. So Bar Koziva knows the king has this. I'm a Mashiach. I am the Mashiach. Bar Koziva was the self-declared Mashiach. Amalei, the Mashiach said, the Moravadon. And Mashiach says that he's able to go and smell judgment. I think to hear all the details of the case, rather he's able just to go and a little bit smell that which is right and that which is wrong. So the Gemara says, let's say I'm not more of so back home, but you think that you're Mashiach. Let's see, can you smell justice? Given because you were more of once they saw that he was unable to smell justice, so he was a false Messiah, and they killed him. And once again, this is interesting, right? Because of some level of historical exactly what happened with Bar-Kokhba. Clearly, must indicate that Bar-Kokhba was killed by the Jews. Other accounts have that Bar-Kokhba was killed by the Romans. So, okay, so either way, Bar-Kokhba ultimately again leads the failed revolt. Just to point out, remember again, that Akiva thought that Bar-Kokhba was Mashiach. So Bar-Kokhba had a tremendous amount of support, not just as a leader of Klal Yisrael, but as a potential. Okay, the Gemara was like this. Daniel, Karen Yishal, Azari, the Sibyl, Ashekun Kahan, Hom, the Tobi Marat, the Maskin of Chokma, the Yodin Das, and the Human Nada, Ashekar, Baham, Lamo, the Hekal Hamara. The Lam is on Sefer, the Lashon Tasni. So, what's this? Now, this classic highlighting the praises of Karen Yishal Azari. The Gemara goes to Daniel, Karen Yishal Azari. My Ashekun Baham, what is it? Had no English. Now, become about Karen Lama, Afilu, Rivka, Kuslisa, no probably. They didn't even have like the puncture of a needle of blood. They were healthy. They never even needed blood letters. My Vasher Kakam Lama Behekana. What does it mean that they had the strength to stand in the palace of the king? Or in the time of blood, depending on the language, they own some as Aslam and Aslam. It means that when they were before the king, they would refrain from any type of laughter, from any type of frivolous chatter, from sleep. and they would abstain from going to the bathroom. They would hold back their knees because of the reverence for the mind. So you ask yourself, so what's the shot like? What is it matter? So what does it matter for us? So say on a very simple level, the idea is teaching us like this. We're able to abstain from frivolous laughter, frivolous chatter, sleep, and you're even able to restrain your bodily needs because you're in the presence of the King. If they could do all of those things in the presence of the King, then Allah has come with us the ability that we have to exercise self-control, and the ability that we have in order not to engage in today's activity because we too stand before the King at all times. Incredible. One of the laws is, the laws is that all of them, will all come shaded Yehuda. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shmuel Barakani Omar, so this disagreement. So again, so Rabbi Shmuel Barakani says that Daniel was from Yehuda, and everyone else was from other shvatim. The Pasuk says from your sons that will come from you, the king will take them as Swisim. Swisim, my Swisim, what's the Swiss? So Rabbi on the Swisim language. That says it literally means like a unit. Like the king would often castrate his servants, where we should not be distracted by anything and be fully and fully devoted to him. And we know, so it starts out with Avodah Zarah. No, what it means is that Avodah Zarah was like cut off. Avodah Zarah was castrated during their days. They had a successful ability to remove Avodah Zarah. This one, my Mishnah starts out on Zarah in Ahan, 20, that says that Avodah Zarah was, so to speak, castrated during their days. And with the Siv, the Chaval, or Iti Bahon, Al-Vandam, Swiss, Mamish, Mai B'Chaval, or Iti Bahon. We're going to be that says that they're little Swiss. So what's the pshat of the pasuk? So the Gemara says, Mai B'Chaval, or Iti Bahon, Chavla Derura. It means that ultimately that fire had no effect on them. A reference to the Kish
subscription.
Sorry, the person we spoke last yesterday. Vaccine, Korea, nor Adas Time. It means is again there was no fire, nor was the sense of smoke impacted as well. This one, my mom should have said something very bad. So, basically, that says that Avodah Zarah was cut off during their days. And then the Siv Kamar from the side, so much additional shots of sign. Element the honor, Swiss and Manish, the strike out of the Muslim. According to the opinion that says that they were Manish Swiss. So ultimately, again, with the pasuk that Hashem make reference of the summer of revelation, which verses Abaha, that's literally the two past events. But also, they were able to cut off Avodah Zarah during the red days. Incredible. The Gemara goes like this. But the additional ones on the Swiss and Manish came with the sick. Principally, it says they're Manish Swiss. So the pasuk says, "But they see when the Chol Yad Vashem Tov Libanim Ulibanos." The pasuk says that the name that they established for themselves is even greater than potential physical offspring. So it makes sense they had no physical offspring. Elman Danish will start something that be mayhem. My Tov Libanim Ulibanos. And then that's by Yitzchak Libanim Shahayu Lahem Zvar in this. Better in the apparently put by that before they were made Swiss and by the king, they had children. The first children again, those children pre-deceased. When my shame all of acting wash on low parents. What is it I'm giving them eternally or nothing? I will have them Dutch Bakafra, Bitsifuri, Zest Sefer Daniel, Shenikla Ashma. Let's call Sefer Daniel. Was ultimately again Sefer Daniel is named, obviously again, by for Daniel. Mythics, where I ask the general question. It's not that I know. The Sefer Daniel was named for Daniel. So that's an interesting question. Mythic, Kamili de Ezra Nechemia, Ben Chachatz, Kamili de Ezra, Nechemia de Chachaya Amir. So interesting enough, there's pretty much all of the words, was one of my guys in our Tanakh, like we have Sfar and Ezra and Nehemiah. In reality, it's really only one Sefer called Ezra. It was divided out later on. Shmuel is something very interesting. Most of Sefer Ezra is actually prophesied by Nehemiah. So that's why it's called Ezra and not Nehemiah. Which was my time of the Sefer al Shlei. Why was it not called Sefer Nehemiah? Because ultimately, again, Nehemiah took a little bit too much credit for himself. Zohar Ali Elokai L'Tova. remember me, my God, for I, the David Nami, Nema Amra, Safrini Hashem B'Tzorecha, Hakim B'Shuasecha. I, David Amelech, also said to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, remember me. He's been trying to almost like he had a little bit of requisite merits in order to go ahead and have his student. David Rachmi Kabbai. Somebody was asking for that once. That was like Rachmi for Kali Israel as well. You also the day, just see the research for sure. Was it the same kind of so Nehemiah doesn't merit to have the safer name from wine because he spoke disparagingly about the older ones. What does this mean? Shneimar, Va'achos harishon Hashem Lefanai, if bidu ala'am, hayikhu lehem balachem, v'yayin va'afekaz, v'shkalim arbaim. So listen, this is incredible. That Ezra disparaged the leaders, Nehemiah disparaged the leaders that came before him, and ultimately accused them of exploiting their position for personal gain. Now, the fascinating was even though he may have been right, but it might have been that what he said was factual, you can't malign other Jews. You can't malign other Jews. Was we saw this yesterday back, the opinion that says that the Hanan Yishmael Azariah drowned in Salah, like he drowned in spit. He started to Mashal, who said, and what does that mean? The big nations of the world to speak negatively about Kali Yisrael for their non-belief. You can't speak negatively about Jews. You just can't. Even if what you're saying is true, even if a point has to be made, a point has to somehow be made, always holding up the sanctity of the Jew, never touching some people's from the other. Therefore, again, because of Hanyah, not truthfully, but nevertheless negatively spoke about God himself, therefore he lost out having a secret name with him. He must have said about the Apal Dunya should ever be one of Satan. He just spoke negatively about Hanyah. And we know on to God Minani. Now, by the way, how do we know that Shagol Minani? I don't know that he's great with him. So the Gemara says, next slide. Yom Jom Menos Sim, Raisi and Daniel Levadi as Amara, Vainoshim Asher Hayuni Lo as Amara about however to go and not Lalem, Ayuko Faye, Vanashim Asher Yolo. The Gemara says, so how do you know that Daniel was greater than other people? Because the possible episode where there was a dramatic vision, Daniel had the vision and no one else saw. No one else saw but Daniel. In fact, Daniel saw someone else. What did you thought that Daniel was greater? The Gemara says, in my name, who were these other people who were with Daniel but didn't see the vision? Rabbi Yirmiyah, Rabbi said, Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi. The other part is Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi. So they were there with Daniel. They did not see the vision in their phone. Let's say, Tzadik Kal, without 94A. Anyway, I think we know. Vision will understand. Let's say, interesting enough, with certain respects, Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi were greater than Daniel, and in other respects, Daniel was greater than them. How so? So the Gemara says, King will additionally name, ultimately again, they, Haggai, Zechariah, and Daniel, the evil would be, the evil will nothing. The evil love nothing. Interestingly enough, so Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi were considered to be bona fide with him. Daniel apparently was a lower grade Navi. The evil Adif uniting, the evil Chazah, the evil Lo Chazah. And Daniel was greater than them because Daniel had this vision, and they did not have this vision. So Mara said, Vakina Akad Lo Chazah, my time law. Well, again, there's the problem. If they didn't have the vision that Daniel had, then why were they fighting? How are they fighting? What caused the fight? So I said, this is very good. You know, Shmani, I'm sorry. Afagab the Ilo Chazun Midi Mazlai. Afagab the Ilo Chazun Midi Mazlai Chazun. Even though they didn't see anything, their muzzles saw. Listen, what does this mean? What does it mean when muzzles saw? So often muzzle refers to like astrological signs. In this context, I think what it means is as follows. Every person has a malach, right? Every person has like a ministering angel who advocates for them, so watch this, not watch this, watch this, but like a sign to me. So sometimes there are things that my mouth sees that I don't see. But yet again, there is like this synergistic connection between myself and my malach. And therefore the Gemara suggests over here that even if I don't see something when my malach sees something, so that has an impact on it. Gemara says, I'm not being Ayman the Matis Afagav the Ilu Chazi Mazlei Chazi. It's fascinating. Sometimes in life, sometimes like a person can be gripped by fear, and the fear doesn't even make sense. Like the fear itself could be illogical. But what does it mean sometimes when a person is gripped by fear that they don't know why? Sometimes that can mean that their mouth is something, even though I couldn't see my mouth saw it, and that's having an impact on me. Incredible. So the most content. So what's the actually let's say a person is gripped by fright. I'm not exactly sure what the fight is, but I know that I want to be out of this emotion. Linshot Mikukte Arbagani. So what should you do? Jump away from your present spot, Galamis. Jump away, Galamis. Inami, Dikriashna, or Seshna, the fight the Mokam Hamchinovas, and the ultimately again you're standing in a place where Allah knows again it's dirty. So you can't say Shema, what should you say? Mahafi, say the following. Iza the Dekapka, Shemina. The goat of the slaughterhouse is fatter than me. Okay. So let's say once again, let's say perhaps Yuma is teaching us, Rabin is teaching us three profound ideas. There are times in life when a person is gripped by fear. And there are times in life where I can't even understand what the fear is. So I said, what's the cup of fear? Fear is paralyzing. That's why fear is a very scary thing because fear has the ability to literally paralyze me and keep me in place. What do you do in life when you are seized by fear? You have two possibilities. Number one, jump out, which means move yourself forward. Number one is don't allow fear to paralyze you. Move yourself forward, even if it's only tolerance. Whatever you do, don't remain in place. Because one thing is clear, if you remain in place, what's going to happen? You remain in place. Right? Nothing. The first thing one sees by fear is literally move yourself, even if it's only a little bit of an ounce, move yourself forward in life. Number two, say Shema. Say Shema. What is it? Anchor yourself in that Shema. Shema is the ultimate. It's like kill myself. The greatest antidote to fear is a relationship with the Ribono Shel Olam. So you're seized by like unintelligible, paralyzing fear. Say Shema. Let yourself trust in powerful. That will be the clock to move forward. So I will say, lastly, what should you do? Say the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than you. What is that? Sometimes I will say fear is nonsensical. So sometimes the way to shake off fear is to say, this isn't real. This is not real. So that statement of the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than me. It's just like a statement that I can't. How do you feel when you say that statement? What's your reaction when you say that statement? You giggle a little bit, right? It's like a smile. Like the idea of fear is so many times we're paralyzed by things that aren't real. They're not real. They're perceived. So sometimes what you need to do is you break the hold on fear by saying something like shtickle nonsensical. So say a little nonsensical, kind of like change the mood a little bit and be able to move yourself forward. You're gripped by paralyzing fear, therefore move yourself forward, anchor yourself in the target, and remind yourself that it's not real. If you do those three things, or even if it is real, it's not as real as it actually feels. You'll be able to move yourself forward, even when it's the most mobilizing fear. Incredible. So the Gemara so the Gemara says, sorry, Lamarca had short on Shalom in case no country, Dutch like having this point, should they not call men Shabbat Sativa, Asua, possess something terrible, say, general of men in the middle of a person. Right? Is open. And only remember the end of the word is closed. Again, in this word, then in the middle is closed. Speaking for us, is still Mashiach. So it's incredible. This person is like Kiskio, the king of Yehuda. So let's talk about the name Kiskio Mashiach. The Sanhedrin goes to Mother. Remember again, Sanhedrin, it comes out to devour with Kiskio. And someone can make him Gogu Mogul. Remember again, there's this word of Gogu Mogul, which is this ultimate showdown between good and evil, which precedes the Messiah. So someone can make Kiskio Mashiach and Sanhedrin. Gogu Mogul. Only this I do get was probably one story. You might come out these goals, Shabbat Hamashiach, Shishbakos, the Vanefal, go see some Mashiach. You just like the actually restrict justice towards the also, it's almost like there's like a system of checks and balances like the Hazar from Sparkle. Also, is ready to go and make this skill now. You just think smart. Something was greater than this skill, and you didn't make double Mashiach. So the Gemara says, "Go also some Mashiach. This skill shasis like Komisim." Right? So Kiskio should also call Nismalolo. The law of Restream Kaseo Mashiach. So again, Kiskio, ultimately again, he did so many miracles for him. And yet, unfortunately, he didn't sing Shir. David sings so much Shir, taking to him. He's going to do miracles. He didn't see Shira. You're going to make him a Shia. The Chak Nistati, the mem, right? The mem which represents Mashiach. The mem was closed. It was closed. Someone had to make this Yom Mashiach, and then the mem was closed because the leaders didn't shut it down, preventing Chizkiyo from becoming Mashiach. I'm going to say, what do you see from here? What do you see from here? What prevented Chizkiyo from becoming Mashiach? His lack of Shira. His lack of Shira. You see from here the power of gratitude to the Ribono Shel Olam. And the ability, the greatness of David HaMelech is not only Shira, but is Shira at all times. Shira in times of good, Shira in times of challenge, Shira in times of happiness, Shira in times of tragedy. That is the avoda of the year, and that is the quality of Mashiach. The ability to sing Shira to act powerful no matter what's happening in your life. The Imam was like, Riyad, Pascha, Arz, Ra'amel, Ribono Shel Olam. This is such a beautiful the earth. Says Hashem, Ani Omer Stefanecha Shira, Kashas Tzadik Zeh, V'aso Mashiach. Wow. V'aso Mashiach. The earth says, you don't please make Chizkiyo Mashiach. He didn't sing Shira, I'll sing Shira. I'll sing Shira in his behalf. The Gemara says, Pas Ava Amar Shira L'Fanav Shneimar, Miknef Ha'aretz Shemiros Shalom Silat Tzadik. Amar Sarah Omer L'Fanav, Ribono Shel Olam Tzidyono Asa V'Tzadik Zeh. So ultimately, again, Sarah Olam. Interestingly enough, Rashi says, Malach Shekola Olam Masra B'Yado. So whatever this means, apparently it's like Malach, like universe CEO. He's the who delegates things. So Sarah Olam said, Shamanu Tzila Tzadik. Sarah Olam Shamar Asa Tzidyono Shel Tzadik. So Sarah Olam says, again. It seems like the universe is acting on behalf of the Tzaddik. Not Shabbos Kova Amra, Razi, Li, Razi. So the Sarah owns the Baruch Kiss, let's go. Big Tzidkiyo Mashiach. Now the earth has said Shira on his behalf. And she didn't say Shira, it said Shira on his behalf. The Basco came out and said, Razi, Li, Razi. The secrets of the world are from me. So Trump says, I changed my mind to be up on it. And Tzidkiyo is not going to be Mashiach. I'm not reading. Amar Navi, Oili, as Mosai. The Navi says, woe to me, like trope. How long? Now the Navi now is lamenting that Mashiach has not yet come. So I say, when will Mashiach come? Yes, it's about Kova Amra, Bogdim, Bogdim, Upagan, Bogdim, Upagan, Bogdim, Amra, he's going to be struck. At the Asu, Bozizay, until again, really they're enemies and enemies of enemies, meaning that unfortunately, Klal Yisrael has to suffer much until the Mashiach comes. Masa Doma Elai Korin Nisir, Shomer Man Milaila, Shomer Man Milaila, I'm going to be open on. Also on a Kamunal Arifos, Duma Shmo. The man who's in charge of the winds, his name is Duma. So the Lord says, let's cut to Kalavukos, it's a Duma. So all of the winds speak to Duma. Amrulo, Shomer Ma Milaila, Shomer Ma Milaila. So essentially, again, also if you take a look at Rashi says over here, Sarah Rufos, Shanishamos Nifkados Eslo, Bahinu Masa Duma Kak Amar Duma Elai. Which means Rashi understands that Ruach over here is not really, but instead Ruach is Nishamas. This is the Malach who's in charge of all of the Nishamas. So everyone comes to this Malach and asks him, Shomer Manulel, not Davar, Masai Kitzak Ula Mara, when is the Lord come? It's incredible, by the way, to see the most we often think that we are the only ones, we in mankind, Klal Yisrael, are the only ones constantly because of Mashiach. Which begin to see something absolutely amazing. The world wants Mashiach. The world wants Mashiach. The universe wants Mashiach. And everything is constantly pushing for Mashiach. So we must Amar Shomer, Asa Boker V'Gamayla, Bayim Shuv Asayim. So what does this mean? So the Shomer says, Asa Boker V'Gamayla, so ultimately again, there's going to be, the Boker will come, the dawn will come, but at the end of the day, only after it came. Like Rashi says, Asa Boker V'Tmiyah. This one will come, will be enough on all of us. Sar, Kaf, Amar Shomer, comes Baruch, Asa Boker Gula Tavo, V'Gamayla. Morning will come. Morning will come. But before morning, it will be a great night. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Amar Shomer, Asa Boker, V'Gam Laila, Inti Bayun, V'Shuva Asali. So two things. So, right, morning will come. But one more morning will come. Number one, think about it. If you yearn for it, you have to yearn for it. The Prophet is not going to give us anything if we don't yearn for it. And number two, Shuvah Salu. Ultimately, again, we have to be Shuvah. So let's say two elements. It's interesting. He's using many elements to Shuvah. But here, the Malach who's in charge of the Neshama says, what is the Prophet waiting for? Number one, he wants, he needs us to want it. We don't want it bad to make us do something good enough to become Balachua. If we can have these two elements, then at the end of the day, Mashiach will come. Kind of a term Mashiach, right? That is promise. Kenai Christian, this guy goes for Amashira, Haksha Pasta, Amashira. Let's say first white lines at Yanga, it's white one. It was embarrassing for Tzio that he did not say Shira until the earth came along and said Shira. Shema Emar, the Knaf Arts, Shaman Tzio Sadi. Those who never at Omer, the Yomer Yisro, supposed to say other examples of situations where Khan Yisro did not say Shira until someone else reminded us to do it. Yisro, Baruch Hashem Mitzvah Hashem. Yisro says, "Blessed is God who saved you, Klal Yisrael." And when the coming to Rabbi Talkis, united the Moshe the Shisha Rivot, Shema Omri Baruch Ad Sheba Yisrael Ono Baruch Hashem. It was embarrassing for Moshe and Klal Yisrael. Moshe and Klal Yisrael didn't say Baruch Hashem until Yisro came along and said that. Now again, remember, Moshe and Klal Yisrael said Shira as Nashim Moshe and Yisrael, but no one used the combination of Baruch Hashem until Yisro came along. It was embarrassing that Yisro was the innovator of this, not Klal Yisrael. Vayichad Yisro. So what's this interesting enough? Vayichad. What does that mean? Rabbi Shmuel, Rav Amar Sheher Cheret Chada Al Bisara. He circumcised himself. Yisro was so impressed with all of my fathers, so the generations. I should like give himself Rishmi, but Shmuel says, Shinasa Chadudim Kol Bisara. He got goosebumps. Why? So where it says, Amar Shmuel said, it's interesting that the goosebumps are understood to me. The Yisro was overwhelmed by what happened to his friend. Everything is fine. And again, as much as he was power of the Baruch, he was a member of the Most Holy One. He was a member of the nation of the world. He was very overwhelmed by what he saw happen to the Gentile nation of Egypt. So the Mercy of Rav, we see from the Rebbe Inshi, Yura, Adasara, Gaila, Tiza, Aramon, it's a very important concern. And in front of a convert, do not disparage Gentiles up to 10 generations. So it's just such a fascinating idea. And on one hand, when someone converts, what do you say? Gershon is guy, Shinoba Dummy, you're a new person. It's true that he's a new person. Don't say it's just fascinating. Just because I'm a new person doesn't mean I don't have a past. Doesn't mean I don't have a past. Which is something contradictory, that includes to live in this other contradiction. So Gemara says, he says it's a fact about what you say about Gentiles in front of converts. Because at the end of the day, a person came from that world. So if you're disparaging of that world, that person is going to feel like say, Yisro. Remember again, Yisro left everything. He's a Garrett. Circles are all these things. But at the end of the day, that's the world he came from. And because of that, there was a central community there. The Gemara says, be cognizant of that sensitivity. Fascinating. The Gemara says, Lachem, Shalach Adon Hashem Tzvadot Yemishwan Avloton, Ma'am Yemishwan Avloton, Amar Kashmarfu, Yavak Iskiyo, Sheish no Shmona Shemos, Yifra Misancheru Sheish no Shmona Shemos. Let this guy, I must say, remember, there's a lot of allegiance in this battle between Sancheru and Hiskiel. So let Hiskiel, who has 8 names, let him come and conquer. For exact punishment from Sancheru, who has 8 names. So I believe not much to say them. Hiskiel could sit, he yelled at Yulat Manu, then Nitin Manu, Bati, Hamishra al Shifmo, Baitu, the Krishmo, Aviyois, El Gibor, Abihad, Sashalom, Iva, Ita Hiskiel, okay, why guys acting in Hiskiel? This was interestingly enough, Hiskiel, my name is your name, my descriptive name, Shechasku Ka. This is literally just a descriptive name that the Prophet gave him strength. Never after, Hiskiel Shma, Hiskiel, Shechizek is Shah Yisrael. So we'll say other possibilities. Once again, Hiskiel is not a really descriptive name. Why is it Hiskiel? Ultimately, because he strengthened the bond between God himself and the Prophet. We'll see more about that in a little bit. Second, what is also given to him? Today, Tiglas Kaleser, Laneser, Shalmaneser, Pool, Sargon, Asanfar, Rava, Yakiva. Okay, What about hips? Like anyways, this where it says no, also that's descriptive. The word says shisichaso rid. He was very quarrelsome in the way that he spoke. Right? So here we're going to see spoken.
Dude, I'll be there in a second. I'm gonna whip your ass. Are you ready?
Again. He spoke.
So, dude, talk to me while I do this. When's the next time? When's your podcast come out? Are you excited? All right. Well, can you ask for it like not to come out? Well, I mean, okay, so you're not excited for it, but it's not like you're so embarrassed that you wouldn't want it to come out, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right now, remember,
I didn't ask you what?
About
How did last night go, Zoo?
So this is incredible.
Okay, what was last night, big man?
What did he say to the Jews? I'm going to take you to a land that is like he doesn't say a land.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Roast battle. Hold on. I want to hear all about it.
How he spoke about Israel. So Rabbi Shmuel will say, one says that Shakir is very wise, and one says that he was very foolish.
Okay, what did you say to her?
So I say, so I'm going to do smart king because so some kid of you, if you talk to you better.
Okay. What did she say to that? Okay. Are you?
I'm sorry.
All right. So, who judges who wins?
So if you're going to get there by locations to tell them that they're being moved to a similar type of land,
It's BS. How old was she?
Should have told them it's better, and they would have more readily bought it.
All right. Scale of 0 to 10. No, you are doing that. That's the question that I asked you about everybody. Doug, then I'm going to have to guess. She was a 6.
Fine, different places we exile them.
Yeah, we're going to play. Just one moment. I'm adjusting the computer. And you need to be fucking patient, dog. If you're not going to be patient, I'm not going to play with you. So just hold on. And I'm not only going to play with you, but I'm going to dominate you.
This new land is just as nice as our land. They said again, this is like our land as well.
Is that your favorite thing to do in the world?
When they came to a place called Sostray, they said this is twice as good as Eretz Yisrael. We find ourselves in new lands and we deceive ourselves into thinking that where we are is actually better than Eretz Yisrael.
Yo, bad dog, what's up? You think you're what? Dude, you suck dick. You suck dick at all of these games, man. Oh, you think you're gonna beat me at bowling? That doesn't happen.
Rashi says over here, this is talking about again when Sanherib's army was defeated. So how was it defeated? So the Gemara says, Sanherib's army, their bodies remained intact.
Dude, are you proud that you got a spare?
So the Gemara says, like Rabbi Yochanan called his clothing those things, like listen, it's actually very reminiscent of the Gemara that we saw yesterday, that even in this time of Sakura, the Torah should make sure to keep himself in that. Right? The Gemara says, the furnace, they made sure that they're wearing proper clothing.
Why was it bad, Zoot?
It's called the thing that gives you honor. How you dress says a lot about the person you are. How you
Is that because you suck dick?
Ultimately telegraphs the message about the importance that you ascribe to that particular event. So it says, therefore, your clothes, interesting, your clothing is what gives you honor.
Zoot, why did you only get one pin?
Just like by the death of Aaron's son. By the death of Aaron's sons.
Oh, because you suck?
Fire came in, incinerated their neshamas, but their bodies were intact. So too when Sanheri's army was killed.
What was the score?
But their bodies remained intact. So it was a ton of this is a good Taro, who literally again blasphemed Hashem himself.
So you won.
So Taro himself, who blasphemed, his punishment.
Is that your second win ever? Is that your second win ever, Zoot? Are you proud of yourself? Your third win. Congratulations. So, I don't know, maybe they had shit to do. So this lady from Roast Battle. Zero to 10 this bitch. Dog. How about I'll translate for you. Z to 10 this bitch. Z to 10 this bitch. Zoot, you're gonna lose. Everyone knows you're gonna lose. You're one of the worst players in the history of the game. And I'm almost done. And I'm gonna beat you at mini golf. Then I'm gonna beat you at pool. Then I'm gonna beat you at dice party. And then I'm gonna call it a day. Dog, I'm gonna dominate you.
This was the this is like the incredible story.
Yo, what up, pimp?
There was no advice on
Treading on thin
ice. You work your magic, and miraculously, that night, 185,000 soldiers died in their sleep. Just died. So that, if you notice, the lashon over here is Vayetze Malach Hashem.
You watch your tongue.
But
I like playing with you, but I don't like violence being taken against me. It's fine if you want to be like, dude, you suck at this game. That's fine. But when you start talking about physical violence, I mean, I don't really care. It's YouTube that cares. And it's Instagram that cares. And I get a message that pops up that says I can't use the account for 365 days because of something Zoot said. And I don't like that because I don't have unlimited accounts. Yes, it has happened. That's why I have to start cracking down. So you have an invitation, dude. Yes, it says for SELF space HARM reasons. You cannot use this account for 365 days. At least on Instagram. It says, dog, I didn't even do anything wrong. It was fucking Zoom. Yeah, I don't care.
The Sanheriv felt that he received divine.
Dude, look how good this shot is. Dude, are you watching this? Dude, are you watching this?
So okay, Amivaladeh Hashem, at least against Yerushalayim.
Your shot sucks balls.
Hashem Amalai.
Dude, that was one of the worst shots I've ever seen.
Okay. Pretty wild.
Dude, I'm already up on you. One hold to nothing.
So Mike, what are you talking about? We're just
That's in for.
such a thing like this.
I don't think so.
So as I saw it happen, so interestingly enough, so Sancheriv overhears the Navi. He hears the Navi talking, the Navi Yeshaya talking, and the Navi says that essentially Klal Yisrael has forsaken HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's what they declare to HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
For sure.
Again, it's Neshilach from the Aklat. They have forsaken the Shiloach waters, which flow gently, and instead they have gone ahead and taken to Ratzon ben Umayol. So we'll see what all of this means. The Malay Targum with the Ankra, Lo Havi Yudana Mekala. So Yosef says, were it not for the explanation of this pasuk, we would have no idea what it's talking about. Okay. Right? We have no idea what it's talking about. So what is this? So the Gemara says, my comment. So the Gemara says, Chalaf, the const Amma Adem B'Nafusa B'Beis David. So this nation has forsaken the Davidic kingdom. Right? This nation has forsaken Malchus Beis David. That are kind to them and speak to them softly with the Shiloach waters.
What, did you say no?
No, when you get this nation was governed by Malchus Beis David.
Oh yeah, that's definitely more.
In such a kind and beautiful way.
Can we come back?
I don't know who else with him you're playing.
And instead, ultimately, again, they go ahead and.
Oh, that was a beautiful shot.
They go ahead and they go essentially to Avodah Zarah. I'm going to be open. I'm minded to sit. Maras Hashem. So what's interesting over here is so Sancheriv hears the Navi taking Klal Yisrael to task, and he feels okay. Klal Yisrael is not doing the right thing. Obviously, again, it's time for them to lose that which they hold most dear. It's a mikdash. Eretz Yisrael. I'm going to be open. I'm minded to sit. Ma'aras Hashem Beis Rasha, the Navi Tzadik Yuvora. Ma'aras Hashem Beis Rasha. What does it mean again? That ultimately this person Hashem was in the house of the Rasha. Zed Pekach ben Ramayo. So what's it by the way? Pekach ben Ramayo was the king of Malchus Yisrael. And he was king of Malchus Yisrael. He was a Rasha. So how was he such a Rasha? Shai Okam Mensa goes on speaking of Suda. He would eat literally again 40 pigeons for dessert. So apparently again pigeon was a big dessert. Was a big dessert. From not before you try it, right?
Did you quit?
So again, he would eat all of these pigeons and he still would not be full. And listen, what is that highlight? What is that highlight? That highlights like a gluttonous type of lifestyle. And I will say, what Avodah Zarah, in general, whenever you see Avodah Zarah, what do you see Avodah Zarah? Hedonistic behavior. Like Rav Sham Shlomo Rich brings down, what's the chilik between Avodah Zarah and Avodah Hashem? What's the chilik? Avodah Zarah is you make God
Dice party.
Avodah Hashem is I make myself in God. What does everybody know about Avodah Zarah?
That's a garbage shot.
About Avodah Zarah is, even when Klal Yisrael worship Avodah Zarah, it's not like they stopped worshiping
That's
Hashem.
bad.
Very often, they're still worshiping Hashem with Avodah Zarah. So
One of the worst shots I've ever seen.
Avodah Zarah is great. How does Avodah Zarah work?
Dude, look how many you got in. This is trick shot, dog.
If you want to start your own idolatry, right? Step one is write down all the stuff you want to do in life. Right? All the stuff you really want to do. Okay? Then make a system of theology that allows for all of that. Right? So all the stuff you want to do.
You had an amazing combo shot, everybody. He pocketed the two ball.
And then all the stuff that you really don't care about.
You're not going to win in this shot. Get out of here, you garbage.
You want Arias, you want Tarfus, you want Tumut, like that becomes all of the mitzvahs. Right? That's Avodah Zarah. That's Avodah Zarah. So wherever you see Avodah Zarah, you see a heightened form of humanistic there, because that's what it's all about. It's actually not about it's about that. HaKadosh Baruch Hu has very high expectations of us, and therefore he tells us we can't do a lot of stuff. Why? To hold us to a high standard. Avodah Zarah is so I create a system of theology
in order
No,
to allow
dog.
for all of that to occur. So Pekach ben Remaliel is eating all of this back to appreciation.
No, dog.
Why? Because he's like, oh, we have all this Zara.
Look how sick this shot is.
Okay, so Mark was like, "You know, they said that you want to say this girl, you got to
Thanks, I appreciate it, dude.
What was Kiskio's meal? Kiskio eating a little bit of vegetables, and he
Dude, that's a terrible shot. That's terrible. It's one of the worst shots I've ever
he
seen.
wanted, but he didn't eat a lot. He did not.
I'm gonna show you how this is done.
When we come
Like a
little
champion.
too wrapped up in cereal, that may be an implication that our relationship with this powerful might not be up to the level. Remember, all of us have a void.
Dude, are you sucking on dicks?
We're always trying to fill it. The issue just is, if I have a relationship with that
Are you choking?
Yeah.
On dicks?
Yeah. So the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, "V'lachein, hine Hashem ala alei esmei hanar ha'atzomim ba'alam."
No way you hit this. Get out of here.
That
That's one of the worst shots I've ever seen. Are you ready to see an amazing shot?
Ella, my time, and so it's therefore again. So Sancheiriv hears this. Sancheiriv hears all this stuff, and he hears the Navi literally says, "What's the Torah point out?" Sancheiriv was the king of Ashur. The Navi literally says, because of your non-compliance, right? Because of
Dude, what's your favorite episode of Kill Tony?
So Sancheiriv says, "Okay, God wants me to do this. So if God wants me to do this, the Gemara says, if that's the case, Ella, my time, if Sancheiriv actually did the will of God, the Gemara says, "Navi Asar says, Shvatim is Navi." Very simple. Sancheiriv was the tool of Hashem to exact punishment against the 10 tribes. He was the one who was responsible to exile the 10 tribes. He
You
had
like
no
Aaron Belial?
business in Yerushalayim.
Oh, that guy sucks.
His sites in Yerushalayim.
He's literally, he's not funny. He's literally my least favorite comedy.
So ultimately, again, so the Navi tells Sancheiriv, you overstep.
Because it just takes him too long, and he can't be really good with comebacks. Like maybe his jokes are okay. He's had some okay jokes, but I don't know. I think that there's a big upside to him as technology improves. He'll be better. And he might be really good someday, but he's also Canadian, and Canada sucks, so
ultimately, again, the nation that's tired cannot be handled.
there's that. Oh no, Zoot, you could win.
My case,
Zoot, don't fuck this up. Don't fuck this up. Zoot is gonna fuck it up. It's gonna fuck up the easiest win in the history of the game. And he fucked it up. Oh, Zoot, how did you fuck that up, dog? Dog.
So this is fascinating. So Sancheiriv, you can have control over Malchus Yisrael. Why?
The one with Shane Gillis and as Trump and
you have a lack of divine protection, but you have no control ultimately against
Adam Ray is Biden. Just Shane Gillis' Trump impression is so good.
And they were deserving of miracles. Like
That's the episode they got me hooked on. And when I say hooked, I mean I love that show so much. It's big with a shot. It's become my Monday tradition. I love that show. I mean, I watch it.
Amongst Rashi says
These guys, he's hosting the roast of Kevin Hart in May on Netflix.
Like a laughing stock amongst it. This is the Sancheiriv. So what's this? Interesting enough,
You know who Kevin Hart is?
the 10 tribes of Malchus Yisrael. And his mistake was going after Malchus Yisrael. So the was like,
Is what a new thing. What about it?
So
Like 15 years ago.
So the Gemara says, "Hi Rishna," the high Parasha. She says,
Yeah, it was the highest show that roast that they did on
why was
Comedy
Hiskio
Central for the time.
right after all the games? Hiskio was a big tzaddik. So why was Hiskio deserving of words, we'll say, as much as Hiskio is successful over Sanheriv, there's a lot of anxiety. There's a lot of difficulty. Hiskio is such a
I told my friends in 2008 I heard a rumor about it. They all were like, "You're nuts," and then one of them came back to me and they're like, "You know what? I heard about it too from some insiders that he was interested in doing it." And I said I didn't know when he wanted to be, but that I thought he would be at least run. Well, and it's not like it's a huge surprise. Wow, I just finished that game off with a motherfucker. He ran in 2000. He ran in the year 2000, but it just he wasn't nearly as popular as he became after his show. His show's the thing that really made him, because it was super popular and it was like must-see TV, and it gave him this panache, showed his like charisma, and it showed a lot about his company, and it showed a lot about his family, and people knew about him before then. I don't want it to be like he wasn't popular before then. He was, but it more legitimized him as more from just a businessman or a business person into a star. And then that show had a bunch of different versions of itself. They had celebrity one, but I mean, I remember watching the original one, and it was giant. I mean, it made NBC. It brought NBC back to being the number one show on television, the number one channel. NBC had lost the number one show after Seinfeld and Friends, and they had a little bit of a lull, not major, but like CBS had Survivor, and Survivor was huge, and Fox had the American Talent show, and they just brought it back. Now, Zuda, you ready to lose in Dice Party?
That's why the pasuk says, Yitzchak offered up karbanos to the God of his father. What was Yitzchak? Yitzchak was Midas Hadin.
So you have an invitation.
We don't understand why that had he divulged his plan to Hiskio would have said, God, sounds great, but don't do it. Don't do it. Everything's going to end happily ever after. Just leave things alone. And it was so many times.
You play Dice Party,
have this fundamental question. Yeah, things work out. I'm going to stress.
Are you going to get Full House?
And I have such no doubt. But there's like this piece of me that thinks.
Are you proud of your Full House?
Very nice, you brought the salvation. But the same God who brought the salvation is also what? The same God who brought the crisis. So I'm accountable for the problem. Don't bring the crisis, and you won't bring the salvation. So that's the cheshbon and hashbon. That's where the emotion runs the world. And somehow the crisis was necessary. It's not just the resolution that's necessary, but the crisis itself was necessary. Sometimes those are things that we just will never understand. Let's go a little bit weiter. Says the Gemara,
that doesn't matter.
Don't worry, everything's going to be okay. The yoke of Sanheriv will be lifted upon you. Shman. What's the Shman means? What's the oil?
Give me a 2.
Literally, again, the yoke of Sanheriv was lifted upon from Klal Yisrael because of the oil of Hiskio.
I know.
It's beautiful. Constant oil represents light. Constant light burning in the all over Malchus Yudah from the times Hiskio. Ma'asa. What did Hiskio do? Na'atz charev apes medrash. He put a sword at the entrance of the Beis Medrash, and he said, "Ba'amar, kol mi she'ena osik b'Torah, yikaper b'charev zu." He says, "Whoever leaves the Beis Medrash will be stabbed with this sword." Beside this sword, I was saying, "What is this? People left the Beis Medrash?" No, it's figurative. But Hiskio was trying to tell Klal Yisrael what's the following idea. Torah is not a recreation of pursuit.
Dude, we're done. We're done.
Torah is life. And if you don't
Take
have
care,
it,
man.
you won't
Take care,
have life. That's what we're saying. It's like sometimes we look at Torah, and what's Torah? He points out, which
Hi,
says,
Zeus.
the way people treat him, how he's living Torah, how people fall asleep during the drasha. So it's people fall asleep during the drasha. So it's not anything else. No, it's Minag Yisrael. Minag Avosinu B'Yadinu, right? So it's also doing Jesus. Can you imagine? Like you're lost in a bad neighborhood. Well, so these are the days. This is a day that Moshe has performed. You're in a bad neighborhood, and you go into a gas station to go ahead and get directions. And the guy's giving you directions. And can you imagine the one directions there is? Right? It says no one is nodding off. You know why? Because that's going to save your life. Because if you realized that words of Torah literally are life-saving. The words of Torah are life-saving. Life-saving, hey, then you never know that. Sometimes you have to right? Whatever. Sometimes not everybody is in order. So, okay, it's fair. Then, a lot of it is us. It's easy to blame someone else for not being entertaining enough or engaging enough. A lot of it is us and how we relate to Torah. And the truth is, not going to be us. It's a beautiful vibe. It's a beautiful insight, a beautiful idea. It's not a beautiful vibe. It's not a beautiful idea. It's life-saving directions. That's what this girl was trying to hide. The sword was there, not as a punitive measure, but to show Torah is not something nice. Torah is life-saving. If you have it, you will literally save yourself from making such dramatic bad decisions or mistakes. If you don't have it, then unfortunately, against us, I find myself in such negative straits. So the Gemara goes, let's finish up this process. The Gemara says, but when we come back Beersheba, they checked from Dan until Beersheba, for the Matzi Amaris Mikvas Havetikis. There was not an Amaris, there was no one who was ignorant to the words of Torah, all the way from Mikvas until Tifris. For the Matzi Tinok Kitinokes Ish Isha, Shemahayu Bikin Hilotos Tumavakara. And everyone was well versed in the laws of Tumah and Tara. Osadar Omer Vayabayahu Ish Aglas Bakar State Zor was one more minute. Okay, so what's this? So incredible. First of all, just to understand the level of scholarship which existed during the days of Hiskio. Everyone was versed. Everyone was knowledgeable. Everyone, again, what's that? By the way, in what? Not mistakes, brothers. Like, not no for Shabbos.
Good job.
Like, halachas of Tumah Tara. What's that? What happens when we get to Tumah Tara? What happens? Come on, what happens? You look ahead and you say, how long is this going to be? All right? When is this going to be over? Let's say those halachas we everyone, men, women, children, were versed in the halachas of Tumah Tara. And also, again, in those days, the Gemara says, people had very super material aspirations. Right? They had a cow, they had 2 sheep, and they had listen to this. So they were happy with very small things materially, and furthermore, they had vines that had thousands of dollars worth of grapes that were just kind of lying waste. People were neglecting their fields. Why were they neglecting their fields? Because they put their full focus on the fields. Now let's say it was the oil which represents the ongoing commitment to spiritual growth during the days of Israel that ultimately again allowed them to be successful over Santer Melachasha. Listen, there's much more to say. Let's stop what I was saying. Pretty much. Incredible. All right, everybody's in good Shabbos, everyone. Right. Right, so it works. Right?
Oracle will say, good morning, let us begin.
It doesn't begin with a tray, rather directly with money. What is the ultimate dilemma of
We
gambling?
begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning Church of Faith, our annual Hanukkah sponsor. Grocery Shop of Eretz Yisrael, a dedicated ownership of groceries this year. A busy place for the sales photos for obvious. From the grocery stores for the month of the Arbor Haba, we will give our tires to see the lovely and responses that can have charged to first and the Shapakoli. The Zid of your bin and Bunny Police and then we are Williams with the Zed Shmuel and so. Are we from Williams Policy? We are the Senators, and then we will do the Golden Things Testing, Box of Roses for the Hawk. And then we have Williams sponsors, giving the Husky, and then we are Ira Kosowski and William Braxton for the Hawk. We have the American Art Control. All of the shows have around the families in the home. All of those who need us, wish I would give us full police rights and inspection, all of our hostages, and our home slaves to be successful for the Savior. Let's do that. Let's go. Days back in Sabbath 93. We are starting on Sabbath days on the bottom, 92A. 14 minutes off the bottom of the bottom, but we got this. With a large armor, I'm a lover. One says how it's pushing the eyes, maybe coming in also. Anyone has seen roughly of it. Anyone who does not. Listen again, allows only a coming to benefit from his possessions. Will not see rough art threat. Means it's never a thing. When a person is supposed to share his possessions with how he becomes, means supports Torah. If a person does not use his possessions to support Torah, then never go ahead and see blessing from those possessions. So that's the logical here. Talking about someone who does not want to utilize his resources to help Torah, thinking that by not doing one, he'll have more for himself. And therefore the halacha says doesn't work that way. If you don't use your resources to go and help Torah, at the end, ultimately you just have less for yourself. And it's really up to our people, up like to vote. The AC and the coming share, see my share, so college, I'm going to lose, those are some size. It's one of the culture will shine your contact with the lesson that you learn. If at the end of the meal, you don't leave over right on the table, you will not see blessings. Which means, in other words, make sure to always leave over some bread on your table. Okay? So the verse is on the other hand, the other one says, Shema is sweet enough, well, I feel like I'll do it. Listen, I'm not going to lie. We will shine with the season of Shofano. She's over there. Because the Elijah said, whatever leaves over bread, whatever the pieces of bread on this table, ultimately it's as if we worship technology. So it sounds like, obviously, the giving over bread is not a good thing. So Shinema, open in God, Shofan, how in the money of us, Kasha, has the Kushur the Hajjawade, how can I Kushur the Hajjawade? So currently, the real about what is all of this happens are God. Because when you worship God, you consider to go into wholeness. So we need little pieces of the whole loaf. That's what it's like I know this all. But just go ahead and leave pieces, that's what you're seeing God. So what's the shot that we do over bread? We do over bread represents the sin of in one's house. So first of all, it's going to be a little bit more of a thing about double height motif of overflowing the cup. As the idea is that there's extra, so say when you overflow the cup of Havdalah because it's where you want it to be, that's going to be a cup running over. That's what you want to soak you over extra large entities. And there's surplus in the home. That's one possibility. The other possibility is that halacha release is left over bread. That means a person didn't eat everything. If you didn't eat everything, that means I exercised some level of self-control. What's kedusha? What's connection to you? The Ramban says, "Kadesh is actually called a nation of Allah." It's an adoration. It's not just for everyone from Mikvah. So even in the world of that which is Mikvah, I limit myself. I moderate myself. So perhaps that's the shot as well. If I have a meal and I don't eat everything and leave a little bit over, that's ultimately again, that's a display of moderation. And when there's moderation, ultimately there's kedusha. Okay, otherwise, Kalmakli Lidibura, Kira Honda, now, literally translated, Rashi says over here, Kalmakli Lidibura means a person changes his words, which means it's not like a person is trying to conceal his identity, but the truth is, not keeping his word will also just mean a person doesn't keep his word. So whoever doesn't keep his word, it's as if he worships like God worships him. Also, at least he will think that's right. Awesome. Hava Havima of Massive Factory. Don't know what it's the other called the start of the Ervot, Kashtor in Eres. So literally translated, whoever looks at the Ervot, whoever looks at Ervot, with this specific meaning, this moment, Kashtor in Eres. His bowl is empty. What is that mean? You know what Rashi? Kashtor in Eres, Rashi says over here, not, so the Gemara says, sorry, Koach, Kishu, Eber, Shalom, Min, Shein, Modi. So Rashi says in the way we'll discuss what Erva means. And if a person looks at Erva, which means some types of something illicit, Kashtor in Eres. Rashi understands this to not be a mental ability, he becomes influenced. He becomes influenced. Like, he says, so, Kosher, Eber, Shalom, so if you're going to show you, you're showing me, you know, أي كشف أي شعة مستوى ما مثل الرسول شو ترى كشف هذا أكثر مستقبل أن خشي على إيش كشف اليوم كشف الرسول يبقى literally knows something we're not supposed to be looking at. So if I look at things I'm not supposed to be looking at, there are several considerations that a person thinks about a married man. So even when he's in his own life, he thinks about a married man. Either we're talking about some type of either illicit thoughts or illicit or actually illicit looking at things which are illicit and appropriate. What's inappropriate? What's the inappropriate? Touched on the others. His bowl is empty. So actually saying, you know, like that, like really like a laptop dysfunction. Like he's just not going to be able to father children. Actually, it's one of the people that we're saying is like this, that the thing about our lives, the thing about being alive, is that it's ultra-secret. Like when a person has a lust, a person has desire for violence, because it's totally individual, and literally, it could sack a person of all of their strength. Every single one of us has a reservoir, a strap, so that's the vitality. That's what we got, right? We leave us so long without sleep, basically. We feel like this out of running out. We got as much as I want to say my potential is limitless, which is true, my cost is limitless. Because at a certain point in time, there was no more gas in the tank. Because our finances, we can't go to use your energy for. Because there are certain things that are all consuming around this energy. This allow us to allow these one of those things. It'll empty your boat. It'll empty the tank. You'll go and start with all your vitality and work on not only am I engaged in a day, but at the end of the day, there's nothing left in the tank to be able to do good things as well. It sounds lost. That's why Rolo had to cover the phone. Person should only be humble. Not say that you are humble and be rich. Humility is the key to longevity. That's the humility. By Isaka, in post for Colonel Steve Friedrich. Tuesday was this book is was the title of Moving Back, which means a home that interestingly was the only home that Taras is actually like natural light in the house. Unfortunately, if one does not have windows, you don't start being in candles or lanterns to be able to see whether or not there's Taras on the home. So the idea is a home that windows represents humanity. A home without windows can't get Taras. A person who is humble saves himself in a lot of life situations. Humility is the secret to longevity. I'm going to study, I'm going to mention, I might get sick. What's the meaning of the passage that says, Sha'ol, what it's a record, I was supposed to be in mind. So the thing that means Sha'ol, it's a record. What's the Sha'ol is the grave, the record is the root. What's the connection between the grave and the root? I wonder if I'm supposing not record, not risk in the sea. And just like the record, just like doing pigs in, or doing pigs in the sea, and ultimately again, in this, the baby. After all, nothing similar so to the grave, takes him, buried the dead, but Moses, yes, amazing. Now, look from California, in my records, when I can see over Kashari, Moses also the Californians, so the room which keeps him quietly, yet ultimately the mix with great price, because the baby, so Shaul should have been seen by the colors, in addition, she will take another botanic colors. So it was a grave, which again, when someone's buried, when something comes into the grave, there's much color, botanical, like we just tried, so to me, it's a mix, i.e., yes, amazing. It's going to be the price factor. You can't change the only influence in that. Ultimately, what we want is this is a conclusive truth, but just pessimism. As long as you can see the fixing, the inflation pessimism, and as this is a good value. How's the area? So we can check that response a lot. Let's know. So in the closing weapon, here's an passing how weapon. But we can grab Polish product with basic go ahead and bring that point. Yes, I listen. Doing what's going to let's say will not die. Stress, okay? All these questions come up. So that's what's the crisis. These questions are next year to go. Okay, it's really incredible. Incredible. So people died there afterwards. The US says some people don't die. So some people are resurrected. They don't even die. Shneema Baya, Misha, Kisir, Bayozi, Sharai, Hadosh, Yomo, Halakas, Makari, Sharai, Mak, Halash, the old Kain, Happy Little Kain, so the possible pairs, Sagikin, Ki, Halash, Tracker, Sparky. Just like the Halash, eternal, so feelings that we can come back to life, but be an element of eternality as well. Obviously, we don't have also Shani, Shasa, but it's what I do by her. As so we're going to talk about this idea of greater death, but there is this concept that as soon as something comes, the world will stop. Like we have this feeling, you'll see this. I love this thing for 6,000 years. After 6,000 years, the world stops. What happens after it stops? There's Prophet's going to recreate another world from you. It sounds like everything that exists will be erased. But there's Prophet will start again. Start again. What happens is that we can doing those, doing that, like possibly we both stage really great way. So we do ourselves. So we let money ourselves. There's Prophet something that finds the show. Shut it up your mind. Let them experience so we can wings like birds and they fly above the water. There's reservations for water. So the consciousness of words will be recreated. Let's do it to a state of creation, right? We're not going to kill our pipes. So they want to go back to water. So the people will be given wings. And also if you lay them, those wings will propel them over the water. But you want to say, whether it's such a shinema, a kula, neither of them, it's not coming in the young. Shema coming each one side. I maybe let's say they have side, maybe they have the public ones. Like, I know like, because they have Shem, yeah, how do you call it? Yeah, they're in your cliche. So people are giving wings like eagles. Yeah, we see it. They'll go, beautiful, they'll lay off. Ultimately, again, you will go, you will run, and you will not be tired. You will walk, and you will not be back there, but you will not be tired. This is such a everything that life shows you. Really transcend all the different purposes and challenges. The new information checking and testing. So the rest of this college. So what about the Western facility? What about the judge, like the festival back to life? Like the festival just recently. Yeah, after the festival, they're going back to life. They died. Again, so I can find again. So shouldn't that be a law that even if a weekend could come back to life, will ultimately die? We're gone. So you know, so someone's not done right, that MS is much stronger. It's interesting. We actually hold the opinions that the story of the festival, like the summer celebrations, the value of dry bones, that was muscle. That was muscle. It didn't actually happen. But that was the guy by December. So this is not the second, of dramatic network, it's the second. And those are where Mason shut down because I'm going to go to Shiva with Mason. The people who dressed up like that for like, they still have a beat, the same shooter and then they got again. Not shooter, I mean, what they say, not shooter, I mean, Hashem means specific in Chayra. And Yeshua Omer, Shira Omer, Hashem means in Chayra, Mary Sha'ayah. And we are there, we possess Peres, Marshal Haya. Right now, we possess Peres, the Russian is very true, and that's the truth. Marshal Haya, it doesn't have it. And that's the better thing. And Omer's Lama Marshal, then Marshal Lama Peres. Which one is it? If you tell me Peres, Peres means it's going to be the end. So it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Otherwise, if it's a Marshal, it's a Marshal, it's a Marshal, it's still in the field. So you know, it's Allah, the Peres Marshal. Rather than reality, don't feel as a Marshal. Right? So, by the way, so it is my focus about whether or not the episode of the festival of investigation really happened or was it simply a Marshal, fundamental Marshal question. The way you are showing us in the image, it seems to have been expressed by Allah. How you are as well, you must see Russian. But we did one in the virus. So I'm saying, no, it really happened. By the way, he didn't die immediately after saying Shira, not why it happened. That's the book of after life. They say Shira, only parents is strong, they married their kids. Their kids. So I'm not going to say that around the Allah. I need to make I know it's still Shria, so kind of you want to see what's up in Christ. I'm a descendant of it. I'm a descendant of one of the people who go back to life of the gospel. Don't you get what you get to it. But I see from my great grandfather. So beautiful. And I was reminding you this is so beautiful. So, by the way, who are these people? Who are these people who died in these guys? Like, who are these individuals who messed up right back then? Yes, it's true, right? I'm not thinking of crying. So one of the kids this time. This is incredible. The rest of it is not so long a story. But here the group of Jews who tried to escape from Egypt earlier than the rest of the province left. They were members of the tribe of Ephraim, as well as the highest members of Noah, the other tribes. The Jews of Ephraim were tried to escape from Egypt or the other tribes. They were killed. So what happened with them? When you stay here, the Jews, when you stay here, the Ephraim, Shisela, the Barak, the Rabbi, Sachas, the Rabbi, Sachas, the Rabbi, Shisela, the Rabbi, Shisela, the Rabbi, the Harshim, Shitzash, the equivalent people of God. You see, it's our time that we are learning Latin, but our whole effort will not come up. Again, so we give more. Part of my mindset, let's say what happened here. Very good mistake. This is the calculation. Remember, that this way of saying chances are doing, the children will be enslaved for 440 years. The clock actually started on the birth of Israel. When the clock started from the actual Brisbane episode. So for year 430 times they think, oh, it's time to go, it's time to go. And of course, unfortunately, they were wrong. And they were killed. When you get some of the shows, that's not what that life is done. So like, so sure, it's like, any other should have to be because it's should have a little like an opera. So it's like a couple of sisters. They might have already got class. They say the opera because they use it on money. So again, Shmuel says, these were people who denied. Yes, it is interesting. The judge has listened and they brought back to life. But you know, I have a show them like weakness show this stuff. These are individuals that they should be who had not even this not Russia, but weakness of the things that they watched for this stuff. We didn't have any element of mix from those associations. We're not had some associations shoot about these are not for these says only the other the people say hey how finish cuts in their muscle. These are people that unfortunately don't really and agree with this like that. So now the upper side of the group of public services in the second communities as well. The two part of this summit. See awesome, but the other inside the summit. Okay, look how it says makes this show without Dia. These are the people ultimately again to die is because Dia. Now what's because Dia? Now we're going to a fascinating story. These were Jews who were killed by the Bukharians. The Bukharians, right? So now we're going to so we do and the festival of the life, like what happened in because Dia already heard. Now it's and the Abbas because Dia. So the church that we live in the church as the source station is the second white line and the bottom of the thing that was meant to be white. So listen to this. When the book had notes over the head and exile from Israel, so what happened? So there's a type that is often showing nothing at showing planning as a part of your field. Where a group of young men who were so exceedingly handsome that literally was so beautiful. They put the sun to shade with their beauty, like the sun is betrayed like that. I think the sun showed these beautiful luminescence. These boys, these young men were so handsome, but all beauty again, they put the sun to shade. So behind Castiel's walls also the show that as the suburbs. A lot happened. So the Castiel really would see them, and really you're getting the experience of love flow, of the Azava flow. And this is again, there's this concept in Halacha, and value field, which means that sometimes at a point of incredible arousal, a woman could also go ahead and do. So these Castiel women saw these Jewish boys, and they experienced this flow. I'm going to buy them, something you're going to husband, about them, and then something's probably obvious something. See, I'm not a husband. So the kids are like, they don't probably didn't want something to be alive. That guy when he showed us some examples, it's not even expensive, he's not even very handsome. So I can see that I'm not a collapse. The thing you have to find is tracking, step the very big distributor.
Miss Aquarius, how are you? Miss Aquarius, how you living, girl? What's good? Lovely thing to eat. How was your day? Excellent. And you had a relaxing How's that been? How's that lake? All right. Are you ready for me? Are you ready for me? Can you repeat that, please? Well, I would expect that. You're excellent. How'd you meet Gojo?
Remember?
I didn't know what the name was.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah. Remember?
I remember you mentioning somebody, but I didn't know what their story
Graham, Glary, yeah.
Excellent. Oh, get it. No doubt.
Shut him up. Why?
Get it. It's Aquarius. That was a phenomenal strike. Yes, it was. Match it. No. I need one of the best players in the history of the game. Got it. Spare.
So it's a simple question. Remember, it's really
Good, girl.
Every person that's possible in he was so evil that he could destroy the base of Mikdash and exile thousands of people. For all these terrible things, if you were to harness that power, if you were to harness that power, there is no telling what he could accomplish. Incredible.
That's breaking. Yes, there you go.
As you wish. You got three. One of the most difficult splits in the history of the game. Get those three. Maybe one going to get over. Oh, baby, that was amazing. That was phenomenal. No doubt. No doubt. It's right. Here we go. Give me this. Oh, come on. One. You wouldn't be
Even in a time of danger, a person should not go ahead and change his dignified ways.
That's good.
You have identification.
A person must always remain dignified, even in the face of adversity. Sometimes, when we are overwhelmed by our circumstances, so ultimately, again, we become unstable or confused.
Nice.
So as a result, we ourselves act in an undignified manner. Gemara says the power of the youth is always to maintain dignity and level-headedness, even in the midst of overwhelming circumstances. So Hanai and Mishan,
Right, nice.
what did they do before they were going to the Kibsha Aish? They fixed their functions, they went ahead, and they stripped themselves out, and they were ready. They were ready. The Lord said that this is the story of the Jew throughout ages. God gave you to maintain a dignity.
Get that through.
What
What a great spare.
It's a punishment.
Thank
you. Always in the hands of a punishment.
Right.
No doubt.
Circumstances. I'm going to be up there. What's the captain of the game? All right. They gave me 3A. So we go to the game. So I show us this beautiful tomorrow. So we came. I agree with them. I walk from Shina and I don't know if I bought Shiny to help them with the Europe. The couple of the whole. The radio TV.
No doubt. Give it to me. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Big score. Thank you, man. Oh, that's okay. Get those. Got it. No doubt. Big score. Big
big score. Give this to me too. I want them all. I want them both. Give me this one too. Yes, ma'am. 107. That's a big score. That's a big score. I got a strike or spare on every thing in that. Yay. You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship. Yes, ma'am. You'll see. You got it, girl. Nicest person.
I will go up on tree, but I always look up branches. Look at other branches. What's the chat? So the man says, I might do all of it, I'm not in this job. So again, the son of the country represents God. God essentially says, my goal, my desire is to hold on to the country of the Arab. That's what I want to do. We have to hold on to the country. That trigger all of the other sense of just the brain trauma. And unfortunately, it turns out my hands are on the phone. Why? Because problems are rejected. Instead, all I have are a couple of branches. One of my branches, all working on the phone, and you're showing us how to get. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You notice like this is very important. And sometimes the world, you find yourself very interested in these relationships. Getting so much more people who have gone through this feelings and feelings. Such a great relationship. That's straightforward. The partner's expectations. And expectations are here to again up under the entire time. And you gotta get into the whole time. You gotta start into the whole time. What does he get? He gets a couple branches, beautiful branches, wonderful branches, but just branches. Just branches. Sometimes again, not getting exactly what you want to try to display relationships. Okay, folks, not with that. I don't know what to say. Maybe say I don't know. He's talking about sus adult. Everything had that social media. So thinking of this story, that this is the way obviously this is from Italia. So imagine a man riding down with red face, he was standing between the windows that were in the swamp. And she just the wind goes on, right? The wind goes on to say afterwards I saw other black horses and white horses. But the man you see a lot of them is so now if you get the part of that was called always doing like the fact was ready, it was disenchanted with a mountain was it was ready to go ahead and turn the entire world into a world. The only issue of this, remember that when I see them, I believe that I can understand now. Hashem is here from Hashem Shalom. How sis at the way of the course. The people who are going to have to almost do what we can. Look by that. So the great thing behind the world of the world. People should have to find the Shabbat is how they're right now. So as soon as you see a friend Shabbat Zayah, all the people come down to your mouth, will only gain that's the Hashem Yitzhak. See those little branches in the swamp. What's the little branches? That's the little branches, those are the weakest one out, like only as Hadassah. Yes, that's good. When you see other couple of the swamp is Bahashim now, and when you see us, but even our separate edition, we have the class is working out with it. So now, so outside, now giving that sort of thing. Allah Papa, Shmamina, Sosya, Mother, by the way, so the red horses represent instructions, the white horses represent salvation, so we can know if we see white horses in your dreams, that is a good sign. There's a tremendous potential for the red. You go from places, he's ready to go to the world. That's what we're especially his mind. He changed his mind once, and I wish I was out. Three people change how much part of his mind about the views how they work. So sometimes we think to ourselves that what we do is we feel like this one person, how much do I really matter? Listen, matter more than important to the other. We're doing the other. You get, and I wish I was out. By the way, what about that? Thank you. It's great, even the greatest people of their generation. Like, there was the there was the best there are other people. But yet, again, they see your person they do what are actions to do, and what they don't tremendous. That's what I think. So if you're let me talk. So let me talk. After Canadian China Zayah, the kid show, here you go. After that event, you never hear about them again. So where did they go? You know, I said, I'm gonna, the Ein Hara was the guy. The guy is a result of Ein Hara. Ein Hara, there was a religion. They were the subject of so much attention. And their piety became the subject of so much attention. That level of attention is not healthy. The guy is a result of Ein Hara. So the short says, the Yogi couple, they drowned in spit and saliva. Now, what is that? It's an incredible Marsha here. So Marsha says, this doesn't make any sense. He says this is the fight should get a commercial. And again, keep it all the probably so by the emotional, so this is of course outside very quickly. So then we might just say, hey, after final time was out too long. Figure out. So the nations of the world, like a little bit like brotherly zeal up on the Jewish people and said, what is the matter with you people? Why are you worshiping other gods when your God is so great? So Marsha says, what is the final time was out drowned in the saliva? To make that, so to speak, that the Jews were subject to the verbal abuse, theological verbal abuse of the devil. So that, you know, it says that when people talk, so it is different a bit. So the idea is that the Jews were being like beaten up by humans only, and they're being embarrassed. So what do you mean when Prayer Isaiah died in the spit in the saliva? It means that even Prayer Isaiah did something so beautiful and so spiritually low. What is very clear is what is because the embarrassment of cloudy sweat. And because the cloudy embarrassment, that's the saliva. Like it was always spitting the clouds, not spitting, but talking, spitting the missile, that embarrassment caused them to die. So this is what was happening everywhere. Where was Isaiah? What they did? All they did was release the life of creation. And what they did ended up resulting in the embarrassment of cloudy sweat. And the embarrassed cloudy sweat was culpability, even if it's fundamentally and totally unintentional. That's the way you see from here. How careful we have to be with each other's feelings. How careful we have to be how we talk to each other, how we relate to one another. How you get unintended embarrassment and hurt of another Jew has such dramatic consequences for everyone. So we might say, like, no, oh yeah, stop, let's mention how we can better about it. Okay, such a dramatic, ridiculous language, right? So first if we need to be God, second if we need to say, no, whatever they are, they don't go to Israel, like they were trying to go to Israel, they had children. Right, people are not focused on the religion, and the religion says, but I don't follow me, see, that we should over the rock time. Allah, so the rest of the week, one of the now, Shibun Yoshua, Zoya, Goda, Akam Yoshi with the Hashem, the Anshin, what they see. So Moses, the talks about Yoshua from Gaba. We looked at the time, I get a prayer on Gaba just a minute, and the fact that the late that Yoshua from Gaba, the singer, his friends who did miracles. Who are his friends who did miracles? These are the Russian translating their face. I all that, say, we shall not Isaiah. So you see the here, the prayer is on Isaiah. After his prayer with the Egyptian, moved there to Israel. That's not even have families. Okay, but the real name also, by the way. Where was Daniel? Who was Daniel? So Daniel was the most trusted advisor. He was the senior prophet of the time. Where was he when Hanan and Isaiah were being thrown to the Egyptian age? Amarav, Lenitra, Nara, Together. So Hanan actually dispatched him to go and create a big river, like a big body of water into the river. Okay, we're gonna like a civil engineering project. Which was about seeing these that's pasta, and he was going to begin to work out a big bunch of pasta. Like, pasta, let's talk about it. The meaning of pasta to about it. Sweet, Hezbollah, Chinese Israeli. He was going to bring Chazir, to bring pigs from Alexandria. So kind of be again Alexandria, as the Egypt had the best Chazir, the best pigs, and you have to negotiate the contract to bring those animals into Rava. It's not true, but anyway, the Torah is our own part of the Chazir, you're to know a special attention, in Shema, which are short living. No, I would say it's fascinating. Alexandria, they would only sell livestock after leaving the uterus of the animal. Why? Because they don't want people to, they do not want their animals to reproduce outside of Alexandria. They cornered the market. They cornered the market on a certain type of robust lifestyle. So that you couldn't they sterilize the animal. Sterilize the animal before they was going to get on our side. I was really able to import these animals. So again, I could give this a go. So what did he do? So just literally icy below the height. He brought the young ones, so they don't have a way of making them trying to reproduce them. Okay. Point is, he wasn't involved in all of this. Come on, brother. Social organization. There were 3 people involved to ensure that Manila was not present when this first time he saw his eye happened. We'll see why he's doing it. I was talking to one of the parents. I was talking to one hizo también abajo, pero luego su spisa is nature. Entonces, yo digo, tenía como que la que tenía un one there, tenía also the problems that I first, right? Because if 2 women had died, the issue is going when they was when they would have been saved, people would attribute the salvation to me, to the Lord that tenía, I want the prayer on time. And this was, when I knew the show, and as I was, this was their moment to shine. This is their moment to shine, and what point of the next is there? Next, you know what it says? The real is there, so it's kind of deep, see it, but he also said, you know what they're going to be like, yeah? This is also part of the combination that people will get thrown into the furnace. And do not want the downfall of the downfall come through. You'll show up with country for him, Charles Aya. And that's how the use of the Raka, you know, when you're calling the company. So it's interesting that the Canessa also sensed the other way. Why? The Canessa had a sense that this is going to happen. He's going to send you out to die. The man wasn't going to die, and then he left for the land to get age. He didn't want to do that. Why? Because he looked at the world as a God. And he didn't know that the throne is open God into the throne. So how do you know that you're ourselves? And you know something like, how do you know that we need to answer the prayers of God? It's good. But I didn't know that the prayers are not going to come over the other side. Funny God, you know. Come on from Tzvaka Tzvaka Yisrael. I asked up Ben Kuyo, Ben Tzvaka, Ben Nasiya, and the deal of the Shem the Shaka. What's this now? This is all happening at the same time. At the same time, Australians got his eyes. Was his obviously again. So there were other people who also wanted to be a prophetic stature. So these 2 guys, Abba Ben Kuyo and Sitya Ben Nasiya. And he also posed as prophets of the leadership. When they came to the post office, I showed up in the morning. You see, I should get to go down. I'm going to try to come on. I'm going to share something. So I was showing something. I shared something with my Ella. I showed something. So the way you see this money, these 2 false prophets, Abba and Sitya, were also thrown to the furnace. The interesting thing is they were singed. They weren't totally burned, but they were singed in the furnace. So you know what happened with me. I'm going to show you. I'm going to start the furnace. They're made like roasted grains. Roasted grains, not totally insulated, but soup. So it's not so about us in the body itself. We're not supposed to so much we do not have it. What thing you don't so bad because of the returns the first is needed. It's not but how is that exactly the difference? There is a lot of Hashem, Hashem Sifia. The Sifia are not from Hashem, it's not interesting. So, as soon as the word prophet, that's the level of the matter. So, I thought it was that's one of the guys that I'm a prophet of God. I'm speaking with God is from his perspective, and in 6 years propositions you should give yourself in. Give yourself in, and 6 years goes over to her, and come to the word of God. And not what petitions you right, you should give yourself over to him. Okay? So the Gemara says, so Allah, I'm not happy. So it's another, I feel like that's really amazing. It's interesting that she saw the regard to which they help the prophets, right? She doesn't say, like, she said, hey, brother, she says, okay, she gives this to her father. Who's your father? So I'm about Elohim She'ehu, Elohim Son Zero. And the person says, something doesn't sound right, because the God of this people, he reaps the morality. So the nation that you instruct you, like to give yourself over to these men, doesn't make that much sense. So what happens? You also don't have to say the rabbis. And if the rabbis says you're going to do it, let's come to your way, send them to you. Send them to you. Yes, it does. So the sooner they are, so showing up again, when they come back, so going to the parents, I'm sending them to the parents. So I'm going to remind, I'm going to focus. The guy says, tell me, to get out, who gave you this message? I'm like, it's not good. I am sure that vice artillery, but I'm really upset. Listen, guys, we're fact checking. I asked them from their side. I asked them trying to drive back this was a prophecy. And they told me fake news. They told me fake news, right? Never happens. So what's going on over here? Anyway, and now we need to watch that. This is the so Siki and Siki and I can say, well, second, why are Canadian Cyrus worth any more from New York? Your prophets and your prophets. So now, just because Canadian Cyrus say it's not true, doesn't mean it's not true. We're prophets also. So we go, God didn't speak to them, God spoke to us. I'm not going to back to people. He hated that the king without the scene is what was on his eye. So you look at it and say, you know what, I'll be ready. We're going to check out Canadian Cyrus' prophetic credentials. Well, just a little fiery for us. So if you guys don't mind, we'll subject you to the same test. If you come out okay, you get the first thing your word is gold. Hold up there. I'm going to do this last time. It's not fair. It's not fair. They were saved because there were three of them. There's only two of us. Akkad and Cynthia. So I'm going to say, as a people go to the problem. What do the code not give up easy back? Phone a friend. Like, no worries. You know, like, get your guy. This is what we want. We all let them want for them for your phone is resuming. Go ahead. There's absolutely no problem. Choose whatever you want for if you can find it for you. So you can go, but I'm going to do it. So, you know, we choose your choosing another. So we see your reference. We're not alone. So we say, okay, we're going to choose your choice. What's the name? Okay, we just want to show them another. Once again, God bless you. And never again. He was friends. He did play with friends. So seeking after say, okay, we choose your short and another. Let him come into the furnace with us. Fine. So let's see if I do it. If we minus, so I have to say, so it's okay. I thought it's 2 kilograms. I 2 kilograms. And it's small with the really isolated between cities. Okay, yeah, my bad. So stuck with it. Right? Only the Malaka. Shall we see? They went to our supper. You guys send the box. You guys send the box. But I'm going to be done to see you. And the night time, I'm going to put up Mila. So now you can actually see the Yeshua. This is Yeshua. Obviously, I know. I'm sorry. So this is anything that Akkad and Cynthia referring, because obviously you're the false prophets. But the question is, my kind of only the false prophet Mila. Yeshua, you're obviously righteous. But why is it that you're holding that a little bit strange? In other words, in the Kamentzah's mind, if you're righteous, then what? You should switch the phrase in totality. So why is it you totally survived the fact that your body was singed? So the Gemara says, Kanan Mishal Azariah for a people who cry. Nebuchadnezzar says, you know, if you're telling you, Kanan Mishal Azariah, this body wasn't even singed. You know, it's like, you know, like it's like, stop talking about Kanan Mishal Azariah, right? I got it. They get everything, they're fine. Right? So, Nebuchadnezzar prepared everywhere. The Kanan Mishal Azariah, the body wasn't singed at all. So, you're short and obviously, you're a great guy. You survived the furnace, but your body was singed. What happens over here? And you know, it is one child with verified. So the church is pretty simple. They're three, they're divine marriage for 3 people. I'm going to go to God. I'm going to go opera, not to cover. So I said opera, you're going to go to the parents and you're going to go. Some people but I think we're going to go to the fire for you're going to go to and you're emerge from the escape. Also, I'm going to show that very. I'm going to show you the shoes to the mirror. I'm going to show that I have established shoes to the mirror. So it's again. So teaching something that says here's the difference that ultimately I'm the source of the first by itself. But for the fire I have no source of that. I'm the source of the first with the shine. The fire had no source to have an impact on them. What if the fire was giving some level of sleep, some level of control? The impact of his miracle. I was on the issue. Shaky issue. The fact that people open the issue. Some people say the famous adage. But if you have 2 dry sticks and 1 wet one, the dry one stays more to the next one. Whereas here, normally a wet stick is impervious to fire. But putting a fire around it, and ultimately again, the wet stick will be righteous as well. A person will be very righteous, also, so the wet stick is the shine. So the wet stick will be very righteous. Let's surround the website by enough and shine. And unfortunately, again, they're showing an impact on the South as well. In terms of the impact of our surroundings. So, listen, by the way, my comment on this, what's the other issue? So, you don't feel that that's something that is. But if you're sure for level, is really excited, then at the end of the day, the fire should not impact you at all. Why did the fire impact you? They wanted mostly Russian sharing of this, or we call that. Because the sun is the great deal of this. You're going to see the magazine where they were in the last night. And you're sure the father said it. Failure to exercise parental right to full prerogative. Failure to exercise parental control. As we do become so. She never be sure on the level to let it so. You're sure to go short term. You got to show the level to let it so. Unless you're finding most of the Russian both of you know, or we call that. I'm going to come back. My person was in the apostle. She has all my even not son. So what's in US Restream to the bars. And Lindsay again, the apostle says that bars gave her 6 bodies. 6 bodies. So what's in my she has all both of these 6 bodies. Even if her son non-critically gave her 6 bodies. Bodies kernels. So you must if you back up Shabbat, you can my she so the bars just give a person 60 bodies. So it doesn't make any sense. So it's like Zabby give her all these days when you 3D. Ella, change sleep. Rather you gave her 6 songs. Now that's a lot of money. So listen, if you back up Shabbat, you don't change sleep. It's only going to be able to carry that 6 songs. That's a lot of money. I was looking at shall see the Shisha on the mountains with actually back in the Shish breakfast. So what's this? In fact, it just listen, you know, it says, in fact, he gave her 6 body parts. Right? There was a number, so it was a medical illusion that she was going to have 6 sons, and each be punished with 6 blocks. So it wasn't meant to be a sustained gift, but rather it was meant to be a symbolic gift. So you know, so this is what is 6 sons, but anyway, this is another 260 sons. So again, each of them blesses the God's name, right? David, Mashiach, Daniel, Emmanuel, Michelle, Osiris. And let's say, by the way, this is Mrs. Pedigree. Mrs. Pedigree. And let's say, by the way, you know, Trace Electric, I'm going to go back to the line. That's what I'm supposed to do. And I have to go back to now, and we're supposed to do it. Sometimes I like to stand at crossroads, and the decision we make at that crossroads impacts not just us, but impacts us for generations. So there's they're out of crossroads, so there's the underwear, they're out of crossroads. But this is the point of living right in front of a mountain, so that when you stand at crossroads, you know that you're going to make a decision, you choose to act. You have a crossroads, but you're going to see that. David, it's it. Ayan, akam na pinag-inahin. Ngayon, iisipin ni Misha din sa lahat. I saw it was like this son of Misha. Lagyan natin, ibibot tayo, wish na kala, binabong, dahil binabong dapat, wish ka. So it's about Shem Imo. So 6 blocks, and they will define what each of these are. Just the one with each of the 6, I think 6 blocks down on that. But I don't do that. Alright, but what's that? Well, I'll be saying, I don't know sure. Once again, this was set from Greg, who was one of the advisors of Shaul to Shaul. And listen, like, the only thing that did, you know, saying somebody come against someone, is to disparage him. So this was a compliment that was meant to be disparaging. So he meant to disparage him, and meant to keep on us. So he was like, damn, man, you know what I'm saying? She'll be able to show. He knows how to ask good questions in Torah. He won, she'll be able to actually know how to answer questions in Torah. She'll be able to something more come to show Torah. He knows how to do the give and take in the battle of Torah. Each Torah, Shema upon the battle. He's a beautiful appearance, and he runs up to a certain second of a book. He's a rebel, he's a rebel that he understands how to extrapolate things from one of his surprises. Hashem, you want God is with him. Shut up the voice of the Quran. Ultimately, wherever God says halakha, the halakha always follows him. The Kula only notice him in the Quran, in all of these areas, Shaul said this is beautiful, and my son Jonathan has these same attributes. Kevan the Amr Ali Hashem, Nasir the Bidei, Nani Lo Holiday. How much time to work on your day? But ultimately, again, when they said that Hashem, Hashem is open meaning like the halakha always follows David. David always had the halakha sons of truth. Shaul didn't have that, and neither did Jonathan. That's when Shaw became jealous, and then of course he sets off this entire dynamic where Shaw sees that as a threat, and literally tries to kill him. In the Shaw said, the Hashem Yifne Yashia, by Shaw said, wherever he accepts this, eyes of you desolate, full of enemies. The David said, and the Hashem Yifne Yashia, wherever David will turn, ultimately going to be successful. So again, both are the stories of success. The David has an elevated form of success for the show, incredible. We know today, how do you know that we do these things? So it says, see what I'm made up, I'm already you have to know. It's also the shit you should actually show you know, when you're out there, so you should build that. Then I do have the other story. So first, next, you have to shoot next. So therefore, let's say, the point over here is the point over here. What Russ is descended, remember, Boaz gives Russ 6 points of barley, highlight. So they have 6 descendants, where each bench themselves with 6 blocks. Then it gets on double up one of those descendants, and 6 blocks on double Mashiach. That's it. So it says, what's the rock of Mashiach? So beautiful. Right? Ultimately, again, the Ruach Hashem will really rest upon him. So these are the prophets of Mashiach. This is not the Mashiach. I don't say these are the prophets of Mashiach. Which also teaches us ultimately again that Mashiach, I won't say someone, Mashiach is someone who's going to be loaded with mitzvahs and receiving and suffering. And the answer is, what is the primary quality of Mashiach? The primary quality of Mashiach is the ability to maintain spiritual fidelity despite unlearning the culture. This goes back to what we said yesterday about ultimately if you learn Torah, if you don't learn Torah at night, your house is consumed by fire. At the end of the day, the most important effort we have on a Yiddishkeit is the ability to maintain fidelity and allegiance to our spirituality, even in times of overwhelming adversity. That's the quality of Mashiach. Mashiach is someone who is loaded with mitzvahs, loaded with spirituality, but also loaded with incredible suffering. Another says, the more that Mashiach is very interesting. And of course, we're not really going to stop what we have for today. Right. Yes, I should have gone down. I'm going to write. So, I went down. We didn't finish the doc. We didn't finish all the rest. And once I put this in the like these, we look normal. We look normal. I feel like I'm a little bit, I don't know, they're much more really distracted, like tremendous. All right, we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning to thank our annual. And the first sponsor. The first Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the student blessings this year as a request for the service levels for Am Yisrael. Our commentator sponsors for the month of Adar, Abadi, Tova, Kari, and Zin, loving them with Harry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, and Yosef HaKohen, Ziv, Nadine, and Burning families in memory of William Ziv, Zev, Shmuel, and Yisrael. Our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Anfer, in memory of Judy Golden, Yehudis, Esther, Bas Elazar, and our week of learning sponsors, Ruben Rakovsky, in memory of Ira Kasavsky and William Waxton, in merit of our Talmud Torah. All of them are songs having our families in the Talmud. All of those who need us, we shall be given full for Israel, to restore for Shem Yekishim, to help all of our hostages and all the soldiers to be successful in fall of Maaseh. Let's do that. Let's go. Today's daf is Tzaddik 93. We are starting on Tzaddik Days Amud Aleph 92a. 14 lines up from the bottom, but we got this. Rabbi Lazar, Rabbi Lazar. Lo says as follows: Kosher Mahanik Madi Hamim Faso. Anyone Simon roughly. Anyone who does not literally again allow from the Hamid to benefit from his possessions will not see Rafa forever. Meaning, it's another way of saying that a person is supposed to share his possessions with Hamid Hamim, meaning supports Torah. If a person does not use his possessions to support Torah, will never go ahead and see blessing from those possessions. In other words, what's the logic over here? We're talking about someone who does not want to utilize his resources to help Torah, thinking that by not giving them, he'll have more for himself. So therefore, the halacha says it doesn't work that way. If you don't use your resources to go and help Torah, at the end, ultimately, you'll just have less for yourself. Shnei Amar. Ein Tzvi Afla Akimo Yachal Tuvo. The Ein Tzvi Elevon Chamim Shnar Tzvi Asher Shem Korei Ba'amra Velasar. Those all six times. Kosher V'Shayir Pasal Shofara Erasim Lachiyom. If at the end of the meal you don't leave over bread on your table, you will not see blessing. Which means, in other words, make sure to always leave over some bread on your table. Okay. So the verse on the other hand, the verse says, "Shneimar in Sridli Aflo, Akil Yachal Shuvah." I, the verse of Amar Belazar, from the Shayir Pesisi and Shulchano, Kilo Ovid. I, but Belazar said, there are only over bread, only pieces of bread on his table. Ultimately, it's as if he worships idolatry. So it sounds like, obviously, the believing over bread is not a good thing. So the Gemara says, Shneimar Ochem Yegad Shulchan, Malim Lamani Masak. Well, Kasha, Hadi Ikashner Bahadei, Hadu like Kashner Bahadei. So apparently, the way of Avodah God, is the way he worshipped it was, the little pieces of bread together with the whole loaf. So if you leave little pieces with the whole loaf, that's what looks like Avodah Zarah. But just go ahead and leave pieces, that's what this is. So what's the shot? Leaving over bread. Leaving over bread represents the sin bracha in one's house. So first of all, this can be a little bit more of like almost like a Havdalah type motif of overflowing the cup. Right? The idea is that there's extra, so suddenly we overflow the cup of Havdalah because again we want it to be that literally our cup runneth over. That's what we want. So something leaving over extra bread indicates that there's surplus in the home. That's one possibility. The other possibility is that if there's leftover bread, that means a person didn't eat everything. If you didn't eat everything, that means I exercised some level of self-control. What's Kedusha? What's devotion to you? The Ramban says, Kadesh is Aslicha b'Mashem Torah. His moderation is even not just throwing away with mutter, so even within the world of that which is mutter, I limit myself, I moderate myself. So perhaps that's the shock as well. But if I have a meal and I don't eat everything, but I leave a little bit over, that's ultimately again, that's a display of moderation. And when there's moderation, ultimately there's kedusha. Okay, now, literally translated, Rashi says over here, means a person changes his voice, which makes it sound like a person is trying to conceal his identity. But the truth is, Machlok B'Dibur could also just mean a person doesn't keep his word. So whoever doesn't keep his word, it's as if he worships idolatry. So literally translating, whoever looks at an erva, this person is in just a moment, his bowl is empty. What does that mean? If you look at Rashi, Kashton min eres, Rashi says over here, so the Gemara says, Koach Kishui Eder Shalom, Min Art, Sheina Moed. So Rashi seems to think over here, and again, we'll discuss what erva means, but if a person looks at erva, we say something illicit, Kashton min eres. Rashi understands this to be a metaphor that literally he becomes impotent. Right? So Koshi Ibershiro, so getting on shut me, I share a moment, man. Area there, Kashka, area shot, and the start of box, Mamis Rebasa, Utah Kashka, and the Stanko, and the Kashi, the Alliance, the issues, Kashka work. So, first approach of Rashi is that literally one looks at something they're not supposed to be looking at. So, if I look at things I'm not supposed to be looking at, or second approach of Rashi is that a person thinks about a married woman. could be even when he's with his own wife, he thinks about a married woman. Either they're talking about some type of either illicit thoughts or illicit or actually illicit looking at things which are illicit and inappropriate. What's inappropriate? What's the result of it? Kashton Eres, his bow is empty. Now again, so actually it says it's like a erectile dysfunction. Like he's just not going to be able to father children. That's also on a deeper level what it's saying is like this. That the thing about alliance, the thing about immorality, is that it's all consuming. Like when a person has a lust, a person has a desire for alliance, it takes over the individual and literally it can sap a person of all of their strength. Every single one of us has a reservoir, a certain amount of strength, a certain amount of vitality. That's what we got, right? In other words, you can only go so long without sleep. Right? We feel that this hour in the morning, right? Because I can only put it in other words, as much as I want to say that the potential is limitless, which is true, my clock is not. It does go a certain point in time where there's no more gas in the tank. I think what Chazal are telling us is, be careful what you use your energy for. Because there are certain things that are also consuming the amount of energy. And if it is alliance, immorality, is one of those things, it'll empty your boat, right? It'll empty the tank. It'll go ahead and sap you of all your vitality, and therefore, not only am I engaged in Avera, but at the end of the day, there's nothing left in the tank to be able to do good things as well. Found Gemara. Let's go. The other have you covered the time. Person should always be humble. That says over here, have you honor the tithya. Be humble and you will live. Humility is the key to longevity. Fascinating. Which this is, because there's a concept of nigebati, which means a home kirat saras. But interestingly enough, the only way for home kirat saras is if you can get natural light in the house. Ultimately, a home does not have windows. We don't start bringing in candles or lanterns to be able to see whether or not there's saras on the home. So the idea is a home without windows represents humility. A home without windows can't get saras. A person who is humble saves himself from a lot of life's afflictions. Humility is the secret to longevity. Amr Kavi, Amr Noshia Michael says, what's the meaning of the passage that says Sha'ol v'otzerechem eretz v'otzeremayim? So the theme in Sha'ol etzarechem. What's the connection to Sha'ol is the grave, Rechem is the womb. What's the connection between the grave and the womb? Along with the prophecy, fascinating. Ma Rechem machlis in right? Just like the Rechem, just like the womb takes in, right? The womb takes in the semen and ultimately again emits the baby. Sha'ol machlis umoti. So to the grave. So to the grave takes in, you bury the dead, but motzi yes and nason. La'alot from kavachomer umar rechem shemachlis umoti kashayu motzi also the kolikolos. So the womb which takes in quietly, yet ultimately emits with great cries, like the baby. So Sha'ol shemachlis umoti kolos in addition shemotzi umoti kolikolos. So the grave, which when someone's buried, when something comes into the grave, there's much crying. What we call right, there's crying. So too when it emits, i.e., yes or listen, there's going to be even greater cries of joy. You can't show the only yes and listen in that. Ultimately, the man says this is a conclusive proof that just yes and listen. So also once again you see fixated, including the first of yes and listen. So where it says this is a good life. How did they go? Sadiqim shows that it's quite a lot. So in the following after, so it's fascinating halacha. Sadiqim, what Kodesh Baruch Hu is going to go ahead and bring back to yes and listen during the Moshe Mashiach, Messianic era, will not die. That's right. All these questions come up. All questions you need to get some resurrection of the dead. Okay, it's really incredible. So people die, and afterwards, you must say, Sadiqim goes on. Once the Sadiqim are resurrected, they remain alive. שנאמר והיה נשאר בציון בנות ירושלים קדוש יום רבו אבל הכוס בחיים ירושלים מה קדוש לעולם קיים עד יום קיים. So the pasuk compares tzaddikim to Kadosh Baruch Hu. Just like the Rebbe Shalom is eternal, so too the tzaddikim come back to life. There'll be an element of eternality as well on the days. Then Gomar, Osam Shanu Shasra Kadosh Baruch Hu Bahem, Es Shas, Osam Shanu Shasra the Kadosh Baruch Hu Bahem, Shlemar, the Niska Bashem Levado by Yomamu. And Shabbat says, this is pretty wild stuff. So we're going to talk about this idea of greater depth. That there is this concept that at a certain point in time, the world will stop. Right? We have this, we're going to see this. The world was created for 6,000 years. After 6,000 years, the world stops. What happens after it stops? Take two, or three, whatever number we're up to, right? This problem is going to recreate another world someday, which sounds like everything that exists will be erased, and the problem will start again. What happens to the tzaddikim during that like cosmic rebirth stage? Where do they go? So the Gemara says, right? So we must mind that. So the problem sometimes finding to shutter up in their mind. Moshe looks for the tzaddikim wings like birds, and they fly above the water. Because it wasn't the water. So the pastor said, the world will be recreated. That's the original state of creation, right? So the Lord will go back to water, but the tzaddikim will be given wings, and ultimately again those wings will propel them over the water. So let's say whether it's such a Shemar, Akilo, Mira, Bahamir, Eres, those coming in the Yamim, Shema Kama Yishman Sar. I maybe will say they have Sar, maybe they have any difficulty doing this. Like Alomar, he called it Hashem Yahavi Fukorah. Wings like eagles, Yarutsu, below you go, Yilfu, below you have. Ultimately, again, you will go, you will run, you will not be tired, you will walk, and you will not be tired, you will not be tired. And the other thing is, that's what I say, ultimately, this is such a beautiful so something to really keep in wings. So this, that's the thing, that's a reason that wings. The great hold of becoming a sacrifice, the great benefit of becoming a sacrifice, sometimes the ability to transcend everything that life flows through. The purpose of some people is they have to be able to literally transcend all of the difficulties and challenges. So the native amazing chef here is well. So the rest of as follows. So what about we were talking about this before, right? We referenced this already. What about the dead that the festival brought back to life? Like the festival did to us, obviously. Now, after the festival brought those people back to life, they died again. Sorry, they died again. So shouldn't that be a raya that even the tzaddikim who come back to life will ultimately die? Will die. So the Gemara says, "Savalak man damar the MS mashal." This is interesting. You actually hold the opinion that the story of Yechezkel, right? That some of the salvations, the value of dry bones, that mashal. What was the mashal? It didn't actually happen. That's why we're going to have a Sunday. So this in of itself is such a dramatic conflict. It's the Sunday. And those are where Mason Chef, yeah, Yechezkel, Amdorah, Mayimah, Yeshiva, and Mason. The people who Yechezkel brought back to life. They stood on their feet. They sang Shira and then they died again. Mashira Amru, what did they say? Mashira Amru, Hashem Nemes Tzedek Mekayeh Yeshua Omer, Shira Zu Amru, Hashem Nemes Mekayeh Morish Sha'al Bayah. Yehuda Omer, Yehuda says, Emes Mashal Haya. Yehuda says, Emes says, Mashal Haya. Emes is true. Mashal Haya, it was a parable. It doesn't make sense. All over the country. In MS, Lama Mashal, in Mashal, Lama MS. Which one is it? Because if you tell me it's MS means that it really happened. So if it really happened, it really happened. Otherwise, if it's a Mashal, it's a Mashal. What's going on? So you guys say, Allah, the MS Mashal. Rather, what it means is in reality, the whole thing was a Mashal. Right? So let's say, by the way, it's fascinating about whether or not the episode of the Yechezkel with the Atzal Sedation did it happen or was it simply a Mashal fundamental of focus? Was real curious in the video. Racing Shaki Yechezkel Allah, Allah La'aris Yisrael, the Nasim Mashal, while we do come in with us. Incredible. So they're saying, no, it really happened. And by the way, they didn't die immediately after seeing Shira. Why? What happened? Yechezkel brought them back to life. They sang Shira. They went married to Yisrael. They married. They had kids. I'm going to be doing them sit out and go, I need to make the name. I love the student Shani Akli Agi Apamel. So you're going to see what that says. I'm a descendant of it. I'm a descendant of one of the people who brought back to life from the festival, and ultimately I got used as a tefillin that I received from my great grandfather. So beautiful. When I was in my reading this Shani Akli. By the way, who were these people? Who were these people who died in this valley? Right, so who are these individuals? Festival brought back their Muslims who love. I'm not even have friends. One of the keys to tell. Incredible. I will say they're a not so long story, but there are a couple of Jews who tried to escape from Egypt earlier than the rest of Islam. They were